The demon general, who looked like a minotaur, was incredibly powerful. He could take Mubai's violent slash with one move after crossing half of the battlefield. He was also the only individual on the entire battlefield who could compete with Mubai in terms of strength. The two fighting figures swept across the battlefield at a high speed, and the scale of their battle continued to escalate amid screams and explosions. Every time the opponent was about to exert energy fluctuations, the Inheritance Jade Seal would have a suppressing effect, reducing the energy it caused to the extreme. The demon general, who looked like a minotaur, didn't care, and completely used his strong body to withstand Mubai's shock and crazy attack, which could be said to be very abnormal. Are all young people so strong? It seems that I, Nozak, must kill you with my own hands today. The demon general, who called himself Nozak, had a low voice that sounded like a demonic sound, which made people feel other strange emotions. Mubai was not afraid of this at all. He had the rule skill of the despicable pirate to protect him, and could be immune to all debuff skills. As the top existence among the top demons, he has his own pride. The tail behind him twitched, and a silver axe appeared. Feeling the fluctuation of the breath, Mubai seemed to hear the hatred of thousands of people. Obviously, this axe was the weapon after the blood sacrifice. Whether it is the demon clan or the human race, only the strong can survive. The true body is coming. In an instant, Nozak's breath rose rapidly. The whole person's breath is not far from the peak state of level 7. The whole body turned into pure black skin, and the original 2 arms turned into 6 arms. The original bull head now grew 2 new heads on the left and right. The body of about 3 meters suddenly rose at this moment, turning into a small giant of nearly 10 meters. 3 heads and 6 arms. If this is added with a red cloth and a golden circle, Mubai would think that the other party is a little Neza. Nozak, who completely liberated the true body of the demon, was obviously very inflated. Feeling that the original power in his body was liberated, he felt much more comfortable. He dared to do what other demons dared not to do. Releasing the true body is equivalent to automatically giving up the immortality of the demons. Normally, these demons will be reborn in the demon world after being eliminated, waiting for the next round of invasion of the heavens. But if the fake body is abandoned and the true body appears, it is equivalent to abandoning the immortality. Few demons dare to do this. The Great King will give me the opportunity to defeat all enemies. Now will be your judgment. The imposing Nozak has been reborn. Mubai drew out the Shinto sword and condensed the power of the black hole and slashed it away. The torn void was swallowed mercilessly. The extremely fast Nozak did not touch the black hole at all, but 6 arms appeared above Mubai's head like a storm. Such a speed even Mubai's observation hockey did not notice it. Or even if he noticed it, he could not make a corresponding choice. The opponent was originally a demon general who cultivated the body. At this moment, he released all his strength and exerted his strength to the fullest. In this terrifying fist shadow, Mubai was like a meteorite that was shot down and fell into the ground. But even so, Nozak still followed closely behind him, smashing down recklessly with his exploding fist, causing cracks to appear on the entire ground. After resisting the opponent's punches for thousands of times in a row, Mubai found that his dragon armor actually had slight cracks. You should know that in this dragon armor form, the dragon armor can resist at least 5 times more attacks than the original body. Even the dragon armor couldn't withstand the black flames spewing out of Mubai's mouth. Then, a sky full of flames appeared on the battlefield with the roar of a giant dragon. His body grew wildly in the night sky at dawn. When Mubai opened his eyes again, he had turned into a terrifying black dragon hundreds of meters long. The dark golden eyes were full of the majesty of a real dragon. The black flames and purple thunder in Mubai's mouth in the form of a black dragon swept the battlefield with wind blades. Nozak was also stunned when he saw such a behemoth. After all, it was the first time he saw a human being turn into such a huge dragon. He didn't take the hot black flame breath hard, but dodged it and wanted to hammer down along Mubai's body with his 6 arms. The terrifying force made Nozak feel uneasy before he could exert the weird floating power. When did he get hit by the opponent's fruit ability? The young warrior who jumped off the dragon head coldly slashed out a space slash with white cutting power. The void that was shattered in 2 halves fell. Half of the body was chopped off. No matter it is a demon or a human, the flesh cut by the superhuman cutting fruit will not be able to heal in a short time. Song Lang kills. The killing intent of the Black Duke is revealed. Endless cutting attacks come like a nightmare. And behind Nozak, a big hand made of magma holds him. The hot magma flows into the body through the wound, causing unimaginable pain to Nozak. But the left one of his 3 heads exploded. And Nozak, who was originally controlled by the floating fruit, is also freed from the restraint. And his fighting power is completely beyond the reach of Bai Gugu and Heiju. Even with only half of his body, he crushed Bai Gugu and Heiju in just 1 second. Huh? At this moment, he suddenly realized that these two guys were not human beings. Bai Gugu smiled and stood there flawlessly again. And the crushed Black Duke also transformed into black mist and reshaped his body. At this moment, Mu Bai was holding a terrifying energy ball made of vibration and dark fruit in his mouth. When Nozak killed his two followers in seconds, the energy ball had already smashed towards the opponent's position. The light of darkness and vibration instantly took away the light of the rising sun. And the accumulated energy of the vibration fruit produced the resonance ability of the broken world. And when the resonance ability was triggered, it formed an energy collision together with a black hole formed by the dark water. Under the collision of two completely different energies, even Nozak's body began to collapse, suffering heavy blows one after another. Nozak also wanted to retreat. His figure quickly retreated and dragged his broken body to leave here. Just as Mu Bai was about to chase, he saw the figures of 6 demon incarnations and 8 emperors appearing in the void at the same time. The bodies of 5 of the 6 demon incarnations were dissolving with the passage of time, while the 8 emperors on the human side were not injured at all. There is no doubt that the overall situation has been decided. The demon clan has already lost in terms of top combat power. But what is strange is that the 8 emperors dare not move at this moment, as if there is a nail suspended above their heads. Just when everyone was puzzled, the void collapsed, and the 6 demon incarnations all disappeared. Then the demon soldiers and demon generals on the entire battlefield also turned into an energy storm and merged into one place, accompanied by the miserable roar of H, L, and the burning of thunder and fire. An arm hundreds of meters long appeared from the dark and deep void passage. With a tearing sound, a head appeared and looked down at humans. Through the translucent space barrier, everyone can vaguely see the whole body of this behemoth. That is, the true body of the 9th level demon, King Azura, based on the 6 incarnations of the demons. After integrating all the demons on the battlefield, the real terror has truly descended upon this world. Through the gradually fading space barrier, everyone can clearly see the world behind each other. North of Mount Shumi, at the bottom of the sea water is suspended above his palace, and countless ring-shaped mountains flow around his palace. And these mountains are not made of sand and gravel, but densely packed and endlessly howling ghosts and evil spirits. The legendary Azura King will go to the sea on the 15th of every month to transform into a huge body in the sea. And the sea water only floods below his navel. His head is higher than the top of Mount Shumi, and his hands block the sun and the moon. The Sun and Moon Emperor saw his ugly appearance, was terrified, and dared not come out. So the world lost its light. At this moment, the real body appeared in the world, which is even more terrifying than the legend. The Azura King has many eyes and arms. When one arm is stretched in, the other arm has already tried to squeeze the whole body into the world along the broken space. But it is obvious that it is not so easy for him to enter here. The rule of the world will is not to allow the 9th level existence to enter. Even the powerful war god Azura King among the demons could not fight against the world rules, and countless forces were cutting his body. We must fight Azura King with all our strength. The 8 emperors launched an offensive the moment Azura King appeared. Various means of attack hit the head of Azura King, which was restricted by the world's will. But the strange thing is that when the opponent's body is infinitely weakened, the world's will and the fierce attacks of the emperors can be restored to their original state in an instant. Even the strength suppressed by the world's will is recovering rapidly. The 9th level gods exist in the past, in the present, and in the future. If the opponent is killed at this moment, he will be resurrected at some point in the past. The man with a mellow voice in the emperor's throne said lightly. And no matter how powerful the attack of the emperor fell on the body of the gods, it would not cause any harm. With the help of the 6 demon incarnations, they forcibly created a space tunnel, so as to slowly bring the real body of the demon into the entire human world. This is their purpose, not for a mere Ming Sheng. What the other party wants is all the material in the whole world. Mu Bai and the others did not dare to stay here any longer, because the time and space turbulence here was enough to tear the king into pieces. And as time went by, the Azura King seemed to be waking up. The purple and turbid eyes on the majestic head, like a statue, were slowly opening. The blue-gray arm in the void suddenly pressed down. The powerful force directly caused the figures of the 8 emperors to fly backwards. The whole world was caught in energy entanglement. After hard work, The huge body of the Azura King could resist the scouring of the world's will, and let the upper body enter this new world. And the 6 eyes opened at this time. The time of the entire space was frozen at this moment. And only the Azura King ignored the operation of time, and wanted to pull out the lower body. As long as he continued to assimilate the entire world with his power, he could easily break the space barrier, and let all the creatures in the Azura world enter this space. As for these human emperors, he did not take them into consideration at all. If they had not forcibly crossed the worlds of the heavens, these humans would not even be the most humble ants in front of him. Ignoring time, ignoring my space, and forever unable to be killed. King Azura heard the sound of a giant drum in a trance. And the sound was getting closer and brighter. This sound made the originally frozen time flow again, and strengthened the will of the world that was originally suppressed in the opposite direction. For the first time, the godlike King Azura looked into the distance. And there was an incredible force coming towards him between heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of people on the battlefield were stunned. With Mubai's eyesight, of course, he could see clearly who was coming. Wu family. Wu Pokong. The old man did not have the support of his son, but lights appeared all over his body, and his face, which had been burned old, became younger at this moment. After a few steps, he had changed from that old and frail appearance to a young man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes. And his originally hunched body also became straight at this moment. Smoke and clouds wrapped around his body, and the cloud-like mist spread. His black hair turned into burning flames, and the originally gray cloth turned into white armor after being soaked in the flames. And his eyebrows and hair turned white without any color in a short time. The heavy drum sound was erupting from the opponent's body. But at this moment, this drum sound was constantly shrinking, continuously shrinking. When the drum sound disappeared, Wu Pokong's aura had surpassed the Emperor's throne. Compared with the puzzlement of others, Mu Bai was more shocked. The fruit he had been paying attention to was actually on this old man. And the other party actually opened the fruit awakening. Human-to-human fruit. Fantasy beast species. Nika form. The erosion of time has made me understand more things. My shabby body has run out of oil. But when the drum sounded again, I understood the child's choice. Wu Pokong, who had completed a complete transformation, had now transformed into the form of the sun god. His exhausted body reached its peak state under the drive of the fruit power. The arms of the Azura King crossed the void, and the palms, like a mountain, came with pressure. There is no need to explain the power because even the will of the world has been exhausted at this moment. This is a blow that is infinitely close to the 9th level state. King Azura, it's time for you to go home. The white divine flames flowed, and Wu Pokong's body of the sun god was infinitely lifted up. The rubber-like swollen body instantly turned into a flame giant of the same size as the opponent. The blue-gray palm came with endless death pressure. The mountain fist that swelled like a balloon hit head-on. The whole space was cracked continuously. Under this force, even the 8 emperors retreated, and Sun Yu and others were overturned by the turbulent flow of the void. Even Mu Bai felt a splitting headache, with hundreds of indescribable collisions. The originally broken channel was actually being reinforced. The angry King Ashura was slowly suppressed by the will of the world in terms of strength. Wu Pokong, who had a variety of attack methods, was able to completely suppress the opponent at this time. Although he could not cause substantial damage to him, King Ashura's world had begun to be in chaos. The palace collapsed, and the boundary between the earth and the sky was particularly blurred for the first time. The creatures in King Ashura's world were dying one after another under such energy fluctuations. Azura King, unable to bear such a price, finally chose to leave. When the other party's figure disappeared into the void, Wu Pokong could no longer maintain the form of Nika Sun God. He fell directly into a deep pit on the surface. Old Wu. When the 8 emperors came to his side, Wu Pokong's aura quickly declined. And at the same time, he muttered a few words. Let Mu Bai come. Wu Pokong awakened the power of the Nika fruit in his old age. But his body had been scarred by countless battles. The injuries caused by countless energies were like a net that blocked any hope of healing. He got this fruit by chance in the demon tree world when he was young. And now it seems that it was destined. He was originally ready to enjoy his old age. But the long silent Nika fruit of the mythical beast species once again made the familiar drum sound. And the source of this drum sound is here. This child has made a choice. When Mu Bai arrived in an instant, Wu Pokong's vitality had been exhausted. He trembled and grabbed Mu Bai's hands and pressed them against his chest. His turbid eyes were full of desire for hope. Mu Bai, take it. With your fruit. Ability. Use the dark fruit. Wu Pokong. whose breath was gradually weakening, said anxiously. Mubai looked at the other party's eyes that had seen through him for a second. Then the dark water in his hand spun. Since the other party knew the secret of the dark fruit, he did not hide it. Although he did not know why the other party was so eager to give him the fruit. But the voice in his heart was still urging him. When Mubai's hand wrapped in dark water reached into the other party's chest, he slowly took out the purple vortex-shaped fruit. Wu Pokong, who lost the support of the fruit's power, finally smiled. He said the last words to Mubai at the last moment of his life. It was this, child, who chose you. After saying that, his pupils gradually dissipated, and his decayed body shattered into ashes with the breeze. Wu Kun, who came over, saw all this and fell to the ground and immersed in extreme grief. The 8 emperors watched this scene without saying a word, forcibly forcing back the 9th level demon Azura King at the cost of the last life of the 8th level emperor. This kind of thing is probably no one in the world can do. Mubai, holding the Nika fruit in his hand, felt that the other party was as heavy as Mount Tai. Just as everyone was mourning for the old man, a crack across the void suddenly appeared. The 8 emperors suddenly felt bad and attacked together. But the hurricane that roared past in an instant directly suppressed the 8 emperors to the ground. And it was Jiang Yen, who had already stepped into the semi-god realm, that appeared from the crack in the void. Jiang Yen landed from the air with a head in each hand. And the emperors saw it, and their eyes were about to burst, because they were very familiar with the owners of the 2 heads. The one on the left was the Xia country's opener, the emperor's Peking immortal soldier, and the owner of the head on the right was Wan Linhua, the director of the supervision department. The strength of these 2 people is ranked in the top 10 even in the world. But how could it be? You are Jiang Yen. An old emperor obviously recognized the face of this young man, who looked like a god and devil, which was exactly the same as Jiang Yen when he was young. Wang Xianding is indeed worthy of his reputation. He and the director of the supervisory department were able to deal with me for 2 days. He is indeed a pillar of the Xia kingdom. It's a pity that he is still too weak. Jiang Yen, who came from the god's capital, said with a slightly regretful tone, and at the same time saw what happened here in the past, including the scene of Wu Pokong transforming into the form of the sun god and fighting with the Azura king. The evil dragon following behind him noticed something strange. According to common sense, Jiang Yen, who has entered the realm of demigod, should first destroy the administrative center of Xia state. Shindu, why did he come to the territory of Ming province first? He also felt a little wary in his heart. Jiang Yen, are you crazy? You actually teamed up with the extraterritorial demons to kill the emperor of Xia state. You old man. The old emperor stood up in the hurricane with difficulty, as if he wanted to fight back against Jiang Yen. But the hurricane blew his flesh and blood apart. In an instant, Jiang Yen waved his hand and wiped it out. Noisy. I killed you in the past and now. And you, as the emperor, can't stop it. Time is just a toy in front of me. After saying that, he looked at Mubai, the little guy who killed his grandson Jiang Bumming with his own hands. Mubai, who had been listening to the conversation between the 2 sides, stood there blankly as if the pause button was pressed. It was not that he didn't want to escape, but that the strange wind made all the artifacts on his body unusable. At the same time, his whole body seemed to be slowly stiffening. If it weren't for the protection of Jojo Ding, he would have become a pile of bones. Jiang Yen felt very strange when he came to Mubai, because he couldn't see the other party's past, present and future clearly in his divine eyes. This means that he couldn't see the other party's past experience. Interesting. He waved his hand, and the Nika fruit in Mubai's hand appeared in his hand. The alarm bells in his heart rang. The crisis of death was coming. At this moment, Mubai was still frantically controlling the Holy Demon Palace in his consciousness, trying to avoid Jiang Yen by activating the 2nd floor of the Holy Demon Palace to make a space jump. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his fingers at all, and he couldn't actually connect with the artifact. Jiang Yen spun the Nika fruit around and swallowed it with interest. The rule power that the 2 fruits could not coexist instantly tore his body apart. But soon his body recovered very quickly, and as time went by, the stability of the body became higher, and this rule-like tearing feeling was transferred to his past body. Through the long river of time, we can see that at some point in the past, Jiang Yen died after eating the natural hurricane fruit and the Nika fruit. As time passed, the power of the 2 fruits was suppressed by Jiang Yan's demigod body. Just as he was about to use the power of the Nika fruit, the power of the Nika fruit he had originally obtained disappeared in his body, like a clock running backwards. Mu Bai, whose body was stiff, found that the Nika fruit that had been swallowed appeared inexplicably in his hand. It's not that you chose the fruit, but that the fruit chose you. When Jiang Yan, who was extremely surprised, was about to kill Mu Bai, his body could move under the power of the Jiuzhou Ding fragment. Since the artifact cannot be used, Mu Bai has only one choice. That is the skeleton token leading to the skeleton world. The only pass he obtained in the Shura Tower. I saw it. You must not leave. Jiang Yan's golden eyes seemed to glimpse the future scene, and he suppressed it with one hand. The 3 fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding automatically protected the master. But when the divine power that penetrated the heaven and earth descended, the 3 fragments instantly lost their halos and returned to Mu Bai's soul in a dim state. Mu Bai took out the skeleton token and took out the Shinto sword and the inheritance jade seal in order to buy time. The 2 human artifacts wanted to stop Jiang Yan, and the skeleton token in his hand was turning into powder. The Cold Skull passage appeared behind him. Jiang Yan's divine power instantly broke the Shinto sword and crushed the inheritance jade seal. Just when the golden hand was about to penetrate Mu Bai's body, the other party disappeared and was attracted into the skull space. If you can't see the future clearly, it is destined to be full of variables. Jiang Yan looked at the skeleton space passage that was close at hand but didn't enter. With his level, he knew he couldn't pass it when he touched the edge of the passage. Mu Bai was undoubtedly a variable. Jiang Yan had no time to care about him at the moment. The God City had fallen. His next target was the nearest Yuan province and Sichuan province. Then he pointed his sword at Shihuang province and Donghai province. And finally became the world hegemon with Xia Kingdom as the starting point. Become the only true god in the world. As for the extraterritorial demon organization, Jiang Yan turned his head and waved his arm. Countless energy turbulences tied all these people together. The remaining 7 emperors, and Shenwuk Xianyuan Buer, and others were all captured by him. These people can't be killed indiscriminately. In order to continue to improve their realm in the future, they are very good as blood food. Hundreds of thousands of ghost soldiers can make him the master of destiny, become a demigod. Then, wouldn't it be just around the corner to make an unprecedented sacrifice and become a complete god? The evil dragon said with a grim look, Jiang Yan, don't forget your promise. Hand over the entire northern part of Xia Kingdom to me. The outer demon, the evil dragon, who has the handle of the opponent's flaws, is fearless. He can make the opponent a false god or make him lose everything. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yan, who couldn't stop laughing, went through the long river of time and knew the past of the evil dragon. He clearly saw the opponent's plan and the methods and measures to punish him. Create God. Suppress God. Finally, carry out the plan to destroy God. In front of Jiang Yan, who can know the opponent's past. The evil dragon has no secrets. After obtaining the 10,000 souls banner and the opponent's operating methods, Jiang Yan pointed at the evil dragon. In an instant, the world lost its color, and the evil dragon, who had a premonition of something bad, instantly transformed into a blue dragon. This is the blue dragon form of the fantasy beast fish fruit. How dare you? I am under the protection of the real bodies of the demons. And you dare to touch me? Behind the majestic blue dragon, a series of majestic and spectacular demon phantoms appeared behind him. Two-Faced Buddha, Burning Heaven, King Ashura, Sad Taoist, Mother of No Life, Blood God Son. One after another terrifying phantoms looked at Jiang Yan at the same time behind him. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Xia Long suddenly thought of a shocking fact. That is, from the perspective of a chess player, it seems that the demigod Jiang Yan is more suitable as a chess piece. As soon as this thought came out, he immediately figured out a lot of things. And even the steps given to him by these demons made him point all the answers to one result. You thought of it, Jiang Yan said softly with a smile on his face. And with a single hand, he crushed Xia Long's body with a strong pressure, and wiped out the opponent's past body. The powerful throne was like an ant in Jiang Yan's hands at this moment. Before his death, Xia Long figured out one thing, that humans can never break through to the gods. And Jiang Yan can do it. Which means that the opponent is not a human being, but a demon. When he has a more reliable chess piece, he, a human believer, will of course be ruthlessly abandoned. The shadows of the demons disappeared one by one, and the era of Jiang Yan was coming. In another space, Mu Bai was trapped in this snowstorm, which contained a power similar to the rules that chilled his whole body to the bone. At this moment, the 3 pieces of the Jiuzhou Ding fragments in Mu Bai's soul were dim. as if they were severely damaged by Jiang Yan's power. The Shinto sword was broken, and the inheritance jade seal was crushed. Mu Bai did not regret the disappearance of these two artifacts at all, because it was these two artifacts that helped him delay until the skeleton token was opened. The bitter winter wind scraped through his body like an ice knife. And anger, fear, despair. These emotions poured into Mu Bai's brain like a curse. This world is completely different from the human world or most worlds. This is a world that the living cannot adapt to, and it is a paradise for the dead. Just as Mu Bai was struggling hard, a large number of white dragons flapped their wings over the mountains in the distance. They smelled the delicious human souls, which was absolutely impossible to appear in the skeleton world. These white dragons approached Mu Bai and found that they were all frost dragons. Unlike the projection of the frost dragon in the Shura Tower, these were all terrifying existences that had stepped into the 7th level. When they surrounded him, Mu Bai gritted his teeth and punched the surrounding void with both fists. Squeak! Accompanied by the sound of an avalanche and the sound of space shattering. These frost dragons flew into the sky, seeming to be somewhat surprised at how this human could trigger an avalanche. After performing a shock attack, Mu Bai felt that his physical strength had been exhausted. The law of this world seemed to be that the living who entered could not survive when the physical strength was exhausted. The next thing to be consumed was the essence and blood. With no way to break the situation, Mu Bai took out the potions he had won in the previous lottery. Life potions and physical potions. These originally inconspicuous things became treasures that delayed Mu Bai's life at this moment. It seemed that he felt Mu Bai's physical condition. The Nika fruit in his hand slowly melted under this situation and finally merged into his skin. Ding dong. Warning! Warning! The body began to collapse. The body began to collapse. Not good. Mu Bai realized that the Nika fruit had actually merged into his body through his skin. He had no place for the fruit, and swallowing the Nika fruit at this moment was tantamount to seeking his own death. Just when he was about to collapse, the system's prompt sound rang again, and the avalanche triggered from the top of the mountain also began to roar. Ding dong. Brand new power is merging into the body. Ding dong. The body's energy level is decreasing. The fruit power is being neutralized. Stabilizing. Please wait. To Mu Bai's surprise, this Nika fruit did not conflict with other fruits, but instead allowed the various fruit powers in the body to merge together. As Mu Bai's experience value continued to increase with this fusion, when the experience value reached its peak, there was a crackling sound under his feet. Then dense thunder fell. None of the frost dragons in the sky dared to approach this thunder grid composed of electric currents. The snow melted, and the avalanche that was rushing on also evaporated in the high-temperature thunder. This is composed of the thunder fruit. Thunder field. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for entering the 7th level king. It is incredible that he awakened his domain ability just after entering the 7th level of Heavenly King. You should know that many people who have stayed in the Heavenly King level for decades may not be able to open the domain power. Mu Bai used the power of the thunder domain to suppress the original rule power of this world and make it a certain balance. Although his physical strength is still rapidly consumed, he can achieve a balance of income and expenditure with his life return and super life ability. After entering the 7th level of Heavenly King, a huge amount of energy poured into Mu Bai's body, making his combat power soar. At the same time, the invisible chain that bound the domineering color of the king was completely broken. The system opens the personal panel. Name, Mu Bai level 7/EXP, 3/100000. Constitution, 8550. Blessed by the 10-ring purple gold bone, armament hockey, 401800/500000. Grandmaster, observation hockey, 905109/25000000. Grandmaster, special. Enables the function of temporarily predicting the future. Mind perception. Hero hockey, 20105. Third stage spirit domination, including the bonus of the golden lion ring, Kendo, 400/25000000. Grandmaster, 6 styles, 50/25000000. Grandmaster, devil fruit, tremor fruit, awakened, thunder fruit, 97%. Fish fruit black dragon form, 61%. Dark fruit awakened? Fruit, awakening degree? What the L is this devil fruit with all question marks at the end? Could it be the Nika fruit that had just automatically merged into his body? But Mu Bai seemed to be completely unable to sense the emergence of a Nika fruit-like ability in his body at this moment. Putting aside this confusion, Mubai looked at other panel attributes. The Overlord Haki completely broke through the second stage and reached the stage of Overlord Haki Entanglement. And the physical strength also reached a terrifying value of 8,000 points. As for the swordsmanship and 6 styles, they also broke through to the Grandmaster level at the same time. Although the awakening progress of the Thunder Fruit was slower and slower, it also reached 97%. Mubai, who was covered by thunder, looked at the 7th level frost dragons hovering around him. He sensed a lot of dead spirits in these undead creatures. The entire skeleton space is a cemetery for the living. Mubai now seriously suspected that the original parents, who entered this space, were dead. After all, even his current strong vitality could not resist the absorption of the rules of this world. The storage space was opened, and the white bones and black dukes were released. One of them was originally a pale skeleton of the dead, and the other was a creature of Yin attribute formed by the gathering of ghosts. So they were as comfortable here as Zhongsan in prison. A feng shui treasure land. He. The white bones, who laughed strangely, were full of energy, because Mubai had broken through to the 7th level of the king. So his strength also reached the level of the 7th level of the king. The warrior dressed Heiju had a big change in appearance. After entering the 7th level of the king, his whole body underwent incredible changes. When Mubai released the other party, the original human form of the other party seemed to be unable to maintain at all. In an instant, the original human body turned into a scene similar to a skeleton, like the final form of the slippery ghost in the comic book Gantz in Mubai's previous life. The nearly 3-meter-tall body was full of skinny muscles. There was a scarlet light in his dark eyes, and the other party's body was covered with sparse bone spurs. The difference was that the original black knife on his waist was gone, replaced by a pale white long sword made of bones. Heiju, how did you become like this? Why did the other party become more like a skeleton than Bai Gugu? Heiju was so confused that he couldn't speak normal language. Bai Gugu touched the other party and said to Mubai shyly, "Master, it seems that I made this guy change in some way. It should be that he changed from a ghost race to a dead spirit race. Good guy. You have to kneel down and kowtow to see you after the sex change operation. You have directly changed your race." Looking at Heiju's expression, that I have become stronger and uglier. Mubai was simply laughing and crying. The frost dragons flying in the blizzard all let out a long cry after finding that they could not easily enter the thunder field. And amid the roars of hundreds of frost dragons, all the nearby mountains collapsed. On the mountains, a huge monster with a body of tens of thousands of meters is awakening. With its awakening, the undead creatures hidden deep under this frozen world are also awakening one by one. Countless undead skeletons stand up in the snow and roar. Looking at the whole world, it is full of undead. Even Mubai, who is used to big scenes, was shocked at this moment, especially when the tens of thousands of meters long creature flapped its wings. The roaring explosion made the whole world shake. Mubai, who was very close, couldn't see the whole picture of the other party with his naked eyes, and could only use his observation haki to see the whole body of this big guy. That was a frost dragon magnified countless times. Warning! Warning! The demigod creature Frost Dragon King was found. Warning, warning! The demigod creature was found. Demigod? As the Frost Dragon King opened his soul flame, the temperature of the whole world was rapidly decreasing. Mubai, who had excellent eyesight, saw the deep pit that appeared under the other party's feet after he stood up. There seemed to be other energy flowing there. Now that Mubai was trapped here, he naturally hoped to return to the human world and find a way to kill Jiang Yin. But he really had no way to get out of this skeleton space. Since he felt the energy fluctuations in the deep pit, he would go in and take a look. Maybe there was a way out. A large number of undead skeletons were fighting towards him. The only living person. That was their instinct. Their natural disgust for the living. The undead waves that rushed in like waves were so spectacular that they could not be imagined. But Mubai did not want to experience swimming in the sea of skeletons himself. He wanted to smash all the skeletons that blocked him. Mubai, whose eyes burst out with dark golden light, burst out with unimaginable spirit from the depths of his heart. This spirit was so strong that it even distorted the surrounding void. The black and purple domineering aura of the Overlord made Mubai condense the dark flowing momentum in his hands, like a king who dominated the world. He punched out with both fists. The energy wave that pierced the sky swept across the heaven and earth. The domineering color was entangled. The sky was opened. The originally densely packed sea of skeletons was actually smashed into a cylindrical space with no end in sight by this punch. The unshakable skeleton wave was forced back by the monstrous domineering aura of the Overlord. Mu Bai, with his hands wrapped around him, was covered in thunder. Countless thunders followed his domain to punish these undead skeletons with OK. The 7th level Frost Dragon, with a higher IQ, had already moved away. In their eyes, the breath of human life must be eliminated. But it is more dangerous to stay here at this moment. The thunder with the power of thunder and fire itself is more restrained against the creatures of the undead system. At this moment, Mu Bai condensed the void lightning gun with his hands and carried out a ruthless slaughter of hundreds of millions of skeletons. In addition to the undead skeletons, there are also some powerful undead liches in the waves of skeletons. These liches condense the necromancy spells to bombard Mu Bai. It's just a pity that although the necromancy spells in their hands have terrifying curse power, they happen to encounter Mu Bai, a freak with rule immunity skills. So when these necromancy magic attacks fell on Mu Bai, he completely ignored them. Dead warriors, undead demons, skeleton warriors, all kinds of powerful undead creatures rushed out of the sea of skeletons, like a huge wave washing away the sand. They tried their best to break their bodies, and also blocked Mu Bai from approaching the giant pit under the Frost Dragon King. Bai Gu Gu and Hei Ju holding a bone knife followed Mu Bai in the tide of skeletons. Hot magma gushed out. Bai Gu Gu, who controlled the magma, was particularly cruel to these creatures of the same race. And the boiling magma spread. The whole ground became the grave of the undead skeletons. The high-temperature magma melted their bones. And the awakened skeletons in the land below turned directly into braised bone sticks after waking up. Although Hei Ju holding a bone knife had a big change in appearance. His strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did he have a powerful cutting ability in his blade slash, even every slide of the bone spurs on his body could trigger the powerful cutting ability of the cutting fruit. Even if he was heavily entangled and surrounded by the undead, he could break out of the siege in an instant through the power of cutting. The three of them rushed forward towards the deep pit. At this moment, the Frost Dragon King seemed to have just awakened. So its entire huge body was suspended there, as if it was still. It could only be judged from the soul fire still burning in the dragon head that it was still awake. Near the position of the Dragon King, a large number of skeleton warriors riding undead bats stayed there. And each of them was at the peak of level 6. Sensing that the living were constantly approaching here, the soul fire rose in their rotten heads. It seemed to be from instinct. And they flew from the sky like a dark cloud in large numbers. Following them were the fewer but more powerful undead generals. The shabby cloaks of these scattered undead generals were blown by the wind. And the worn and heavy giant rune swords were their weapons. When Mu Bai sensed the arrival of these more powerful undead creatures, his right arm veins bulged without hesitation. Layers of superimposed vibration ball covers covered his palms. After accumulating a tremendous shock force, Mu Bai fiercely bombarded the skeleton warriors just before they approached. Squeak! 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 When the fist hit, the entire void suddenly broke. The shock force of the mountains and seas, accompanied by the continuous creaking sound of shattering, spread around the skeleton space. The continuous and dense vibration power suddenly exploded. The skeleton warriors in the space in front of him, including all other undead, were all pulverized into white tiny particles by the space fragmentation caused by the vibration fruit. The entire wave of undead creatures was dispersed by the white shock wave and vibration like a receding tide. Only a few undead generals survived Mu Bai's first round of vibration offensive. Some battle robes disappeared, and some old swords were cracked by the vibration. Mu Bai looked at these undead generals rushing over, and didn't deal with them one by one. But the dark power in his hands flowed. The terrifying dark water condensed into a black hole that pulled energy. Under Mu Bai's intentional condensation, hundreds of black hole origins were created in the huge black turbulence that was rotating and rising behind him. Then Mu Bai waved his hand. These collapsed controllable black holes bombarded the undead generals, who had just stood up like raindrops. Under the powerful attraction, the originally indestructible bright white bone body was also collapsing. Before they could struggle, a new round of thunder field surged and attacked. The entire skeleton space suddenly became a paradise of blue electric current. When opening the thunder domain, Mu Bai also discovered something very interesting. That is, after he opened the domain, not only did the power of thunder receive an epic enhancement, and the originally consumed thunder current would automatically flow back to the thunder domain when it dispersed. In this case, Mu Bai can output thunder offensives for a long time and efficiently. And any siege below level 7 in the future will become a joke in front of him. When Mu Bai and the other two had already arrived at the belly of the Frost Dragon King, They were only one step away from the deep pit passage. The undead who originally wanted to kill them seemed to feel a stronger danger, and hesitantly stood in the distance, and stared at the three of them quietly. This scene was somewhat weird, with billions of undead skeletons staring at you quietly without making any sound. Just like a horror movie. Mubai frowned slightly. At this moment, the artifact Holy Demon Temple in his soul was still unusable, and he could not leave this skeleton world through the Holy Demon Temple. Now he could only go deep into the pit to take a look. Thinking of this, Mubai turned into thunder and entered the pitch-black deep pit. When he went deeper into the pit, the fluctuation of the soul flame of the Frost Dragon King slightly increased, but it still stayed there like a dead object, as if playing a motionless game. When Mubai went deeper into the pit, he found something even more bizarre. The deeper he went into the dark pit, the weaker the fruit power on his body would be. When he followed the red light to the bottom of the deep pit, he found that it was a transmission channel, and there were many powerful creatures around the channel that had not yet decayed. Looking at this space channel that he didn't know where it led to, Mubai was silent for a moment, and then put the white bone and the black duke into the storage space. When he hesitated, the drum in his heart sounded. That was the power of the fantasy beast Nika fruit. Is the devil fruit a dead thing or a living thing? I'm afraid no one can give an accurate answer. But at this moment, the drum sound bursting from the soul in the body makes Mubai feel that the Nika fruit is completely different from other devil fruits. It seems to have its own consciousness. The steady drum sound gradually slowed down Mubai's emotions, and the voice in his heart told him that there was no danger ahead. The system screens my body's spirit, soul and body to see if there is a second life form. Even though the voice in his heart was very gentle and harmless, the cautious Mubai still wanted to borrow the powerful ability of the system to screen the body. Ding dong. Screening. Everything is normal. You must know that to a certain extent. The system that can give rule skills has a higher level of authority than the world consciousness and world rules. So Mubai was relieved after getting the affirmation of the system. He jumped, entered the transmission space where energy surged. At this moment, Mubai felt that he had entered a vast world. A world full of coldness and death. And there was no hope in the oppressive atmosphere. When Mubai opened his eyes, he was very familiar with the giant creature in front of him. This was the last evil ghost in Shura Tower that turned from a statue into a creature. The other party crawled at his feet, like a minister meeting the king. In the cold hall, several strong men of different shapes knelt down under his throne. At this moment, Mubai found that his body could not move, and even his perspective could not move. The cold spirit of the dead flowed out of his body and connected with the whole world. As his body walked down from the throne, countless resentments condensed in the void. The bronze door of the palace opened with a bang. In the world full of bones, the huge body of the Frost Dragon Emperor bowed to this side. It was like bowing to the great creator. In the pale world, countless undead ignited their soul flames from the chaotic blood soil. When Mubai's body walked out of the bronze hall, what came into view was endless soul flames. These cold lights were the last colors of this world. These undead souls crawled under the palace and enthusiastically shouted the name that symbolized the origin of death. Even if the soul flame was about to go out, they could not stop. This familiar feeling. Mubai had seen this cold palace and this pale world at a certain moment. Those dead called him the Master of Darkness, the Master of the Undead, the mortal enemy of the gods, and the greatest immortal king, the 9th-level god skeleton king. At this moment, Mubai realized that he was actually looking down at the entire desolate bone world from the perspective of the skeleton king. The skeleton king who accepted this great praise was naturally an undead. Mubai could not see his face, but his skinny and cracked body could prove it. I have been observing you since you came to this world, the skeleton king whispered slowly. Mubai didn't know who he was talking to at the moment. He wanted to break free from this shackle, but had no way to do it. It seemed that his soul was in perfect harmony with this body, and no matter how he called out to the system bound to his soul, it was powerless. This situation had never happened before. Don't you see? This familiar world. Mubai looked down in the powerful voice. Even though all the buildings around him were destroyed, the soul fluctuations of these undead always gave him a familiar feeling. When he completely entered the perspective of the skeleton king, the whole world did not stop at this moment. Time, space, and any existence had no meaning. The whole world presented in front of him was not the normal change of time, but an appearance that ignored the rules of time. The destroyed buildings were restored and turned into mud and sand materials again in the hands of craftsmen. The undead burning with soul flames turned from skeletons to living people. And then from old people to babies in swaddling clothes. And finally died in the cradle of their mother's life. The whole world went from ruin to prosperity. And then from prosperity to ruin. Time could not stop it. And space could not stop it. But the Skeleton King could. He froze the time of all things in the world at the same starting point, allowing the dead to be resurrected, the living skeletons to die, and the warm sun to move back to where it should be. Mubai saw it. This world is not the world of the dead, but the world he originally lived in. And the time frozen by the Skeleton King is exactly how Jian Yin ruled the whole world. Countless ancient civilizations were destroyed by the power of demigods. And Mubai, who was supposed to be in the skeleton world, was also frozen on the cross of Ming province. Duanxia died. Li Piao died. Xian Yuan Buer died. The king of Donghai died. All those who had contact with Mubai died. Jian Yin, who finally devoured all living things, did not enter the 9th level god he dreamed of. Instead, he fell into madness and turned the whole world into a new world shrouded in death. After 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, Mubai, as a dead soul, reawakened, and the growth system that had disappeared because of his death and soul annihilation started again. Ding dong. Retest. The test is normal. You can sign in daily. You can. After becoming a dead soul, Mubai walked in this world like a zombie. In countless epochs, he did not have any thoughts except signing in. It was not until the sun's rays finally disappeared that the walking dead Mubai had more memories. He opened all his memories only after he became a 9th level god, with the help of the breath of the dead around the world. His name is Mubai, and he is a human, because he became a god by relying on death. He could not leave this world. After becoming a god, he was not free, but fell into endless grief and pain. The 9th level god transcends the past, present, and future, and even he himself cannot destroy himself. He cannot bear this lonely pain. Mubai, who is in the body of the Skeleton King, seems to be able to feel the extreme pain that transcends human emotions. Where are the parents of this body? Mubai asked in a deep voice. Still unbelieving. Mubai has noticed a lot of things from the other party's memory. First of all, the timeline of this world is different from the timeline of his own world. In this world of his, he entered the world of bones, while Mubai in the other world was killed by Jian Yin during the defense of Ming province. Mubai, when you stepped into the skeleton space, the timeline of this world was already unpredictable. You embarked on another path. And I no longer need to exist. The past will not exist. And the present will not exist. There is only the unknown on the road to the future. When the low voice slowly dissipated, the whole world began to collapse. And Mubai saw billions of different past lives in a trance, all of which were killed by Jian Yin. And only his future was blocked by the fog. Standing on the ruins of Ming province, Jian Yin had just slaughtered all the people of the extraterritorial demon organization. Whether it was the 7th level heavenly king or the 8th level emperor throne, none of them could last around in his hands. You are crazy, Jian Yin. My extraterritorial demon organization will hunt you down endlessly. The high-level officials of the extraterritorial demon organization in the space sound transmission stone were furious. You must know that the evil dragon killed by Jian Yin was very important in the organization and held many secrets. Now that it was killed by Jian Yin, the entire extraterritorial demon organization fell into chaos. Interesting. Anyone who steps into my divine domain will accept my rule. As for your so-called extraterritorial demon organization, I will strangle it globally after I have dealt with Xia country. Wherever the hurricane returns to is his divine domain. When he came to this world as an agent, the so-called conversion faction of the extraterritorial demon organization no longer had any need to exist. Hunted by a demigod? Even if the entire high-level group entered the human world, they would not be able to do anything to Jian Yin now. This kind of immortal existence is only half a step away from the so-called gods. After crushing the space stone, Jian Yin looked at the millions of trembling humans, as if he was looking at delicious food. Above his head were Sun Yu and others, including 7 emperors, who were all trapped in the boundless wind prison, not to mention breaking free. Even the slightest movement could feel countless strong winds blowing through the body, and the serious ones were even cut in half by the hurricane. Even the evil god Wudozi, who claimed to be a higher creature, was stepped on by Jian Yin at this moment. Jian Yin felt that he needed a servant after becoming a god, and it would be just right if this servant was the evil god who appeared inexplicably. Unlucky. The evil god Wudozi, who was stepped on originally wanted to observe Mu Bai. But Jiang Yan, who had a tactful eye, discovered him. No matter how he used the multi-fruit ability, he could not break free at all. Today, I will devour 1,000,000 people. If I fail to break through this last level barrier, I will devour 10 million people next time. Or 100 million people. Such terrifying words came out of his mouth as easily as drinking water. When the level of creatures was too transcendent, he had already surpassed his own tribe. After stepping into the demigod realm, Jiang Yan completely lost his original humanity and replaced it with the arrogance of a god. Old man, don't let me find a chance to devour you. Otherwise, I will eat you alive. The chattering godly evil Wudozi roared angrily, and Jiang Yan waved his hand casually, and Wudozi under his feet floated in the sky like a kite. Countless wind blades cut through his body, and every energy attack made the body of godly evil Wudozi fall apart. But soon, he would be resurrected due to the immortality of godly evil. Let's start now. 10,000 soul banners fell from the void. More than 1,000,000 people were trapped, and each of the 10,000 souls banners was filled with countless evil spirits. Several of the brand new 10,000 souls banners were filled with the ghosts of the dead ghosts, and these ghosts were desperately trying to crawl out of the 10,000 souls banners. Crying and begging came one after another, and angry shouting and crazy hysteria mixed together to form this tragic audio. The child in his mother's arms couldn't stop crying when he saw these hideous ghosts. Jiang Yan, how many people did he kill? Xianyuan Buer looked at this scene in shock. It was obvious that the fate of these civilians would be very miserable. Shen Wuke was relieved. In his eyes, since Jiang Yan attacked the civilians first, it meant that the other party had no intention of attacking them. The warriors, for the time being. At least Lord Mu Bai was not caught by him. Luo Chunkong said with some relief. He had died once before, so it would not make any difference if he died again. A few tears flowed from his dark eyes. You don't think Mu Bai can come back to save you? The only way now is to unite the world's emperors to have a chance to kill Jiang Yan. As long as we are still alive, we still have a chance. Wang Zongxian frowned, waiting for the other top fighters of Xia country to come. The sacrifice of millions of people here is about to begin. And Mu Bai, who is far away in countless spaces, is also waking up. He is still in the world of skeletons at this moment. But the difference is that the original undead here have disappeared, including the Skeleton King. If the other party is telling the truth, then I will definitely find a way to defeat Jiang Yan now. Countless roads are dead ends. Only after he entered the skeleton space did the entire timeline enter the unknown, which means that Jiang Yan has a chance to defeat him. The Holy Demon Palace, which was originally uncontrollable while thinking hard, now emits a dazzling black light. Mu Bai took the lead in opening the temple road leading to the second floor of the Holy Demon Palace, where his body recondensed on the dark and cold throne. What is different from the past is that the bronze gate of the God Court is now opened with a bang. Outside is a countless wave of undead, and his condensed body is exactly the body of the Skeleton King. The undead in the skeleton world have been teleported to the Holy Demon Palace. Even the opponent's 9th level divine body can be controlled by him. This is probably the gift given to him by the other party. And it is also the key to breaking the deadlock. Covered by black mist, Mu Bai on the dark throne opened the third God Court meeting. Taoist Master Qingquan of the Extraterritorial Demon Organization, who was discussing with several other high-level officials, felt the call and hurriedly left the hall, disappearing from this world in the puzzled eyes of others. Unlike the previous two meetings, this time there were more people involved. The king of Donghai, who killed the incarnation of the demon in Donghai City, was shocked by the call from the stars. After dealing with the participating demons, he still did not resist the call. Duan Xia, who was fighting with the incarnation of the demon in the other dimension, also felt the call from the dark and disappeared before the other party launched an offensive. Only the incarnation of the demon was left with a confused face. He had no idea how this human strongman escaped. In this way, Mu Bai's summoning range covered the entire Xia kingdom. A total of 14 emperors in the entire Xia kingdom were summoned by Mu Bai. When the Star Hall was opened again, the faint light quickly rose from all around the hall, and the information of many located targets was all mastered by Mu Bai in his consciousness. Black mist spread out from his hands. Mu Bai's mental strength was enhanced to an incredible level in the body of the Skeleton King, and under the blessing of the Black Throne. The 15 people summoned entered this mysterious and unknown Star Hall like shooting stars. What kind of person is the King of the EC? After entering this strange hall, he found himself in another space. Looking up, a 1,000-foot high platform came into view. The stairs of this platform seemed endless, and the throne that dominated the entire void stood there, the thick black fog wrapped in it. And under the throne, shrouded in black fog, was a powerful and terrifying breath fluctuation. The emperor seated did not dare to breathe, because the power in this hall seemed to penetrate the heavens and the world. In the starry sky above his head, every minute and every second, it seemed that countless civilizations and planets were wandering on the edge of annihilation and rebirth. But no matter how the surrounding galaxies change, only the black fog on the throne always gathers and does not disperse. Like a big net covering the sky and the earth, knowing everything and being omnipotent. Under such a strong sense of oppression, everyone did not know whether the person on the throne was an enemy or a friend, and naturally did not dare to speak rashly, because you know that Jiang Yin was so powerful as a demigod. The mysterious figure hidden behind the black fog in front of him could only be more terrifying, because the one who can summon the throne from the other dimension into his space at will must be a 9th level god or higher, great, omniscient, and omnipotent. Any supreme creature that humans can imagine is just an ant in front of you. Your loyal servant Qian Kunzi greets you, Great Black Emperor. Qian Kun Immortal is different from others. He naturally knows the monstrous means of this Black Emperor, he said respectfully before the other party opened his mouth. These words made the other throne shudder. Duan Xia, who is cautious in dealing with things, couldn't hold it back, because he saw countless powerful and immortal beings becoming part of the steps along the 10,000 footsteps, among which there were many remains of top-level demons. It is hard to imagine how many beings that can destroy a world this being on the throne has killed. Black Emperor, with a profound knowledge of the King of the EC, he couldn't think of anything related to the word Black Emperor. Just as he was spinning his brain at a high speed, the whisper that pierced the sky was like an ancient evil god whispering in his ear. You all have a destiny with me, but you also have no destiny. Mu Bai's words made the King of the EC and others puzzled. But the immortal Qian Kun, who knew that the other party could see the future, felt like he was falling into the abyss. The destiny is because he can see the face of this person here. But what does Lord Black Emperor mean by no destiny? It is impossible to meet him again in the future. One is that they will not be summoned again, and the other is, they will die in the future. This, senior, the destiny and no destiny you mentioned have nothing to do with us. If you let us return to our own world, I will definitely be very grateful. An emperor, with a complicated expression, broke the deadlock and spoke first. He didn't know the other party's intentions, so he was eager to leave here. Xia country, or the entire blue star will be turned into dust at some point in the near future, and your return is just a breath before death. After that, Mu Bai controlled his current skeleton body to condense the scene of the annihilation of the whole world in the void. When he saw it, the starry sky suddenly disappeared, replaced by the unextinguishable flames and the shattered mountains, rivers and land. Jiang Yin, who was already infinitely close to being a god, stood at the highest point of the entire Xia kingdom, constantly sacrificing humans, and in the end even exterminated all the creatures in the world. The 15 people present were all shocked by such a doomsday scene. Please save me, senior. Qian Kunzi, who wanted to kneel on the ground, was stopped because he could not stand up from his seat. He found the scene of his own death through the future picture just shown. This frightened him. Not only him, but also the King of the EC and Duan Xia saw the destruction of the world, and the process of being killed by Jiang Yin from the future picture shown by the other party. The two of them patiently deduced that the result was not much different from the future picture. In the future picture, they were defeated one by Jiang Yin even though they had played all their cards. Some died in the battle, while others were sacrificed by the 10,000 souls banner. In the end, the crazy Jiang Yin actually summoned the incarnation of the heavenly demon to devour them unto the death of all creatures in the world. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Without humans, the blue planet could no longer attract other heavenly demons. In the end, Jiang Yin gradually disappeared along with the barren planet. You are also from this world, right? Ask Lord Black Emperor for help. No one except him can interfere with the survival of the entire blue planet. Qian Kunzi looked at the people wrapped in black fog and shouted hysterically. He must not die before his dream of becoming a god is fulfilled. As he spoke, Mu Bai could feel the brand new ability of praying flowing out of the other party's body and merging into the dark hall. Finally, it passed through the 10,000 feet of stairs and was transmitted into his body along the supreme throne. Mu Bai, who felt the increase in power, was overjoyed, and he also felt that the proportion of power amplified by the throne increased again. When the King of the EC and others heard this, they all bowed their heads in the direction of Mu Bai. I am willing to pay any price. I pray to Lord Black Emperor to kill Jiang Yin, the thief. With Qian Kunzi's leadership, the others naturally followed suit. If they knew that Qian Kunzi was actually the elder of the extraterritorial demon organization, they would probably be extremely surprised. The villain who wanted to destroy the Xia kingdom actually brought these decent people to pray for the strong to save the world. Life is like a play, and it all depends on acting. The endless power of prayer was input into Mu Bai's body. This is Mu Bai's purpose. Using the unique characteristics of the temple to absorb the power of prayer and project his own projection through the endless void to the blue planet. Relying on his body and the increase of the supreme throne, he will definitely be able to kill Jiang Yin. If there is no prayer power from the native creatures, the power of this temple will be almost nothing, and he will have no way to start. Compared with Mu Bai's thoughts, the thoughts of the King of the East Sea and others are simpler. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Now that this mysterious strong man has taken action, whether it succeeds or not, it is considered an attempt. Otherwise, even if they go back, the primary goal is how to kill Jiang Yin. After receiving the prayers of 15 people, the void above his head showed the scene of Ming province at the moment. Jiang Yin was using the 10,000 souls banner to try to sacrifice millions of people as his own nourishment. The throne of the Holy Demon Temple, the 9th level divine body of the Skeleton King, and the rule power of the 2nd level temple of the Holy Demon Temple. The three things are superimposed together to become a force that can cross the world of the heavens and affect the native land of Blue Star. But this kind of power needs a carrier, and no emperor on the entire planet can withstand the advent of this power. Only the immortal gods can bear it. Thinking of this, Mu Bai has made up his mind. But at this moment, he can't rush to succeed. Otherwise everyone present will inevitably doubt him. Just when Mu Bai decided to take action, many fragmented memory images appeared in the mind of the Skeleton King. And these images are clearer after combining Mu Bai's observation color domineering at this moment. After watching the future picture, Mu Bai fell into contemplation. He originally thought that if the trajectory of fate changed, he could reasonably erase Jiang Yin. Unexpectedly, if he took action, the entire Blue Star would face new challenges. But now he has no right to hesitate. Because if Jiang Yin is not solved now, then the entire Blue Star will become a dead star. Everything you ask for has a price. Mu Bai's voice, which was processed by the black mist, was extremely cold, and a short sentence made people feel bone-chilling cold. I am willing to pay with my life. Duan Xia, who spoke first, said in a deep voice that he would never reach the 9th level in his life. So it would be better for this broken body to stay here. Me too. The King of the East Sea, waving his robe, said softly, and the firm look in his eyes did not change at all. The future scene shown by the strong man, who called himself the Black Emperor, was very likely to be real. Xia country became a scorched earth, and he could not accept such a thing. Qian Kunzi, who was originally shouting the most, was speechless, because his purpose was to survive. If he died here, then even if Jiang Yin was eliminated, what would it have to do with him? As an elder of the extraterritorial demon organization, he simply admitted his defeat, changing the future direction of a world. This was something that could only be done in dreams or playing games in his previous life. But now it was neatly placed in front of him. Mu Bai glanced at everyone with a little melancholy. Then he said slowly, "The price is not that you must die, but that the entire planet you are on will eliminate the space barrier. All the other dimensional worlds with channels will be reshaped with your planet as the starting point. And the worlds will merge. Merge of the worlds." This is the picture that Mu Bai saw through the future. The human world without war will once again fall into the natural law of survival of the fittest. And the entire human race will also face new challenges. Knowing the seriousness of this issue, the King of the East Sea and Duan Xia were silent for a few seconds and said in unison, "Okay." Compared with Jiang Yan's ambition to sacrifice global creatures, such a challenge is simply not worth mentioning. Living through the present or living into the future is never a choice. Then let's start. After that, the black fog enveloped the entire hall, and the starry sky scene disappeared in the flickering, replaced by the transmission channel to the Blue Star. At the same time, Jiang Yin, who was standing in Ming province, had completely unfolded 10,000 soul banners. As long as he gave an order, countless soul-eating ghosts would become his weapon. Sacrificing these lower humans provided him with the means to enter a higher order of life. 10,000 souls banner. Start. As soon as the words fell, the godly evil Wudozi, who was floating in the void and being tortured by the wind blade, exploded. The powerful energy fluctuations made Jiang Yin turn his head in confusion. Because the opponent's body fluctuation level had suddenly increased from the Heavenly King to the edge of the Emperor's throne. Somewhat strangely, he passed through the exploding black fog and teleported it from mid-air to the southern sea area of Xia country. He didn't want to kill the millions of humans who needed to be sacrificed because of the opponent. I'm going to break apart. As for the godly evil Wudaozi, golden cracks appeared all over his body, and a constant stream of power seeped out from the cracks. Mu Bai, who was sitting on the throne, relied on the body of the godly evil to flow a constant stream of power into his body. Although most of these powers were reduced, such a huge amount of power flowing into the body of the godly evil Wudaozi still caused his body to break continuously. Hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of faces appeared on his body in a cycle. Countless animal body tissues grew wildly on his body. The energy fluctuations in his body showed hundreds of burst points. The power fluctuations at each explosion point have reached the level of the Emperor's throne. Looking at the constantly twisting monster in front of him, Jiang Yin was slightly frightened, because at this moment he had a very bad premonition in his heart. I saw that the body of the evil god Wudaozi stopped exploding, and the body that had expanded hundreds of times was recondensed into a human form under the strange power of the law. And the face of this body changed continuously, and finally became Mu Bai's face. The extremely horrified Jiang Yin instantly suppressed with endless divine power. The blue wind rolled up the entire ocean. Tens of thousands of shocking flashes of explosions washed the body of the evil god with sea water at an inestimable number of times per second. Tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions were like playing house at this moment. Jiang Yin, in the semi-god state, was doing his best, and it was enough to plunge the entire planet into chaos. The surrounding void also had countless cracks due to the power limit. The scene of the other party turning into ashes at the center of the energy did not appear. Jiang Yin, who was like a god or demon, floated in the air with a vigilant look in his eyes. I saw an arm that seemed to have been reborn crossing the void and integrating the vast power into the body of the evil god, accompanied by an unknown skeleton body that made Jiang Yin feel trembling all over. It merged with the body of the evil god. After 5 seconds, the whole world was still. Only Mu Bai, who had wiped out all the consciousness of the evil god, stood up again. Long time no see. This sentence seemed to have spanned countless epochs. This was said by Mu Bai as the Skeleton King, and also to those Mu Bai who died tragically. At this moment, the creature that merged the flesh and blood of the evil god and the skeleton of the Skeleton King was born. Unfortunately, even with the help of the power of both, it is impossible to become a divine creature in this world with a locked upper limit. Mu Bai, who was a little regretful in the holy demon temple, whispered softly that if the upper limit of the whole world was high enough, then the combination of the two would definitely break the 9th level divine realm. Who are you? Jiang Yin had already discovered that the other party seemed to be controlling this body remotely. But even so, the other party could actually raise this pieced-together body to the same level as him. The opponent is not Mu Bai. His strength must be that of a god. But why did the other party spend so much money to break through the realm to deal with him? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Yin laughed wildly. Didn't he endure for many years just for now? Gods can exist in the past, present, and future. Since the other party wants to kill him at this moment, it must be because he will be the enemy of the other party after becoming a god. Thinking of this, Jiang Yin's fear was instantly dissipated, and it was replaced by overwhelming joy. He was greedy and looked at the person with Mu Bai's face in front of him again. When the other party merged his body, he merged the skeleton that made him shudder into this body. He dared to conclude that it must be a skeleton of the god level. If he obtained the other party's skeleton and merged it into his own body, he would definitely go to the next level and get closer to the distant god level. And this can also explain why he didn't stop the other party after becoming a god. At this moment, in Jiang Yan's crazy spiritual world, he will definitely become a god in the future, if the future self does not cross the long river of time through the means of the gods to remind himself. That means he will definitely kill the opponent according to the trend of history in this battle. Get everything from the opponent. The more he wanted to fight, the more he was eager to fight. But he didn't expect that Mu Bai, who controlled this body in the Holy Demon Palace, had already taken the initiative. I saw this body slamming its arms violently at the void on both sides. In an instant, the power of the Xinjiang fruit has spread throughout the entire sea area. The continental plates collapsed, The large islands on the sea that were about to erupt with volcanic eruptions were instantly flattened. The dark clouds that were originally coming were directly flattened. The Xinjiang fruit that has entered the semi-god level can no longer be described in words. Even though Mu Bai has compressed the scope of its destruction to the size of the entire sea area, it still has the power to destroy a small part of the world. As the source of the vibration, Jiang Yin was directly penetrated into the mantle before he even used his divine power. Mu Bai's body followed closely behind, and continuously bombarded his semi-god body. After using the semi-god level vibration fruit, Mu Bai discovered a wonderful thing. That is, such a vibration fruit has the ability to easily break the space barrier. This ability is far better than the ability to break the world, because the original ability to break the world can only break the space layer near the channel. But now the ability to break the world allows Mu Bai to come to any other world from this world at any time and anywhere. One flower, one world, and Mu Bai can do one punch, one world. As long as he hits casually, he can come to any space. Of course, the world he goes to is also unpredictable. After 3 punches of the condensed vibration iron fist, Jiang Yin, who could easily suppress the Peak Emperor, was actually blown up. Countless resonant forces shattered on his body, and even a semi-god level body could not resist this force. However, this is not a big deal for Jiang Yin. As long as he has a past body, he can endlessly resurrect from the past to the present. This is the essential difference between Jiang Yin and those Peak Emperors. Even if those Peak Emperors can really hurt him with special artifacts, he can return to the peak with this kind of cheating method. Even the injuries caused by Mu Bai could be healed in an instant, and countless cracks were repaired quickly along with dense, light spots. In an instant, Jiang Yin, who was in his peak state, reappeared in the world again. Such damage can't kill me. The wind was rolling. Countless hurricanes were like Shura evil ghosts rising from the sky. Jiang Yin, who was originally in human form, turned into a blue dragon man at this moment. Relying on his immortal body, he forcibly absorbed the azure dragon form of the fantasy beast fish fruit that he had taken from the evil dragon into his body. At this moment, he completely ignored the friction and collision between the natural hurricane fruit in his body and the azure dragon fruit. The dragon man, with a semi-god state, rushed out of the ground against the hurricane. Jiang Yin took out 10,000 soul banners to form a 10,000 souls formation and block Mu Bai out. At the same time as the 10,000 soul banners fixed the opponent, the wind blades that could overturn the earth passed by at a high speed. Each wind blade contained a huge amount of divine power that could easily tear the body of the emperor. Although Mu Bai was knocked away by the hurricane, his physical injuries were also recovered very quickly. With the hard skeleton king's bones and the blood and flesh of the evil god, he recovered faster than Jiang Yin. Everywhere the hurricane passes is my kingdom of God. You will be killed by me here. Wind god spear. Jiang Yin raised his arm and automatically condensed a giant green spear in his hand, and the endless elemental wind and divine power were integrated into it. In the next moment, the wind blade that covered the sky and the sun swept the world. The seawater that was originally flowing back was cut into chaff, and the underwater world was continuously broken. 10 million soul banners were scattered in 10 directions, and the power of the ghosts seeped out from them, and many terrifying ghosts and evil spirits walked out of them. At the same time, this million soul banner formation was also closely connected with Jiang Yin. In Jiang Yin's plan, since the other party could not be easily killed, then refine him. Let the unknown mysterious man on the opposite side become the nutrients for him to step into the 9th level throne of the gods. The wind god's spear was held in the hand of Jiang Yin in the half-dragon state. When he raised his arm and stabbed it fiercely, the whole world seemed to be suddenly quiet. Then countless air turbulences set off huge waves from the entire sea. Small countries in the surrounding seas were swallowed by huge waves of thousands of meters. The people along the coast looked at the raging waves that turned the sun and the moon upside down in horror and knelt on the ground helplessly. They thought it was the anger of the sea god, so they kept praying. What does it feel like to have half the world attack? Mu Bai has experienced it today. From the endless sea at the horizon, the turbulent blue energy that can tear everything apart began to press down, as the wind god's spear seemed to attack Mu Bai with half the world. Then come! Dark erosion. Infinite black hole. The power of the dark fruit in Mu Bai's left hand kept flowing. The endless dark water power flowed out of the body. The powerful traction force twisted and rolled the surrounding void. Tens of thousands of black holes suppressed it. Ming Province. Because of Jiang Yin's disappearance, the shackles that bound everyone disappeared, and the originally trapped strongmen also fought with the demons present. I saw the other party's figure. There is a person fighting with Jiang Yin in the southern sea. A girl with pale eyes said with a complicated look. She has the superhuman eye fruit, which can see through any obstacles what the person whose appearance is remembered is experiencing. Since there are masters who have taken action, we must also kill all the demons here. Several emperors are in high spirits. If they don't fight now, when will they fight? Jiang Yin, with a complicated look, looked in the direction of the capital of gods. These demons who attacked were easily strangled by the armed color domineering around him. He just got the news that Jiang Yin had swept away the 4 major families of the capital of gods. Not only warriors, but even those ordinary people were sacrificed. At this moment, the capital of gods has become a dead city after Jiang Yin left. In other words, the 4 great families of Shindu, which had been strong for many years, have now become history. And the emperors guarding Shindu have all been killed by Jiang Yin, including his grandfather, father, cousin, etc. Shinwat didn't feel anything about this. After all, the existence of the Shin family was actually dispensable to him. Without the constraints of the family, he was even more relaxed. Relaxed? In an instant, a warm current flowed into his chest, and the originally tightly sealed barrier of the 7th level Heavenly King was now extremely loose. Under his mind, the power accumulated over the years poured into his body like a flood. When he took a heavy step, he became the 7th level Heavenly King. The eyes of the frozen wasteland, the flames burning the earth, the strange moonlight. These young strong men were completely overwhelming in fighting the Heavenly Demon Clan under the main attack of the Emperor. But even if the Heavenly Demon Clan in the province was killed, it would not be able to reverse the situation. The Emperors looked into the distance, knowing that there was a battle that would determine the life and death of all mankind. The seabed was shattered, and the turbulent currents that could tear apart all life were blowing randomly. The awakened dark fruit could devour and erode any substance. When tens of thousands of black holes that attracted distorted light fell into the blue wind energy like meteorites, the 2 distorted forces intertwined to form unstable energy fluctuations. After the 2 energies fell into a brief scorch, the black hole power instantly devoured the blue hurricane power, and offset and annihilated it together with the wind elements of the entire sky. The vast black hole origin tore apart like a broken bamboo and blocked their material energy. And even if it encountered interference, it could be sucked into the black hole. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage in the first fight, Jiang Yin was not in a hurry. He only saw him clench his right fist, and the obscure sound of the devil came out from the corner of his mouth. The 10 soul-stirring banners were inspired to have a new life, and rich ghosts flowed out of them, most of which were the ghosts of the entire Shindu people. With such a number of ghosts, the combination of 10 soul banners is no less than the general 10 artifacts. What's even more terrifying is that these 10,000 soul banners are matched with each other, and the formation they form can completely inspire the power comparable to that of a demigod. This is obviously not a divine weapon from the human world, but from the world of demons. Jiang Yin, who was holding the wind god spear, was an experienced man. How could he not know what kind of devil fruit the other party had? The fact that Yin Tianzheng, who was known as the world's #1, slaughtered the incarnation of the demon was still in his memory. But today, he wanted to disperse the power of the devil fruit that suppressed all fruits. 100,000 banners to kill Yama. 100,000 ghosts flowed into Jiang Yin's body, and his body gradually deepened from the original healthy wheat color. In the end, after absorbing the power of these ghosts, he, who originally maintained a half-dragon body, changed from a blue dragon man to a pure black monster. For brand new arms stretched out from his back, and 2 brand new heads emerged from both sides of the dragon head. At this moment, Jiang Yin was more like a demon monster in the form of a dragon. At this moment, he stood in the air, letting these black hole origins that could annihilate everything suppress him without dodging. When these black hole origins got closer and closer, the invisible hurricane easily tore them apart. The more powerful endless wind attacked Mumbai. With the blessing of 10,000 soul banners, Jiang Yin was now extremely close to the level of a god. Seeing that the other party was not afraid of the power of the dark fruit at all, Mumbai began to launch a second round of offensive. The black hole power of the dark fruit in his left hand expanded rapidly, and the vibration ball cover of the vibration fruit in his right hand compressed rapidly. Behind him, the phantom of the thunder god, which was thousands of feet high, covered the sky and the sun. Even if he looked up, he could not see that face through the clouds. The vast thunder, accompanied by the epic level enhanced hardnet, blocked the surrounding space like a cage of the gods. In this body of the gods' bones, the flesh and blood of the gods, and the consciousness of Mu Bai, the three completely different powers of the thunder fruit, the dark fruit, and the vibration fruit had undergone a qualitative change. When Mu Bai opened his eyes again, the snow-white domain spread out. Next came the blue thunder domain, and then the dark domain covered with sticky dark water. The three completely different power systems gathered into a new domain power under Mu Bai's control. And at this moment, Mu Bai, who was standing in the center of the domain, also faintly touched the new shackles in the domain. That was igniting the divine fire. This is it. Jiang Yin opened his eyes excitedly. He didn't expect that the opponent's power would increase so much in an instant. This energy level has touched the ceiling of this planet. This honor can only belong to me. Jiang Yin, whose body was deformed and swollen, swallowed 10,000 soul banners in a trance. A large amount of Yin soul power gathered in his body. In the constant tearing and wailing, Jiang Yan's body was covered with flowing faces. They were afraid, terrified, and happy. These sounds gathered into strange music, and were finally compressed into a dirge of death. Jiang Yin, who gave up the fight, was pushing his energy level at full speed. Unlike the previous timeline, Jiang Yin, who recklessly swallowed the 10,000 soul banners, seemed to be enlightened. He did not gather all his power in his consciousness. Instead, it was billions of constantly split consciousnesses. These consciousnesses can withstand terrifying power. Even if his original consciousness is erased, the remaining body will take a completely new path. Become a god with billions of consciousnesses. Even if Mu Bai wants to avoid it, he can't really do it. He can't solve Jiang Yan's semi-god state without entering the god. At this moment, the battle is no longer important. The two are competing to see who will enter the 9th level god earlier. The collapsing space is expanding rapidly. And when the two become gods, the world will also be destroyed. The expanding annihilation aftermath decomposed the seawater, decomposed the air, and gradually decomposed everything it touched. Jiang Yin, who had billions of consciousnesses, was obviously one step faster. With the occurrence of annihilation and the continuous collapse of the surrounding world, the world consciousness on the blue planet has gradually weakened. And the power of those restrictive rules also began to weaken. Just like the revival of spiritual energy, the upper limit of this world is opening. Countless limbs and human organs on the 10,000-foot body merged into one. And a new life was born in the black SHL. At the same time, Mu Bai also felt that the energy level of this body was constantly stacking. At the last moment, Mu Bai, who was sitting in the Holy Demon Temple, completely lost control of this body. Mu Bai in the Holy Demon Temple looked a little ugly. He was far from being able to control the body of the gods, which meant that this body would give birth to a new consciousness. Now he had no choice but to hope that the consciousness born would be the Skeleton King. The flesh and blood of the evil god and the bones of the Skeleton King gave birth to a new consciousness together. The two consciousnesses understood the cause and effect at the moment of awakening. These two forces are fighting non-stop in this body that has stepped into the body of a god. And the victory between the two will affect the trend of the entire battle. If the consciousness of the evil god awakens first, then he can completely ignore Jiang Yin and leave this world, and may even join forces with the other party to drag the entire blue star into the abyss. If the Skeleton King wins, the result is also uncertain. Mu Bai still cannot fully believe what the other party said in the skeleton world. But if the other party is not lying, then to some extent the other party is himself. One is completely hopeless, and the other is slim hope. Mu Bai can only leave it to fate at this moment. A new life form that has absorbed nutrients from the 10,000-foot body walked out of Jiang Yan's remains. 3 vertical golden pupils appeared on the face of this life form. And a new species is being born with his life transition. At this moment, he is omniscient and omnipotent. He saw, or they saw, everything Mu Bai did through the long river of fate. We see you, Mu Bai. This new life form with 3 pupils superimposed on each other lifted the space barrier in front of it, as if it wanted to find Mu Bai's hiding place at the moment by following the spiritual power that had not yet dissipated. He just searched the entire planet and did not find the other party. The battle in Ming province has ended, but the black annihilation that spread across the sky is expanding rapidly. Xianyuan Buer and others looked at the darkness that blocked the sun and felt great fear in their hearts. At this moment, not only Xiaogua, not only humans, but all creatures on the planet felt the impending disaster. The strong dead silence accompanied by the rapidly expanding annihilation energy has surrounded most of the planet. The flying plane was directly dissipated after being swept by the darkness. And all electronic devices such as satellite phones had no signal. On another continent, the incarnation of the demon, who had captured the OS Empire and killed the Pope, had determined that this planet was doomed after seeing the darkness above his head. His body turned into black smoke and disappeared in the ruins of the church. These annihilation forces cover the globe. And when they fall from the sky and tear apart the planet, the entire galaxy will be destroyed. The rules of the world level are not constraints but protections, ensuring that high-level life cannot enter this galaxy, and also blocking the growth of creatures in this galaxy. When someone wants to break this rule, the whole world will fall into endless collapse. When the man with Mu Bai's face opened his eyes again, he was not surprised, not sad, but only understood. He held the head of Jiang Yin, who was about to find Mu Bai, and at the same time transmitted the information in his mind. This information ignored the obstruction of space, the length of time, and the obstruction of the Holy Demon Temple, and was transmitted to the mind of Mu Bai sitting on the throne. Mu Bai, who understood everything, was also very calm. But he didn't expect that his coming to this world was not an accident. He is the Skeleton King, the chess player who arranged the chessboard, and he intercepted Mu Bai's consciousness to this world. The so-called growth system is also a regular tool that he created by consuming the divine power of the whole world to surpass the existence of artifacts. The parents in Mu Bai's mind are all his means to guide the other party to find himself. And he is also a chess piece. The purpose is to rewrite the ending of global death and becoming the god of the dead. Hate? Mu Bai doesn't hate. Although it's beautiful to live a peaceful life in his heart, it's not the life he wants. In this strange world with devil fruits, he has experienced too many extraordinary things, which makes him want to see further. See the scenery above the throne and the gods. The Skeleton King, who has cut off all his thoughts, has been waiting for too long. He looks at Jiang Yin, who is transforming into a god, as if he is watching fate and infusing the power of the dead into his body. And this life form with billions of consciousnesses completely ignores the other party's actions, and is still looking for Mu Bai's traces. Countless consciousnesses are telling him that he must kill this Mu Bai. Must. He is not afraid of the attack of the demigod next to him. Both sides are immortal, and any means of attack are meaningless. But he obviously forgot one thing. The body of the evil god can accommodate everything and assimilate everything. Even the gods cannot avoid it. The endless flow of evil spirits were infused into Jiang Yan's body along with the power of the necromancer. No matter how the necromancer went back in time to repair his body, there was no change. Jiang Yan, who was only one step away from the realm of the gods, finally felt fear. But at this moment, the Skeleton King had already merged with it with himself as a trigger. When a little light rose from the center of the deep sea, the collapse of the whole world intensified again. The difference was that this time, the global collapse was being compressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Skeleton King, who controlled Jiang Yan's body, condensed these collapse forces to one point, and then controlled Jiang Yan's body to open his chest. When the origin of the collapse was swallowed into his stomach, the Skeleton King erased his own consciousness. Jiang Yan, who regained consciousness, was instantly pulled out of the void by the origin of the collapse. All of him who existed on the timeline exploded and died, and then resurrected again. But every time he was resurrected, he would be continuously brought into a lower level of space. In the repeated collapse, he would jump back and forth between resurrection and death. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100 million years, 1 trillion years, and forever. While the Skeleton King erased his consciousness, Mu Bai's growth system underwent earth-shaking changes. World level upgrade. Unlock all permissions of the growth system. And the growth system is upgraded to the eternal system. Warning! 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 Blue Star is currently undergoing a world-level upgrade. Those in the outer world will leave the coordinates of the original world. Warning! The meeting of the Holy Demon Hall was disbanded. Sitting on the throne of the hall, Mu Bai sent all the dozen people present back to Blue Star without any hesitation. And he also disappeared from the Holy Demon Hall in black mist. When Mu Bai was teleported back to Blue Star, he happened to appear on the territory of Ming Province. Sun Yu, Xianyuan Buer and others were very excited to see Mu Bai return safely. Jiang Yan was taken away by a mysterious person. The demons were wiped out, and the battle is finally over. Yu Qianshou, who had been freed from the sand, said with relief, "Is it really so?" Mu Bai looked up at the sky with a heavy face. And the annihilation power that had disappeared there appeared again. The originally clear sky was submerged in darkness. I'm afraid it's not over yet. Countless energy turbulence appeared in the sky of the entire Blue Star. Everyone who thought the battle was over looked at this scene in horror. Only Mu Bai, who had seen the future scene, understood that this was just the beginning. The black annihilation energy did not fall into the ground, but swallowed up the void outside. The space barrier on the entire blue star gradually weakened at this moment. The barrier separating the demon tree realm from the real world dissipated, and countless demon tree realms disappeared in all provinces of Xia country. In addition to the ruins of the god capital, the demon tree realm in the god capital flourished. In an instant, it swallowed up this area of steel and concrete ruins. The area of nearby towns was swallowed up by the spreading green vines, and many humans became nutrients for plant growth under these tens of meters thick thorny vines. All kinds of towering trees of different shapes grew on the land of the god capital, and soon this area became the area of the demon tree realm. The barriers of the worlds connected to the blue star, such as the abyss world of Wuda and the blood demon world, all disappeared. These connected worlds, together with the space and land in them, are bordering the blue star. The lord of the abyss, who is hundreds of feet tall, and the powerful dragon king of the other dimension, fought non-stop after the two top worlds were connected to the blue star. Countless scarlet demons and dragons broke out in a large-scale battle, and some weak races that were merged were drowned by the aftermath of the battlefield. They were wiped out before they figured out what was happening. Tens of thousands of dimensional worlds merged with the land of the blue star, and various strange ecological civilizations appeared on this planet one after another. This change has expanded the area of the entire world of the blue star by nearly 10,000 times. With the merger of these worlds, the world will of the entire blue star is also rising rapidly, and the upper limit level that could originally cap the gods is loosening. Everyone on the battlefield in Ming province looked at the weird scene of the world merger in surprise, feeling that it was more terrifying than the end of the world. Looking up, the sun and the moon were dark, and the falling space fell into the area of the blue star. The folded space extended infinitely, and the whole world was like a folded origami that was completely opened at this moment. Duan Xia came here holding the sword of humanity. He couldn't stop being shocked in his heart that the mysterious Black Emperor could actually kill Jiang Yin. More importantly, the other party accurately predicted the future changes of Blue Star. The other party might really be a god level, or even a being beyond the gods. As the world was undergoing bizarre changes, his realm, which was already at the peak of the 8th level Emperor throne, actually climbed a little higher. The surrounding worlds merged. Everyone went to Zhongwu University according to the instructions of Yin Wan, the vice president of Wuda. The whole world was fused, and all the nearby humans had to be placed together without knowing the specific situation. Yin Wan nodded to the president, and then opened the fruit field power around his body, and saw hundreds of portals appear beside him, each portal connected to the campus of Wuda. The emperors on the battlefield helped evacuate the flow of people without objection, ensuring that all soldiers and civilians returned to a safe place in an orderly manner. Humans, you are qualified to be my devout believers. The dark clouds in the sky were pierced by light, and the figure that broke through the dark cloud spread its white wings. And then countless angels similar to those in Western mythology appeared in this world. Above the dark clouds was the slowly falling white palace. This pure white angel was a creature that had merged from the angel dimension. Looking at these ugly humans, the 8-winged archangel was ready to make these low-level creatures submit to him and make them slaves. Thinking of this, the archangel of indistinguishable gender couldn't help but laugh. What is this birdman talking about? Mu Bai, who was standing on the ground, disappeared instantly. His body, which instantly dissipated with the terrifying thunder, appeared above the archangel's head. Before the archangel turned around, Mu Bai had already pointed his finger at the other's head. No words were needed, and the powerful thunder current instantly devoured the archangel's body. The holy 8-winged archangel made a gorgeous appearance but died very quickly, and he didn't even catch a thunder from Mu Bai. The scorching high temperature of the thunder melted his handsome face and holy wings together, giving him no chance to scream and resist. This is too weak. Mu Bai, who retracted his fingers, did not expect the opponent's strength to be so weak. He did not even take his first round of tentative attacks. Mu Bai estimated that the opponent's strength was about the same as that of a human of level 6 purple gold. More angels flew over from the holy white palace, including many 10-winged angels. It is the dimensional space of the OS Empire. It seems that there is no regional restriction on the opening and descending of these dimensional worlds. Thinking of the information he had read, Mu Bai muttered to himself with some certainty. He was not panicked at all when facing the army of angels. He slowly opened his hand, and a tiny black light spot condensed and compressed in his hand. Mu Bai casually threw the dark light spot in his hand into the world of angels. At the moment when the black spot exploded, all the angels were pulled in by the power of the black hole and torn into countless pieces by the dark turbulence. The surviving angels could not care about other things. They flew back like crazy. But the White Palace gradually approaching the ground did not give them this opportunity. On the ruins of the OS Empire, a new race took over the entire territory of the OS Empire. All those who resisted have been killed. The Black Feather God clan will not show mercy just because they are both intelligent civilizations. I can see that tens of thousands of worlds are merging. This world will soon give birth to gods. After the chaos, this world should build a new order. The leader of the Black Feather God clan, with his wings spread, said expressionlessly, according to the development of civilization survival, the big fish eat the small fish. But the world today must have a big order. Only under this big order can it be guaranteed that one's own race will not be targeted by the strongest of the enemy. And the strong who can restrain such a number must be the top few of the global forces. Otherwise, if they fight red-eyed, the race will be extinct in the end. And only the few top powers of the two races will be left alive. Then this race and civilization will also be extinct. It makes sense. This new world must have a new order. It's strange to say that the fusion of this world seems very strange. The black-feathered young man could sense that his language was undergoing some changes. And he gradually understood the words of many enemies before they died. The world consciousness of tens of thousands of worlds is merging. And only such a vast amount of world consciousness can create a new world that can accommodate the ninth level gods. The language of civilization will also merge and evolve with the world consciousness, so that the races living in this world will have no language barriers. Looking at this turbulent world, the leader of the Black Feather God clan knew that this was something that must be experienced before rebirth. When enough blood flowed, a new order would come, and that would be the best time for negotiation. As for now, let this turmoil come more violently. The junction of Ming Province and Yunhai Province. Tens of thousands of angels were killed by Mu Bai, which shocked Duan Xia and other emperors. You know, the other party had just broken through to the emperor not long ago. Now in such a short time, the strength has increased again, just like taking hormones and eating Jean Kulaw. But in addition to the angels, more worlds have merged with Blue Star one after another. Just when everyone saw it with their own eyes, they found that dozens of new small worlds overlapped. The races and creatures in them fought each other. If they were not afraid of Duan Xia and other emperors, they would have rushed over long ago. Looking at this horrific scene, everyone understood that the future direction of this world must be tempered by blood and fire. And if human civilization cannot survive this storm, then what awaits it is inevitable extinction. When tens of thousands of people were evacuated, Duan Xia also received a decision notice from the temporarily formed National Council, which was to abandon the entire southern territory except Dahai Province. All the strong men returned to the three surrounding provinces, where the divine capital was located. Only in this way can the loss of Xia country be minimized. As for these places occupied by creatures of other races, they will all be taken back in the future. The current priority is to complete the plan, named the Plan of the Doomsday Fortress. The temporarily changed portal area became the Divine Capital area, and the Demon Tree Realm is the undisputed overlord in the Divine Capital area. Any race that attacks plants is annihilated by the towering trees, except humans. There is no danger when humans come into contact with these plants. The temporarily formed National Council knows the value contained in it. After repeated discussions, it was finally decided to build a new fortress relying on the Demon Tree Realm of the Capital of Gods as a means to resist the invasion of all races. Any civilian living in the Tree Realm Fortress can be protected by these plants, although the Demon Tree Realm has no world consciousness at the moment. However, humans aged 18 can still enter to obtain devil fruits, and as long as they have the endless fruit ability of this Demon Tree Realm, people will continue to be born. The combination of the two made the top leaders finally give the order. When Mu Bai and others were teleported to the Tree Realm Fortress, hundreds of thousands of troops were stationed here, and the ruins of the capital of gods were being rebuilt. It is not difficult to rebuild the Doomsday Fortress of a super first-tier city with the speed of Xia's infrastructure and the ability of devil fruits. With the return of the Emperor's throne, those stronger races dare not easily provoke Xia, and those massive small world races are still fighting on the new territory. In the Doomsday Fortress, for top universities announced their merger into Xia University. This also represents a change in strategic direction. A few months later, looking at the newly built Doomsday Fortress of the Capital of Gods and the Tree Realm Fortress, people feel incredible. Towering ancient trees extend along the city to places that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Green plants climb on high-rise buildings. Hundreds of meters high alien metal walls protect the city. The power of this outer protective shield comes from the special ability of the top artifact Dong Wang Bell. Even the powerful emperor cannot defeat the protective shield in a short time. In the past few months, the integration of the worlds of the heavens has also entered the final stage. All the stronger ones have occupied the best areas, and the weaker ones can only unite to form an alliance army to ensure their own interests. The third-year classroom of Xiaogui University. After finishing several battles, Mu Bai felt a slight comfort along the warm sunshine outside the window. Now his strength has reached a new height. Although he is still a student of Xiaogui University in name, he actually spends more time clearing out the remaining forces around the capital of God. The students passing by the classroom were surprised and pleasantly surprised to see Mu Bai, who had not appeared for a long time. Now in the entire Doomsday Fortress area, the most famous people under the 8th level Emperor are two people. God Mu Bai. See God Indestructible Shen Wuk. The strength of these two people is far beyond the existence of the 7th level Heavenly King. But now the recognized number one under the Emperor's throne must be Mu Bai. In the middle of last month, Mu Bai single-handedly killed 32 7th level Heavenly Kings of the Ancient Clan. And in the second half of this month, he fought against the Ancient Clan King, who was known as the Half-Step Emperor's throne, and was not defeated. If it weren't for the arrival of the Ancient Clan army at the end, the two would have to fight to the death. It can be said that at this moment, Mu Bai is not only highly respected by humans, but even the powerful races nearby know that there is a young strongman named Mu Bai in Xia country. Strangely enough, since the growth system unlocked all permissions and upgraded to the eternal system, all the original tasks disappeared. Mu Bai opened his eyes and couldn't help but recall the scene when he first came to this world. The boast he made the year to surpass the Emperor's throne has now been completed halfway. Just as he was immersed in memories, the Nika fruit, which had been silent for a long time, actually beat again on his chest. This kind of jumping should be a kind of foreshadowing. The last time it jumped was when he faced the demigod level Jiang Yin. This Nika fruit is completely different from other devil fruits. Perhaps Mu Bai's way of absorbing is different, and it is very difficult to use this Nika fruit. However, it is not much different from the performance of Luffy's fruit before awakening in the original One Piece. Rubberization. Mu Bai said softly while looking down at his arm. The arm that was originally normal has a rubber-like elasticity. With a light breath, the whole arm swelled up. Armament color coverage. The dark arm color domineering instantly wrapped the arm, and the arm stretched out of the window. The originally swollen arm was instantly ejected. Great Ape King Spear. The compressed arm burst and ejected. This is a move that Luffy can only open in the 4th gear. But Mu Bai can do it without opening the so-called 4th gear, and even has stronger control over the fruit. The Ape King Spear that ejected straight suddenly changed its trajectory. Multiple fulcrums in the air formed a change of trajectory and ejection attack. This is the so-called Snake Cannon. Others like Rubber Crow Cannon, Rubber King Cobra, Rubber Lion Rocket Cannon, Giant Battle Axe, Rubber Machine Gun, Rubber Jet Pistol are also no problem. It can be said that Mu Bai can easily imitate anything below the 4th gear, including the 4th gear, and can even completely surpass it. On top of this, Mu Bai has also developed more advanced moves, and the power achieved by Mu Bai's body far surpassing the King of Heaven is even more domineering and unparalleled. Strong men from other races have come to the Doomsday Fortress and are discussing something with Principal Duan and others. Shen Wuk appeared beside Mu Bai at some point. He looked at the man who was performing the rubber fruit with indifferent eyes, and always felt that the other party's potential seemed endless. I heard that you became the deputy commander of the Qilin Legion? Congratulations. The ejection rubber all over the playground instantly turned into electric current and dissipated in the void, attracting many people's attention. Congratulations? Yes. Since the Shen family was killed by Jiang Yin, the only survivor Shen Wuk has actually become the target of public criticism. After all, the Shen family has offended too many people. It is inevitable that he will be liquidated after his fall. But compared with Shen Wuk's ability, these liquidations are insignificant. His rare ability to advance his armament hockey and his reputation as a god-seeing Invincible are enough to make him the backbone of the next generation. Strength is the most important thing in this turbulent end times. Professor Mu Bai's words are embarrassing to me, compared with the destruction of my family's foundation. I don't care much. If it weren't for the world reorganization that made it easier to ascend to the throne, I wouldn't stay here. Shen Wuk, who looked a little sad, said softly, since Mu Bai joined Xiaogui University again. His title has changed from a sophomore, who is about to graduate, to the youngest professor of Xiaogui University. He is the strongest person in the practical branch of Xiaogui University. Except for the dean of the branch, Duan Xia. His position is unshakable. It is outrageous that a fusion of world reorganization directly turned a student into a professor. But it is not too much for Mu Bai to become a professor with his strength, at least in individual competitions. He has never lost a battle against a king-level opponent, and no one can teach him how to use the three-colored domineering and the power of the fruit. At this level, he has far surpassed the original top teachers of the 4 schools. Mu Bai became a professor in the Doomsday Fortress, while Luo Chengkong, Sun Yu and others did not join the school. Instead, they joined the newly established Qilin Corps, the substitute for the ghost army of the other foreign enemy. Even Mu Bai was qualified as a special operations personnel in the Qilin Corps. As for the leader of the Qilin Corps, everyone is familiar with him. He is Lu Wenyong, the top strongman in the Emperor's throne, and the user of the shining fruit. I don't know how long this relative peace can last. I have a hunch that there will definitely be a war in the next few years, unless the global forces conduct a new round of screening and alliance. Shen Wuk was speechless in response to Mu Bai's words. Even with the current global territory that has expanded 10,000 times, it cannot accommodate such a number of biological races. It is indeed impossible to stop fighting in the short term, after being freed from the constraints of morality and rights. The natural law of survival of the fittest applies to all creatures. Since you are free, would you like to spar with me? I just happen to have developed some of the devil fruits entrusted to me by Wu Lao recently. Shen Wuk, who looked indifferent, could not help but stand in awe when he heard the 2 words Wu Lao. The entire senior management knew that Wu Pokong gave his devil fruit to Mu Bai. When this fruit awakens and breaks through, perhaps Mu Bai will be the strongest emperor of the next era. After all, with the posture of the sun god Nika and the assistance of several other disaster-level devil fruits, Mu Bai's strength will have a great probability of being invincible to all mankind while breaking through the emperor's throne. This is the judgment of the temporary parliament on him. After all, with Mu Bai's potential, continuous breakthroughs are like drinking water. Mu Bai's special rights in the entire Doomsday Fortress are ranked first, whether it is the supply of resources or the temporary use of artifacts. They are all at the best level. Even the 4 pieces of Jiuzhou Ding fragments in Xia Kingdom were all given to Mu Bai. One of them is indeed from the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Shindu. Jiang Yan saw that he could not control the piece of Jiuzhou Ding fragment and ignored it, allowing it to be buried in the soil during the battle. At this moment, Mu Bai has 7 fragments in his hand, including these 4 pieces, and he is only 2 pieces away from gathering the fragments of Jiuzhou Ding. Once the assembly is successful, the most powerful artifact in the land of Xinzhou will appear in Mu Bai's hands. It's okay to spar with each other. I heard that you used the Overlord color entanglement in the last battle against Huanggu. I'm afraid you are the only monster who has comprehended the Overlord color entanglement at the level of Heavenly King. Shen Wuk, who is called a monster in the eyes of others, has to be secretly shocked in front of Mu Bai. After all, the opponent's rise is too fast, and even the Overlord color entanglement has been comprehended. Then come on. Thunder Domain. Instant body. After snapping his fingers, the Thunder Domain spread out from Mu Bai's feet in an instant, wrapping himself and Shen Wuk's body. In a flash, the figures of the 2 teleported from the classroom of Xiaogui University to the underground training ground. The staff around are not surprised by this. As long as there is a flash of thunder, everyone knows that Mu Bai, who is called the god, has come here. Shen Wuk, who had stopped, stroked the current with his hand and felt strange, saying, I remember this is the teleportation ability you made with the thunder fruit? Can you teleport others with it? It's a domain. After opening the power of the thunder domain, I can turn the surrounding creatures and energy into electricity. Mu Bai said casually. Thunder domain? This guy has indeed mastered a domain power perfectly. But normally it takes a lot of physical strength to open the domain. But this Mu Bai opened the domain casually without blinking, and his breath didn't change at all after using it. It's really strange. As if seeing the other party's confusion, Mu Bai didn't explain much. The domain power he developed with the thunder fruit is very different from that of others, compared with others who spend time and effort to open the domain. His thunder domain has never been closed. The current flowing out of the continuously open thunder domain can be continuously and repeatedly supplied to itself, thus saving physical strength to a great extent. And even if Mu Bai doesn't do this kind of saving, he can open the domain force field for several days, which is easy to do with his inhuman physique. Mu Bai had come into contact with the dark domain of the dark fruit, and the vibration domain of the vibration fruit, when he was controlling the body of the Skeleton King and the godly evil. I believe that he will be able to comprehend the power of these two domains in the near future. By then, he may be able to compete with the Emperor, with the body of the King of Heaven, with the power of the three domains. After the iris scan, Mu Bai came to his exclusive training ground. The nearly 1,000 square meters of open ground was full of memory metal from another world. Under this kind of metal, as long as Mu Bai does not use the ability of breaking the world continuously at the same point, it will be fine. After enduring attacks within the limit, this memory metal will quickly return to its original state. Hey! Master Mu Bai, Luo Changkong, who was running in the distance, looked very excited. He was about to finish training and go to take the task. But he didn't expect to meet Mu Bai here. Although he corrected the other party many times and called him by his name, the other party always had to add the word master. It can be said that if there is a system that can reflect the favorability, Mu Bai feels that the two friends who have the highest favorability towards him must be Lu Jun and Luo Changkong. Xiao Luo, are you going out to perform a mission? Seeing that the other party had just finished washing, Mu Bai said in a somewhat strange way. Recently, the surrounding biological races have basically been swept away by the Legion, and the most powerful ancient tribe has been wiped out. Where are the enemies that need to be cleared? It's the Snow region. I don't know why the Snow region cleaning mission was just launched this morning. It seems that the third Doomsday Fortress is going to be built there. Scratching his smooth skull, Luo Changkong recalled. The third Doomsday Fortress? In these 3 months, the Tree Realm Fortress built by the Demon Tree Realm on the wasteland of the God Capital is the largest, followed by the East China Sea Fortress built with Donghai City in Donghai Province as the center. All the people near the God Capital have moved to the Tree Realm Fortress, and the people around the East China Sea Province have also moved to the East China Sea Fortress. What is the purpose of building a new fortress in the northern Snow region? Mu Bai, who was a little confused, decided to go to Principal Duan to ask after the competition. After saying goodbye to Luo Changkong, the two stood at both ends of the training ground. I will mainly use the ability of the rubber fruit this time, and other fruit abilities as supplementary. Without opening the domain, Shinwuk can completely let go and use the armed color divine attack to attack me, Mu Bai said softly, shaking his wrist. Shinwuk didn't say much after hearing this. He saw his figure close to the ground at the moment when the countdown of the training ground battle mode ended. The pure black armed color domineering condensed into a black long sword and chopped down. Shinwuk, who entered the 7th level of the king, entered the middle stage in a short time after entering the 7th level of the king due to his own deep accumulation. His strength is also among the best among the kings, as an unprecedented genius of the Shin family. If it weren't for Mu Bai's sudden appearance, he would be the most dazzling new star in the entire Xia country in this era. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. The cold black armed color domineering flowed and split into an agitated black grid along the slash. Shinwuk came up with the top application of armed color domineering. Divine attack. Come on! Mu Bai, with pale golden eyes, did not dodge. He was ready to break this move with brute force. The powerful giant battle axe in the rubber move? Grizzly cannon? 4th gear Ape King Spear? Great Snake Cannon? Great Ape King Spear? Mu Bai knows all of these, but he will not use them, because this move may be able to clear the miscellaneous soldiers in low-end battles, but it will completely expose its own shortcomings in slightly higher-end battlefields. The key to the use of rubber is elasticity and accumulated strength to exert offensive, so that while gaining powerful strength, it will also lose its own mobility. Even in the form of Elastic Man, it is impossible to move and dodge at a high frequency. Put your hands together, and with the softness of rubber, the two arms quickly entangled together. The arms that were spinning at high speed were compressed very tightly with the help of the tremor fruit. Before Shinwuk slash came, Mu Bai, who was completely rubberized, covered his arms with armed color domineering. Raise your arms high, and then the arms that were entangled together are like black sticks and swung out fiercely. That speed, that power, far beyond Mu Bai's own attack power. The void let out a slight whine, followed by a series of muffled sounds of shattering. The black rubber stick that waved out a residual shadow dispersed the divine attack and then collided with the black knife in Shinwuk's hand. This move is called Rubber Golden Cudgel. Shinwuk, who was holding the two knives tightly under the tsunami of air flow, only felt the unprecedentedly strong power passing from the handle to his body. Even with the resistance of the armed color arms, It is impossible to completely ignore this powerful force. Since it is named Sun Wukong's golden cudgel, it can naturally be extended and expanded infinitely long. After Mu Bai shouted, the black golden cudgel that was originally half a person's thickness instantly expanded rapidly from Mu Bai's shoulders. And with the flow of gas, it became a giant stick that spanned the entire training ground. When the golden cudgel fell again, it directly pressed Shen Wuk into the memory metal. Facing this strange move, Shen Wuk immediately activated the arm-color domineering divine attack skill. Black Coffin. The black coffin made a pure arm-color domineering formed a defensive posture when the golden hoop stick that covered the sky and the sun fell and was smashed into the memory metal. Mu Bai's arms quickly deflated, and the huge arms shrank to their original size as the water vapor dissipated, and a large amount of steaming hot air appeared in the direction where he stood. Rubber golden hoop. In fact, Mu Bai had always been very confused when watching One Piece before. That is, why Luffy's physical strength would be consumed so much every time he opened the second gear, third gear, and fourth gear. Now he understood that it was actually related to the intensity of the battle, the duration of the battle, and the upper limit of the rubber elasticity that was opened. But these were not the main reasons. The main reason is to control the air in the body. This air can be hot steam or pure air, but no matter which one controls the flow of these air in the body, it requires great physical strength. And every time Luffy opens several gears in battle, it increases his own capacity and control of air. Mu Bai didn't need any of that. The hot steam consumed by his rubber golden hoop was huge. But after performing it, Mu Bai's body quickly recovered after 1 second. This amount of physical energy consumption was just a drop in the bucket for him. Shen Wuk, who had endured such a fierce attack, stood up unscathed because of the protection of the black coffin. But his body was slightly numb. The power increase of this guy's rubber move was too amazing. Even Shen Wuk, who was also the leader among the 7th level kings, could not ignore this level of power. Strange moves. Attack the treasure house of the kingdom of God. Shen Wuk crossed his hands, and the ground under his feet quickly condensed a layer of arm-color domineering, in which countless sharp invisible swords condensed, accompanied by the fierce murderous aura. Thousands of sharp swords shot towards Mu Bai's current position. Mu Bai smiled casually, and his whole body became rubber again. But the difference was that this time the rubber on his body was softer and spread out like a more viscous liquid. And all those armed hockey swords from the kingdom treasury were dodged by Mu Bai. This natural scene was confusing Shen Wuk. Isn't the Nika fruit a type of the animal-type fantasy beast-type human fruit? Logically, it should be the same as the superhuman type. No! Mu Bai did not transform into an element, but activated the observation hockey. Mu Bai in the air dodged the countless rounds of attacks that were coming like a flowing liquid. And he could easily dodge every attack. Under the extreme compression of the rubber fruit, he can soften it like a viscous liquid, which requires much more strength than the 3rd and 4th gears. Only a physical monster like Mu Bai can do it easily. There is no strongest devil fruit. Only the strongest fruit ability user. In the eyes of the strong, any insignificant or even useless devil fruit can burst out with terrifying power in their hands. For example, the seemingly ordinary superhuman type splitting fruit may only be an ability to dodge attacks in the hands of Buggy, but it can fully exert superpower in the hands of the strong. The awakening of the shard fruit splits the continent, the sky, and matter. This is a physical system, and it may also involve the soul level like the soul fruit. For example, splitting the enemy's spirit and body, splitting the enemy's natural fruit ability attack, etc. The unawakened rubber form of the Nika fruit is also the same. Use the flowing body like an irregular puzzle to avoid damage. This move is called rubber puzzle. When the kingdom treasury had no effect at all, Shen Wuk immediately expanded the scale of the kingdom treasury, and the area of nearly 50 meters around him was covered by the arm-color domineering. The sword weakened its power and shrank its body, turning into dense black thorns like needles. And each spike had the internal destructive power of the arm-color god attack. In the battles of these few months, Shen Wuk used this move to kill a large number of underground organization members, including a small number of natural ability users. No matter how they elementalized, they were helpless in the face of such a large-scale range attack, and they could only end up in the northwest. Since you are so good at hiding, try my airtight attack. Endless black thorns are almost everywhere. This is not an exaggerated metaphor, but an adjective. The distance between each spike cannot be seen with the naked eye. Come on! Mu Bai immediately released the rubber puzzle form, took a deep breath, and his body suddenly turned into a balloon of hundreds of meters in size, and then continued to compress. Every group of air was compressed into the body. Mu Bai's 2 arms turned red under the steam, and the strong airflow flowed on the surface of his body. The balloon of hundreds of meters originally shrank at a faster speed, and Mu Bai, who had restored his original body shape, had a faint sound of falling rocks around him, and the frequency of this sound became more and more frequent. In the end, when the continuous knocking continued, Mu Bai's fists blasted out like ghosts. The powerful observation hockey allowed Mu Bai to see the number of all the black thorns clearly, and his fists swept out towards the space in front of him with a density far exceeding that of Gatling bullets. Rubber. 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 Track-changing cannon fist. The sky was full of Mu Bai's fist trajectories, and these fists pierced every tiny spike with amazing air acceleration. The track-changing cannon punch has a speed far exceeding that of rubber bullets, far exceeding the power of the Great Ape King gun, far exceeding the punching speed of the rubber machine gun, far exceeding the power of the rubber giant battle axe, and far exceeding the curved trajectory of the rubber black mamba. The afterimage trajectory of the fist is extremely tricky, combined with the super calculation ability of Mu Bai's observation hockey. The dense spikes like a wall were actually all scattered in this fierce collision. In a few seconds, the trajectory of the cannon punch that spread throughout the entire training ground has covered the surroundings of Shenwuk. Before Shenwuk could react, the dense track-changing cannon punches hit Shenwuk's body continuously and non-stop from all directions. Who can bear this? After Shenwuk was hit by dozens of track-changing cannon punches, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He was shaking and opened the domain power without hesitation. Domain! Armed Nation. If you don't open the domain power at this moment, you will be injured by this random punch. Sure enough, when the Armed Nation shining with black fire opened, the sky full of armed color domineering positions suddenly unfolded. In the rapidly expanding domain, a large amount of armed color energy shielded Mu Bai's track-changing cannon punch outside the domain like a black fortress. The strengthened armed color domineering was like an invisible barrier blocking the heavy track-changing cannon punch. Although Mu Bai could break it with the same domain power, he didn't use it that way. After all, this was a special show of the rubber series. If brute force can't resist the domain track-changing cannon punch, then the ultimate rubber body that I have recently comprehended must be able to do it. I saw that countless track phantoms of cannon punches disappeared, and Mu Bai's hair, which was rubberized all over his body, rose up, and the black body wrapped in armed color domineering was compressed to the limit. A black flame cloud similar to when Mu Bai transformed into a black dragon flowed from his fists, and blue thunder surged in this flame cloud, accompanied by bursts of strange creaking sounds of fruits. The so-called ultimate rubber body is to use the resonance power of the tremor fruit to compress the rubber part of the body tissue to a certain limit value, and then use electric current to connect this resonant body. On top of this, the flame cloud of the black dragon form of the fantasy beast fish fruit is used to lift the dragon body to help achieve the purpose of sensitive movement. Mu Bai's figure was surging with airflow all over his body under the help of compression. Under this reaction force, his speed has reached a speed far exceeding the speed of the previous track-changing cannon fist. It can be called a pervert above perverts. The rubber fist slowly deformed, and the ferocious dragon head of the black dragon between the bulges and carvings came to life. And there was a faint dragon roar. Ultimate rubber. Dragon fist. The terrifying black double dragon suppressed the sky like a domineering king. Under Mu Bai's weird acceleration, these two fists directly hit the armed kingdom of Shenwuk. The originally unshakable domain was instantly shattered at this moment. Shenwuk, who was in the domain, had not yet reacted to what was going on, and he was hit into the wall by the dragon fist with his domain. Boom! In the floating effect of the flame cloud, Mu Bai in the ultimate rubber form does not need to move at all, and can let it assist himself in making small angle adjustments. This makes the rubber body that should have been clumsy become extremely flexible. With the assistance of these 3 god-level fruits, the strength of the rubber form of the Nika fruit has reached the level of 5 strong horses, with almost no weaknesses. This also allows Mu Bai to experience the pleasure of knocking the enemy away. Compared with swords, this extremely shocking rubber attack that hits the flesh is more enjoyable. If the tremor fruit is added to this form, Shenwuk, who was in the damaged wall and received Mu Bai's dragon fist, had not launched the physical iron block at the end, he would have fainted at this moment, getting up from the ruins with difficulty. He spit out the blood in his mouth and said in surprise, "You added the Overlord color entanglement to this move?" Indeed, it was added, but the amount was not much. Mu Bai, who answered truthfully, certainly did not add too much Overlord color entanglement. The advanced ability of Overlord Color Hockey. If too much hockey was added, it would not be a sparring match. This guy, Shinwook, who had struggled to get up, now understood why the other party proposed to spar with him. If it were any other 7th level king, he would probably not be able to withstand the other party's attack with explosive damage. He might not even be able to resist the opponent's initial orbital artillery punch. No more fighting. You are too abnormal. After saying that, Shinwook left without looking back. When he reached the door, he still held the wall to walk out. It was really that Mubai's dragon fist was too powerful. Mubai, who was not sure whether to laugh or cry, released the ultimate rubber form, and all his hair that had been erected fell down. Damn. This guy saw through it. In the entire Doomsday Fortress of the Divine Capital, he really couldn't find anyone other than the opponent who could let him show his skills. Thinking back to half a year ago, he tried his best to defeat Shinwook in the National Martial Arts Conference. And now, he can basically solve it easily. Even Mubai himself felt as if he was in a dream. It seems that we will basically say goodbye to the days of sparring in the future. This kind of trick can only be tested on the battlefield. While talking, Mubai's body had already been electrostatically charged, and his hard net moved. The elemental thunder instantly appeared outside Duanzia's office behind him. Before he knocked on the door of the office, the wooden door opened automatically. Duanzia, as one of the presidents of the newly established Xiaogui University Combat College, has little power, but he has another identity. That is, a member of the temporarily established National Parliament. This power is high, and only the Emperor can become a member of the Parliament. People like Mubai can only hang a reserved position in the Parliament. Come in. Mubai. Principal Duan. I heard from Shinwook that there are alien warriors joining forces outside the fortress. They are not going to unite. Are they? Mubai smiled and said casually while sitting on the sofa. Unite? It is indeed a union. But the focus this time is not the union, but the elimination. Duanzia, who looked like a white-haired immortal, smiled and said nothing after saying this. He originally wanted to discuss something with Mubai, but he didn't expect that the other party was so perceptive that he came here by himself. After keeping everyone in suspense, Duanzia continued, hundreds of thousands of worlds merged together. Even if the entire blue star expanded to 10,000 times its area, it would not be able to support such a number of races. Those alien warriors who join forces are ready to call on all the powerful races now to hold a competition and divide the global territory according to this competition. The loser will lose the territory, and the winner will represent his race to have control over the new land. At this point, Duanzia's eyes turned cold, and his tone was unusually heavy. Mubai, who was stunned, did not expect that these people actually came up with this idea, using the competition to formulate a rule to make the world's most powerful forces stronger. Let the originally weak races be eliminated, and the vacated territory will become the nutrients of the powerful races. The initial name is the Global League. How to identify the strength of a species? Is it to look at its brilliant civilization? Or is it to look at its rich cultural beliefs and admirable history? None of them. There are only two ways to identify the strength of a race. One is the current maximum combat power of this race, and the other is the number of young strongmen of this race. Both of these require a race to reach a certain scale. It is impossible for every race to produce all geniuses, and it is impossible for all the descendants of these geniuses to surpass their parents. In more cases, the ability of the offspring will be close to the average level of this race. Mubai's thoughts and ideas are naturally very familiar with this situation, since he, who is not an academic, understands it. How can these small races not understand it? This is unsolvable. In the first round, as long as the world-class strongmen agree to join their race, the race without the emperor will be eliminated. And this time, the most ranked race in our Xia country must also join this global league. As the price and qualification for participation, we need to eliminate several non-participating races around us. Duanzia took out the documents on the table after talking about it, and the documents automatically fell into Mubai's hands without wind. Among them is about the extermination of the races to be sanctioned. Mubai didn't feel anything about this. After all, he hadn't defined himself as a righteous person. If someone must shed blood in this cruel world, he hoped it would be those alien creatures. Not to mention that this matter itself has nothing to do with justice, but with the right to survive. All participants are level 7 kings, and their age must not exceed 50% of the upper age limit of their own race. Looking at the content on the document, Mubai became interested. And the eternal system, which had been silent, also issued a familiar prompt sound at this moment. But unlike in the past, this time two completely opposite tasks appeared in Mubai's eyes. Task 1. Safeguard the right to life. Task content. The powerful forces in the world are trying to divide the territory through the global league, and the weak creatures will suffer a devastating blow, and try their best to stop the progress of the global league. Task reward. Get the title of Savior. The favorability of small races increases by 50%, and get the Savior-related skill template. Mission 2. The Law of the Jungle. Mission content. The global league is about to start. For the benefit of your clan, you decide to eliminate all obstacles that block the global league until the global league is officially opened. Mission rewards. Get the title of Pirate King. Kill aliens to get C rewards. Get the Despicable Pirate Advanced template. Pirate King related skill template. Skill template. Profession. Regarding the choice of tasks, Mubai certainly chose the second one without any hesitation. As for being a saint, he has no interest at all. If he sees someone damaging the interests of his clan to be a saint, he, Mubai, will let him die physically directly. What he pays more attention to at this moment is that this is the first release of the Eternal System. The so-called skill template in this task has never appeared before. Strictly speaking, Mubai has always been a civilian with no profession. In his guess, this skill template should be a profession similar to the magic swordsman gunner among netizens. If that is the case, then my strength will definitely increase after obtaining this profession. At the bottom of the list in my hand, it is clearly written that each race that joins the Global League needs to eliminate the list of small tribes. Among them, the human race needs to eliminate the polar snow bear, the blue water hydra, and the hunter demon. The names of these three races sound very domineering. But Mubai, who has had contact with them, knows that only the polar snow bear poses a greater threat. As for the blue water hydra, it is a beast that can't communicate at all and dives all day long. It occupies the place in Yuan province, which is Mubai's hometown. The methane toxins they produce can also make the land swampy and make it impossible for other creatures to survive. The hunter demons with domineering names are slightly better. They are humanoid monsters living in the territory of Shihuang province, Xia country. They are extremely tenacious, and their combat power is much stronger than the blue water hydra. The common point of these three races is that none of them have level 8 emperors. Without top combat power, they refuse to participate in the Global League, which is actually no different from seeking death. It is only a matter of time before they are destroyed. To put it bluntly, Mubai is fully capable of destroying these three races in turn in 10 days, or half a month. This time, the battle plan is that we are responsible for the polar snow bears and the blue water hydra. Shinwak will lead the team to destroy the former, and you have a special mission. The first is to destroy the remaining forces in Yuan province, including the blue water hydra, and the second is related to the fragments of Jiuzhou Ding. Jiuzhou Ding fragments? Duan Xia put down the projector on the table and pointed to the direction of the ancient Yuan tribe in the northwest corner of Yuan province and said, according to the latest intelligence, the ancient Yuan tribe has obtained a fragment of Jiuzhou Ding. The other party has repeatedly invaded the humans, who migrated from Ming province. I hope you can destroy them all. As for the fragments of Jiuzhou Ding, you have full authority to deal with them. Now Mubai only needs 2 fragments of Jiuzhou Ding to collect the entire Jiuzhou Ding. Since the ancient Yuan tribe has obtained the fragments of Jiuzhou Ding, it is much easier for him. Except for King Gu Yuan. No one else is your opponent. You must be careful of King Gu Yuan, who has stepped into the half-step throne. Mubai was very happy to hear this. He was worried that there was no enemy for him to use as a sandbag. This powerful King Gu Yuan could just let him show his skills. Principal Duan, I'll leave now. You little guy is really restless. Go ahead. Duan Xia smiled and looked at Mubai, who turned into an electric current and went away. In the Global League, Mubai might be the strongest king on the human side. This young man who he expected might be able to do that thing. A few hours later, Mubai had arrived at the border of Yuan province. A large number of Yuan province civilians were being escorted by the legion towards the direction of the Doomsday Fortress of the Divine Capital. The fierce fight in the back attracted Mubai's attention. It seemed that someone was deliberately trying to embarrass these migrating Xia civilians. In that case, let's scatter his ashes. In the battlefield in the valley, the ghosts were burning, killing and looting wantonly. The ghosts, who were green and ashen, had physiques far superior to humans. In order to cover the retreat of civilians, the soldiers of Xia country were defeated again and again. Finger gun. The sharp finger gun instantly pierced through the ghost's brain. But more ghosts rushed up. The human captain with rich combat experience used the 6 physical techniques to resist hard on the chaotic battlefield. Although these ghosts were not top-level strongmen, their average strength was very high. Even ordinary soldiers had at least the level of human level 3 strength. Retreat. All soldiers who can move should evacuate first. The captain, who was shouting at the top of his lungs, had to give this order. Compared with the powerless civilians, these young soldiers were more valuable, and he could not let these soldiers suffer meaningless casualties. The deputy captain turned his head in astonishment, not bothering to wipe the blood off his face. He said emotionally, "Captain, there are a lot of civilians ahead. If these ghosts..." "Shut up. This is an order. I have no other choice." The captain with a resolute look looked at the young-looking deputy captain. At this moment, the world always has to give up something, whether it is human nature or life. He must make a choice as the person in charge of the overall situation. What's more, Wang Shi frowned and looked at the top of the valley, where there were 2 powerful ghosts who had not taken action. Although I don't know why they didn't take action. The most urgent thing is to stay away from here. Humans taste so delicious. The burly ghost held down the powerless human warrior and beat him into a meat paste with a little force, and then stuffed it into his mouth. Although more exhausted human warriors received the captain's order, no one took a step back, even if they were about to face death. "You idiots! Hack you!" Seeing that he couldn't command these legion soldiers, Wang Shi gritted his teeth and rushed forward, and the final battle between the 2 sides was completely launched. Looking at the struggles of these humans in the valley, the young ghost race was a little surprised. It is the nature of advanced creatures to protect their own kind, but it is undoubtedly stupid to sacrifice one's own life to protect them. In the concept of their ghost race, the weak and the injured, as well as the ghosts who drag down the entire tribe, must be abandoned. The actions of these human warriors are meaningless in his eyes. As the dominant creatures in their original world, the food chain they exist in is as supreme as humans in Blue Star. But in this new world where all races merge, it is difficult for them to rank. They were even beaten to the ground by the powerful races in the south, and fled to the territory of Yuan province. Shanghai. I think it's best not to fight any further, because it will most likely attract the strong men from the human side. The slightly elderly elder of the ghost tribe said softly. And Shanghai, the new leader of the ghost tribe, was stunned when he heard what Qing Lao said. "Are you ordering me?" This simple sentence contains a deep murderous intention. Qing Lao was silent. He knew that the strong Shanghai must be very aggrieved in his heart. As the most powerful individual in the ghost tribe, he was forced to lead the race to this remote area. But compared with the hidden danger of extermination, the human meal in front of him was insignificant. "I know your concerns, but I have reached a strategic alliance with powerful races such as the ancient Yuan clan and the Green Water Hydra clan. This time, if any human reinforcements appear, the other races will take advantage of the opportunity to attack human territory." Qing Lao's eyes narrowed. He never expected that the reckless Deep Sea would actually participate in it. Compared with other barbaric ghost people, he personally has a deep understanding of humans, and naturally knows the strength of the other party. This offensive method that can't even be considered a plan is just a mirage even if it achieves the goal in the end. In the end, it's all in vain. King of the Deep Sea, you are wrong. As long as the top emperor of mankind exists, we must never have such an idea. We should leave here, as the front line of mankind to the south. This area is too dangerous. When Qing Lao wanted to say something, the face of the king of the deep sea was already very ugly. There is no old and young in the ghost people. Only strength. The weak obey the strong is the way for the ghost people to survive. Don't say too much. The Jade Hydra has led several other tribes to attack the human base in Yuan province. It won't be long. As soon as the Deep Sea King finished speaking, he felt a powerful force covering the entire field. In the battle in the valley, the human side was extremely weak. Even if the human warriors exchanged their lives, they could not resist these powerful ghost warriors. Just as the hundreds of people who were panting and wounded huddled together, the surrounding ghosts laughed wildly and rushed over, and the whole space was illuminated by thunder. The endless thunder burned all the warriors of the ghost tribe into charcoal a second after it appeared. The twisted thunder like a dragon and snake avoided all human warriors as if it had life. This scene of thunder destroying the world was naturally seen by the Xia country civilians, who were running away from the valley towards the Yuan province base. The warriors who organized the civilians to retreat looked at the endless thunder thoughtfully, and understood who was coming. Mu Bai. The title of God. The raging thunder. The might of destroying the world. And the thunder like waves gradually disappeared after all the ghost warriors were killed. Mu Bai. who was wrapped in thunder, also appeared in the air. He came to Wang Shi and others along the invisible stairs, holding a huge head in his hand. That was the head of the leader of the Green Water Hydra. When Mu Bai came here just now, he happened to see the Green Water Hydra attacking the outer city of humans, and killed them all. Let's go. Leave this to me. Before Wang Shi and others could react, their figures were swallowed by thunder. Almost instantly, they appeared behind the large group of humans evacuating under the power of the thunder field, using the power of the field to teleport a large number of people so that others can achieve the purpose of teleportation. This ability is already used extremely skillfully by Mu Bai. It seems that only the two of you can be called combat power, Mu Bai said softly to the two people above the valley with a smile on his face. At this moment, the Ghost King Shanhai was undoubtedly in a state of confusion. He was surprised that the other party killed the Ghost Warriors in an instant. What was even more surprising was that his heart was beating so fast that it was about to burst. That was the unique danger perception ability of his ghost race. But even when facing a strong man at the level of the Emperor, his heart had never beat so fast. Who are you? Thousands of words finally dissipated, and only 3 simple words followed. Qing Lao had scolded the Ghost King Shahai thousands of times at this moment. The other party was able to open the domain power, and was obviously a 7th level king. And he had dealt with the leader of the Green Water Hydra in the other party's hand. The other party had a terrifying venom that could hurt the Emperor, and his strength was at the peak level of the king. But even such a guy was killed by this human young man. It is hard to imagine how powerful the other party is. With the king's strength of him in Shanghai, it is likely that they cannot defeat the other party. Who am I? There's no need for a dying person to know. Mu Bai, who came behind the 2 men instantly, spread his hands and said indifferently, the Deep Sea King, with his eyes bursting with a strong fighting spirit, immediately entered the 3rd form of the Ghost Clan. Deep Sea Crazy Ghost. The originally 3-meter-tall body suddenly deformed. The surging power flowed into the bloated fists, and he launched a thunder attack almost at the same time as Mu Bai appeared behind him. The surrounding void was distorted and deformed, and it was the Deep Sea King who launched the special domain of the Ghost Clan. And the shrewd Qing Lao had already used the special crutch in his hand to hook Mu Bai's neck and also exerted the power of the domain. The 2 completely different, but merged domains made time almost stop. And with the sound of scratching, the ghost corpse half hanging in the air was quietly dripping black liquid from the toes. These liquids were climbing up along Mu Bai's body and began to devour him from the ankles. It's done! Qing Lao was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He didn't expect that the enemy he thought was difficult would be so careless and enter their domain. The most terrifying thing about the ghost people is not the super combat power of ordinary warriors, but the inverted ghost domain that has been opened. Any creature that enters the inverted ghost domain will be given an effect that is almost like stopping time. The liquid dripping from the inverted ghost also has the ability to devour everything and can decompose the enemy completely. The domain of a ghost person is so powerful, and the power of the domain superimposed by 2 people is multiplied. What big talk! It turns out to be just like this. The Deep Sea King also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The danger warning level given to him by the other party was too high. Even when he just opened the domain, he also started to think about escaping. And Mu Bai in the deep domain slowly lowered his head and felt the liquid dripping from the toes of the inverted ghost constantly devouring his body. Interesting. The domains of 2 people can actually be merged, and the effect of the merged domain is multiplied. If you have hundreds of level 7 strongmen who can deploy domains at the same time, they may be able to defeat the body of the level 8 Emperor. What a pity. Mu Bai was very sorry that a powerful domineering aura burst out from his body, accompanied by his dark golden eyes. The domineering aura that was as powerful as a bamboo broke through the bamboo and dispersed the domain power. The upside-down ghost that appeared in the dark world was even dispersed by the domineering aura. And Mu Bai's finger just touched the forehead of the Deep Sea King at this time. The furious Deep Sea King wanted to attack, but his body was numb, as if he was suppressed by the opponent's special aura. He couldn't even move. Dominant entanglement. Finger gun. After simply spitting out 4 words, Mu Bai's fingers burst out with black and red bursting airflow. The opponent's head exploded instantly under the black and red energy, under the power of the domineering color entanglement. The opponent's level 7 peak body was as fragile as tofu. It seems that the opponent's race has no other obvious characteristics except that the domain power is relatively strange. The spurting blood sprayed Qing Lao's face, but at this moment he stood there in a daze and dared not move. From the opponent's defeat of the domain power to the instant killing of the Deep Sea King, in less than a second, He knew that he could not escape at all. You monster? Qing Lao said in horror, with a trembling voice, when he held his cane in reverse and wanted to end his life. Mu Bai raised his long legs and kicked the opponent's chest like a whip. In an instant, Qing Lao's body was buried under the broken valley. Get up. As he raised his hand, all the gravel in the valley floated in the air, and Mu Bai also lifted up the floating Qing Lao with blood in his mouth. I seem to have heard you two talking about the situation of the Guyuan clan before. Do you know where this race is? When Mu Bai tortured the Green Water Hydra before, the other party could not communicate at all. So he had no choice but to kill them all. Since this ghost human race has a common language, he must know the specific situation of the Guyuan clan. And he should also know the location of the other party. Ha ha. Human. Do you think I can? Qing Lao, who was bleeding from his mouth, was hit on the head by Mu Bai before he finished speaking. His whole body turned into a blood mist and splashed. Mu Bai wiped his hands and said indifferently, if you don't want to talk, then go and die. Whether it's the ancient Yuan clan or other creatures, all the alien races in the Yuan province will be cleansed. We will naturally find each other when the time comes. What's more, the Jiuzhou Ding fragments in my soul will automatically sense the location when they approach other Jiuzhou Ding fragments. After that, Mu Bai's figure turned into an electric current and disappeared on the spot. Then the mountains not far away shook. With miserable cries, many creatures were killed by a punch. Then the thunder surged. Mu Bai completely started unlimited killing. He will clean up all alien races. After a few hours, when dozens of city-sized areas were washed by Mu Bai's blood, nearly 600,000 lives had been killed by him. No powerful creature could survive a move in his hands. In the distance, a large amount of energy fluctuations were coming, and one of the energies even made the Jiuzhou Ding fragments in Mu Bai's soul connect. Standing on the ruins that seemed to have no end, Mu Bai smiled and looked to the east. Isn't it coming? At the eastern horizon, a huge crowd of flying races and alien land forces are gathering and rushing over. There is no end in sight. This almost gathered all the alien creatures in the entire Yuan province. At this moment, they are all approaching Mu Bai under the leadership of the 10 leading people. Even the knowledgeable Mu Bai had never seen such a large number of alien creatures for the first time. According to his rough estimate, the total number of the sky and the ground should be around 3 million. And the feeling that each of the 10 leading people gave Mu Bai was much stronger than the leader of the ghost race, the Deep Sea King, who was just easily killed. Since you have seen the 10 kings, why don't you kneel? One of the 10 people was bloated and had a mouth full of cracks all over his body. This sentence came out of his mouth with a feeling of a demonic sound piercing his ears. It seemed that he should kneel down immediately under his instigation. This demonic sound wave did not play any role when passing through Mu Bai's body. If it was an ordinary 7th level king, even if he was determined, he would definitely be affected. If he loses consciousness for a short time, the other party will definitely take advantage of him. But Mu Bai is 100% resistant to this kind of mental bewitching. Even without the blessing of the regular skilled despicable pirate, his own domineering aura is enough to not fear this kind of sound wave attack. 10 kings? Since you have seen me, why don't you kneel? Mu Bai asked back, and his eyes suddenly changed from black pupils to dark gold. And at the same time, the spirit that shook the world burst out from his body. This domineering aura that swept the world came like a tsunami. Those who were below the 7th level Heavenly King all felt the suffocating oppression. Almost instantly, their bodies were twisted and deformed. They exploded and died under this heavy pressure that far exceeded the mountains. Millions of alien races turned into a torrent of flesh and blood in an instant and scattered on the earth. As for the flying races in the sky, their wings were broken and fell to the ground with great pressure. Except for the old man with a gray beard in the center. The 10 kings who were originally majestic and unparalleled were all suppressed and knelt on the ground. Even though some of them have reached the peak of the 7th level Heavenly King, they were unable to resist this level of domineering aura in this sudden situation. Mu Bai was furious. The 9 kings knelt down, and millions of corpses were buried. This scene directly frightened the weak races watching from a distance. They never expected that this human would be so powerful. Even if someone said that this young human was the emperor, they would believe it. Compared with the other 9 people, the old man with a gray beard, who was the leader, shook his head and sighed. Although he was surprised by this domineering aura, he was not too afraid. With his half-step emperor throne strength, unless humans said 2 emperor thrones to attack at the same time, it would be impossible to kill him. Human strongman, you have crossed the line. What crime should you be punished for killing so many of my people now? The old Gu Yuan king is no different from a human, except that he has a single horn on his forehead. He was wearing a vine armor similar to that of the ancient times, and his narrowed eyes were full of the momentum of looking down on the world. At this moment, he was even more majestic without being angry, and there was a faint kingly momentum rising from his body. It seems that you are the only one who can fight me here. You must be the king of Gu Yuan. A man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. Floating in the air, Mu Bai's whole body was elementalized, and a thunder phantom hundreds of meters high appeared behind him. At this moment, he was like the thunder god above the 9 heavens, issuing the final judgment on these aliens. So that's it. I can tell from its appearance that it is some kind of artifact fragment. It seems that you and I have to decide who is better today. King Gu Yuan suddenly realized and didn't say much nonsense. The Tiangang Qi in his chest rushed up to the sky, with the momentum of destroying everything. It collided with the thunder of Mu Bai's attack. The earth was torn apart. With the strength of the 9 kings, they could not participate in it at all. Facing such a surging force, they wanted to run away without hesitation. But will Mu Bai let them go? See me, Wusheng. Let's go together. As soon as the voice fell, the surging dark water of the dark fruit in Mu Bai's left hand swept in the 4 alien kings on the left, and the right hand hit the vibration ball cover to suppress the mountains and rivers, and directly killed the 5 people who were fleeing in the distance. In one move, the 9 alien kings who were originally very famous in the Yuan province area were easily controlled like ants. Even King Gu Yuan didn't have time to stop all this from happening. You have not entered the throne yet, but you have already shown your divine power. What's your name? King Gu Yuan asked loudly with fear in his eyes. He could sense that the other party's level was also the 7th level heavenly king, but the strength he could show was incredible. It is expected that such a person would be an unparalleled genius even among the talented humans. My name is Mu Bai. King Gu Yuan. Show all your strength. If you wanted to stop me just now, I'm afraid you could do it. It's meaningless for me to hide your weakness like this. Thousands of lightning spears condensed behind him. When Mu Bai killed the 9th king just now, the other party could obviously stop him, but he never did it. It seems that this King Gu Yuan has other thoughts. Mu Bai's guess was right. With the half-step thrown strength of King Gu Yuan, he could completely save the 9th king. But this was not suitable for him. Without the existence of the 9th king, he would be more comfortable dominating the 10 clans of Yuan province in the future. As for the human in front of him, Mu Bai was surprised by his strength. But to be honest, the other party is far from being able to defeat him. You are such a sharp-eyed human genius. I wanted to kill you right when you were at your best. Now that you said so, I have to start taking it seriously. After saying that, King Gu Yuan's narrowed eyes suddenly opened. With a Tiangang Qi that was 10 times stronger than before, the world was suppressed. Time in the entire area almost stopped, and the old King Gu Yuan's skinny body suddenly swelled up after taking a few steps forward. I never thought that one day I would be able to use some of my strength in front of a junior like you. The boring game is over. At the moment when King Gu Yuan moved slightly, Mu Bai's figure also disappeared on the spot. No one can stop me. The domineering King Gu Yuan launched a continuous Tiangang fist. The straight road in front of him was shaken apart, and the nearby dam was completely broken in this impact. The endless flood poured into the low place of the wasteland. King Gu Yuan, who was walking on the water, went upstream, and his domineering boxing shook the 4 fields. But Mu Bai was more domineering than him. At the same time as King Gu Yuan attacked, Mu Bai's whole body had been rubberized, and his stretched arms were entangled together to form a stick-like shape, while the elementalization was moving at high speed. The rubber golden hoop wrapped with the thunder fruit suddenly fell. The whole void wailed. Too slow, in King Gu Yuan's eyes. Even if Mu Bai, who was accelerated by the elementalization, was abnormally slow, at least he could easily dodge before his attack. But if he really dodged, he would not be the domineering king. Almost without hesitation, the fist wrapped with the power of Tiangang went out. In an instant, it penetrated Mu Bai's body. Shadow. However, the figure of Mu Bai, whose body was penetrated, disappeared strangely, leaving only a trace of electric current, which instantly flowed into the body of King Gu Yuan to paralyze him. At the same time, behind King Gu Yuan, a black giant fist that covered the sky and the sun broke through the air and fell. Rubber Thunder Tyrant Fist. The surface was covered with black armed color domineering, and the rolling thunder turned into a blue thunder dragon flowing around the fist. The rubber giant fist filled with air hit the unprepared King Gu Yuan domineeringly. The momentum was earth-shattering. With a deafening roar, the body of King Guyuan fell to the ground and hit a big pit. Are you mistaken? If you only have this strength, the battle can end now. Floating in the air, Mu Bai was a little helpless. He didn't expect that the other party couldn't even see through such a simple trick. With the development of his Thunder Fruit, he can now condense a Thunder Phantom that interferes with the judgment of the strong. I am afraid that even the Emperor Throne strongmen will not be able to tell which one is Mu Bai at the first time. The other party still thinks he is slow? With the moving speed of his Thunder Fruit, he can keep up with even the Flash Fruit in a short distance, let alone the opponent's speed. At this moment, Mu Bai's physical strength, reaction speed, and mental strength are even stronger than the half-step Emperor King Guyuan. Unwilling to waste time, Mu Bai's body was squeezed and deformed, and then a large amount of heat was steamed from his body. When the heat dissipated, his whole body was full of elasticity. It turned out that the ultimate rubber form was activated. Rubber. Meteor shower. Mu Bai shook his arms calmly and injected the steaming heat into his arms. His arms, which were originally the size of an ordinary person, suddenly swelled up. Then the violent fist prints of the storm smashed the mountains and rivers. Every punch hit the place where the opponent fell, and the earth was shattered, and the flood was also dispersed in such a fierce attack. The rubber arms of hundreds of meters leapt after images, and the tremendous force made people's scalps numb. This violent fighting style made the small tribes watching the show from a distance dumbfounded. In the ever-expanding deep pit, the ancient Yuan king also felt the pressure. At this moment, he dared not hold back, and the overwhelming momentum penetrated the world. The fierce and domineering Tiangang power rushed up to the sky, blocking Mu Bai's rubber giant fist. As the dominant creatures in the ancient world, the Guyuan clan possesses the power to control the energy called Gengqi, which is an invisible force with extremely strong destructive power. As the best of the Guyuan clan, King Guyuan is even better at this. His Gengqi is almost condensed into gas, far surpassing his fellow clansmen. When the smoke dissipated, King Guyuan, who had a single eye on his head, finally revealed his true strength, and his skin also showed signs of stone-like cracks. In these cracks, the lavender energy source exuded a strong smell of burnt energy. The hot fire flow in the wasteland reversed, scorching the dry earth, and the power brought by the Tiangang force crushed at a high speed. The Tiangang domain opened. King Guyuan shouted. Then the surrounding world pattern changed instantly, and the originally blue sky was replaced by the white Tiangang airflow. At this moment, King Guyuan, who was in the Tiangang domain, had a momentum that was faintly equal to the 8th level Emperor throne. And it seemed that even the boundary between the king and the Emperor throne was not so clear. The first 5 levels are the levels of mortals. The 6th level is purple gold forging purple gold bones. And the 7th level is the king of heaven to open the power of the domain, which is almost invincible in the domain. As a half-step emperor, King Guyuan's attainments in the domain are already the strongest among all people under the Emperor throne that Mu Bai has seen. Looking around, the whole world is deeply trapped in the attack of the power of the Tiangang. This white Tiangang power is controlled by King Guyuan and sweeps towards Mu Bai. The murderous white Tiangang destroys mountains and trees. It is very domineering and carries out a devastating blow to all the existences that block the front. You are very good, but I am stronger. The phantom of the giant elephant appeared behind King Guyuan, and the white Gengqi flowed back into his body. The speed of King Guyuan, who fully released his strength, was amazing. Mu Bai, in the ultimate rubberman form, grinned. After all, he could not let go of his hands and feet on the battlefield of life and death during this period of time. During this period, he also developed a higher level in the rubber form of the Nika fruit. The fighting style similar to Luffy in the comics is too childish for him. Rubber vibration mode activated. In an instant, transparent spherical cover similar to the tremor fruit appeared on the outside of Mu Bai's body. And these spherical covers evenly covered the surface of his body. At the same time, the body that was already squeezed to the limit was compressed to an incredible degree under the blessing of the tremor fruit. Mu Bai's hair floated up and his expression was cold, and his dark golden eyes were revealing the domineering aura. The only difference from the past was that these domineering auras did not deter the enemy, but flowed in his body with the compressed force. He slowly stood up in the terrifying energy of the black tearing space. Tremor fruit plus domineering color entanglement plus rubber form plus armament hockey. What is the equivalent of? The giant elephant behind Guyuan Wang, who almost made a move at the same time as Mu Bai, roared like 1,000 troops. It violently swung its hooves and suppressed like a mountain. Mu Bai, who was surrounded by energy at this moment, was not panicked at all. The veins on his right arm bulged and expanded with the heat of the tossing. The dark surface of the armament Haki also covered his arm at this time. The black and red power of the Overlord Haki merged into the right fist. Even standing far away, one could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations. The 100-meter-long black rubber giant fist was covered with a vibration ball cover, which was much larger than the size Mu Bai had used before. It can be said that even Mu Bai at this moment felt a little bit of difficulty. Old thief! Watch my fist. The rubber giant fist pressed down from midair. The king's domineering aura was fully revealed. I will definitely take your head today. Gongqi becomes evil. Ancient demon elephant suppresses him. The third eye in the forehead suddenly opened. And the giant elephant with Gongqi that was suppressing Mu Bai in front of him became heavier at this moment. The rich Gongqi eventually turned into heavy evil spirit. And the almost transparent giant elephant also turned black. The ancient Yuan king who made the ancient hand seal was like an old monk in meditation. And there was no emotion on his dry face. Relying on the giant demon elephant technique. He, the ancient Yuan king, had a record of fighting 1 against 5 enemies of the same realm without being defeated. It can be said that in terms of strength, his giant demon elephant is invincible and has never been defeated. The elephant hoof and the rubber vibrating fist wrapped in the domineering color collided for the first time. With hundreds of sonic booms, the area within 30,000 meters around collapsed. Mountains and rivers are broken. Rivers are cut off. Such earth-shaking momentum attracted the attention of the Abyss race near Yuan province. Dalyu. The breath in the distance seems to be human. A huge monster stretched out its body from the magma within the territory of the Abyss race. This ethereal voice was accompanied by a strong demonic sound, as if it was bewitching someone. The one who made the voice was none other than the third Gap Lord of the Abyss world. Ball? I'm starving to death. The palm comparable to a truck randomly grabbed the Abyss creature attached to the rock wall, crushed it into meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. No matter how many 100 years I eat, I won't get tired of it. It's really worthy of being a creature of my Abyss race. The heat wave of the magma dissipated. And Ball, who was bloated and sitting on the crystal throne, said thoughtfully, since the great fusion of the world, the Abyss world that originally bordered Wuda has also been merged into the Blue Star. Coincidentally, the world of the Abyss race has been merged into the border between Yuan province and Yunhai province. The original wasteland has now become a magma zone with several active volcanoes. As the third Gap Lord of the 8th level Emperor, Ball naturally breathes the gas that originally belonged to the human world again. Although these Gap Lords are not in harmony, they still form the Abyss Alliance in the face of the pressure of the 10,000 races. Looking around, the forces of the surrounding provinces have no way to destroy them. Instead, the Abyss Alliance with 7 emperors has been constantly encroaching on the territories of these races, making the entire Abyss Alliance an unshakable huge force. The one called Daryu is an extremely elegant Abyss demon with bat-like wings on his back and a pair of glasses made of crystal on his nose. Wearing a human-like black suit can be said to be extremely elegant. As the second consciousness split from the Gap Lord, Daryu no longer has the characteristics of gluttony and tyranny, but is more rational in thinking. Looking to the north, only King Gu Yuan can burst out this kind of energy, and the only race that dares to challenge him is the Xia people who are recovering their territory. Dalyu said thoughtfully, raising his glasses with his middle finger. Ha ha ha. You guessed right. It is indeed a new Abyss race that inherited my bloodline. Although this extraterritorial demon organization is cunning, they probably didn't expect that their signature potion just fits my gluttonous bloodline. Being able to create a new Abyss creature like you means that I am closer to the unreachable 9th level divine realm. Ball laughed loudly, and the strong sound waves shook the Abyss army near the volcano and covered their ears. Some weak or deformed Abyss demons could not control their mouths within a few seconds after hearing this laughter, and their red eyes swallowed their bodies with their mouths. This extremely weird scene has long been common in this chaotic abyss. Daryu, play games with me. My good brother must have noticed the energy fluctuations in the north. With his warlike character, he will definitely go to the battlefield. We don't need to worry about what happens next. Glutton Ball slapped the magma randomly, just like a naughty child playing in the water. Except that this naughty child weighed hundreds of tons. My great lord Ball the Glutton. Are we still playing Super Mario yesterday? The elegant Dalyu ordered dozens of languid humans to come, and said to the Lord Demon, who was like his parents with great respect, let's play Contra. These humans will compete in groups. If anyone dies in the game level, then enter this magma and take a bath with me. These humans looked at each other in bewilderment. Contra? What the H.L.? Isn't that a card game? 1 life to complete the game. Lord, this is a really interesting idea. Dalyu applauded, and 2 bird-like demons brought a joystick game console similar to the one in the game hall from the back mountain. He adjusted it very skillfully near the crater, and finally used his demon tail as a power supply to connect the entire game console. The cheerful startup sound made these human scalps numb. Some humans felt that they would definitely die and joined forces to break free from the guarding demons, and ran towards the cliff of the volcano. Burn. The elegant demon Balyu said with a chuckle while snapping his fingers. And then the 3 humans who wanted to escape turned into charcoal with screams of fear. Really? The Lord can give you a chance to live. Why run away? He looked around at everyone with scarlet eyes, as if to see who could get the only chance to live. The rules of the game are to play Contra from now on. If you die with 1 life, you will be burned to death. If you can beat the level with 1 life, you can leave alive. Dalyu, who spoke as if singing, was very gentlemanly and asked the Abyss's men to place a sofa in front of the game console. Hurry up! Hurry up! I haven't seen such a thrilling game for 3 hours. Hurry up! The huge head of ball in the magma flew over. A strong sense of suffocation lingered around everyone, and the strong smell of sulfur was particularly pungent. But at this moment, everyone didn't even dare to breathe, for fear that this behemoth would swallow them alive in the next second. Just as everyone was terrified, a very childish boy walked out of the crowd. He raised his hand and said, I wonder if this demon master can let me play first. If I pass the level with 1 life 13 times, can you let us all go? The boy who counted the number of people behind him said calmly, as if he had no fear of being burned to death if he failed. Interesting. Normally it's not allowed, but today I'll make an exception, Ball said with a big laugh. He agreed with this method very much. He gave these people endless hope by pretending to be a hero, and then completely destroyed them. There is nothing more joyful than this. After getting the consent of the Gap Lord Ball, an incredible gambling game began. Standing at the crater and playing the game under the gaze of the Abyss Demon, this unprecedented experience still made Lu Chuafeng feel a little pressure at this moment. At the border of Yuan province at this moment, several extremely strong breaths are approaching the Mu Bai battlefield, and each breath is with a hint of sulfur. Where they passed, the weeds burned out, like a natural disaster, until a blind old man appeared in front of them, and the 3 auras of the 8th level Emperor thrones were restrained and stopped moving at the same time. The gatekeeper of the human Zhongwu University has been waiting for the 3 Abyss Lords for a long time. The old voice was like a spring breeze, although it was full of vicissitudes and seemed very weak. The war demon who revealed his true form at this moment was very afraid and did not dare to act rashly. Guha? You, a human, are not dead yet, the warlord riding the Black Abyss demon horse said meaningfully. 45 years ago, Gu He killed 100,000 Abyss demons with his sword, causing Xia Kingdom to completely defeat the demons that escaped to the human world and return them to the Abyss world. 33 years ago, the warlord led 1,000,000 Abyss warriors to start the largest demon tide in history, but was finally defeated by Gu He. 21 years ago, the 3 Abyss Lords attacked Guangming City, a human territory in the Abyss world, and were also restrained by Gu He for 3 days. Finally, the 3 Abyss Lords had to retreat. It can be said that the word Gu He is the most important in the Abyss world. Even Yin Tianzheng, who was as strong as the world's #1 at that time, could not replace the hatred of the Abyss Lords for Gu He. It's really touching that someone still remembers me. But now I'm blind and can't see who you are. I'm old and useless. Gu He, with white pupils, said with a little emotion, as if he was really old and weak. If Mu Bai was here, he would definitely recognize that this blind old man was the guard of the Abyss World Passage of Wuda. I don't believe you. In the eyes of the warlord, Gu He's energy level at this moment is as strong as the sea of fire that cannot be extinguished in the dark night. And he also sensed a trace of murderous intent. Your strength seems to have improved a step further. But I am also very curious about what kind of person can let you, the human emperor, protect him. Of course, it is a person who can destroy the Lord of the 7 gaps of your abyss in the future. After that, Gu He drew the long sword from his waist and slashed across. The surrounding world was as rotten as entering a parallel space. Everything withered, and even the surface of the bodies of the 3 emperor demons showed a layer of traces similar to iron corrosion. Before becoming the supreme swordsman, Gu He was known as the swordsman's nemesis. He is the owner of the superhuman rust fruit. He can corrode any sword or substance mixed with iron that he touches. After the fruit awakens, the rust fruit in Gu He's hand can not only affect substances containing iron, but also make other substances rusty. Now this unknown superhuman fruit is bursting out with an offensive comparable to that of a natural ability user. And combined with Gu He's swordsmanship, it is even more domineering and unparalleled. One sword strikes, everything withers. The Abyss Sulfur in the armor of the War Abyss Lord's lance spreads. And the other two weaker Abyss Lords also attack together. The battle of 1 against 3 begins. The earth is shaking. No 7th level king can survive in such a fierce battle. The offensive of these two people is closer to the throne, and transcends the category of the king. The Gongqi giant demon elephant and the vibrating rubber giant fist disappeared together. From beginning to end, the battle between the two did not touch each other. The Overlord color entanglement caused by Mu Bai, as an advanced use of the Overlord color, can achieve air attacks. In this regard, King Guyuan's giant demon elephant moves are completely at a disadvantage. The shocked King Guyuan secretly thought it was not good. He saw countless fist trajectories around him, like maggots attached to his bones, following him like a shadow. Before he could catch his breath, these rubber fists fell like raindrops. In this continuous bombardment, the vertical pupils between the eyebrows of the ancient Yuan king burst out with a vast Tiangang power. After the Tiangang power that was attached to the repulsion restrained the opponent's cannon fist, the ancient Yuan king fiercely passed through the fist shadow and grabbed Mu Bai's arm, and was about to launch a Tiangang attack. Unexpectedly, this Mu Bai was still a phantom of thunder. The moment King Guyuan grabbed him, he was surrounded by thunder, and a strong sense of paralysis came again. Retreat! King Guyuan shouted, and used the power of Tiangang to instantly repel the paralysis brought by the thunder. But when he was about to get up to find the opponent's trace, a big hand pressed his head and hit the ground. Rubber. Vibrating King Fist. The terrifying vibration power on the rubber fist covered with a vibrating ball cover burst out. The explosive force in it made King Guyuan's body twist and sink into the ground. Tiangang Ju Sha. Cut! The invisible Tiangang Qi turned into a sword of hundreds of meters and chopped down fiercely. The earth split wherever it passed. Mu Bai smiled casually. And then the dark water power mobilized by the dark fruit in his left hand easily decomposed the invisible sword like a wave. The awakened dark fruit can decompose and dissipate any attack. Even this level of Gang Qi can be easily suppressed. No longer limited to suppressing fruit ability users. What? The incredulous Gu Yuan Wang never expected that his Qi would be so easily dissolved by the opponent. This had never happened before. The darkness surged in Mu Bai's left hand, and the vibration ball cover in his right hand condensed. The gushing rubber cannon fist hit Gu Yuan Wang's face head-on, and the explosive force immediately knocked him out. It stopped after smashing 3 cliffs. Gu Yuan Wang, who was dizzy, stood up and dodged. The cliff behind him was instantly shattered by the rubber track-changing cannon fist. When the dust had not yet dissipated, Mu Bai's track-changing cannon fist kept changing its trajectory like a flexible snake, chasing Gu Yuan Wang like a madman. These countless fists containing the power of the hegemony color entanglement were like man-eating evil spirits that could not be dodged at all. Gu Yuan Wang, who was unable to dodge, was hit by countless rubber fists in various parts of his body, and a severe tearing sensation appeared in his body. The power of the tremor fruit plus the entanglement attack of the hegemony color domineering. The combination of the two is enough to severely injure Gu Yuan Wang, who is half a step away from the throne. This human is ridiculously powerful. King Gu Yuan did not expect that his proud physical strength and reaction speed would be like a joke in front of the opponent. It's not over yet. Mu Bai's long legs swept across at high speed. A kick with arm color domineering directly cut the unstable cliff in half. After stroking the cliff with one hand, the golden lion ring in Mu Bai's hand flashed yellow light. Under the power of the floating fruit, the broken cliff fell like the 5-finger mountain that the Buddha used to suppress Sun Wukong. King Gu Yuan, who was aching all over, roared and condensed the Tiangang sword energy to slash at the falling cliff. Unexpectedly, the dark water flowed, and the Tiangang power he originally condensed was decomposed and dissipated. The huge cliff smashed it down like a meteorite, and Mu Bai, floating in the air, gradually found a familiar feeling. That was the feeling of opening the vibration field when fighting with Jiang Yin that day. Sure enough, in the next second, the thunder field under Mu Bai's feet dissipated, and instead, a white vibration ball covered the surface of all materials in the field. In the vibration field, Mu Bai could feel that he could create continuous vibrations at will, And the upper limit of this vibration was not the burden on the body, but the limit that the vibrated object could bear. The limit. In this pure white vibration field, the whole world is like a bubble kingdom, and each pale white gas shield condenses a huge amount of vibration energy. The whole world can be hushed at any time. The cliff that was suppressed was knocked down into rubble by the powerful Tiangang Qi. And King Gu Yuan was furious and opened the Tiangang field again. The field full of Gangfeng collided with Mu Bai's vibration field and stirred up a strong energy shock. The vertical pupil on King Gu Yuan's forehead blinked rapidly, and bloodshot was all over it. He stood in a stalemate with Mu Bai. His face was pale. The internal injuries caused by the previous domineering color entanglement and beating were all triggered by the vibration at this moment. The terrifying vibration field instantly dispersed his Tiangang field while the other was growing and declining. Mu Bai, who came in the air, came aggressively with the momentum of being above all things, like teasing a toy. Boy, want me to die? Don't think it's easy for you. Realizing that his body could not bear it, King Gu Yuan also fell into complete madness. He was full of internal energy, and his skin was torn by the accumulated energy in his body. He tried to forcefully break through the shackles of the throne while enduring the pain. If level 5 is the first threshold of life transformation, then level 8 is the second threshold. After all the 18 shackles leading to the end of life are opened, the level 7 Heavenly King will completely step into the Eternal Palace, symbolizing the throne. And at this moment, King Gu Yuan was preparing to do so. I saw that the 17 life checkpoints representing the blockade of all things were open one after another. Under the pressure of life and death, the last 18th shackle symbolizing evolution was breaking. No. Unfortunately, this forced breakthrough is ultimately a mirage, like a castle in the air that is out of reach. When the last shackle broke, only the last shackle of the brand new 18th life shackle was left to hinder him. A slight difference can lead to a huge loss. It only takes a thought for the Heavenly King to cross the throne. But it also makes King Gu Yuan unable to reach it forever. His strong momentum is fading, and he is unwilling to give up and pours all this anger on Mu Bai. It was this human who forced him into this dead end. When he fell into madness, Mu Bai had completely controlled the vibration field. A massive increase similar to the full panel in the game poured into his body, and the increase symbolizing the Tremor fruit also skyrocketed in an instant. Even the awakening degree of the Tremor fruit in Mu Bai's personal information reached an incredible height at this moment. Tremor fruit, awaken. Tremor fruit super awakening progress 1% Tremor fruit super awakening. Sure enough, awakening is not the final result of the devil fruit, and there are more powers derived from it. The new power of the Tremor fruit was reshaped, which made him see the vibration points hidden in the world more clearly. Just a light tap can trigger a chain of unprecedented vibrations. Mu Bai's index finger lightly touched the forehead of the ancient Yuan king, who was in a turbulent state of Gongqi. The opponent's Gongqi, which was enough to kill thousands of kings, was shielded by the pale white ball cover. Vibration field. Sunluo's space. Mu Bai's tone became colder at this moment, and before he finished speaking, an indescribable sense of oppression lingered in the heart of King Gu Yuan. A pale white ball cover surrounded him in the opposite direction. And then, it kept vibrating. The vibration power that was enough to shatter several cities in this small space was repeatedly vibrating in it. Vibrating. Still vibrating. The terrifying vibrations of thousands of times per second shattered the tissues of King Gu Yuan, who was wrapped in the reverse direction. The pale white ball cover turned into a blood-red ruby blood bead after 3 seconds. At this moment, even Mu Bai was stunned. He just used the power of the reverse vibration space with his heart, and he never expected that he could easily kill King Gu Yuan, who was in the 7th level Heavenly King Great Perfection realm. This is the power of 1% of the super awakening progress of the Xinjian fruit. Feeling the super awakening Xinjian fruit in his body, which is like a divine attack method, Mu Bai felt that it was really a bit outrageous. He casually passed the vibration ball cover to condense on the broken cliff next to him. The cliff was surrounded by a pale white ball cover, and then the violent vibration force exploded repeatedly in it. After a second, the entire cliff was shaken into a substance similar to mud and sand. In the corpse of King Gu Yuan, the small fragments representing the luck of Jiuzhou automatically floated to Mu Bai's forehead. After feeling the call of the same kind, the fragment merged into his consciousness. Then it combined with the other 7 Jiuzhou Ding fragments into an object close to the bronze tripod, which was engraved with mountains, rivers, sun and moon, dragons and phoenixes, and auspicious scenes. At this moment, the only missing fragment was the upper right corner. If the last Jiuzhou Ding fragment is collected, Mu Bai feels that this national-level artifact will inevitably burst out with its original power. The 8th fragment of Jiuzhou Ding. The Super Awakening of Jinjin Fruit is activated. This trip is really a great harvest. After the battle, Mu Bai looked towards the south thoughtfully. He could vaguely feel several powerful forces colliding with each other from such a distance. The land owned by Xia country will be recovered sooner or later. Before that, it will be the last carnival of these alien races. Without delay, he quickly disappeared from the spot like thunder. The small creatures who survived the show in the ruins were trembling. And some were even scared to death by the cruelty of the battlefield at this moment. Millions of corpses. Rivers of blood. In addition to the fall of the 9 kings. The most powerful one among them, Gu Yuan King, was shaken into a ball of blood mist and dissipated in this world. All this brought them an unimaginable shock. They will always remember the human creature and fled to the distance. Humans are too terrible. At the junction of Yuan Province and Yunhai Province, the battle here has not ended yet. Except for the warlord. The other 2 Abyss Lords are a little embarrassed. On the other hand, the blind Gu he stood with his sword leaning against the sky, and the fine wine on his waist dripped down the corner of his mouth to the ground. And the dripping land quickly grew tiny weeds. Obviously, this fine wine was not ordinary. It's easy to say that the flesh is rusted, but the rust of the soul is hard to reverse. It's harder to get rid of it than to ascend to heaven. Gu He, who was drinking and having fun, looked at the 3 Abyss Lords in front of him and said without comment, just like an elder talking to a young man. At the same time, when Mu Bai left, he also felt something in his heart. Although he was blinded by the side effect of the awakening of the rust fruit, this was also an opportunity for him to become the peak of Xiagua with his observation haki. Without eyes, he can see through everything. The 3 Abyss Lords were all covered with mottled rust, just like iron blocks soaked in water for decades. And even their movement slowed down because of the rust. Compared with these war demons, who knew that the other party's words were implicit. The other party could not only make the enemy's body rust, but also make the enemy rusty at the soul level. If the outcome is really decided by a life and death battle, then even if the 3 of them defeat this old man, they may not be able to escape unscathed. Now the war demon has only 2 choices. Although he was reckless, as a smart man, he chose to take a step back. I hope you can live a few more years. When my abyss race destroys Xia country and humans, you will be a witness. The war demon waved his sleeves and left after making a harsh remark. And the fear in his eyes gradually dissipated. When the 3 Abyss Lords all left, Gu He's eyes bled. His body couldn't bear the power of the awakening fruit for a long time. When I was young, I used the awakening power of the rust fruit recklessly. But I didn't expect that I can't use it easily now. I'm old. The long sword was sheathed, and Gu He's ears were temporarily blinded. After his eyes were rusted. Is the next thing to be ears? After dealing with King Gu Yuan, Mu Bai also very considerately inspected the alien forces in various regions of Yuan province, and wiped out all the people of the 10 Kings Alliance. No matter whether they were old, young, women, or soldiers, they were all killed. This made Gu He, who was like a shadow guard, nod secretly. As Mu Bai's protector, he naturally couldn't let Mu Bai fall into despair in this chaotic world. But he also couldn't protect him too much. Compared with other young people of the same age, Mu Bai's decisiveness in killing was what he admired. Facing these aliens occupying the land of Xia country, the only solution was not peace talks, but killing. Killing to stop killing. Demonstrate strength with killing to shock the heroes. There are still a large number of young people in the Doomsday Fortress of the Divine Capital who want to coexist peacefully with these aliens, which is simply stupid. Only the older generation who have experienced the chaotic world of life and death know that the peace of this world is fought for, never negotiated, even though because of the great integration of the world, there is no obstacle in the communication and expression of language among all races. But it is still difficult to truly understand the other race. In this chaotic world similar to the Dark Forest Law, the only way to survive is to kill all the enemies you can see. When there is nothing left to kill, humans will become the strongest at the top of the food chain again. Since the super awakening of the Tremor fruit, Mu Bai's control over the Tremor fruit has finally been raised to another level. Wherever the consciousness reaches, the area covered can be given the power of a vibrating ball cover and then a bang to kill. After bloodbathing the aliens in the entire Yuan province, he originally planned to return to the Doomsday Fortress of the capital. But suddenly the task reminder of his eternal system appeared. Task. The Law of the Jungle task content. The Global League is about to start. For the benefit of your tribe, You decide to eliminate all obstacles that block the Global League until the Global League is officially opened. Task reward. Get the title of Pirate King, kill aliens to get C rewards, get the Despicable Pirate Advanced template. One Piece related skill templates. Current task progress 50%. The task progress has reached half. And it seems that the progress of this task completion is related to two things. The first is time. And the second is the resistance to holding the Global League. As long as we wait until the Global League officially opens in a month, we should be able to open the advanced profession of One Piece. Standing on the ruins, Mubai turned on the communication equipment. In the communication with Shinwuk, he also learned that the Kirin Corps won a great victory in the northern snowy area, and the new snowy Doomsday Fortress was officially started. When it is completed, refugees from surrounding provinces will be transported to it. From north to south, the Snowy Fortress, the Divine Capital Fortress, and the East China Sea Fortress. These three fortresses can gradually erode several large races entrenched in the northeastern region. I believe it won't take long for the northeastern part of Xiagua to be recaptured. Instant body. Mubai, who felt something in his heart, felt the hidden danger and moved at a high speed. He saw a wriggling earthworm breaking out of the ground where he was originally standing, bringing up huge smoke and dust. Then came the dark clouds moving quickly, blocking the blue sky. With Mubai's eyesight, he could naturally see clearly that the dark clouds were humanoid monsters similar to locusts. That is, Zerg. At this moment, there are 4 large-scale races in the southern part of Xia's territory, and each race has strength that is not inferior to that of Xia's human side. Zerg occupying Shannon Province, Fishmen occupying Sichuan Province and nearby seas, Lava Giants occupying Shihuang Province, and the most powerful God Emperor occupying Hung Province. These 4 races won the endless battle, and the territories they occupied not only include Xia, but also neighboring countries. For example, the demons came to attack Shi country in Shihuang Province, but they were wiped out by the lava giants a few days ago, and all the citizens became slaves. The dragon monarch of Shi country, who possessed the black unicorn fruit of the fantasy beast species, was missing. This powerful 8th level emperor was like an ant in front of the lava giants. He could not defend Shi country with his own strength. There were rumors that the dragon monarch had died, but Mubai thought it was not necessarily the case. After all, the 8th level emperor could at least escape. What were the Zergs in the southernmost province of Xia country going to do in Yuan province? Mubai, who was somewhat puzzled, did not attack, but waited for the other party's leader. When the black Zerg landed on the surface, the leader was a hot girl with a gorgeous face and figure. At least, it was more exaggerated than in the comics. If you remove the butterfly-like antennae on the top of the other party's head, and the thin wings behind her, she would be no different from a normal beauty. Human. I'm looking for a human boy. Do you know where he is? As she said this, the Zerg girl also projected the image of a down-and-out boy from the palm of her hand. The lifelike projection was just like the real thing. Looking for a human boy? What did he do to require so many Zerg troops? Mubai asked calmly. The boy in the projection gave Mubai the feeling of an internet addict, with heavy dark circles under his eyes and a listless look. He stole our things. I came to find him and ask him to return the items. The voice of this charming girl was also very soft, and the tone of her speech seemed to be telling her lover about her obsession. Looking at the other party's fiery eyes, Mubai frowned. The other party's eyes that wanted to eat him made him very irritated. But I want to be with you more now. Such young and energetic flesh and blood is the most delicious partner. What do you think? Human, do you want to throw yourself into your sister's arms? The Zerg charming girl said with her arms open, licking her lips. The vibration field is activated. In an instant, the pure white field enveloped all the Zerg, and the tiny spherical cover surrounded them all. Before the Zerg's charming girl could react, the air shield was filled with terrifying vibration power, and countless blood mists burst out in the air in an instant. The Zerg girl closest to Mubai was also torn into pieces in the repeated violent vibrations. The whole battle did not last for 3 seconds, and the powerful Zerg branch was completely wiped out. I don't have such vulgar interests. After dealing with these bugs, he rushed towards the Doomsday Fortress of the capital of gods, in the territory of the Abyss race. Ball, who was originally very interested, was completely dumbfounded, because this human boy actually played through 13 Contras. When the music in the game console sounded after the 13th clearance, the boy named Lu Chuafeng breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the Zerg treasure in his mind helping him stabilize his consciousness, with his current hunger, he might have fainted when playing the 3rd game. Excuse me. Can we all go? Lu Chuanfeng, with white lips, said with some caution. He was afraid that these two powerful demons would suddenly regret. Ball, the Lord of the Abyss, whose body was soaked in magma, seemed particularly disappointed. He wanted to kill all these humans when the other party won the first level, because these humans showed a hint of hope. And he hated hope very much. His scarlet eyes narrowed, and he opened his big mouth full of sulfur and whispered, "Of course. You can all go." Everyone looked at each other, feeling extremely happy. They didn't expect that they could survive in the hands of the Lord of the Abyss. But soon they were stunned, looking at the peak that was nearly 1,000 meters away from the foot of the mountain. How could ordinary people like them rely on their own strength to go down? Lu Chuanfeng, who was about to say something, was stopped by Daryu on the side. Although the great Lord Ball let you go, he didn't say he would send you down. Actually, I can take someone down. Daryu shook his wide wings and continued meaningfully. It's a pity that I can only take one person down the mountain. One person. The originally happy people's mood was like a roller coaster, and their hopes were extinguished in an instant. The most burly middle-aged man among the 13 naturally didn't believe that this demon would transport them back and forth. It was obvious that the other party was testing them. I'm sorry. With a gloomy face, he pushed the two old men beside him into the magma with all his strength. Then he picked up the old man's crutches and used them as weapons to retreat. The two old men who fell into the magma were completely evaporated by the magma before they even screamed. The others moved away from each other and formed several small groups. These people were all adults and naturally knew what the other party was thinking. Lu Chuanfeng, who was kind-hearted, gritted his teeth and roared. What are you doing? The strong man lowered his eyes, blamed himself for a moment, and then raised his head, his eyes full of determination. I'm trying to survive. Lu Chuanfeng, speechless, watched these people fighting each other, and his original worldview collapsed. Shouldn't people help each other? Even in this situation where only one person can survive. Shouldn't the elderly, children, women and children be allowed to leave safely first? No one gave him an answer. At this moment, the demon Ball was already laughing. Compared with the cannibalism of these lower creatures, he paid more attention to the hysterical roar and unwillingness of the human boy. The quality of kindness is just self-deception. I have watched the memories of you humans. Isn't it the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest in your world? The powerful have more resources, and the weak can only wait to die. Whether it is combat power, or what you call wealth, it is essentially the hegemony of the strong. This world is big, but unfortunately, there is no place for the weak. The bewitching voice of the Lord of the Gap drilled into Lu Chuanfeng's mind like a bug, and Ball unknowingly left a seed in his mind. 5 minutes later, Lu Chuanfeng was completely awake until only the scarred strongman was left among the last 12 people. With a numb expression, he looked at the strongman, who was gradually approaching him in confusion. He had just seen with his own eyes that the other party even threw his own child into the magma. The strongman with tears in his eyes was looking at him viciously. But when he looked at Yurita, he was extremely humble, as if the other party was the only one who could save him. Daryu put away the wings that protected Lu Chuanfeng and stepped aside to make way. The strongman nodded to him in gratitude, and then gradually approached with a bloody iron crutch. Are you still human? Lu Chuanfeng, who was almost collapsed, roared, his eyes full of disappointment. If he had known that these humans he saved were so despicable, he would definitely not care about their life or death. The strongman's eyes were also full of tears, but Daryu on the opposite side laughed strangely. In this laugh, the strongman could not control his body and rushed towards Lu Chuanfeng. He fainted amidst the strange laughter, and when he woke up again, the strongman was pushed into the lava from the top of the cliff. Of the 13 people, only he was left now. He had no clear memories afterwards, and only felt like he had left the area of the Abyss Lord in a dream. He was numb and woke up completely when he knew he was near a city with humans. This is the Doomsday Fortress of the Divine Capital. Looking at the towering walls, for some reason, his heart was filled with the despicable behavior of humans before. Are humans really hopeless? When he stared at the high wall, Mubai happened to have just entered the Divine Capital Fortress. As soon as he entered the city, he received a message from Yu Qianshou and others, and his expression froze after seeing the message. After his observation hockey swept across the city, he also found the location of Yu Qianshou and others. In the emergency room of Sihai Street in District B, Lin Zhan was being urgently rescued. Lin Zhan, who was covered with scratches on his body, was dying. The 3 demon swords he wore were now dull, and placed at the door of the emergency room. Mubai rushed over in a flash and saw everyone at the door of the emergency room and asked in surprise, "What is Lin Zhan's current condition?" At this moment, Lu Jun, Hong Yuan and others were all present in front of the emergency room. And everyone was dejected. After hearing Mubai's question, Hong Yuan, who was calm and steady, said in a deep voice, "When we were out on a mission, we met a powerful person who claimed to be a god. Lin Zhan was controlled by the other party when he was covering our retreat from the rear. If I'm not mistaken, the god used the power of the devil fruit." Mubai frowned after hearing this. In addition to humans, there are other races that can take devil fruits? What's the situation of Lin Zhan now? It seems that his soul was deprived from his body after he was controlled by the other party. In the end, we can only bring back Lin Zhan's body that is like a vegetable. Han Yuan, who was very self-blaming in his tone, was obviously very anxious in his heart. If they hadn't been distracted, Lin Zhan might not have been deprived of his soul. Deprived of soul? Mubai already had a bad guess at this moment. After continuing to ask questions and combining the various performances of this god, Mubai had roughly guessed the other party's fruit ability, controlling equipment similar to anthropomorphic creatures, and being able to easily seize the souls and lifespans of others. Only the superhuman soul fruit can do this. The fruit abilities of the 4 emperors Big Mom in One Piece have abilities related to the soul, such as the spirit soul fruit, shadow fruit, and yellow spring fruit. The superhuman soul fruit ability user can arbitrarily deal with the souls of creatures and let this soul reside in various equipment and instruments. I think the other party plundered Lin Zhan's soul in order to give his soul to some dead object. After understanding the situation, Mubai knew that the only way to revive Lin Zhan was to defeat the God Clan member who plundered Lin Zhan's soul and damage the other party's dead object that hosted Lin Zhan. Otherwise, Lin Zhan will continue to live in this state of living dead. When Mubai came to Principal Duan's office, before Mubai asked, Duan Xia had already put the information about the God Clan member on the table. With Mubai's mental power, he naturally didn't need to read it carefully, but just a glance at it deeply engraved the information in his mind. Phylok, the Protoss' genius, is also the candidate to represent the Protoss in the Global League next month. He has the special ability to control souls. According to reliable information, the area occupied by the Protoss has plants similar to the Demon Tree realm of the God Capital. The Protoss itself has extraordinary abilities. If the Devil Fruit is added to it, its power will probably increase greatly, Duan Xia said with a little worry. Mubai naturally knew the seriousness of the situation. If the other party sneaked into the Doomsday Fortress of the God Capital and then obtained the Devil Fruit, it would be fine. But this investigation report clearly shows one thing. That is, there are also areas similar to the Demon Tree realm in the Protoss territory. And the entire Protoss population may also obtain the Devil Fruit. There are many races participating in the Global League. Mubai, you and Shinwuk and 10 others are participating. Those who cannot reach the same level and fight 1 against 3 are not qualified to participate. Duan Xia said earnestly after taking out the decision-making list of the temporary parliament again. After taking over the list, Mubai found that the first name was his, and the word captain appeared after his name. Xiaogua Power. Participants: 1 Mubai, Captain, 2 Shinwuke, Armament Hockey, 3 Luo Changkong, Yellow Spring Fruit, 4 Zhao Ao, Poison Fruit, 5 Yuqian Cho, Sand Fruit, 6 Sui Yi, Mythical Beast Fire Phoenix, 7 Duan Jiuling, Combination Fruit, 8 Xian Yuan Bu Air, Ice Frozen Fruit, 9 Sun Yu, Flame Fruit, 10 Zhao Qian Chio, Strength Power Fruit. After seeing the entire list, Mubai felt that it was outrageous. He was familiar with all of these people except Zhao Qianqiu, who he didn't know. Given the grudges between Shinwuke and Zhao Ao, these two shouldn't be put together. And this Duan Jiuling, Mubai had beaten him up because of the challenge from the other party before, and the other party's hidden family reported to the National Assembly to suppress him. Duan Xia couldn't help laughing at Mubai's troubled look. Usually Mubai was good at everything, but he didn't expect that he would show his troubled side today. Don't worry. I know some of them have grudges, but they can't be petty in the face of the great cause of national survival. As the captain, you have every right to restrain and reprimand them. Although Mubai hadn't met some of them for a long time, he still knew their skills. Although they were very different from himself, they were already the best among their peers. So this is what Yu Qianqiu said in the communicator before. Are they in the training ground now? All 9 are here. Except you, the captain. no matter what position they originally held. They should focus on the training of the Global League now. Duanzia smiled and looked at Mubai and said. He could already vaguely feel a little pressure from Mubai at this moment. This is a good thing, indicating that the other party's strength has soared in recent times. Mubai nodded and said goodbye to Principal Duan and came to the underground training room of the Doomsday Fortress. When he appeared in the form of thunder, everyone except Zhao Qianqiu was already used to it. At this moment, Yu Qianqiu and Duan Zhioling were sparring with each other on the training ground. And the violent desert blades and the purple light of the fusion fruit were constantly colliding with each other. Judging from the current performance of these two people, they are both outstanding in the king level. What surprised Mubai the most was undoubtedly Duan Zhioling. The original unruly and arrogant cream boy has now become an exceptionally mature warrior. When he saw Mubai coming, he nodded in his direction. Mubai could guess the other party's transformation. The original hidden family and the ordinary family children are now almost dead in name only. And the old people who can be relied on have also died or injured in these rounds of tossing. Only the younger generation can take on important responsibilities, which is the most tempering of people's character in this chaotic world. It is expected that Duan Jioling's change is also due to this reason. Thinking of this, Mubai's face also became a little weird. Those century-old families that used to call the wind and rain when he just entered this world seem to have collapsed. The Shinduli family, who once vowed to kill him, is even dead. The battle in the training room is still going on. Yu Qianqiu, who controls the mad sand, condenses layers of sand walls and attacks. He does not give the opponent a chance to enter the combined state. The crisscross mad sand swept in at a terrifying speed far exceeding the sandstorm. Everyone in the entire training room can only see the attack collision of the two people through the observation hockey. Duan Zhioling is obviously better than Yu Qianqiu in physique. After using the armed hockey to resist the mad sand, he pressed the ground with one hand to combine the entire sealed training space with it. The spreading purple wave controls the nearby memory metal to enough and continuously encircle and suppress Yu Qianqiu. The combined fruit that has awakened the fruit obviously restrains Yu Qianqiu's desert moves. The overwhelming purple combined metal condenses into a giant palm to suppress it. In the narrow space, Yu Qianqiu's sand fruit was obviously more restricted. The combined fruit could be combined with memory metal to form a body similar to Gundam. Looking at the giant palm that was as big as an aircraft carrier, Yu Qianqiu laughed heartily. Don't laugh, old you. What are you waiting for if you don't activate your domain ability? Mubai said strangely with his hands behind his back. His eyes swept over the people watching the battle next to him. Yu Qianqiu, who was slightly surprised, didn't expect Mubai to see at a glance that he had awakened his domain power. Really? I wanted to give you a big surprise, but I didn't expect to be seen through. Stop talking nonsense. Yu Qianqiu, show all your strength. If you are defeated by me, I will propose to the temporary parliament to withdraw your qualification to participate. Duan Zhioling said coldly. He didn't want to associate with the weak. If he could really easily solve the opponent, he would really dare to do so. Yu Qianqiu, who faced the giant hand that covered the sky, had an orange-yellow light in his eyes, and his body began to show a state of agitated and scattered wild sand. Domain! Desert Kingdom. Pressing the ground with both palms, the sand that rolled up at a high speed became more and more, and the surface of the ground that was originally memory metal had turned into sand wherever these sands passed. In the Desert Kingdom, everything covered by his domain must be non-entity. Sands flowed all over his body, just like the armor of a tyrant. If Yu Qianqiu was holding a cigar at this moment, he would have the demeanor of a desert king. And the metal giant palm in the sky that was suppressed by the power of the fusion fruit was now decomposed and dissipated by the sand in the Desert Kingdom domain. Anyone who touches my domain will become sand. It seems that your fusion fruit is not good enough. Yu Qianqiu, who had turned the tables, said with some pride. Before, Duan Zhioling asserted that no one except Mubai could defeat him in Wuda. But now, the opponent's domain ability is very strong. But Duan Zhioling, who has rich combat experience, also saw the problem. That is, the efficiency of the opponent's domain in decomposing the memory metal control by itself is slower than that of decomposing the memory metal on the ground. In other words, only if he is fast enough, he can defeat Yu Qianqiu quickly, with the metal covering his whole body. Super Fusion. Super Purple Wolf. Without saying anything, he immediately used the combat skills that he had used against Mubai. At the same time, Duan Zhioling, who also opened the fusion field, underwent a huge change, and was covered with metal armor similar to that of a werewolf. A large amount of memory metal merged into Duan Jiuling's body, making his body covered with purple metal and ripples. Since you think your field power is very strong, then I can borrow it for a while. Before he finished speaking, the purple wolf Duan Jiuling in combat form suddenly disappeared from the spot. But Mu Bai saw clearly that the opponent entered Yu Qianzhou's field in a snake-like movement. Almost at the same time as Yu Qianzhou's field expanded, the deadly 10,000 blades crazy sand sword slashed. Duan Jiuling, who dodged these attacks at high speed, opened his own fusion field when he entered Yu Qianzhou's desert country field. Amid the shocked shouts of the onlookers, Jiuling actually avoided the opponent's attack by turning into sand. At the same time, the raging sand in the sky also obeyed his command and attacked the original owner of the domain. The desert sword that was originally pointed at Duan Jiuling turned its gun head and slashed at Yu Qianzhou. Hack! You are stealing the home. Realizing that the opponent's domain was very strange, and that it was very likely that it could merge with the opponent's domain, Yu Qianzhou directly transformed himself into an element. Yu Qianzhou, whose whole body turned into sand, disappeared on the spot. And Duan Jiuling also turned into sand and disappeared on the spot. The scene at this moment was quite strange. Most of the middle position in the training ground was full of sand, and two invisible wild sands were colliding with each other. The fierce battle made the scene more and more chaotic. As time went on, Yu Qianzhou's physical strength was consumed greatly. This was something he didn't expect. At this moment, it seemed that there were two of him consuming physical strength at the same time. Two people? No way. Mu Bai, who saw the door, brightened his eyes. Shen Wuke said with cold eyes, when the fusion fruit opens the domain, it can parasitize in the enemy's domain and use the opponent's ability to defeat the opponent? No. Then doesn't Duan Jiuling have the ability to enter other people's domains at will? The bald Zhao Qianqiu said very puzzled. And at the same time, his eyes were always fixed on Mu Bai. He knew that the strongest among the people present might be the handsome young man in front of him. He had only heard of the other party before, but he didn't expect to see his true face now. He looked a little thin. Zhao Qianqiu, who was nearly 3 meters tall, obviously didn't realize his height. From his perspective, Mu Bai, who was 1.85 meters tall, was indeed as thin as a child. The superhuman force fruit gave him unimaginable power, and also made his body the size closest to the balance point. If his realm or strength is improved again in the future, his body size may also rise with the tide. Not only that, if I'm not mistaken, Yu Qianzhou's physical strength is also consumed greatly at this moment. And this consumption also involves the spiritual level. Mu Bai, who saw the essence of the fusion domain, could detect that Yu Qianzhou's attack speed was slowing down at this moment, while Duan Jiuling was full of physical strength. This means that the fusion domain triggered by the fusion fruit can not only use the opponent's moves in other people's domains, but also consume the opponent's physical strength in the process. And because the opening of the domain ability is based on the power related to the spiritual level, this consumption will increase the spiritual power of the domain caster, which cannot be restored in a short time, using the enemy's domain power to defeat the opponent. This is really a bit of a wretched development. At this moment, the domain on the battlefield has been lifted, and Duan Jiuling, who has lost the desertification ability of the desert country, dodges and leaves the original place at a high speed. I saw that the place where he was originally standing collapsed quickly, and a large number of sharp desert needles rushed into the top of the training room. Yu Qianzhou, with disheveled hair and very embarrassed, put away his hands unhappily. You are really a talent. I didn't expect that you look so strong. But you are so mean. Yu Qianzhou, who was in tears and laughter, held the desert sword in his hand and used the crazy sand attack again, and at the same time launched the 6-style physical technique to distance himself from the opponent. The combined power flowed into Duan Jiuling's body again. At this moment, he was full of fighting spirit. When the opponent was not protected by the domain ability, he was 160% sure to quickly resolve the battle. Seeing that the two people actually wanted to have another round, Mu Bai covered his face and sighed. At this moment, almost all the memory metals in the training ground were ruined by the two. Let's put it this way. The original regular training ground was like the heavenly palace. But now it is no different from the water curtain cave in the flower and fruit mountain of Monkey King. The bumpy memory metal is changing from the desert form to the metal form. Just when the two were about to fight again, Mu Bai appeared in the middle of the two. The offensive of the two stopped less than 1 centimeter away from Mu Bai. Okay. If you have the strength, you can fight again at the ceremony tomorrow. It wasn't that they wanted to stop, but as Mu Bai spoke, His domineering aura went straight to people's hearts, causing their bodies to stiffen involuntarily. There was no doubt that the gap between him and Mu Bai had widened again. Duan Jiuling did not confront Mu Bai head-on, but immediately released the combined form. What do you mean? Didn't the top say that tomorrow is a celebration to celebrate the establishment of the Doomsday Fortress of the capital of gods? How come we have something to do with it? Yu Qianqiu said in confusion. He had long been resigned to the fact that there was a huge gap between him and Mu Bai. Everyone come here. Hearing Mu Bai's words, all the famous geniuses in Xia country came over very obediently. The staff who were listening to the noise outside the door just felt that the sound in the training room had become smaller, and the sturdy door was immediately opened. This scared them. At the same time, all the tables and chairs outside the training ground floated up automatically without wind and were teleported into the training room at a very fast speed. The methods of these geniuses are incredible. I heard that the Global League to be held next month is about to start, and Mu Bai and others should be the selected players. The staff who were taking a break from their work were talking about it, but when they mentioned Mu Bai, they couldn't help but show a hint of admiration on their faces. You should know that in the past few months, Mu Bai's performance is unmatched by his peers. The number of civilians rescued from the hands of aliens alone is no less than 100,000. The number of aliens killed is countless. Many people in the Doomsday Fortress of the capital of gods worship Mu Bai as a life belief, especially among the young people. His fame is far beyond others. After sending the tables and chairs into the training room with the Piao Piao fruit, Mu Bai sat on the chair and extended his hand to invite everyone to sit down together, except for Zhao Qianqiu. Everyone else sat down. Luo Chengkong, who was a skeleton, thought that Zhao Qianqiu wanted to challenge Mu Bai's face, and hurriedly pulled him to sit down. Zhao Qianqiu, with an embarrassed face, looked at the thin chair helplessly, and this chair could not bear his weight of several thousand pounds at all. With the blessing of the superhuman force fruit, his muscle density and bone density are far beyond that of ordinary people, so even his body weight has reached about 3,000 kilograms. Sit down. Don't you find that these chairs have never touched the ground? The Poison King Zhao Eo said lightly with his hands crossed. His mood at the moment was actually very complicated. He couldn't stand Shenwuk sitting opposite him, but he still endured it for the sake of Xiaodua. After hearing this, Zhao Qianqiu sat down carefully. Sure enough, the chair didn't break at all. Even with his weight, he sat steadily. After seeing everyone sitting down, Mu Bai first looked at Yu Qianqiu and Sui. I already know about Lin Zhan. The god clan that attacked him will also appear in the Global League in a month. By then, as long as we defeat him, Lin Zhan's soul will return to his body. As for his body, I'll ask Brother Xianyuan to freeze it. Xianyuan Buer nodded with a serious expression. He also knew about Lin Zhan. With his special freezing ability, as a user of the ice fruit ability, he could completely freeze his body without hurting the flesh. That's great. If Lin Zhan can't wake up, that would be the most desperate thing. Now we have found a way to smack the faces of these gods in the Global League, Yu Qianqiu said fiercely. Sui was relieved after hearing what Mu Bai said. Mu Bai, what do you mean by continuing to fight in tomorrow's ceremony? Shenwuk asked in confusion. He was not interested in Lin Zhan. This is what the temporary parliament meant. The qualifications of the 10 of us will be announced in tomorrow's celebration. At that time, we will accept the challenge. The winner will continue to maintain the quota, and the loser will automatically go down and be replaced by the winner. After saying this lightly, Mu Bai turned to Zhao Qianqiu, who was the least familiar to him in the audience, and said, Are you the power fruit ability user? Yes. Zhao Qianqiu answered loudly and straightened his back. Just like a primary school student meeting his class teacher, Mu Bai looked at the other party and nodded, and said, You need to pay more attention. Tomorrow, the number of people who will challenge you will definitely be the largest. If you are defeated, the temporary parliament will undoubtedly slap itself in the face. It is said that people from other underground organizations have also sneaked into the Doomsday Fortress. I am afraid that this operation is not only to fish, but also to see if there are any young people with hidden strength in the folk. Shenwuk, who was thoughtful, did not speak out his guess. Speaking of which, where is Wang Zongqian, the user of the Earth fruit ability? Mu Bai asked Shenwuk. He thought that his name must be among the 10 people, but he didn't expect that he was not there. Dead? He was torn alive by the lava giant beast tribe when he returned from the western wilderness after completing the mission. Torn alive. The other people who knew Wang Zongqian's strength were quite surprised. You know, the other party's Earth fruit ability can reach the peak of the Go Dao Lu. Shinwuk said this without any emotion. But Mu Bai could detect a trace of anger in the other party's heart. It's good to be angry. Mu Bai is most afraid that the other party can't even get angry at all. If that time comes, it's hard to say whether Shinwuk will betray Xiaogua. Mu Bai nodded thoughtfully. Dismissed. Gather at Shindu Square tomorrow. After saying this, Mu Bai's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a slight electric current. Captain Mu really comes and goes without a trace. Zhao Qianqiu, who was amazed at the other party's chic, said with envy. Compared with the heavy power fruit, he actually hopes to get a gorgeous natural ability, or a cool fusion fruit ability like Duanjiuling. After all, strength is only temporary, and handsomeness is eternal. Just when Zhao Qianqiu was about to ask everyone to have dinner, the Poison King Zhao Ao in the front had a fight with Shinwuk. Get out. Why don't you get out first? The two blocked each other at the door, and didn't see eye to eye with each other. No one was willing to give in. It was okay before with Mu Bai, but now without Mu Bai. The momentum of the confrontation between the two was constantly increasing. Yu Qianqiu helplessly turned into an element of sand and squeezed through the two people. The two people could fight over who would get out of the door first. It seems that there is really no one else who can suppress the situation except Mu Bai. The grand ceremony in the Shindu Square was proceeding in an orderly manner, and almost all the residents of the fortress gathered here. Since the advent of the demon, the whole world has changed drastically, especially the Shindu, which was taken care of by the demigod Jiangyan, where countless people died and all the ancient buildings were destroyed. Originally, it was thought that the disaster disappeared with the disappearance of Jiangyan, but no one expected that countless worlds would merge together later, which also pushed the entire human race from the top of the food chain to the bottom. On the way to the Shindu for refuge, a large number of civilians were cannibalized and killed by aliens. If it weren't for the completion of the Doomsday Fortress in the Shindu, it would be hard to imagine the subsequent development. After the third item commemorating the soldiers who sacrificed their lives to defend the country, Duan Xia, as the person in charge of organizing the ceremony, also went straight to the point. On this memorable day, I will announce an important thing, which is so important that it concerns the future direction of the entire Xia country. The civilians in the audience talked a lot, and most people guessed what was to be announced. Some people in the crowd lowered their eyes slightly, as if they were afraid of something. The Global League will start in a month. At that time, the territories will be redistributed according to the quotas obtained by the hundreds of races. It will also be an important moment for Xia to regain lost territory. After discussion in the parliament, it was finally decided that these 10 people would participate in this 8th Global League. Accompanying Duan Xia's words, the avatars and information of Mu Bai and others appeared on the big screen. There was not much reaction from the audience at the beginning, because Mu Bai and Shinwuk were both famous among the 7th level kings. Those who were unwilling to give up did not dare to say anything. But they had never heard of the people who appeared on the big screen. For example, Zhao Qianqiu seemed to have jumped out of the cracks of the stone. And there were doubts from the crowd. After all, those who participated in the Global League must be invincible in the same realm. Although Duan Xia did not say what the consequences would be if the ranking was too low, everyone understood that it was very likely that other major forces would divide Xia together. It is even possible that the global forces will directly unite to eliminate all human forces around the world. It is normal for civilians to be dissatisfied in such a situation involving the right to survive. But Duan Xia broke the noise with a sudden change of tone. He said to those angry people solemnly, although they have been selected, if the outstanding geniuses present today can defeat any of them, they can replace him. The whole audience was boiling as soon as these words came out. The originally resentful geniuses were also eager to try. You know, if they can represent the entire Xia country to participate in such a major event related to survival, it is an unprecedented honor in itself. As long as they win, they can completely open up their own era. There was a heated discussion in the audience. Some people have already started to warm up. Those who could enter the 7th level of the king before the age of 40 are not good for nothings. The 10 people standing behind the scenes had different expressions. Among them, Zhao Qianqiu's face was the ugliest. With his domineering aura of observation, he could naturally hear the conversation of the people in the audience clearly. Are you kidding me? These people think I am easy to control? Brother Qianqiu, don't worry so much. I heard them say that I am an undercover sent by the undead race to the human side. Luo Chengkong said desolately with his hands spread out. He sat cross-legged on the ground with his bones, as if all his strength had been drained. You know what? You who have the yellow spring fruit really look a bit like it, Mu Bai said with a smile without comment. He knew that the people present were probably very nervous. There were not many honors to represent the Xia kingdom in the war. It would be quite embarrassing to be defeated in front of the whole public. A bunch of nagging cowards. After squeezing out the crowd, a fierce man roared and jumped onto the stage. He was covered with animal skin similar to tigers. This dress was very similar to that of the people in the western wilderness. There are many people who believe in the witch tribe in some villages outside the western wilderness province. And I think this person is the same. It's the Mammoth Sikongyu. The one from ancient times? The one who is said to have the power to break the sky with the blue sky on his back. Some time ago, I saw him kill the king of the same realm as easily as drinking water. He Sikongyu has been living in the deep mountains of the western wilderness for many years, isolated from the world and tempering his strength. Now he is coming out of seclusion to make a decisive move. He heard who is the weakest in the ears of everyone. But no one said that the so-called shitty Captain Mubai is weak. He Sikongyu disdains to defeat the weak. If you want to fight, fight the strongest. Under the momentum of the crowd, Sikongyu opened his arms and said loudly, I am Sikongyu. I want to challenge the so-called Mubai. The voice of the people was half a meter smaller as soon as he came out. And many people who waved flags and shouted to support him also looked at Sikongyu's back in disbelief. Are you shocked? Sikongyu stood on the celebration stage with a grin. And his 10-meter height, that was different from ordinary people, could not be underestimated. Mubai, who came from behind the scenes, didn't expect that someone would come up and challenge him directly. When he walked to the front of the stage, the whole audience burst into violent cheers. And the momentum was just like that of a fanatical fan. With Mubai's reputation in the capital of the gods, this was nothing. Are you Mubai? You look ordinary. 2. If you lose, you have to give me your captain position. Okay. Let's do this. I'll give you 3 chances to attack. If you can't hurt me, then you can leave on your own. Mubai, with his hands in his pockets, said indifferently. If he came up and killed the opponent instantly, it would be meaningless. And it might also kill the passion of the people below the stage to challenge. Sikongyu was silent. His veins popped up all over his body. He thought Mubai would be extremely arrogant. But he never expected that the other party would be so rampant. The last person who dared to speak to me like this has been trampled into a meat sauce. I hope you have the qualifications to say this. As soon as the voice fell, Sikongyu, who was originally nearly 10 meters tall, changed his body. Brown hair covered his whole body. 2 huge white tusks were growing in the corners of his mouth. And his hands and feet had turned into the 4 legs of a mammoth. At this moment, Sikongyu, who was like a small mountain, was roaring. The majestic beast that had disappeared in prehistoric times roared to the sky. As an ancient animal-type mammoth fruit ability user, he could transform into a mammoth with great destructive power at will. In terms of defense, attack, strength and resistance to blows, he was the top existence in the animal system. This cry is good? If it is placed in a zoo, it should be very popular. Mubai, who was a little emotional, still stood there indifferently, without even stretching out his hands. This guy, too rampant. The angry ancient beast raised its 2 front hooves high in the air, and the powerful airflow caused the civilians to fall one after another. The mammoth's great power. The mountains and rivers were in turmoil. Compared to the mammoth fruit controlled by Jack, the 3 disasters in the One Piece comics, the one developed by Sikongyu is even more powerful. The 2 hooves were raised high like mountains falling. They stepped on Mubai with tremendous force. This kind of power is not easy even for Captain Mubai. Zhao Qianqiu behind the scenes was extremely sensitive to power, and naturally knew how terrifying the power of these hooves was. But he couldn't say anything halfway, because something extremely outrageous was happening at the moment. The hooves that could trample the mountain stopped when they fell on Mubai's head. No matter how hard Sikongyu tried at this moment, he couldn't crush the invisible barrier. What a joke. Sikongyu was still trying, but Mubai still looked at him calmly, like a highly intelligent creature watching ants moving. Mubai seemed to have done nothing. But in fact, he had deprived the other party of the source of explosive power invisibly. That is the vibration of the muscles. Since the super awakening of the Tremor fruit, Mubai has made great progress in the control of his fruit ability. He can arbitrarily deprive the opponent of the ability to vibrate all over his body, including the vibration of muscles, nerves, bones, and even the rotation of the opponent's eyeballs. Of course, this is based on the premise that the spirit of both sides is very different. Not only that, he can also block the vibration to make the sound of the whole venue unable to be transmitted. Similar to the fruit of silence. At this moment, Sikongpa, who was stuck in the air, felt that the shackles controlling his body suddenly disappeared, and he changed from the mammoth animal form to the half-human and half-beast form with a complicated expression. What kind of move is this? Just a trick. Mu Bai yawned. After practicing hard for more than 20 years, he couldn't resist the opponent's trick today. Sikong Yu already knew the strength of Mu Bai at this moment. He was really strong and was in a different dimension from himself. Mu Bai, you have the qualifications to be arrogant. This is the right of being a strong man. But I will also go all out next time. So I hope you can also show your true ability. Mammoth field open. The roaring beast instinctively broke through the limit of the body. At this moment, Sikong Yu, who was already impressive, had already reached the limit of the defense and strength of his body. This was the first time that Mu Bai saw a 7th level king of animal type ability users use domain power. The opponent's domain seemed to be very similar to the awakening ability of animal type fruits. They all strengthened their bodies to the limit, and raised their recovery and strength and other physical aspects to a new height. Sikong Yu, who had greatly increased his strength, swung his fists to break through the void and bombarded. Such a force was completely unbearable for the 7th level king in normal times. Good. Since the opponent has asked me to show my true ability, I will fight him head-on with my own physical strength. Mu Bai, who did not use any fruit power, raised his arms and punched and collided with the fist as big as the head of a truck. The terrifying sound waves made people have a splitting headache. If Duanxia had not controlled an energy protection shield, I am afraid that the civilians present would have lost their hearing instantly. After the bamboo-like explosion sound, Mu Bai's body remained motionless, while Sikong Yu, who had opened the domain, actually retreated dozens of steps. Could it be that he was no match for the opponent in terms of strength? Sikong Yu waved his arms covered by elephant hair again. Are you looking down on me? Mu Bai, use your fruit ability. Mu Bai had reached his limit in terms of speed, strength, and destructiveness, and it was not until this time that he began to take it seriously. After feeling the opponent's burning fighting spirit, Mu Bai instantly transformed into an element and passed over the opponent's heavy fist and came to the opponent's chest. He pressed down the vibration ball cover with one hand and condensed it in the palm of his hand. After pressing the opponent's big face and deeply embedding it into the surface of the platform, Sikong Yu had fainted with a white vibration shock wave. It was easy to solve the opponent with one move, even if the opponent's combat power was outstanding among the 7th level. But unfortunately, Mu Bai's strength stood at the top of the Heavenly King level. Go on. Whoever wants to challenge me next can come up together, and those below the 7th level should not join in the fun. After hearing this, more than a dozen 7th level Heavenly King ability users rushed up from the crowd, all of whom were unfamiliar faces that Mu Bai had never seen. A dozen people looked at each other and surrounded him from all sides. They wanted to lock Mu Bai in space. At the same time, more than a dozen completely different domain powers extended rapidly, and the target was Mu Bai standing in the center. Such a number of kings was amazing, and even those who believed in Mu Bai's strength were a little worried at this moment. After all, as long as the number was large enough, the quality gap could be made up. It's not bad, but it's a pity that I met dark water. Black ripples flowed under Mu Bai's feet, and the domains dissipated wherever the ripples passed. At the same time, Mu Bai stretched out his left hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, more than a dozen white transparent ball covers wrapped everyone. And as the air cover broke, an extremely shocking scene appeared. With the circle as the range, all the besieged kings lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground in the terrifying shock, defeating more than a dozen kings in 1 second. This performance is infinitely close to the 8th level Emperor throne. Mu Bai is a monster. He is a little too strong. Zhao Qianqiu was also confused at this moment. There were more than a dozen kings. Even after exerting the power of the domain, he was still killed instantly. This is not a question of whether he can challenge Mu Bai. He estimated that even if the 9 people behind the scenes attacked together, they might not be Mu Bai's opponent. There is no doubt that Mu Bai, who is known as the god, has far surpassed everyone in terms of combat power. Invincible. Mu Bai is too strong. If he can step into the throne of the emperor, I'm afraid this era is a sad era, because the light of other geniuses is destined to be unable to surpass him. But this is also a destined glorious era. This is the era of Mu Bai. Unbelievable. It seems that compared with him, we are really like the bright moon and the light of fireflies. The whole audience is shouting Mu Bai's name at this moment. It is a blessing for the human race to have such a proud son of heaven in this doomsday. There is no doubt that Mu Bai is already the first person under the throne in everyone's mind at this moment. The most important thing is that Mu Bai is only in his early 20s. He will only be stronger in the future. Mu Bai, who had withdrawn his left hand, had already adjusted the vibration frequency to a level that would not cause death. Otherwise the dozen or so level 7 heavenly kings would surely die. He raised his left hand high and clenched his fist when the cheers from the audience reached their peak. The overwhelming shouts gradually subsided. "Who's next?" Mu Bai said softly with a calm expression. And none of the high-spirited young geniuses in the audience dared to look him in the eye. No matter how many opponents there are, they cannot defeat Mu Bai, unless the emperor takes action. There is no one in the entire Xia kingdom who can compete with him. Duan Xia looked at Mu Bai with a little relief. He was right in his judgment of him. He has grown to the current level in just a few years. It is unprecedented. Even Yin Tianzheng, who was the world's #1 fighter at that time, probably grew much faster than Mu Bai. Xia Kingdom has a successor. The human race has a successor. The domineering aura swept across. Mu Bai did not hide his own domineering aura, but openly covered the whole audience with the domineering aura with overwhelming pressure. He had a vague premonition that his domineering aura seemed to have changed in some way. Dark golden pupils appeared in Mu Bai's eyes. The black and red domineering aura that shook the sky magnified his figure infinitely like a throne that pressured the world. Domineering aura. Is Mu Bai crazy? Everyone who sensed this breath was dumbfounded. This Mu Bai was going to shock everyone in the audience to death. You should know that such a huge amount of domineering haki is not just enough to knock people unconscious, but it can completely kill people alive. Duan Xia, who was about to stop it, noticed some strange phenomena. It seemed that the domineering haki did not cause any harm when it fell on the crowd. Ding dong. Gain the advanced ability of domineering haki. Humane haki. 3-color haki plus 50,000 proficiency. Mu Bai, who got the surprise, quickly opened his personal panel. Name, Mu Bai level 7/experience, 800/100000. Constitution, 8750. Blessed by the 10 annual ring purple gold bone, armament haki, 451800/500000. Grandmaster, observation haki, 995109/25000000. Grandmaster, special. Enables the function of temporarily predicting the future. Mind perception. Conqueror haki, 20105. Third stage, including the bonus of the golden lion ring, possessing the 2 advanced abilities of Conqueror haki entanglement and human haki, kendo, 900/250000. Grandmaster, 6 styles, 1150/250000. Grandmaster, Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit. Super Awakening Progress 1%. Thunder Fruit, 99%. Fish Fruit Black Dragon Form, 87%. Dark Fruit Awakened? Fruit Awakening? Humanity Haki, Ranged Aura Ability. When using Humanity Haki, humans within the range will receive Haki Blessing and increase their attributes by 20%. While non-human creatures will receive continuous damage and their attributes will decrease by 20%. Shocked, Mu Bai guessed that this humanity haki should be similar to the ability of the Overlord Color to listen to everything. The difference is that his humanity haki is really a bit outrageous. The increase of 1/5 of the attributes of ordinary people may not be obvious, but this skill does not limit the level of the adherent. This means that as long as Mu Bai is willing, he can even increase the attribute points of the Emperor's throne by 1/5. This is an extremely terrifying bonus. If it is when fighting against aliens, the overall strength of the aliens will be reduced by 20% before the fight begins, while the human side will increase its combat power by 20% before the fight begins. The effect of this increase and decrease is amazing. At this moment, all the people who were enveloped by the humane domineering aura felt full of strength. And some people in the crowd also changed their appearance. They fell to the ground in pain as if their bodies were burned. In a short period of time, they changed from normal-looking humans to monsters screaming in pain amid the exclamations of the crowd. Mu Bai was not soft-hearted towards these monsters disguised as humans. He directly activated the ability of the Thunder Fruit to dissolve them in the high-temperature blue electric light. After a brief silence, the crowd burst into thunderous applause. This domineering aura was too powerful, and it could actually filter out aliens. Those young people who were originally a little unconvinced by Mu Bai had to admit the other party's terrifying strength at this moment. The battle will continue. If you feel that any of the 10 people on the stage is not qualified to enter the Global League, then go and defeat him. This is your right. As the captain representing Xia country to the Global League this time, I can guarantee that there is no nepotism in my team. Everyone is the top fighter of Xia country. Come and challenge. The winner will be qualified to step onto the world's top stage with me, Mu Bai said with a little excitement. He was afraid that these young heroes would lose their spirits after being beaten by him. So he cheered them up, no matter from which angle. He hoped that the other 9 members could appear in front of everyone. After all, they represent the survival rights of all Xia people. To put it bluntly, even if Xia country fell apart, it would not have much impact on the top powerhouses. On the contrary, the civilians without the power of protection would be ruthlessly slaughtered. Only by letting the civilians see how powerful these young people fighting for them are can the morale of the entire Shindu fortress be stabilized. Hearing Mu Bai's words, most of the young powerhouses, who had already given up hope, also rekindled their hopes. Become Mu Bai's teammate. This qualification can be said to be an honor. Since you can't beat Mu Bai, then start with the other 9 people. There is always a chance to successfully defeat the opponent. Duan Xia saw that everyone's passion was remobilized, and couldn't help but secretly give Mu Bai a thumbs up. This result is what the temporary parliament wants to see. And the other 9 people behind the scenes will be in trouble. Especially for Zhao Qianqiu. A large number of level 7 strong men are vying to challenge him. Although he is not afraid at all. There are too many. He couldn't help but sigh. Mu Bai didn't dare to complain. He could only grit his teeth and appear on the stage in the call of everyone. These challengers saw this strong man as if they saw a beautiful woman. Everyone was excited and couldn't help themselves. As if they could defeat the other party. Fame and power will come to them. As the captain, Mu Bai certainly couldn't let them all take turns. He directly pointed to one person in the crowd. According to his observation, this person's strength is the strongest. The man Mu Bai picked out was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a suit and looked elegant, which was out of place with the young strong men around him. You are the strongest among these people. Come on up. The middle-aged man with elegant manners took off his hat and saluted. Then landed lightly on the platform. He took off his glasses and said respectfully, "Thank you for your recognition. I am the 7th level King UK. And my fruit ability is the superhuman smile fruit." Laughing fruit? For some reason, Mu Bai always felt like he had seen it before. But he knew very well that he had never seen it before. Strange. Zhao Qianqiu was confused. What could the other party's laughing fruit do? Make him laugh, and then kill him for 1,000 years? The man who called himself UK shook hands with Zhao Qianqiu as usual. Mu Bai also stopped thinking about this, and gave the entire battlefield to the 2 men. It's Mr. UK. Last month, he saved tens of thousands of civilians. I saw with my own eyes that he used the incredible power of the fruit to make all the aliens in the audience die with laughter. No wonder Mu Bai said he was the strongest. It turned out to be UK. Obviously UK is also very famous in the entire Shindu fortress. And his combat power is also recognized by everyone. Zhao Qianqiu, the power fruit ability user. After briefly introducing himself, Zhao Qianqiu was ready for battle. At this moment, UK not only smiled at the corners of his mouth, but also his hat had strange wrinkles similar to the smile at the corners of a human mouth. The crowd nearby couldn't stop laughing, as if they had encountered something extremely happy. Ha ha! Why can't I stop laughing? Ha ha! I don't know. I just want to laugh. Ha ha! This guy, Zhao Qianqiu, who was the main target of the opponent at the moment, also saw the weirdness of the opponent's devil fruit. If it could simply make an individual laugh, it would not attract his attention. This kind of group laughter is obviously not something that a simple superhuman fruit can do under normal conditions, unless the opponent's laughing fruit has awakened. With the thorough start of the battle, a large number of smiling faces appeared in the airtight void around them. The power of laughter contained in these smiling faces was irresistible even to Zhao Qianqiu's spirit. Zhao Qianqiu was already laughing wildly at the beginning of the battle, and even tears appeared in the corners of his eyes, which made Mu Bai shake his head repeatedly. UK launched a physical technique and disappeared instantly. He approached the opponent at a very fast speed and condensed a smiley face similar to an emoticon on his face. Zhao Qianqiu, who was still laughing wildly, also realized that something was wrong and collided with his fists. The mighty force smashed the smiling giant faces around him, and as the smile disappeared, he swung his iron fist horizontally and hit out. The air like a giant wall exploded in an instant. The power of the extreme body directly flattened the huge smiling face. UK, who did not dare to take the attack and dodge, ran on the platform like a ghost, and the occasional fist wind brushed against his body and caused him a certain degree of damage. Smiles are everywhere. But you can also be sad when you are my opponent. The secret of smile. Extract joy. The smiling face in front of UK ignored the powerful force, and was deeply imprinted on Zhao Qianqiu's face. Just like a face hugger that could not be taken down no matter what. At the same time, a huge sadness emanated from Zhao Qianqiu's body, making her very sad and wanting to cry. And even said that she wanted to open NetEase Cloud alone in the middle of the night. UK, who achieved his goal, raised one hand. A huge smiling expression appeared on his palm. Goodbye. Laughter shock wave. The corners of the weird smile widened rapidly at this moment, as if a person was showing an expression of anger and laughter at the same time. Under this expression is a monstrous energy. UK, holding the laughing shockwave, attacks Zhao Qianqiu face to face. Even if the opponent is strong enough to take his laughing shockwave, he cannot stand up again. Unfortunately, Zhao Qianqiu, who was immersed in sadness, quickly adjusted his emotions, and his whole body was covered with abundant armament hockey. His originally huge body was reduced to the size of a normal person, and his muscles and bones, which were originally extremely dense, were strengthened to a degree far beyond metal. The power of mountains and seas. Breaking through the air, the iron fist swung out. The powerful force penetrated UK's chest and shattered the clouds in the sky. Then Zhao Qianqiu turned around and punched behind him, grabbing the smiling man hiding behind him, who was about to attack. Unexpectedly, the opponent slipped out of his palm like a loach, and the UK in front of him, whose chest was pierced, turned into smiling energy and disappeared on the spot. You are really alert, Mr. Zhao Qianqiu. UK, who landed gracefully, obviously also noticed the opponent's high restraint on him. For people with strong spirit or physique, the energy of smile is difficult to touch or control for a long time. If the opponent is strong enough, he can even be completely immune to his fruit ability. Zhao Qianqiu, who has the power fruit, is undoubtedly very strong in physique, at least at his current level. He cannot control the opponent when the opponent is in a shrunk state. But he has a domain. Smile domain open. Countless smile energies appeared under UK's feet in an instant. After these energies gathered together, they spread rapidly around. Strong smiles can't stop appearing on everyone's face. As long as UK is willing at this moment, he can make people in the deep smile domain die of laughter. Laughing to death is more painful than being torn apart by 5 horses. UK, who is deep in the smile domain, has a calm face at this moment. As his domain spreads to Zhao Qianqiu's body, he starts to laugh wildly. At the same time, Zhao Qianqiu only feels a strong smile lingering in his brain. This smile almost disperses his will. As the opponent's smile gradually escalates, Zhao Qianqiu can't stand it anymore and directly opens his domain power. Power domain open. Pure power crushed the remaining smile, and the majestic power emanated from Zhao Qianqiu's body. At this moment, his strength was even close to Mu Bai's full level. The power fruit seems to be pure and single. But this kind of pure and single devil fruit that focuses on strength is definitely not weak, but extremely powerful. After the power field was opened, it collided with the opponent's smile field. In the powerful energy collision, UK was obviously unable to resist. The smiley expression in his field was disappearing quickly. Obviously, the smile energy could not compete with it in the pure power crushing. As expected of the person selected by the temporary parliament, you are already at the top level of this level in terms of strength. But what if I change the field power? The elegant UK figure dissipated into smile energy and disappeared on the spot. But when he disappeared, the smile energy floating around all transformed into his appearance. Polar reversal. The field of sadness and joy is opened. 2 completely different field powers eroded from all around. And this scene undoubtedly made everyone present feel incredible. Even Mu Bai couldn't understand this operation. Duanzia said with a little surprise, "It is a rare bipolar domain. What a talent. What is a bipolar domain? His devil fruit power should only be the power to control smiles." Duanzia shook his head when he heard Mu Bai's question. Obviously, there are still many secrets of the power of the domain that Mu Bai does not know. This is similar to your tremor fruit. You can control the vibration to cause space fluctuations that are as loud as a tsunami. Or you can adjust the vibration in the void to the minimum. When the vibration is adjusted to the minimum, what is the difference between it and the ability of the silent fruit? Similarly, when the silent fruit extracts the vibration of the space, it can also create a certain degree of vibration. Mu Bai still knows the principle that the yin and yang poles complement and restrain each other, and things will turn into opposites when they reach their extremes. He thought about it carefully, and it was indeed true. The vibration and stability of the void are at two extremes. When the fruit is developed to a certain extent, the two can be transformed into reality. However, he certainly knew the difficulty of this. Even with his 1% progress of the super awakening ability of the tremor fruit, he could only barely do it. But this UK can actually transform extreme laughter into extreme sadness to form a twin domain. This made him brighten his eyes. Weird laughter and sad crying appeared on the faces of the people in the audience at the same time. And even the 8 people sitting behind the scenes were affected. Interesting method. But it's not that easy to influence me. Shinwook's armament hockey protects his body, and his armament hockey can completely resist this emotional influence. Luo Chungkong, who has the weakest hockey among these people, scratched his smooth skull. As the user of the yellow spring fruit, he actually didn't feel anything. Although I don't know what happened. It looked so powerful. Luo Chungkong smiled awkwardly and sat in his original position, watching the other people use hockey to resist this emotional erosion. Hack! Brother Luo, you are completely immune to mental attacks. Yu Qianshou, who was struggling to resist, said enviously. The unique undead formed by the devil fruit is the only one in the world. Mental and soul attacks that do not involve the body do not pose any threat to Luo Chungkong. Brother Yu, how about we switch? Luo Chungkong sighed, with a little resentment. Yu Qianshou shuddered when he saw the other party's sinister skeleton form. If he became like this, he would probably not have the courage to live. Brother Luo, don't mind. There are actually many advantages to your form. For example, when others praise you for living 100 years, it is completely. Yu Qianshou, I will tear you apart. Pretending to be angry, Luo Chungkong drew out his bone sword and chased after the sand like Yu Qianshou, making the entire backstage area a mess. Noisy. Shinwook frowned slightly, seeming to be very dissatisfied with the actions of the two. The Poison King Zhao Ao sneered and mocked. Young Master Shin, you are obviously being hypocritical. Does it hinder you when others breathe? Others won't. But you will. I have told you so many times that I didn't kill your brother. I just said I killed him subconsciously because you pressed me so hard that day. Shinwook said impatiently with a cold expression. He really admired Zhao Ao. The old man. He didn't believe anything he said, and he had to fight to the death with him. Do you think it's useful to say this now? Shinwook, I can tell you clearly that after this National League, I will fight you to the death. The Poison King Zhao Ao's eyes were piercing, and the toxins flowed all over his body. The sticky venom spread all over his body. This was a manifestation of emotional loss of control. This group of lunatics, seeing the behavior of the other people, Duan Jieling snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that these people were very strong, with his personality, he would have defeated everyone long ago. Holding the Rubik's Cube in his hand, he kept controlling the combined power to combine the Rubik's Cube into a complete state. Even at this time, he would not relax the tempering of the fruit ability. Xian Yuan Buer. Speaking of it, we also have a grudge. If it weren't for your father closing the gate of the East China Sea Fortress, my cousin would not have been brutally killed by aliens at the last moment. Thinking of this, Duan Jieling showed a cruel smile. Xian Yuan Buer snorted coldly. And Sun Yu crossed his arms and said disdainfully, Duan Jieling, you still have the nerve to say that? Your cousin used civilians as a meat shield to delay time for himself, which was simply unworthy of being a human being. Even if the Lord King of the East China Sea let him enter the city that day, he would not be able to survive. Those angry civilians would definitely tear him to pieces. Ha ha. This is a powerful statement. I don't care about the process. I only care about the result. The whole body is covered with the ability of the combined fruit. Duan Jieling, who had entered the super purple wolf state, looked at the two of them fiercely. Sui, who was caught between the two sides' gazes, retreated helplessly. She was afraid that the fight between these people would affect her. In fact, she would not care about anyone else in the team except Mu Bai and Yu Qianshou. I advise you to stop doing this. Shut up. Bitch. Sui's kind reminder was interrupted by Duan Jioling's stern voice. At this moment, purple fluctuations began to appear on the surface of the ground. Duan Jieling was looking for an opportunity to kill the two at the same time. Sui took a deep breath. If she was not afraid of causing trouble for Mu Bai, she would have wanted to transform into a fire phoenix and use the purple phoenix fire to burn this kid to ashes. Xian Yuan Buer, who was ready for battle, was full of cold air, and the surface began to freeze the ice. At the same time, the hot flames on Sun Yu's body rose. Duan Jieling, no matter what you think, neither you nor I should fight here. Xian Yuan Buer is naturally not afraid of the other party. But if everyone in the God City knows that the candidates appointed by the Provisional Parliament can fight because of personal grudges before the Global League, that would be a joke. What are you barking about? Duan Jiuling's murderous intent was revealed with a grin on his face. In his eyes, Xianyuan Buer dared to suppress him with great momentum. If he really gave in, wouldn't he be regarded as a coward? No hesitation. The terrifying combined energy melted all the equipment behind the scenes. The terrifying power filled Duan Jiuling's whole body. Combination. Resentful hell. The purple wave swept the whole field. And he obviously did not leave the opponent any room for maneuver with his first move. Ice Age. Sea of Fire Boundary. The terrifying cold air froze everything. The hot and surging flames also formed a barrier-like boundary at this time to protect the two. The others were just watching the show. Especially Shenwuk, who was happy to see it happen. The grudges between these people were unclear. And they could enter the top position of the Global League with these people? Ridiculous. The battle between Zhao Qianqiu and UK was still going on. But at this moment, there was an extremely clear sound of fighting behind the scenes. When the dual domains were opened, Zhao Qianqiu, who relied purely on the power domain to support the battle, was somewhat struggling. The virtual and real domains of sorrow and joy had a very strong impact on personal emotions, which greatly hindered the speed of attack and reaction ability. But in the same way, even though the domains took the lead, the physical fitness of the two sides was very different at the moment. In Mubai's eyes, UK at the moment was like a full-level big boss in the game. Although he was slow in action, his health bar was too thick for UK. Many times, the laughter shock wave could not penetrate Zhao Qianqiu's body. But many times the opponent almost seized the opportunity to give him a fatal blow. Mubai, who was rich in combat experience, estimated that Zhao Qianqiu, who was now shrunk and condensed with the power domain, could tie with Shenwuk's level simply by relying on this point. Of course, if Shenwuk faced Zhao Qianqiu, Shenwuk would definitely win in the end. At this moment, the battle situation has become kite-flying, from an explosive game to an endurance game. Mubai, who had detected something strange with his observation hockey, looked back and saw a fierce battle erupting from the backstage. Duan Zia stroked his white beard and laughed. These little guys are really young and energetic. I'll go take a look. After that, Mubai's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a trace of electricity. The people in the backstage, who were close to the front row, naturally noticed this action. But at this moment their eyes were on the fight between UK and Zhao Qianqiu. The backstage at this moment was really lively. The purple combined energy collided with the flames and ice, causing a large amount of water vapor to splash out of the air. And the purple light lingered on Duan Jiuling's body. Step on the ground with your back foot. Duan Jiuling, who rushed out in an instant, was ready to teach these two guys a lesson. As long as he could get close, he would have a chance to defeat the other party. Unfortunately, when he was only 1 meter away from Xianyuan Buer and others, he suddenly stopped. He was fearless in the super purple wolf state. But the man standing in front of him at this moment still made him a little nervous. What else do you want to do? These 6 simple words seemed to be commonplace when they came out of Mubai's mouth. But Duan Jiuling, who had been defeated by him, felt a hint of invisible pressure. In front of us are all the civilians of the Shindu fortress. Do you want to lose face in front of them? Zhao Ao Shenwuk. The two people whose names were called were stunned. To be honest, they had never seen Mubai so angry. The two people who had been at odds for a long time tacitly stopped arguing at this moment. Mubai naturally knew about their troubles, and he didn't have the time to persuade them carefully. No matter what grudges you two have, I hope you can solve them after the Global League. And don't let anything unpleasant happen in the Global League and at this moment. Even if you two want to die, you have to die on the battlefield of the Global League. Die in the battle with aliens. Seeing the two nod, Mubai didn't pursue it too much. These two people are smart people and believe that they can still restrain themselves during this period. After these two people finished, it was Duan Jiuling's turn. Mubai originally thought that the other family would be more obedient after being eliminated. But now it seems that it is still not the case. His emotional management is still too poor, compared to Zhao Ao and Shenwuk. No matter how angry they were, they dared not to fight here. But Duan Jiuling dared to ignore him and fight first. Why did you fight? Mubai turned around and questioned. If the other party could explain the reason, he could let him go. After all, they would be teammates fighting side by side in the future. And he didn't want to go too far. After all, Mubai was a good man. Duan Jiuling in the super purple wolf state was silent for 2 seconds and then slowly uttered 3 words. I do. You do? Such a willful answer made Mubai smile. Mubai lightly snapped his fingers to open the thunder field. All of them disappeared in an instant. Duan Xia, who realized his actions, shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for Mubai, I'm afraid this team would be useless. Outside the Shindu fortress, while the other 8 people who were instantly transferred were still in doubt, Mubai, with his hands in his pockets, stepped on Duan Jioling's face. Even Duan Jioling in the super purple wolf state at this moment couldn't react, because Mubai's kick was too fast. This kick with the power of vibration directly blasted the opponent into the cliff hundreds of meters away, like a football. The cliff collapsed. There was a thunderous sound, which showed the power of Mubai's kick. The other people were stunned. Did something fly out from in front of them just now? Mubai! A terrifying roar came from the broken cliff. Duan Jioling, who was kicked by Mubai, felt a great shame. At this moment, he wiped the blood off his face, and the purple fusion power merged into the broken cliff. In an instant, the surging purple ripples spread across the mountains like a demon from the underworld. The sleeping mountains are waking up. Countless pieces of gravel attached to Duan Jioling's body. As a person with the ability of awakened fusion fruit, he can make this 1,000-meter mountain range his weapon by his own strength. At this moment, not only the other members of the team were watching this scene, but also this picture appeared on the projection screen of the temporary parliament. Several people sitting upright were watching the scene. Among them, the blind old man couldn't help but sigh and said, "This kid from the Duan family is too impulsive. He dares to provoke Mubai without knowing his true strength. This blind old man is none other than Gu, he who defeated the Lord of the Abyss Gap before." The mountain range is mobilized. The originally dead things seem to come alive under the influence of the purple fluctuations. The majestic giant opens its arms like a city and bombards. The target is Mubai. Stupid. This is Mubai's evaluation of him at this moment. If the opponent has the ability to cover the entire body of the mountain giant with armed color, it will undoubtedly be a siege weapon. But without the protection of armed color domineering, the rocks gathered by relying on the combined ability of the combined fruit alone are simply vulnerable. Thunderbolt instant body. Mubai disappeared on the spot. And at the same time, the black and red power of tearing the sky in his hand appeared above the head of the mountain giant. It was Mubai whose right hand was wrapped in the domineering color. At this moment, he pointed a single finger at the head of the huge giant. Crack! The pure power of the domineering color entanglement bombarded the top of the mountain giant's head from a distance, and countless rocks were shattered into powder in an instant. The domineering aura of the domineering color was like a king who dominated the world. Just a light touch. The giant that seemed to cover the sky and the sun fell apart at this moment. Duan Jioling, who was hidden deep in the heart of the mountain giant, looked at this scene in disbelief. That is, domineering color entanglement. Since you still don't want to come out, then stay here. Iron fist gripped horizontally. The strong and domineering color entanglement shocked the sky. The terrifying tearing feeling penetrated the sky and the earth with Mubai's falling fist. How dare Duan Jioling, who was hiding in the giant's body, stay here? If he didn't leave, he would die. The terrifying domineering color entangled and tore the surface. Duan Jioling in the super purple wolf state fled in a panic. Thunderbolt. Mubai's figure disappeared in the air. No matter how Duan Jioling in the super purple wolf state ran, the thunder current could always keep up. This guy, seeing that the other party was teasing and despising him, the angry Duan Jioling directly opened the combined field on the spot. In the field world of purple ripples, he also used Thunderbolt to disappear on the spot. This scene made Mubai laugh. The other party's combined field ability is indeed against the sky, but it is probably not enough for him. In an instant, the monstrous undercurrent swept the field. The originally rapidly expanding combined field collapsed in an instant. The weird black water undercurrent wanted to devour Duan Jioling like a maggot attached to the bone. All the fields and fruit abilities under the dark fruit are just chickens and pottery dogs. As long as Mubai wants, he can destroy any kind of field in the world. Duan Jioling, who is attached to the dark water power, can feel that his fruit power is quickly suppressed. His whole body was in an abnormally weak state. Duan Jioling was stunned. An iron hand grabbed his neck and lifted him up in the air. The terrifying force from his neck was about to break his bones. Mubai threw him aside just before death was about to happen. You are weak in speed, strength, and fruit ability. I can give you another chance. Mubai clapped his hands, and the dark water that was originally attached to Duan Jioling's body and could not be dispelled in a short time disappeared in an instant. Not only you, but also the 7 of you. Come on together. Just treat it as an assessment of you by me as the captain. At this moment, Duan Jioling's single-handed fight is no different from bullying for Mu Bai. He just took this opportunity to let these people learn to fight in groups in order to welcome the Global League in a month. Everyone's face was very strange when they heard it. 1 against 8. Each of these 8 people is the best among the kings. These powerful emperors in the Council of the Gods' capital fortress obviously did not expect Mu Bai to dare to make this request. Arrogant! Didn't he think about what would happen if he failed? I think his courage is commendable. With his fighting power, he might be able to do it. The people were talking about it, and everyone held different opinions. While they were discussing, the battle outside the fortress also started. Shin Wuk reacted the fastest. He directly launched the skill of armed color attack. Black Coffin. Mu Bai is the enemy at this moment. Let's attack together. It's not that Shin Wuk wanted to take revenge selfishly, but he was smart and had guessed what Mu Bai was up to. The terrifying black coffin covered Mu Bai's figure like a demon. And then Xian Yuan Buer immediately launched the Ice Age. The extremely cold freezing killed everything. Wherever it passed, all the trees, flowers, and plants turned into ice sculptures. The majestic iceberg suppressed the black coffin. But at this moment, the violent vibration inside the black coffin came from far away. The black coffin shattered, and the iceberg broke in a whistling sound. Mu Bai's figure floated out of it, and pressed away with one hand. The area under everyone's feet was shaking violently. Fire Fist. Big Flame Dragon. Sun Yu, whose whole body was burning, formed a scorching fire dragon with his hands. This fire dragon was very lifelike. And what was even more bizarre was that the flame burning on its body was almost purple. Combined Bunker. The flying flame dragon collided with the vibration of the shock void. And Duan Jioling also pressed his hands on the ground to perform defensive moves. The whole land was covered with purple ripples, and dozens of curved combined earth walls blocked in front of him. The two completely different forces really dispersed the vibration power exerted by Mu Bai. Bone Spear. Full Moon Song. Luo Chungkong, the user of the yellow spring fruit, attacked Mu Bai at a very fast speed with the six-style shaving and his light body. This piercing involving soul power came like a broken bamboo. Seeing this, Mu Bai raised his left hand, and saw several thunder and lightning dragons rushing out, attacking Luo Chungkong with a roar. Desert Storm. Yu Qianshou, who controlled the sand fruit, stepped on the mad sand and blasted the terrifying sand roll towards Mu Bai. At the same time, Xian Yuan Buer beside him froze a large number of ice blades and flew away. Mu Bai knew all the actions of the people under the observation hockey. He separated a thunder dragon and increased the intensity of the current in its electric body. Thunder. The Thunder Dragon King descended. The Thunder Dragon King, with a voltage far exceeding 1 billion volts, surged violently. It melted all the wild sand and ice blades, and with a terrifying momentum, it crashed into the two people with a thunder dragon head of hundreds of meters. Poison King Zhao Ao leaped into the air at this moment. He felt incredible that Mu Bai could condense such a large thunder dragon later. He even suspected that the other party had awakened the thunder fruit. Poison Oath. 10,000 snakes. The monstrous venom separated from Zhao Ao's body, and tens of thousands of snakes composed of highly toxic venom collided with the Thunder Dragon King. The air was full of the smell of evaporating venom. The venom retreated step by step, while the Thunder Dragon King was still expanding at this moment. Let me do it! With a phoenix cry, Sui, the only two mythical beast ability users in the audience, transformed into a gorgeous fire phoenix, and created the illusory purple phoenix fire with her claws. When this flame fell on the body of Thunder Dragon King Lei Ting, it actually burned it instantly, burning the thunder current with flames. This operation was the first time Mu Bai saw it. Feeling the thunder current dissipating in the void, Mu Bai also realized that the opponent's purple phoenix fire should have undergone some abnormal evolution. This flame that can burn the soul is now more restrained against energy bodies. Shin Wuk Duan Jioling and Duan Jioling acted at the same time. Armament Color Field. Kingdom Treasure House. Combined Field. Combined Amplification. In the Dark Armed Color Field, countless armed color tools made by the power of divine attack Mu Bai in large quantities. These armed color tools were even more strengthened when passing through Duan Jioling's field. Whether it is the destructive power, defense breaking ability, or flying speed, there has been a qualitative improvement. It seems that Duan Jioling's combined field can not only combine with other people's fields, but also amplify and enhance other people's fields. Unfortunately, this method is still too slow for Mu Bai. Dark Acupoints. With a wave of his hand, The swirling black tornado of dark water suppressed it, directly dissolved the domains of the two. However, because these armament color instruments have domineering abilities, Mu Bai's dark water did not completely dissolve him. Mu Bai allowed these armament color instruments to pierce his chest, and when these instruments were only 1 centimeter away from his body, he could not move forward any further, because of vibration. At this moment, Mu Bai was surrounded by high-frequency vibrations, and the armament color instruments instantly collapsed. Controlling the vibration frequency to shatter the void is very simple for Mu Bai, especially at this moment. His vibration fruit is in the process of super awakening. Floating in the air, Mu Bai grinned at the two, and then his cheeks bulged. In an instant, the surging heat waves poured out like liquid. The two retreated at a high speed. Shen Wuk, who was called indestructible, set up an armed color barrier in front of him, and Duan Jiuling continued to merge the soil in front of him to form a solid wall while retreating. The ground broke under the breath of black dragon flames, and the two were directly thrown hundreds of meters away under the powerful impact. At this moment, Mu Bai did not pursue the victory, but his skin emitted waves of heat. When the white steaming water vapor dissipated, he had entered another state. Go! Shen Wuk, who had fought with the opponent, naturally knew what this move was. He launched the 6-style shade without hesitation. Rubber. Track-changing cannon punch. Before Duan Jiuling could figure it out, Mu Bai's figure had disappeared from the spot. The overwhelming fist shadows, with the power of breaking the sky, continuously bombarded Duan Jiuling's body. Continuously. The angles were so tricky that it was impossible to defend. Duan Jiuling, who had experienced 300 punches in just 3 seconds, could no longer stand up straight. He felt that his body bones were broken. If it weren't for the combined power in his body supporting his body, he would have fallen down long ago. Damn! Mu Bai is serious. Obviously Duan Jiuling didn't know that Mu Bai had let him go. If he really wanted to kill him with the rubber track-changing cannon punch, Mu Bai only needed to add the power of the domineering color to it. At that time, let alone resisting 300 punches. Even if he resisted 3 punches, he would be shattered and beaten into a pulp. Frozen field. Extreme cold country. Xian Yuan Buer stood in front of Duan Jiuling at this moment and exerted the power of the field. I saw uneven snowflakes appearing on this land, just like a snowy mountain with snow all year round, with extreme coldness appearing on this land. Absolute zero. Xian Yuan Buer, with his eyes icy, also took out the real killer move. Covered by the domain, Mu Bai felt his whole body tense, and the cold air also slowed down his movement and reaction speed. As the main target, he was freezing his legs with ice spreading from his feet. This move of absolute zero does not mean to make the surroundings zero, but to reduce the ice resistance of people in the domain to zero. In the extremely cold state, Mu Bai's rubber skin was really restrained, but he didn't react much to it. I saw that his body began to show the blood of a half-dragon man, and black dragon scales appeared on his skin, arranged in rows, giving people a sense of violent aesthetics. And with Mu Bai's half-dragonization, the cold that could freeze his movements seemed to be reduced. Seize the opportunity now. Poison King Zhao Il rode the poisonous dragon to the sky. A huge amount of venom rushed over. Sui in the Fire Phoenix state let out a crisp cry. And then the beautiful and thrilling purple phoenix fire meandered and burned towards Mu Bai, who was not far away. And behind them, the scorching flame swept across the world. Big sun, burning the sky. Just as Mu Bai resisted the freezing of the ice, Sun Yu in the air found an opportunity to condense a fireball as dazzling as the sun between his hands. The purple light was breathtaking, and the remaining flames were burning hot in the snowflakes. With Sun Yu's roar, the flames that could burn everything fell on Mu Bai. 3 completely different powers washed Mu Bai's body with an indomitable aura. Unfortunately, they were still a step late. In the burning flames, a dragonman monster covered with dragon scales slowly walked out of the flames. This was the strongest state of Mu Bai's physical strength. Dragon armor form. 3 natural attacks with special burning power, and toxins fell on him without any pain. At this moment, just talking about physical strength, Mu Bai, who has obtained the bonus of the dragon armor form, is no different from the 8th level emperor. You must know that Mu Bai has also greatly developed his own fantasy beast Qinglong form during this period. Compared with the dragon form and dragonman form, the dragon armor form is closer to his fighting style. He is also closer to tempering the 3rd dragon armor form on the road of fruit awakening. In the case of multiple fruits, it is the kingly way to maximize the power of each fruit, rather than developing a single devil fruit to the fullest. At this moment, Mubai conservatively estimated that his physical attribute points in the dragon armor form must be close to 20,000. I'm going to get serious, Mubai under the armor said in a deep voice. And then he saw the endless thunder in the gap of his armor making a creaking sound. Thunder in an instant. Mubai, who disappeared in an instant, had appeared behind Shinwuk, while he hurriedly activated the black coffin for self-protection. Mubai's iron fist with dragon scales had already penetrated the black coffin. This level of armed color domineering was useless in front of him. Shinwuk, who was pressed on the face, appeared with a two-handed black knife and wanted to cut Mubai with the knife. But in the end, this armed color tool could not break the opponent's defense at all, and made a crisp friction sound with the strange dragon scales. Dragon fist. Shaking the sky, the monstrous vibration swept in with huge force. When the smoke dissipated, Shinwuk was no longer able to get up. The strongest Shinwuk was almost killed instantly, and no one expected this level. Mubai saw Sui in the sky gradually rising, so he grabbed the void with both hands and pressed down suddenly. The void broke layer by layer. Sui, who was 10,000 meters high in the sky, felt that this terrifying airflow was like the five-finger mountain of Buddha hitting her body. The shock caused by the void made her consciousness blurred. The remaining people saw that Mubai was about to end it, so they naturally refused to agree. The ice and fire fields swept in together. Mubai was also stunned under the two fields. He didn't expect that the fields of Sun Yu and Xianyuan Buer could be combined together. The two attributes of mutual generation and mutual restraint to form a field are indeed very interesting. But it is meaningless to Mubai at this moment. The raging thunder rushed into the field with the power of vibration. Mubai, who resisted the combined field, ignored the low temperature and high temperature around him. The dragon-shaped tail rolled out from behind and knocked Xianyuan Buer unconscious. At the same time, he pointed a finger at Sun Yu's forehead, and the numbness of the thunder also nailed the other party to the spot, and the other party could not attack again in a short time. Now the combined ability users Duan Jioling, Sun Yu of the Flame Fruit, Xianyuan Buer of the Ice Fruit, and Sui of the Godless God have all lost their combat power. The whole process took less than 25 seconds. At this moment, there are only 3 people who can still stand in front of Mubai. Yu Qianqiu, who has been freed from the sand, can't help but wonder what the fight is. Zhao Ao and Luo Chengkong were about to fight, but Mubai pointed his finger down. The invisible vibration ball cover surrounded them in the opposite direction. At this moment, if Mubai wanted to, he could shatter these people into pieces. But the battle was over. With this unequal battle, Mubai showed a strength beyond everyone's expectations. The other 9 people in the team, especially Duan Jioling, obeyed Mubai's orders after this battle, although they showed some weakness. But for him, it was enough to survive. After all, if he went too far, Mubai could kill him with his own hands. He even suspected that even if the other party did so, his death would be in vain. Time flew after this battle, and it was almost a month in a blink of an eye. The Blackwing clan, the uncrowned king of the Western continent, was holding a grand coronation ceremony at this moment, and all the leaders of the races in the entire Western continent were prostrating at the feet of the new Blackwing king. The young Sith spread his powerful black wings, as if he wanted to bring the whole world under his wings. After the coronation ceremony, Sith and the Emperor Master took off their king's clothes and walked in the back garden. Many skilled humans were served here as slaves, looking at these stone pillars and exquisite works of art carved by humans. Even someone like Sis, who has no sense of art, can't help but sigh at the greatness of human civilization. Human civilization is very interesting. What is the current situation of the Xia kingdom on the East continent? The frightened human craftsman hurriedly retreated. King Sis, who folded his wings, asked in the direction of the voice. And the emperor smiled and said, according to the direction of the elders' council, it is in the position where it should be. The position where it should be? Knowing the meaning of this sentence, Sis waved his hand, and the distribution map of global forces at this moment appeared in front of him. Among them, the forces in the eastern continent are divided most evenly, among which the human race in the north and the gods in the south echo each other from a distance. The mutual consumption of these two balanced forces is exactly what the Blackwing country wants to see. The world at this moment is very different from the original Blue Star. The 4 continents far away are the center of global power. Among them, the largest area is the western continent occupied by the Blackwing clan. Its vast land area far exceeds the total land area of the Blue Star before. It is conceivable that when the entire western continent merged, the competition among all races was fierce. However, even in such a cruel battle, the Blackwing clan could still crush all races in the entire western continent with absolute combat power. Originally, with the strength of the Blackwing country, it was completely possible to extend its influence to erode other continents. But because of the obstruction of the Endless Sea, the strong men of the Emperor's strength could not cross the sea to other continents. So the Blackwing clan had no choice but to resort to this bad strategy, using the rules of the Global League to divide the territory to constrain global forces, so as to determine its own dominant position. The waves of the Endless Sea cannot be easily crossed by the Emperor's throne. After a few years, when it gradually subsides, we will divide the world and let the great Blackwing cover the land that can be seen by the naked eye. The scientists seem to have seen the grand occasion at that time. Those races that dominated one side became slaves, and the powerful enemies became puppets. Let their descendants kowtow in front of the Blackwing. Let the dignity and anger of the enemy be annihilated by the kowtow of their descendants. The Blackwing slowly spread out. As the strongest Blackwing in this country, he hoped that he could accomplish this feat by himself, so as to prove to the Senate how excellent he was. Thinking of the Senate, Sith's expression became somewhat complicated. Those old guys in the Senate are still trying to break through the 8th level of the Emperor's throne and reach the 9th level of the god. Didn't the Great Elder say that if the energy cannot be stabilized within 100 years, it is impossible to upgrade to the Emperor's throne? Although that's true, some people don't believe what the Great Elder, as the strongest existence of the Blackwing clan, said. After all, the Great Elder may have said this to maintain his position. The Emperor's master analyzed calmly. Sith knew what some of the elders meant. That is, when they entered the 9th level, the so-called race or country would be meaningless because they could completely rule the world in the name of God. These old immortals are worthy of death. I will give them some warning after I step into the throne. Recently, someone in the clan proposed to put the main force on the East continent. What do you think? Imperial Master? The terrified Imperial Master said repeatedly, the Xia Kingdom, the largest force in the human race, can't make any waves. You should pay attention to the South Continent and the North Continent. We need to be vigilant against the two civilizations that only know brute force. The Dragon God Kingdom in the South Continent and the Shura clan in the North Continent are both very difficult enemies. And they are also the main enemies before the Xia Kingdom. Hearing the students' concerns about this, the Imperial Master was very relieved. He knew clearly that only by being prepared for danger in times of peace can one become a true king. As a king, one must also understand the principle of balance. Those who have the strongest power must also have the highest wisdom. The southern continent was originally rich in resources, but these so-called descendants of the Dragon God are all trash. They have a mountain of treasures, but instead collect so-called gems, causing the other races in the entire southern continent to cry out in grief. I expect that as long as the wind and waves of the Endless Sea subside and my Blackwing army arrives, we will definitely be able to unite with other races to capture those stupid dragons. As for the Shura tribe in the north, they are even less to be feared. Although they have individual strength comparable to our Blackwing tribe, they are a bloodthirsty race that only knows how to plunder and not how to build. At this point, the Emperor stroked his beard and smiled. If this continues, there will inevitably be trouble within them. I suspect that they will destroy themselves in a few years without our army conquering them. All heroes in the world are good for nothings. Although there are many resources in the world, wouldn't it be better if we only provided for the Blackwing tribe? This time I will personally lead the team to participate in the Global League. And as a king, I will prove one thing to all the races. I, Blackwing, am invincible. The heroic Blackwing king picked up the competition materials of other races sent by his spies, glanced at them casually, and threw the unimportant ones aside. The top one was the head of Mu Bai of Xiagua. But at this moment, Sis no longer regarded Xiagua as the main opponent. Such a wise race was very weak, so there was no need to think about the information of the contestants. Just kill them all when you meet them. Sis repeatedly pondered the information of the Dragon clan and the Shura clan with a cold look. Originally, the old man, as the Emperor's teacher, wanted to remind him of something. But after seeing the absolute confidence of Sis, the saint of the clan, he shut up. Xiagua should not be able to make any waves. The Shura warriors, who looked like evil spirits in the frost and snow of the far north continent, were carrying out a clearing operation. When the black blade pierced the chest of the last enemy, the young Shura in the lead leaned against the city wall to turn out the letter sent by the clan. I thought you had forgotten me, but now you want to use me. Why shouldn't I go? Since I have the chance to kill the genius of other races. I must seize it with all my strength. The terrifying Shura's evil spirit pierced the sky. The crystal snowflakes in the sky also turned into pure black ice crystals at this moment. A palace on the southern continent was filled with crystal clear treasures. A strange dragon that was different from the five-color dragon was sleeping on the treasure. Rather than being a dragon, the ferocious body was more like a war machine in the form of a dragon. The beautiful and violent breath rushed out of the hall, like a tsunami with his breath. On such a beautiful day, Atis could hold on until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. But unfortunately, he had to wake up today. The solid and gorgeous hall was shattered by the roar of the dragon. The strong and powerful dragon claws easily lifted Adi's body out. The Emperor-level Red Dragon Elder couldn't help but feel angry when he saw this bastard still sleeping. Atis, you are expelled from the dragon class. If you can't win the Global League Championship this time, I will confiscate all your treasures. Atis, who was originally planning to pretend to be dead, was furious when he heard the word treasure. The ferocious body, that was like a machine, burst out with terrifying power. Even the Red Dragon Elder was shocked by the opponent's terrifying momentum. Old man, don't you know that taking dragon treasures is like killing one's parents? The angry Atis roared. Although he was not the opponent of these old guys, as the strongest alien dragon of the new generation, he had long been fed up with these old immortals. Well, you have good energy and momentum. Although you are not as elegant as other five-color dragons, I can still rest assured about your combat power. Let's do this. You can go to the Global League. The speechless Atis sighed helplessly. As a small part of the non-mainstream alien dragon, his position in the tribe is very delicate. If he is allowed to join the team, he will inevitably bring shame upon himself. What's more, there is one thing that only he knows. That is, since he came to this world, all the restrictions that originally bound his growth have been lifted, and his strength is growing rapidly every day. In other words, although each alien dragon is strange, they are all seriously biased in terms of strength. And his strength is that he is highly compatible with the world. With this talent and the endless energy provided by this world, he estimates that he will definitely be able to touch the realm of the dragon god in 100 years. Now, if he is given some more time, he can enter the 8th level throne. In this case, it is very necessary to reduce his own outings and reduce his own risks. Don't we have Brother Sam and the others? If I go, I'm afraid those pure-blooded five-color dragons will be dissatisfied. Forget it, Elder. I won't go. Addis, whose tone became more and more sad, seemed to have suppressed the grievances he had suffered in the past years in his heart. And even 2 crystal-clear tears slipped from the corners of his eyes when he turned his head. The Red Dragon Elder sighed and didn't expect Addis to be so thoughtful about the overall situation. He couldn't help feeling ashamed. He actually used the other party as consumables. On the battlefield, it would be worth it if Addis, a cheap alien dragon, could be used in exchange for the life of a young dragon with red dragon blood. But now he, the Red Dragon Elder, also revealed other emotions in his heart. Well, I know you hate the Red Dragon clan. Addis, I am willing to be the bridge for you to communicate with everyone. If you can represent the Dragon clan and become the champion of the Global League, I will ensure that you will be included in the Red Dragon clan tree. After entering the family tree, you will be protected by the Dragon God, so your cultivation speed will inevitably be accelerated. Addis was also moved when he thought of this. Okay, for the great Dragon God, I am willing to fight against the pride of all races. Okay, I didn't expect that you are so ugly but have such a broad mind. Addis, at this moment, after a month of arduous training in the God's capital fortress in the eastern continent, everyone has become more tacit than before. Although the improvement in combat power in 1 month is negligible, Mubai is very satisfied with the performance of the overall team. In this month, the situation in the Middle East continent can be said to be earth-shaking. The gods with the power of the Devil Fruit launched a blitzkrieg against the other 4 races, and occupied the entire southern region with absolute strength. The originally powerful races were all destroyed one by one, and the people of the gods also made a cruel statement, saying that as long as they met human contestants in the Global League, they would chase them desperately. Obviously, even a child can see what the other party's purpose is. It is nothing more than to defeat the humans in the north and become the absolute overlord of the entire East continent. Have you finished reading the information? All the information about the fighting methods of these races must be read, and no one should be left out. Mubai, who is rigorous in his work, not only collected the information of several overlord-level contestants through the intelligence collection of Xia country, but also found out the general information of contestants of other races. Compared with the contempt of Blackwing Sith, Mu Bai is more rigorous. He wants everyone present to be familiar with the fighting methods and power types of each race. Otherwise, if he fails when dealing with these weak races, this joke will be a big joke. From beginning to end, Mu Bai's direction is the championship throne of the Global League. Although the mediocre ranking can hide the national strength of Xia Country, when the wind and waves of the endless sea disappear, Xia Country will also attract the joint encirclement of surrounding races because of its weakness. After all, in the real world, no one will not attack you because of your surrender, but will bully you more because of your weakness. In the last parliament, Mu Bai also expressed his opinion. Although he angered many conservative forces, most members still believe that this global league needed Xiagua to reach the top of the world, rather than hiding its strength and standing still. Understood, Captain. Everyone responded in unison. Mu Bai nodded and looked at the time and said, "Next, we will enter the Shindu treasury, and each person will select 3 weapons or equipment below the level of artifacts. And these equipment will belong to the user forever from now on." Everyone's eyes lit up. You must know that there are as many equipment in the Shindu treasury as mountains and seas. And there must be some that are not inferior to artifacts in terms of functionality. If you can take it away at will and don't have to return it, it will be a great benefit. In fact, let alone powerful equipment treasures in the Shindu treasury, even artifacts can be equipped for everyone. However, according to the rules of the Global League, contestants cannot bring items with energy levels reaching the artifact level. Mu Bai nodded and reminded everyone again. I want to make one thing clear in advance. No one is allowed to fight over equipment. Secondly, you are not allowed to take more than you can. Of course, if you have the ability to take more. As the treasure house of the capital city was opened, several people took 3 treasures and equipment below the artifact level from the vast treasure house. Soul Ring. It has the ability to store souls, and can decompose souls to increase the soul storage space of the ring. 10,000 Seas Chart. Opening the 10,000 Seas chart can create invisible sea waves according to the strength of the spirit. The higher the strength of the spirit, the stronger the waves that can impact the enemy. Underworld Boat. A flying item with the function of suppressing unstable energy. When encountering an enemy, you can open the underworld cannon to bombard. Each of these 3 equipment is not the best, but it is of great help to Mu Bai. The Soul Ring has a great suppressive effect on enemies who control souls. The 10,000 Seas chart is very suitable for Mu Bai's domineering spirit. He just tested that the 10,000 Seas chart can completely store his domineering spirit in it. If it is given to others to use, it can also change the situation of the battle. As for the flying item of the underworld boat, Mu Bai did not choose it casually. This underworld boat can be arbitrarily reduced and enlarged. It can be up to 10 meters long at the largest, and only the size of a thumb at the smallest. As a flying prop, its speed is completely acceptable. More importantly, this treasure has the ability to stabilize energy chaos, so it can move slowly even in the endless sea with turbulent waves. When Mu Bai and his 10 companions walked out of the treasure house of the capital of the gods, the senior members of the parliament headed by Duan Xia encouraged these young people. This time, you should act according to the situation. I guess the other large races will definitely not join forces to deal with Xiagua, except for the Shura clan. The most important thing for you is to save your life. Of course, it would be even better if all the members of the gods in the south of the East continent could be defeated, Duan Xia said in a deep voice, with some worry in his words. It stands to reason that the Xiagua team headed by Mu Bai should be able to defeat the gods. But he had a vague feeling that this global league might be the beginning of a new worldwide battle. Whether it was a big defeat for Xiagua or the human race, the final outcome would inevitably be the emergence of the only remaining overlord-level force in the East continent. I understand, Principal Duan. If I have the chance to meet the God clan this time, I will definitely wipe them out, Mu Bai said very seriously. The God clan with a high probability of possessing the superhuman soul fruit on his must-kill list this time was ranked first on his list. Only by killing the opponent can Lin Zhan, whose soul was taken, come back to life. Of course, Mu Bai did not want to give up the powerful power of the soul fruit. However, it was necessary to use the dark fruit to forcibly extract the opponent's fruit ability. Okay. I feel relieved with your words. I will have good news to tell you when you return victoriously. Duan Xia, stroking his beard, smiled meaningfully, which made Mu Bai feel strange. But he did not ask much. When these 10 people left the city, the people of the God capital fortress all cheered for them. These civilians knew that when Mu Bai returned victoriously, It would be the time for the human race to rise. On the 10-meter-long underworld boat, Shinwok was still savoring the cheers of those civilians. He did not expect that one day he would fight for his country. It's fate and time. That's all. The Tai Shan Wang Qin technique is eroding him more and more seriously. If he can't break through the shackles and step into the Emperor's throne in the next few years, then even the Daluo Jingxian can't save him. The expressions of the other people are also different. Even Duan Zhuoling is silent at this moment. He is upset as he keeps flipping the magic cube. There is a blind old man next to Mu Bai standing on the underworld boat. This old man is the Emperor's throne Guhi. I heard from Principal Duan that you have been secretly protecting me during this period. I am really grateful. Seeing that Mu Bai was about to salute, Guhi waved his hands repeatedly. What's wrong with using my broken body to protect my great Xia True Dragon? You are carrying the burden of Xia country on your shoulders. So don't thank me. Guhi also saw everything Mu Bai did during this period. Knowing that the other party really cared about the world and worked hard for Xia country without complaints. If Mu Bai knew what the other person was thinking, he would probably laugh. The main reason why he has been busy these days is to advance the progress of the task and complete the job transfer as soon as possible. He is not the kind of person who sacrifices himself for justice and seeks the law. In the face of life and death, Mu Bai has only one person to be loyal to. That is himself. From a certain perspective, Mu Bai feels that he is more like Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan slept on straw and tasted gall for his own eternal path to godhood and sacrificed all the ghost army that had shared hardships for decades, just to cross the dragon gate for himself. If Mu Bai, who has no system, stood in the other person's position, he might do more excessively. After all, if he can help me become a god, even if the human race is destroyed, what does it matter? I heard that the construction of the snow fortress was protested by the friendly alien alliance there. Mu Bai, standing on the underworld boat, asked softly. He was now somewhat unsure of the attitude of the temporary parliament towards friendly aliens. The nature of the Xia people will inevitably distinguish between the aliens who surrender to them and the hostile aliens. But this can only be done before victory. After the war, these so-called friendly aliens actually have no need to exist. There are many different opinions on this matter, and the parliament is also discussing it. If you were the chairman of the parliament, Mu Bai, what would you do? Guhi wanted to hear Mu Bai's opinion. I think we should drive these aliens to the wild area after the war, and let them fend for themselves. Xianyuan Buer walked up and said with a smile. In fact, he knew Guhi earlier than Mu Bai. When he was young, Emperor Gu, he held him in his arms. That makes sense. My Xia country acts with kindness, which is also in line with the doctrine of the mean. Give them the right to survive, but not the right to develop. Guhi praised. Maybe it's best to do so in a peaceful era. But in this era, we must be ruthless. Mu Bai's next few words after muttering to himself made Xianyuan Buer excited. He never thought that Mu Bai actually thought so. If we stand from the perspective of the overall situation, we must eliminate any creatures that hinder the construction of the snow fortress. Except for the human race. There must be no second higher life on this land. This simple sentence made Xianyuan Buer feel the monstrous killing intent. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be done in a big way, but should be done quietly. Xianyuan Buer raised his eyebrows. Brother Mu Bai, what's the difference between this and being a mean person? As a human, we should put people first. If we become mean people because of this, then we can be mean people for once. Mu Bai said with a chuckle and looked into the distance. In this era, the laughter and joy have long gone, and only the endless battles and the remaining right to survive can remain. Guhi laughed loudly. He did not express any objection or agreement to Mu Bai's proposal of human supremacy. The speed of the underworld boat was extremely fast. At this moment, it had crossed the East China Sea province and arrived at the border between Xia Kingdom and the God Clan. That is the contestant of the God Clan. Guhi, holding a wine gourd, reminded everyone. The small floating island in the distance was slowly falling. 10 extremely strong auras rushed into the sky, as if they wanted to overwhelm Mu Bai and others in momentum. Duan Zhuoling took a step forward and wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Mu Bai. The underworld boat and the small floating island just stopped in their original places and faced each other across the river. Both sides were waiting for someone to come. Everyone, please follow me. A race with cat-like appearance crossed the void and came to the front of both sides. The aura emitted by his body was actually not strong. Mu Bai was sure to kill the opponent within 3 moves. But the opponent's amazing means of crossing space was beyond his reach. It's the Justice Clan. Although the name sounds like a liar. The other party is indeed a family that follows fairness and justice. This global league is in charge of their family. The wine in the gourd is gone. Gu-hee yawned and explained to everyone. Mu-bai and others followed the people of the Justice clan into the mysterious space. And the 10 people of the God clan followed them. You two can fight however you want. Meow. He also reminded the two before entering the space. Gu-hee, who was sitting on the ground, was meditating. And the Emperor Throne, who was escorting the God clan players on the floating island opposite, also did not move. The two were deadlocked here. When Mu-bai entered this space, the scene in front of him suddenly made him feel a chill in his heart. This place is not somewhere else, but the Pengwai Fairy Island he has been to. Isn't that a collapsed space? How can it reappear here? As your guide, I am here to read out the rules of the game. Meow. And all the pictures during the game will be transmitted to the high-level people of each tribe. Meow. The Justice Clan, who looked a little cute and like a cat demon, licked his tongue and began to read out the rules of the game. The total competition time is 24 hours. Each of the 3 Pengwai Fairy Islands hides a special main flag and 7 secondary flags. The race that can occupy the main flag for 12 hours can qualify for the top 3. And the race that holds the secondary flag for 12 hours will enter the top 10. The overall ranking is based on the time of occupying the flag. For example, if the A race occupies the flag for 21 hours, and the B race occupies the flag for 13 hours, then the A race will be the first. The total number of participating races is 100. And the number of participants is 1,000. Artifacts and equipment above artifacts cannot be used during the competition. The 3 main flags plus the 7 secondary flags are exactly the top 10. The really important thing in this competition rule is actually the 3 main flags. As long as you can hold the main flag for 12 hours, you will at least be in the top 3. After exchanging glances with his teammates, Mu-bai has made his own decision. Start now? Yes. Meow. The cute fair cat demon slowly disappeared from the spot. And the mountains not far from Mu-bai and others shook. Apparently some races have already sounded the battle cry. Shinwuk, lead the rest of the people to the northwest to search for the distribution location of the flag. Xiao Ao and I will go to the east of the island to check. If I don't come to find you in 10 minutes, you can come to the east of the island to find me. I understand. Shinwuk used the moon step to lead the others to search in the northwest. The frequency of battles in the east was the most intensive. And Mu-bai guessed that there was a high probability that there was a main flag there. Even if there was no main flag, it was okay. At most, the whole island would be searched. At this moment, the live broadcast of the Xia Country team was being played in the square of the Shindu Fortress. And all the people were looking at the big screen very nervously. This competition rule is in disguise to encourage the grabbing of the main flag. 3 main flags and 100 races. The intensity of this battle can be imagined. It is indeed very intense. I don't know if the Xia Country team led by Mu-bai can hold the flag for more than 12 hours. At this moment, Xia Qi, who has become the captain of the Shindu Fortress, is leading Li Piao into the main gate of the fortress. The face of Mu-bai is in front of him. As expected of my brother, Li Piao, Mu-bai is now able to lead the entire Xia kingdom to fight against hundreds of tribes. Li Piao, who was filled with emotion, had also experienced a life and death struggle before arriving at the Shindu Fortress. Xia Qi was just taking a break and had time to come out to greet him. Yes, he is already from a different world from me. Xia Qi's tone was inevitably bitter. Thinking back to when he graduated from high school, he could still fight with Mu-bai. As a result, after so many years, he still has nothing to show for it. Now he has barely broken through to level 5. Although the speed of this level breakthrough is not slow, it is still far behind Mu-bai, Shinwuk and others. The bold words back then are really ridiculous now. Xia Qi lowered his head and shook his head helplessly. In fact, he had long stopped hating Mu-bai. Li Piao also patted this former classmate with a complicated expression. This chaotic world really affects people's creation. I can't even work peacefully as a well-known horror film director. This is indeed the way the world is. I am preparing to make a brand new film recently, called Sadako vs. Dinosaurs. Xia Qi, how about you be the lead actor? I have discussed with Mu-bai before that he will be a guest star. Xia Qi, what the L is shooting a horror film in the end times. And it's called Sadako vs. Dinosaurs. It seems that Li Piao is still the same unreliable look after all these years. More and more people are in the Shindu Square. Many people spontaneously cheer for Mu-bai and others across the screen. The scene is very lively. on the second island of Punglai Ferry Island. The horrible massacre is still going on. Any race is chopped into meat sauce in front of these 10 people. No matter you are a genius of a big family or a genius of the world, you will be crushed into slag under their absolute combat power. Yes. Yes. The Ashura clan, the overlord of the far north continent. All retreat. The oncoming aliens who recognized these bloody butchers all fled in panic, without any confidence to fight. Unfortunately, the terrifying Ashura was faster. Almost as soon as the red afterimage passed over the 10 people, the thick blood mist rushed out. These overlords, who ruled a region in the outside world, were vulnerable in front of the Ashura warriors. It's not satisfying to kill these rats. Where is the Sith of the Blackwing clan? I want to kill him. The perverted Ashura in the lead was even more bloodthirsty, and desperately questioned everyone he met. As for the so-called occupation of the flag, they had no interest. What's the point of occupying that thing? As long as they slaughtered all the other 99 clans, wouldn't they win? The Ashura leader, who was sensing the nearby creatures, suddenly sensed a strong breath like daylight. It's human. He licked his lips, and his warlike blood was stimulated again. Not a star is the world of Ashura. Before it merged with Blue Star, it was already a world of plague and killing. All living things would be slaughtered by the Ashura clan, who worshipped death. When there were no other creatures on the planet except the huge Ashura Empire, the civil war began. The 4 divided forces attacked each other, and after hundreds of years, only the Ghost Pulse Ashura clan was left. Among them, the strongest new generation was crowned the God of War. And the strongest God of War was undoubtedly Solomon, who was known as the Taboo. He killed his own kind and devoured their flesh and blood in the 100-year civil war. In this deformed evolution, his strength has reached an incredible level. After Not a Star merged into the Blue Star world, Solomon was exiled to the wilderness of the northern continent because of the Taboo. The top leaders of the Ashura clan in this global league decided to release this beast after the final discussion, and let it represent the Ashura clan to fight for the first place in the world. Master Solomon, I think we should go find the main flag first. If the Ashura clan's ranking is affected by excessive killing, the chattering Ashura warrior said the word master. But he was actually ordering the other party. The hearts of the other 8 Ashura warriors were beating wildly. Has this young master never heard of the nickname of the god of killing? Ah, really? You look so young. I know you are the son of that old man, and you are also very powerful in the Ashura clan. But, Solomon, who pressed his hands on his face, looked at the other party sadly. His bright red eyes were full of pity, and the forbidden pleasure quietly climbed into his heart at this moment. He is a madman. He is a fool. He is a genius. He is an alien. He needs to vent the repression of the past few months. Ghostly shadows flashed. The scarlet light cut away instantly, with the sound of flesh and blood separating. The originally chattering Ashura was split in half alive. The other 8 Ashuras watched helplessly as the other swallowed his flesh and blood. Of course, as a noble Ashura, Solomon would not swallow all of his remains. He only took the other's heart. Solomon, licking his lips, was still savoring it. You have killed one. You should continue your journey. Right? This cautious reminder fell on Solomon's ears, but it was extremely harsh. When did he need to obey the orders of these rubbish? However, thinking that a little impatience will ruin a big plan, he panicked and slapped himself. After the violent slap on his face, his expression gradually returned to normal. I'm sorry, everyone. I almost killed all of you just now. Don't order me again in the future. Okay? The original madness disappeared, and Solomon was more gentle at this moment. Just like telling his lover about his love. The other Ashuras were shocked. This madman just wanted to kill them all? Now they didn't dare to say a word. They were scared. The brave and skilled Ashura warriors were never afraid of dying in battle. But they were full of fear for a taboo person like Solomon. The other party was not a threat, and he was fully capable of killing the other 8 people. You are right. We should look for the main flag first. Victory is more important than killing. We can deal with this human later. After muttering to himself, Solomon left here on his own, and the others hurriedly followed. 5 kilometers away from the Ashura warriors, Mubai was indiscriminately killing the beast men who came to attack. After the 9 Ashuras left, he looked over there with a feeling. It can give me a warning in my 6th sense now. It seems that one of them may not be less powerful than me. Sure enough, we can't underestimate the geniuses of these top races. Mubai, who killed the Rhino Man with a stun, thought secretly. When he searched here, he found 2 secondary flags, but he never found the main flag. The poisonous air all over the field prevented other beastmen from approaching. Xiao Ao consumed a lot of physical strength. He just killed the strongest werewolf warrior of the other side. There were nearly 20 beastmen around, but less than 10 were left at this moment. It was not because they were so strong, but because Mu Bai didn't look at them straight. The two teams acted together. It seems that the power of the beastmen is widely distributed around the world. Why are you still here? Mu Bai said strangely with his hands in his pockets. These beast warriors suddenly realized and gave up the fight and fled in a hurry. They thought they were doomed. Captain, why let them go? Xiao Ao felt a little strange when he dissipated the poisonous dragon in his hand. He knew that Mu Bai was never a merciful person. The observation hockey and ordinary search perception cannot lock the main flag. Instead of killing these beasts, it is better to let them find the main flag for us. After that, Mu Bai also imprinted the Thunderbird mark behind the fleeing people. As long as they find the main flag, Mu Bai will be able to see it. Let's go! It seems that there is no main flag in this direction. Let's meet up with Shenwok and others in the northwest direction of the island. The battle here is particularly fierce at this moment, and the most intense battle is between the Xiaogua team and the God team. The gods have a third eye on their heads. Apart from this, they are no different from humans in appearance, but their bodies are generally 3 meters tall, and their physical strength and reaction speed are far superior to ordinary humans. Everything withers. The fruit ability user, Wang Yuan of the God clan, closed his eyes tightly, and the shadowy blade wave holding the sickle behind him slashed the grass and trees in the ground wherever he passed. And the earth collapsed. The people who besieged him retreated at a high speed. The opponent's fruit ability is extremely strange, and it seems that everything that comes into contact with it will be stained with a layer of black air. If the black air is superimposed, the vitality will be greatly suppressed, and even a slight injury may be seriously injured and lose the ability to fight in the next second. Desert Sword. Yu Qianqiu dodged in a slightly embarrassed manner, and at the same time, he condensed a sandstorm tornado from his hand and threw it away. He was also waiting for an opportunity to move with the Desert Sword in his hand. Shenwok held the armed equipment in his hand and did not act rashly. It was the best strategy to surround and wait for Mu Bai and others to come back. The strength of these two God clan is very strong, and a rash attack will not be worth the loss. I am very distressed that both of you are sitting still. I have the superhuman death fruit, and I am completely willing to waste time with me. Wang Yuan smiled in a low voice without caring. Death fruit. Shenwok was shocked. He could feel a faint sense of death from his body, and at the same time, he could feel that his vitality had been greatly reduced. It seems that the opponent's fruit ability can not only add death intent during combat contact, but also reduce the enemy's lifespan. Even the armament hockey can't offset the opponent's fruit ability? Shenwok frowned, and then said to Yu Qianqiu beside him, You go to help Xianyuan Boer and Sun Yu. Leave this to me. Take care. The mad sand dispersed. Yu Qianqiu looked at the other party deeply, and then left here in elemental form. He knew that his role here was minimal. If they really had to fight to the death, the death fruit of the God clan could completely drag them down together. Wang Yuan of the God clan said with a little surprise, Are you going to go all out? It's a wise choice to fight me alone. I admire your spirit of sacrificing your life for justice. This is something I haven't seen in the God clan. Now please go to death with peace of mind. The Black Death intention spread endlessly. The power of the superhuman system is like the elemental system. It affects a certain area. This is the awakening state of the death fruit. The fruit has awakened? It seems that your God clan has also perfected the development of the devil fruit. Shenwok also knew some information about the God clan. He was able to awaken the devil fruit after only a few months of contact. The development speed of this fruit was really amazing. You are wrong, human. We God clan are naturally compatible with devil fruits. We have a higher degree of compatibility with devil fruits than you humans. Wang Yuan had no reservations about this, because in his opinion, the human opposite would definitely die today. The armed field is open. The armed color domineering is integrated into the surface of the earth. In the powerful field fluctuations, countless armed equipment condensed by the armed color domineering appear on the surface. The forest is collapsing under the collision of black and black. On the other side, under the two worlds of ice and fire, the fierce fire unicorn is howling to the sky, with burning flame totems covering its whole body, and even its fur is flowing flames. Sun Yu, who just performed the fire fist, was a little embarrassed. This hot fire fist bombarded the fire unicorn without causing any splashes. Human, your flames seem to have no effect on me. Let me show you the real blazing flames. After realizing that the opponent's flames could not hurt him, the Fire Kirin was very proud. As a member of the God clan, he was very compatible with the Fire Kirin form of the animal dog fruit. As the incarnation of the Fire Kirin, he has been extremely strengthened in both defense and attack power, and his ability to resist attacks is even more full. He can also cast a cloud of auspicious cloud similar to the flame cloud. This auspicious cloud of flame flows on his body's surface, and has a very high defense against external flame attacks. The fire flow in the bulging cheeks is surging. The hot flames in the Kirin's mouth blast out like the sun, submerging Sun Yu's figure. Hack! Are you replenishing my energy? The speechless Sun Yu only felt that his body was very comfortable in this ball of flame light. As a user of the flame fruit ability, he can be said to be completely immune to flames. At this moment, the opponent's blazing attack is no different from inviting himself to a hot spring in his eyes. Damn it! The god's eye is open. Suddenly, a third eye appeared on the forehead of the Fire Kirin. This was not a special ability of the Fire Kirin, but a special ability of the God clan. After the third eye was opened, the Fire Kirin's momentum expanded again. Even its body expanded rapidly. In a few seconds, it almost became the size of a small mountain. Ice Age, Xianyuan Buer, who had been accumulating power nearby, said coldly. In an instant, the ground beneath his feet began to freeze rapidly. Even the Fire Kirin with its third eye turned into an ice sculpture in this terrifying freezing. When Yu Qianzhou arrived here, the Fire Kirin had already been frozen in it. Just as Xianyuan Buer was about to wipe the sweat off his forehead, the ice sculpture was broken, and the Fire Kirin was furious. When had he ever endured such a low temperature? This made him feel uncomfortable all over. Kirin exhaled. Flame auspicious clouds. The hot breath came towards him, and Sun Yu knew that this flame attack was different from the previous one. The main thing was not the flame, but the special energy mixed in it. Great Flame Ring. The terrifying flames of hundreds of meters were even more powerful. The void became distorted in the flames burning the sky, releasing a higher temperature flame. Sun Yu wanted to annihilate the opponent's flame offensive in the competition of quantity. The Fire Kirin grinned, and the flame auspicious clouds in his mouth swept over. When two completely different flames collided, they continued to hurt and burn each other. The Shangyun flame had already taken the upper hand. After all, the Shangyun flame was a special flame that could burn the ocean. Although its temperature was not high, it could burn other flames. But at this moment, for some reason, it was completely suppressed by the flame of the Great Flame Ring. When the two flames were competing, Yu Qianzhou had quietly come behind the Fire Kirin and descended with his hands open to the desert domain. The murderous sand blade cut the body of the Fire Kirin mercilessly like a knife scraping bones, and the mad sand entered the body and constantly destroyed the nerves of the Fire Kirin. Sneak attack from behind. These despicable humans. Sun Yu disdainfully compressed the fireball until the fireball was only 3 meters in size before stopping the compression. I am the ability user of the flame fruit. I am better than you at burning everything. Divine Fire. Eternal Flame. Everything burned wherever the fist reached. The orange-yellow flame showed a white light at this moment, which was proof that the temperature had been raised to the limit. The auspicious cloud flame was retreating at this moment. This immortal fire absorbed all the heat of the opponent's flame, and its white and hot light increased greatly. Sun Yu made rapid progress in the previous month, and even developed the immortal fire based on ordinary flames. If Ace in One Piece had this kind of flame, even the Admiral Akainu, who had the natural magma fruit, would be burned to death. After all, as long as the temperature of the flame is high enough, the magma can be ignited. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Retreat. This unicorn-shaped godlike animal ability user has found that it is not good. At this moment, he changed from animal form to half-beast form and wanted to escape from the battlefield. But for some reason, his body was abnormally stiff at this moment, and the originally faded freezing cold now climbed up his thighs like a maggot attached to the bone. What did you do? Facing the angry enemy, Xianyuan Buer did not speak, but increased the freezing speed of his body. This is the terrifying ability of his unique ice fruit. When freezing the opponent, his body will gradually change into a frozen body with resistance. Even if the enemy is released from the frozen state, the freezing resistance will be greatly reduced in a short period of time. The Fire Kirin is undoubtedly in this state at this moment. Xianyuan Buer pressed the surface of the ground, and the cold air in the air flowed into the body of the Fire Kirin like a flood. At this moment, even if he was a fantasy beast, he could not resist this degree of cold. He was completely frozen, and had become a fish on a sticky board. You don't think that I am so easy to deal with in the Ice Age? I have a backup plan. The Fire Kirin, whose body was gradually frozen, could only watch the scorching eternal fire and the crazy sand blade completely dismember it. The flames and dust dissipated, and the fantasy beast ability user of the God Clan fell. After dealing with the Fire Kirin, two pure black forces collided in the forest in the distance. It's that person from the God Clan. His fruit ability is very strange and can reduce lifespan. Shinwuk is fighting him to death. It's hard to tell who is stronger and who is weaker in the battle between black and black. After Sun Yu dispelled the eternal fire, he asked curiously, the strange devil fruit power that reduces lifespan? Then Luo Chunkong, who has the yellow spring fruit, should fight him. His body is a skeleton and reducing lifespan can't affect him. By the way, how is the battle situation over there? Buer, you and Yuqiancho go to support Luo Chunkong and the others, and I'll go to support Shinwuk. When the three were about to act, a shocking dragon roar resounded throughout the fields. In the sky, 10 western dragons flew over the heads of the three of them. After scanning around, these dragons seemed to have no trace of the main flag and flew away quickly. It's the dragons from the southern continent. Didn't the people from the Justice Clan say that there are 3 islands in Punglai Fairy Island? How come they are all concentrated here? Looking at the giant dragon flying farther and farther away, Yuqiancho's scalp tingled. Compared with the God Clan, the aura of each dragon occupying the southern continent has surpassed Shinwuk. In other words, each of their dragons has a stronger fighting power than Shinwuk. The dragons that command the southern continent are so powerful. So how powerful will the Azura clan and the strongest race of the Blackwing clan in the northern continent be? The battle situation on Luo Chunkong's side is even more bizarre. At this moment, Sui and Duan Jioling both fell asleep while standing. Even Luo Chunkong, who was born without sleep, felt groggy at this moment. In front of the three of them was a long-haired God Clan warrior holding a fan, snoring, and seemed to be immersed in sleep. Luo Chunkong staggered with the bone spear and tried to get closer to the god, who was exerting the power of the fruit. He knew that the other party was stalling for time and waiting for his companions to arrive. Once his companions arrived, the people present would probably be in a desperate situation. Are the undead also human? Or are you a user of some fruit ability? The long-haired god youth opened one eye and said in confusion. As a superhuman sleep fruit ability user, he can put the enemy into a deep sleep. Even if the enemy is attacked in this sleepy state, he cannot wake up. The original power of this fruit is not strong, but because the fruit is highly compatible with him, he can make the degree of sleep continue to deepen, and even affect Luo Chunkong. If this sleep fruit can be fully awakened, then I am afraid that the fruit ability will be further improved by a leap level. Strange man. It seems that you have great resistance to the spiritual fruit ability. But it doesn't matter. When my captain of the God Clan arrives, all of you human contestants will become lambs to be slaughtered. The long-haired young man who was still snoring with one eye open said lightly. When he closed his eyes again, the sleep broadcast expanded rapidly. In an instant, Luo Chunkong was enveloped in it. As time passed, the sleep level increased again. Damn it! Luo Chunkong only felt dizzy and fell to the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. The closed-eyed young man of the God Clan snorted coldly. Although he couldn't move when he manipulated others into a sleepy state, others couldn't attack him either. In terms of control ability alone, the geniuses of the entire God Clan cannot match him. Just as he was leisurely waiting for the arrival of the captain and others, 2 bright heads rolled down from the grass. Those were the heads of the deputy captain and another member of the God Clan. How is this possible? Just when he was shocked, a figure went straight into his sleeping range. But the strange thing was that no matter how he improved his sleeping ability level, he couldn't stop the other party for a moment. When the other party was only 10 meters away from him, he completely gave up. He released the sleeping control and was ready for battle with long hair. You are the strongest human I have ever seen, but you are still far behind my God Clan captain. He was extremely afraid and kept retreating. And the tall man in front of him said puzzledly, it turned out to be the God Clan. I was wondering why they were so excited to see me. The person who came was moved by who came here. When he approached here just now, he happened to meet the 2 people and killed them. After the coma was lifted, Sui and Duan Jioling also woke up from their deep sleep with a yawn. What happened? The 2 of them were still in a daze, as if they had lost all their memories of what had just happened. Luo Chunkong shook them for fear that they would fall asleep again. The long-haired young man of the God clan released the highest level of coma light waves to everyone present without thinking. As long as these people were dragged by that strange light wave, Mubai pointed at the long-haired young man of the God clan and slowly uttered 2 words. Wanjin. In an instant, the pale white vibration ball cover enveloped the young man of the God clan in the opposite direction. Before he could react, the space he was in had already made thousands of continuous shattering creaking sounds. This is... The continuous vibration was expanding and strengthening with the power transmitted by Mubai. After 3 seconds, the young man of the God clan, whose body was almost shattered, fell to the ground with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Mubai, who deliberately kept the other party's breath, came to the other party in an instant, and the power of the dark fruit in his hand formed a vortex-shaped ripple and pressed on his chest. As the hand wrapped in the power of dark water slowly pulled out, a devil fruit with purple lines was extracted. The long-haired young man from the God clan whose devil fruit was taken away had also died. Feeling the extremely strong fluctuation of armament hockey in the distance, he knew that Shinwok was fighting fiercely with the enemy. Wait for me here. Mubai said something to the few people who woke up and turned into thunder and disappeared here. Wang Yuan of the God clan was suppressing Shinwok at this moment. With a death fruit, he can create real death by superimposing the opponent's death intention. This superimposed death intention is somewhat similar to the power of the Superman cutting fruit that ignores cause and effect. Shinwok, who did not dare to contact him throughout the whole process, could only use armament hockey to condense a bow and arrow to attack him remotely. This attack method consumes more physical strength than close combat. At present, his vitality has been reduced several times by the opponent, and his physical strength has been greatly reduced. At this moment, he is on the verge of exhaustion. This guy is too tricky. At this time, thunder sounded behind him. Shinwok, with a frown on his face, suddenly turned around and saw the person he wanted to see the most. Mubai! You're here. Shinwok, feeling relieved, let out a long sigh. Wang Yuan of the God clan actually turned around and ran away. He didn't hesitate at all. As a smart man, he naturally knew that the human who could make a strong man like Shinwok feel at ease must be a stronger one. Interesting. Having noticed that the other party's devil fruit was peculiar, he naturally would not let the other party go. Mubai instantly opened the heart net. At this moment, Wang Yuan of the God clan, who was under the control of the heart net, was like Sun Wukong in the hands of the Buddha. No matter how fast he was all in the 5-finger mountain. Wang Yuan of the God clan flew away, and the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. Hundreds of lightning bolts fell like divine punishment amidst the deafening thunder. A natural ability user, Wang Yuan did not dare to stay and open the third eye on his forehead while avoiding the thunder current. After the third divine eye was opened, his speed was further improved, and his reaction speed was also significantly improved. The other alien players in the entire area suffered, and the rolling thunder cleansed the entire area indiscriminately. Whether the aliens were fighting or hiding, they were all wiped out in this thunder. The rocks collapsed, the forest was ignited by thunder and fire, and the disordered thunder energy rushed around. At this moment, this area was like H.L. Mubai, who turned into thunder, stretched out his right arm and swung it out. I saw the elementalized arm condensed into a raging thunder and turned into a surging thunder dragon, bombarding with his consciousness. Wang Yuan of the God clan realized that there was no way to stop the terrifying thunder dragon chasing behind him. The death zone is open. Since we can't escape, let's fight to the death. The deep death will create a black-robed death god hundreds of meters tall, and the sickle in its hand slashed across the thunder dragon in the sky. The black killing will penetrate the body of the thunder dragon, and the overwhelming death will pointed directly at Mubai's body. Seeing this scene, Mubai was slightly surprised that the opponent's fruit ability could actually cut off such a high-volt thunder dragon. It seemed to be a very strange devil fruit ability. At this moment, he didn't know that the opponent had the death fruit. A vibration barrier appeared in front of Mubai, who was floating in the air, and instantly disintegrated the opponent's slash when the death will slashed horizontally. The vibration fruit in the super awakening state not only has a strong destructive power in physics, but can also easily defeat even mental attacks. 1 billion volts. Thunder knife. Mubai used his hand as a knife to cut vertically. The originally disintegrated thunder dragon now gathered the current at Mubai's fingertips and condensed into a thunder light knife in the shocking eyes. This light knife came with a bang. The ground was torn apart in an instant. The tall and illusory god of death was submerged by the thunder energy, and the death field was like a toy house placed in front of a moving train. When the daylight dissipated, the god Wang Yuan had been burned to charcoal, and Mu Bai was holding a black and red devil fruit in his hand. System identification. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superhuman death fruit. Death fruit? He had never heard of this devil fruit in his previous life. The charred body was thrown away by Mu Bai, and 3 people flew over not far away, one of whom looked very similar to Wang Yuan. Brother, you human. His body suddenly became bigger when he was extremely angry. It expanded infinitely like the Dharma world in mythology. In a few seconds, it became as big as a mountain. Die. Bug. This giant palm pressed down like a mountain. Zhao Qianqiu, who was behind Mu Bai, was the ability user of the power fruit and naturally couldn't bear it. He stepped out of the ground and took the opponent's giant palm. Although he's big, he's not as strong as me. Zhao Qianqiu, with trembling muscles, laughed and slowly stood up. Every time he stood up, the giant retreated. Wang Yi. Wait a minute. Just when the god fruit ability user was about to attack, the most majestic young man among the 3 stopped him coldly. Wang Yi, the god of the god clan, was furious, but he still retracted his palm under the captain's order. The power of this human was amazing. Even if he enlarged his body into a giant of 300 meters, he was still a little powerless. The other members of the Xia country team came over and stood behind Mu Bai, confronting the other 3. I am the captain of the god clan, Wang Zun. Speaking of which, I have heard of you. The human prodigy Mu Bai. You have great potential. Even among the prodigies of my god clan, you can be said to be the best. Do you want to join my god clan? As soon as these words came out, not to mention the contestants of Xia country, even the 2 people on the god clan side were stunned. Captain, what are you talking about? How can a human join my god clan? Shut up. Alas. The divine eye at the center of Wang Zun's eyebrows, which was nearly 3 meters tall, was different from the other 2. It seemed that he had double pupils, which was obviously a very advanced one. The short golden hair was burning slightly with a strange soul flame, and under the white god robe was an extremely strong body. The most peculiar thing is his eyes at this moment, which seemed to have other colored souls fluctuating in them. I refuse. I have also read your information. The next patriarch of the god clan, the strongest son of god Wang Zun, who is known as the most powerful once in 1,000 years, and also the soul fruit ability user. Mu Bai naturally knew the other party. After all, his reputation was too great. It is not polite to say that if Mu Bai's reputation in the god capital fortress is 1, then the other party's reputation in the god clan kingdom is 100. Countless god clan strongmen condescended to him. Even several emperors of the god clan had long recognized his leadership status, whether in wisdom or strength. The other party is the pinnacle of the young generation of the god clan. It seems that brother Mu Bai and I have been friends for a long time. I heard that a soul I collected some time ago turned out to be an acquaintance of brother Mu Bai. Now I will let him go, without mentioning that Mu Bai refused his invitation. The god clan Wang Zun released Lin Zhan's soul from his hand very generously, and released it in front of Mu Bai. Lin Zhan's soul floated towards Mu Bai. After checking it with his observation hockey, Mu Bai explained to Lin Zhan's soul and let it enter his soul ring. Lin Zhan's consciousness will not dissipate or be damaged in the soul ring. When Mu Bai returns, he only needs to release this soul, and Lin Zhan will be able to regain consciousness. It seems that this god clan Wang Zun is very good at being a man. But Mu Bai is very curious about why the other party is so polite. Brother Mu Bai, goodbye. As a rare leader of the god clan, he saw Mu Bai's strength before he arrived, with the strength shown by the other party at present. Even if the 3 of them win, they will definitely be seriously injured. In this case, it is better to avoid the edge and seize the vice flag temporarily. As long as they survive to the end, they can also allow the god clan to enter the top 10. As for the top 3 places, he dare not think about it. Brother Wang Zun is really a real person, since you returned Lin Zhan's soul so readily. There is only one thing left now. Mu Bai with dark golden eyes said lightly. The god clan king frowned and asked, what's the matter? The matter of destroying the 18 cities in the border of Daxia. Anyone who offends Daxia must be killed. As Mu Bai shouted, the terrifying domineering aura of the king came like a hurricane passing through. A total of 15 cities in Hong province and Yunhai province in the south of Xia kingdom were uprooted by the gods, and nearly 10 million Xia kingdom citizens were slaughtered. This was when the world was merging. In recent times, the gods have conquered a large area of territory, so they have started a more brutal slaughter mode, in which humans either become slaves or become livestock for bloody sacrifices. Under such a bloody hatred, Xia Kingdom and the gods on the East Continent will never be on good terms. At this moment, the terrifying domineering aura of the Overlord is coming, and even a monster as strong as Wang Xun cannot avoid being frightened by this terrifying spirit and retreating step by step. Captain, kill them! Captain, I think we must kill them all. Even the tribe means the same. A man and a woman standing next to Wang Xun reminded at the same time. Wang Xun, who was repelled dozens of steps by Mu Bai's domineering aura, did not change his expression, but his cold eyes were already hiding murderous intent. There is an old saying in Xia country, a man who knows the times is a hero. If you are so ignorant, you don't need to live in this world. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Xun's whole body was full of momentum. Hundreds of weapons with souls rolled out from his sleeves. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, and some strangely shaped soul weapons also looked at Mu Bai angrily. This number is really amazing. Mu Bai, who was thoughtful, did not stop the other party. He wanted to see what tricks the other party could play. Facing a real enemy, only by defeating its spiritual backbone can it be truly defeated. Mu Bai knew that the gods and the civilians of Xia country were watching this scene at this moment. Let the opponent show all his strength, and then kill the opponent with thunder. Isn't this very symbolic? All human beings have a breath in their hearts, and Mu Bai wants to release this breath completely instead of swallowing it. My people, go and destroy the enemies of my king and father. Wang Xun ordered these soul objects like a king. Thousands of soul objects attacked Mu Bai with amazing momentum, and the whole sky was blocked by these colorful soul objects. At this moment, many people in the god capital fortress were watching this scene nervously. Compared with this natural disaster, even several powerful natural fruit abilities could not match it. Soul fruit. I didn't expect that this fruit was actually in the hands of the genius of the god clan. Why do I feel that Mu Bai is struggling? It is rumored that the soul fruit can give life to any element. In other words, he alone can match a large number of natural ability users. The people who whispered obviously still did not have much confidence. The general strength of the god clan has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. When the normal level warriors of the two races fight, the human race is often defeated. The god clan is like a nightmare that is always attached to the top of the human head. Every time you think of it, it can make people's hair stand on end and unable to sleep. The superhuman soul fruit, as the devil fruit of the Four Emperors Big Mom in the One Piece comics, has terrifying abilities. The ability user can manipulate human souls at will, letting the souls reside in various objects and then anthropomorphize them. For example, cups, bowls and chopsticks, weapons, etc. are all possible. Objects endowed with souls will also give birth to their own consciousness. This ability is like a creator, which is ever-changing. If used well, it can completely create a soul army. Soul-infused trees. The powerful soul fluctuations of the soul fruit merged into the trees, and the bodies of these trees twisted and transformed into creatures similar to tree demons. Soul-infused clouds. Dozens of dark clouds in the sky were endowed with human souls and fell down. The dark clouds with strange smiles danced, and lightning flowed from their bodies. Mu Bai, what can you use to fight me? I can control any dead things that will like the creator. Even Penglai Fairy Island. I can make it my warrior. Soul-infused island. A large number of souls merged into the earth. At this moment, Penglai Fairy Island number 2 was actually emitting the breath of life, and the entire island gradually rose from the sea level. Wang Yi instantly turned into a 1,000-meter giant, while another Protoss woman spread her black wings behind her, transformed into a strange crow, and looked at the people of the Xia Kingdom team with contempt. Come on, Wang Xun. You'd better use all your strength. That will be interesting. Smiling Mu Bai clenched his fist just before the attack of thousands of soul objects. In a terrifying blue flash, the fist covered with a vibration ball covered deeply imprinted on the island under his feet. Squeak! 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 The whole sea was surging, and the tsunami thousands of meters high hit the island like waves of endless rain. The island life forms that originally had consciousness let out a shocking wail in this punch, and those aggressive soul life forms were directly turned into powder under this degree of vibration. Almost instantly, the entire number 2 island broke from the middle, and the entire island was split into 2 halves along the trajectory of Mu Bai's fist. Many alien contestants standing on number 2 island were swallowed by the broken island cracks before they could figure out what was going on. What a joke. The stunned God Clan King Zoon couldn't believe it. He never thought that the opponent's power had reached this level. He could tear the island apart with one punch. Only he knew that this Ponglai Fairy Island was made of special minerals. In terms of hardness alone, it was 10,000 times harder than ordinary rocks on the blue star. One punch tore the sky and shattered thousands of soul objects. This punch also tore the island apart, splitting the island with life into 2 halves. Some people, under the screen of the live broadcast in the capital of the gods, were already crying with joy. The irresistible natural disaster lineup was destroyed by Mu Bai's punch. This kind of exciting thing undoubtedly resonated with everyone, thinking of the thousands of hardships and dangers he had experienced on the way to the capital of the gods. And many times he almost became a meal for the aliens. And then comparing it with Mu Bai's ace move of smashing the God Clan with one punch. This sense of contrast made the civilians watching the live broadcast on the screen feel mixed emotions. Come on! Mu Bai! Come on! Xia! Come on! Humanity! A middle-aged man kept wiping his tears and shouting. And the emotion in his voice resonated with many people. Come on! Mu Bai! Come on! Xia! Come on! Humanity! The crowds of people in the crowded Shindu Square kept repeating the shouts. And the waves of the sound passed through the streets and alleys. And passed through the school and hospital. At this moment, even the people in the temporary parliament were a little unbelievable. In terms of pure strength, this has reached the level of the Emperor's throne. Mr. Duan, it seems that I have made a mistake. If this Mu Bai can lead Xia to the top 3, then I will withdraw my proposal. The man with a strong breath in the dazzling parliament hall said softly. And Duan Xia, who was sitting opposite, did not comment. With Mu Bai's personality, I am afraid he will win the first place in the Global League this time. Duan Xia stroked his beard and said meaningfully, I heard that the strongest genius from the Blackwing clan will personally participate in this Global League. It may be difficult for Mu Bai to get the first place. The man leaned forward, showing his appearance. The black tights could not cover the bulging muscles. This man was Feng Wan, the vice president of the temporary parliament. As a powerful emperor, he was really related to Mu Bai in some ways. The Feng Yoga, who possessed the phoenix fruit of the fantasy beast species, was his younger brother. Who knows this? By the way, the little guy behind you seems to have a very similar aura to Feng Yoga. With Duan Xia's eyesight, he could naturally see that Feng Wan valued the young men next to him very much. Standing behind Feng Wan was Lu Chuafeng, who had been in the city for more than a month. A few days ago, he entered the fruit tree world because of his age and accidentally obtained the phoenix fruit of the fantasy beast species. It was also at that time that he was valued by Vice President Feng Wan and kept with him. His name is Lu Chuafeng, and he has a terrifying potential that is no less than Mu Bai. He has obtained the phoenix fruit of the fantasy beast species. Feng Wan, who looked a little sad, said with his hands crossed. Although the aura of this young man was very strange and very similar to that of the Zerg, he was sure that he was indeed 100% human, whether it was in the body or in the soul. Duan Xia was such a man that he saw the problem at a glance. But he didn't say much. Lu Chuafeng was extremely nervous at this moment. He was afraid that the Zerg secret treasure hidden deep in his body would be discovered by these two people. Since he was tortured by the Abyss Demon last time, he no longer believed in any human beings, nor in human nature. Under the mental seat of the Abyss Demon, he would only believe in himself forever. At this moment, Ponglai No. 2 Island was very lively. The rock giant that combined with the Gundam and Zhao Qianqiu joined forces to attack Wang Yi, a god who had the giant fruit. Shen Wuke and others dealt with the god woman, who was suspected to be a fantasy beast species. Mu Bai walked forward without hesitation at the center of the entire battlefield. And the God Clan King also walked forward, with a large number of soul objects behind him guarding him vigilantly. Mu Bai, I hope you recognize a reality. That is, if you fight me to the death here, it will inevitably affect the ranking of our two clans. Noisy. After whispering 2 words, Mu Bai's figure suddenly disappeared. At the same time, terrifying thunder and lightning appeared in the sky above the entire island, and hundreds of light balls symbolizing death bombarded down mercilessly. The god clan Wang Yi, whose body was more than 1,000 meters long, was hit by thunder and exuded a burnt smell, which frightened him to shrink his body rapidly. This terrifying thunder and lightning ball quickly hit the position of the god clan king. This guy really didn't care about the overall situation. The God Clan King pointed out 10 shields in front of him to block in front of him. Each of these shields is a special item with absolute defensive power. Protect our father. We have no choice but to do it. Ha ha ha. I am indestructible. Any attack will become a clown in front of me. Hit me now. My shield skin has been thirsty for a long time. These shields have different personalities, because they are endowed with different souls. Wang Xun doesn't care what these soul creatures say. Anyway, they just need to obey his orders. Thunder King. Decompose these electric currents for me. Following Wang Xun's order, a ball-shaped electric current flashing with blue electric light appeared in this world from his sleeve. Ah! Really? Why should I work for you? It would be great if you, a fool, died earlier. Listening to the endless nagging of Thunder King, Wang Xun was almost furious. Compared with ordinary dead things obeying his orders, Thunder King was the most weird among these elemental life forms. Not only did he often provoke himself, but he also cursed himself from time to time. Shut up. Come on. If you don't perform well this time, you will stay in my sleeve space forever. As soon as these words came out, Thunder King lost his temper and very obediently performed a thunder ball that was not inferior to Mu Bai's. The two completely different light balls collided and dissipated after the impact, which made Mu Bai stunned. Since this level of electric current can be dissipated, then what about this? 1.5 billion volts. Flashing Kirin. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the sunlight in the sky was completely blocked. In this dim world, a roaring electric unicorn broke through the sky from midair. What the h.l. Wang Xun. You idiot actually provoked such a guy. The opponent's electric current can completely dissolve me. The terrified Thunder King turned into a small electric ball and hid behind Wang Xun. After hearing the words of the Thunder King, Wang Xun did not dare to be careless and directly blocked all the soul bodies in front of him as shields. The terrifying Thunder Unicorn that seemed to be able to travel through time and space and melt everything directly hit the island. The island that was originally broken into two halves continued to collapse at this moment. If it were not for the deep special rock layer below, it is estimated that Pumlai No. 2 Island would have sunk into the sea. The terrifying electric current melted countless soul objects. At this moment, Wang Xun of the God Clan regretted not leading his two subordinates to escape from here. A large number of souls floated in the air, and Mu Bai Lei Ting flashed behind Wang Xun and punched him. Endless vibrations swept over. 10 shields were pierced in an instant, and Wang Xun retreated with a heartache. Hundreds of soul swords flew out and wanted to hack Mu Bai to death. He wanted to retreat, but Mu Bai would not let him. Overlord color entangled. Shocking the sea. Mu Bai, who caught up with the opponent in an instant, was not willing to let him go. The magnificent vibration ball covered the bombarding fist, and at the same time, it hit Wang Xun's chest with the terrifying power of the Overlord color entangled. The soul soft armor worn by Wang Xun was broken, and even with the soul soft armor blocking most of the damage, it could not offset all of the damage. Wang Xun, who was blown thousands of meters away by a punch, could feel his chest collapsed. With his physique, he could not resist Mu Bai's punch, which made him extremely frightened. Fire King. Snow King. Come out. The scorching flames swept the earth, and the frozen snow fell from the sky. Two soul bodies with completely different zodiac signs flew over with anger. Mu Bai smiled casually. Your so-called soul body is vulnerable in front of me. Dark water sweeps. The dark water flowed. The suppression ability of the dark fruit was clearly visible at this moment. Whether it was the raging fire or the snow, they all returned to their original state after contacting this dark power. After easily dealing with the two soul bodies, Mu Bai directly opened the vibration field. In an instant, countless vibration pressures came from the void to crush Wang Xun. As long as he was trapped in it for even a second, Mu Bai was sure to kill him on the spot. A strong warning appeared in his mind. Feeling the rapid collapse of the surrounding space, the God Clan King Xun was not surprised but laughed. The power of the awakening soul fruit. The soul body is out. When the God Clan King Xun roared, his hands, feet, legs, eyes, and all parts of his body all showed their own consciousness. The soul fruit can give any dead thing a soul and make it an anthropomorphic creature, while the awakened soul fruit can give any soul to a living thing. As the merciful Son of God, the God Clan King Xun not only suppressed the alien geniuses, but also ruthlessly harvested their souls. Such a good soul naturally cannot be wasted. King Xun integrated all of them into his body. Eyeballs, hands, Heart and other organs and tissues are sealed with a powerful alien soul. The God Clan King Zun, whose strength soared rapidly, ignited the flame of the soul all over his body. In Mu Bai's observation color domineering, he felt the breath of hundreds of different souls from the other party's body. Soul extraction. The souls in the joints of the body cursed Wang Zun with hatred. But Wang Zun didn't care about that. He just needed endless power at this moment. The drained soul power appeared in front of Wang Zun, forming a strange roaring energy barrier. If you look closely, you can find several twisted faces struggling in it. Although Mu Bai was surprised, his vibration field still ran full steam to crush the strong vibration power. Unexpectedly, Mu Bai missed this time. The vibration ball cover that could tear everything was actually blocked outside by the opponent's soul shield. And the soul shield made a miserable howl under repeated vibrations. At the same time, this miserable howl came from Wang Zun's arm. Quiet, Wang Zun said contemptuously while stroking his transparent arm. After he integrated the souls of these alien geniuses into his body, he could make them resist any attack damage. These souls will only consume their own soul power when they suffer damage, but will not let their souls fly away. What's even more wonderful is that the God Clan Wang Zun is not affected at all. In this case, he is like a fully armed man who has gone from being unarmed. The 10,000 souls domain is open. Mu Bai will show you the strength of my Wang Zun. Amid the curses of countless alien souls, the vast domain power suddenly expanded, and its strength was even higher than Mu Bai's vibration domain. Wang Zun, who had tens of thousands of souls behind him, frantically embedded these souls into various areas of his domain. In this outrageous soul amplification, his 10,000 souls domain covered the entire field. Wang Yi, a God Clan member, who was enveloped in the 10,000 souls domain, was like a tiger with wings. His already huge body was multiplied several times by the amplification of hundreds of souls. Originally, Zhao Qianqiu and Duan Jioling were one with the ability of the power fruit, and the other was the ability of the fusion fruit. The two of them could beat Wang Yi like a dog together. But at this moment, it was completely reversed. Wang Yi, who had obtained the soul amplification, had completely crushed the two in terms of reaction speed and strength. The more souls his giant body could carry, the stronger his destructive power would be. On the other side, the God Clan woman who transformed into a crow also greatly increased her strength, and she was able to handle the siege of several members of the Xia Kingdom team with ease. When Shen Wuk and others wanted to use the domain, they were surprised to find that the domain could not be used, just as if the spiritual world was tightly clamped by the soul body. Duan Jioling used the combined domain to break the domain power of the captain of the God Clan. Shen Wuk shouted to Duan Jioling, but Duan Jioling was also unable to use the domain power at this moment. Unlike others, he can clearly see that there seem to be many soul bodies blocking their own spiritual consciousness in this 10,000 souls domain with higher spiritual points. In this case, the domain cannot be deployed at all. Wang Zun, who controlled the 10,000 souls to sweep over, looked at the tsunami that was surging around and gave it a lot of souls. I give you a soul, and give you your real name Poseidon. The shocking tsunami slowly grew cartoon-like eyes, and the tsunami smashed towards Mu Bai. It naturally knew that this was the mortal enemy of his creator at the moment. At the same time, all other weak races that were accidentally included in the 10,000 souls domain were devoured by the souls said by Wang Zun. After a few seconds, they entered a puppet-like state. These alien races followed Wang Zun's orders and attacked Mu Bai and his men. Because they were protected by countless souls, even Mu Bai couldn't get close to them easily at this moment. The sky-covering tsunami Poseidon came with the waves, and Mu Bai turned around and tapped it gently in the direction where it was. A strange cracking sound came from the originally empty space, and the mighty Poseidon was horrified to find that he was disintegrating with a terrifying tearing intention. When Mu Bai knocked on the void again, countless cracks were as dense as rain, and the tsunami Poseidon was dispersed in an instant. It seems that Mu Bai can't disperse the soul power too much to deal with you. At this moment, Wang Zun, who had released 100,000 souls, laughed loudly. Even if the tsunami Poseidon was defeated by Mu Bai, he didn't react much. 100,000 souls merge into my body to forge an immortal body. As Wang Zun issued the order, all the remaining wandering souls merged into his body. After the awakening of the soul fruit, he could accommodate almost no upper limit to the soul body. At this moment, 100,000 souls merged into his body and were absorbed by him. Although these souls can only last for a few hours in his body, a few hours is enough. After countless souls merged into his body, Wang Xun's body has become completely transparent at this moment, and only the soul power is attached to his body like seawater. With the blessing of the soul power roaring in the sky, Wang Xun is no different from the emperor at this moment. With a wave of his hand, the space collapsed, and the soul tsunami rushed away. The lifespan of all creatures in the place where this soul tsunami passed was half, and they exploded and died. The Xiaogui team shrank into a small circle and looked at Mu Bai. And Mu Bai slowly opened his eyes at this moment. At the same time, the black vortex under his feet swept the whole world at an astonishing speed. In this dark world, 2 dark golden eyes appeared in the dark world. You are still far away. The shocking spirit flowed out of Mu Bai's body, and the king's domineering aura collided with the soul tsunami at an astonishing speed. At this moment, island number 2 of Penglai Fairy Island was already in ruins, with the purple soul power and the black and red domineering aura colliding with each other. Mu Bai felt something in his heart under such a collision. The power of the dark water under his feet continued to accumulate until it reached a certain threshold, and then spread out from under his feet. The dark fruit opened the domain. The Dark Kingdom. In an instant, the 10,000 souls domain that the god clan Wang Xun was proud of collapsed instantly. The monstrous black energy swept the entire island. Under the erosion of darkness, Wang Xun's soul tsunami burst like a bubble of fantasy. And his 2 god clan subordinates in the darkness were also suppressed by the power of the dark fruit. Wang Yi, a giant ability user, was deprived of the power of the fruit the moment he touched the dark water, and his whole body was unable to move at all, as if he was bound by the god of death. What's more amazing is that the power of the fruit in his body was not only suppressed, but also ruthlessly extracted as time passed. In the last moment of his life, he only saw a red fruit extracted from his body by the black palm. And then Wang Yi fell down and was decomposed with the darkness. The same thing happened to the woman of the god clan. Her original crow form was beaten back to her original form. The devil fruit left behind, when she was swallowed to death in the darkness, now appeared in Mu Bai's hand. Mu Bai was slightly surprised by the domain of the dark fruit. After unfolding the domain power, Mu Bai found that the degree of suppression of the devil fruit by the dark fruit had reached the level of qualitative change. As long as the power of other people's fruits is touched, the dark fruit can suppress them in all directions regardless of the quality difference, and can also extract the devil fruit of the ability user at will in the domain. This seemingly simple ability is a heaven-defying existence. With Mu Bai's current state, he will have a great degree of suppression when facing the Emperor throne with the devil fruit. After all, the power of any devil fruit cannot play any role in his hands. This is the first point. The second point is that the domain of the dark fruit is ridiculously large, even covering the entire island. If you look down from an altitude of 10,000 meters, you can clearly see that the island in the middle of the 3 islands is stained black. This range is something Mu Bai has never seen before. The third point is the remarkable improvement of its erosion. Even a genius-level opponent like Wang Yi of the God Clan can be easily eroded. At this moment, the God Clan Wang Xun, who was suppressed by the Dark Kingdom and retreated step by step, gnashed his teeth, and his original demeanor was gone. At this moment, even if he completely put away the power of the soul fruit, he could not escape the opponent's Dark Kingdom. Looking down, his legs had sunk deeply into the flowing black land. When the God Clan Wang Xun raised his head again, Mu Bai was already standing in front of him. Mu Bai, do you think you won? I tell you clearly that even if you win this global league, you can't stop the fate of Xia country. After I die, the God Clan will definitely march north to destroy all humans. The excited Wang Xun naturally knew that the other party would not let him go, so he didn't care at all at this moment. The enthusiasm in his words seemed to make people think that he had seen the miserable scene when Xia country was destroyed. And Mu Bai smiled at him from beginning to end. Since you are so looking forward to seeing this scene, I will lend you a hand. An iron hand suddenly pierced through Wang Xun's chest. Mu Bai pulled out his soul fruit with a numbing sound. After the devil fruit was taken away, Wang Xun of the God Clan was on the verge of death. At the same time, Mu Bai did not let him go. He took out the soul treasure ring and sucked Wang Xun's soul, which was about to dissipate, into it. And Wang Xun, who was on the verge of death, also felt the action of the other party extracting the soul. This action that he was most familiar with in the past was used on himself at this moment. What are you going to do? The angry Wang Xun found something unusual. His soul gradually lost contact with his body, but the connection with the strange ring in Mu Bai's hand became stronger and stronger. His soul was like entering a vortex-like world, and was constantly rolling. When his soul completely entered the soul treasure ring, his whole body was numb. It was seen that Lin Jon, the soul body, had been waiting for him here for a long time. What are you going to do? Aren't you afraid that I will extract your soul again and make you fly to pieces? The God Clan King, who pretended to be intimidating, knew that he was only in the soul state at the moment. But he could not show cowardice at this moment, and had to intimidate the other party. Lin Jon, who was in the soul form, almost laughed himself to death. Because of the special authority given by Mu Bai, he was now like a guardian spirit. He naturally knew about the battle outside, including the fact that the other party was sucked into the soul ring by Mu Bai. Wang Zun of the God Clan. Right? I can't let you be idle these days. In an instant, Wang Zun's soul appeared on a wooden stake, and Lin Jon had already picked up the long sword of the soul form. Let's practice swinging the sword 30,000 times today. I hope you can bear it. By the way, before that, I have to tell you a good thing. I asked Mu Bai to put the soul you swallowed before into this space. At this moment, Wang Zun, who was terrified, looked at the familiar souls gradually appearing around him, and his scalp tingled and his soul trembled. These guys whose souls he had extracted in the past were now looking at him with resentful eyes. Even if he was far away, he could clearly sense that kind of resentful look. Mu Bai, if you have the guts, kill me right now. What's the point of torturing me? Unfortunately, no matter how he shouted, he couldn't escape from here. There were people setting off fireworks at the Fortress of the Gods, and the entire Square of the Gods was more festive than the New Year. Mu Bai killed the most powerful Tianji Wangzuan of the gods. If we don't celebrate this event for 3 days and 3 nights, we will be sorry for the human race who died in the hands of the gods. Even the king of the East Sea, who was far away in the East Sea Fortress, was secretly shocked when watching the live broadcast. This Mu Bai's growth rate was too fast. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that even the top Kinju of the gods was far away from him. The king's court of the gods of the East continent. In contrast to the bustling fortress of the gods, this place was unusually deserted at the moment. The originally powerful gods' warriors did not dare to make any sound at this moment, because the god's great elder was almost crazy at this moment. Humans! Humans! Kill my beloved son. I will kill Mu Bai. Tell all the tribes that I will personally lead the army and conquer Xia within a month. The crazy elder no longer cares. Since these humans have done this, what is the point of the previous peaceful evolution plan? He wants to kill the entire Xia kingdom, to comfort his son's soul. No. When no one dared to speak in the audience, the king of the gods on the throne spoke. He watched Mu Bai, who was at ease on the live screen, and became more and more afraid of the human race. I know that the elder is heartbroken for losing his son, but it is not the right time to launch a full-scale attack on Xia now. The elder, who realized that he had lost his composure, bowed his head and admitted his mistake. But the resentment in his eyes did not decrease at all. Since the God King thinks that this is not an opportunity, he will create an opportunity in a few days. The great elder of the God clan remained silent. But at this time, the Ponglai Fairy Island was already in chaos. On Island number 1, the Blackwing Clan King Sith had been fighting with the Azura Clan Solomon for an hour. The broken-armed Solomon was very happy to repair his injuries perfectly. He was not afraid of death, but was afraid of not fighting. The white metal armor covered the King Sith. Sith, with his wings spread, raised his eyebrows and said, "It is indeed a monster. It is very rare to be called a monster in the Azura clan. You are indeed qualified to fight me. What are you showing off? Birdman? You and I have been fighting for an hour, and you haven't killed me." Solomon, laughing loudly, pulled out a smashed head of a Blackwing clan contestant from his side and said jokingly. At this moment, except for the 2 young warriors of the Blackwing clan, no one around them could still stand alive. The 9 Azuras who came with Solomon had already been torn into pieces by the aftermath of the battle between the two. Similarly, only the 3 of Sis were left intact on the Blackwing side. Those with narrow vision think that the world they see is the highest heaven and earth. But they don't know that the difference is 1,000 miles away. Feeling the vibration of the island, King Sis spread his wings and flew into the air, and saw 3 black tower buildings appearing at the same time in the center of the 3 islands. And with the appearance of these 3 black tower buildings, the 3 islands are also colliding with each other. From the shape of the islands, it can be seen that these islands were originally one. As the 3 islands slowly approached, the people distributed on different islands finally met. The alien dragon ATIS on island number 3 was entrenched in place, looking at the winners on the other 2 islands with disdain. You inferior creatures. Remember that charging for the Great Dragon Clan is the only meaning of your existence. As the king of the Red Dragon bloodline, faced with the lecture of the Red Dragon, many alien contestants, who were marked with the Dragon Power Control mark, dared not speak out. These copper-smelling dragons were too strong, and they could not fight at all. Especially the strange metal dragon lazily lying on the ground can annihilate the top 7 level king players in their tribe, with just one breath of dragon. The red dragon with a body of more than 10 meters, that raised its head, and emitted waves of dragon power was kicked over. And the alien dragon Atis stepped on its head 5 times. The red dragon rolled on the ground in pain. I am the strongest here. If you want to issue orders, I will issue them. You, the red dragon, will step back. Atis yawned and said. His lazy tone was not very intimidating. But when he stood up, the other dragon contestants lowered their bodies slightly, fearing that they would be taller than the alien dragon. The red dragon lying on the ground had a resentful look in his eyes. He didn't expect that this alien dragon with inferior blood would dare to kill the great red dragon blood. In the early days of the birth of the dragon race, those with strange blood would be thrown out of the cave by the dragon mother. If these impure blood dragons were hunted by wild beasts, it meant that they were inferior. Even if he was lucky enough to return to the dragon clan, he could not be compared with the 5-colored dragons of normal bloodline. As an alien dragon, Atis not only had the mother dragon throw him out of the cave, but also ordered other young dragons to hunt this freak. It was in this situation that Atis became the strongest creature in the dragon clan with his terrifying talent. As for the dragon mother, who abandoned him and ordered the dragon cubs to hunt him, Atis had already pulled out her tendons and bones alive. The red dragon with drooping eyes walked aside unhappily. He was planning how to kill Atis, a monster of low bloodline. When he returned to the holy kingdom of the dragon clan, Atis snorted coldly and ignored the other party. He looked at the figures on the 2 islands in the distance and became more cautious. The Blackwing tribe of Sis and Azura Solomon on the first island. The Xia country team led by Mu Bai stood there on the second island. The dragon clan and their puppet army stood on the third island. The 3 islands were docking at a rapid speed. When the tilted spires of the 3 black towers touched each other, 3 illusory flags appeared about 100 meters in front of the black towers. At the same time, the islands were also merged. The Xia team of the human race and the dragon team of the holy dragon country. Welcome to the top of the food chain, the Blackwing King said with great generosity, completely ignoring the alien contestants who were running towards the center of the island. Of the 1,000 alien contestants, only less than 200 died at this moment. And there were only a few teams of the remaining 800 who could obtain 7 secondary flags. So there were also many greedy people who took the 3 main flags that appeared in the center of the island as their goals. Compared with other big races, these weak races with low strength actually need more honor. If they have enough reputation, they can completely start a new mountain and gather allies with the results of the Global League to make themselves the leader. I interrupt you. I don't want to go head-to-head with other strong men. So I hope our dragon race can occupy one of the main flags. The meaning of Atis's words is actually very clear. That is, he knows that your strength is very strong. But our dragon race will stay out of it, and will not participate in it. As long as one of the 3 main flags is theirs, it will be fine. Mu Bai did not say anything after hearing this. He was looking at the dominant forces of the 3 continents. The king of the Black Wings, Sif, turned to look at Solomon of the Ashuras and asked, Solomon, do you want to occupy a flag? Of course I do. I will kill anyone who stops me. Even you, Solomon said coldly while eating the heart of his kind. He had violated the high-level security of other members. At this moment, he could only make up for his sins and get the qualification of the top 3 so that he would not have to go to that wild land again. Then it seems that you can't give in. What about you? Human? Mu Bai's dark golden eyes flashed with irresistible spirit. He said in a deep voice, King of the Black Wings, Sif, I know you. I will not give up the main flag on behalf of the human race. After that, Mu Bai made a gesture to the people behind him without leaving a trace. And the other members of the Xia country team all perked up. King Sis, who was slightly surprised, didn't pay much attention to the other party's words. Even if the strong men of the human race were strong, they were not that strong. So he just asked casually, according to his thinking. Even if he didn't ask, it didn't matter. According to the size of their strength, the other 3 races must be qualified for the top 3. The black wings in the air flapped. And when the king Sith turned his head to look at the alien dragon Atis, The two attacked at the same time when their eyes met. A black spear appeared in the hand of the Blackwing Sith, and there was a drop of illusory blood at the muzzle. The spear broke through the air and stabbed everything in silence. Then a phantom of a fallen angel appeared behind him, and the phantom of the fallen angel also stabbed with the strange spear in his hand. The void shattered. The sea overturned. This fatal murderous intent was infinitely magnified in Mubai's observation hockey. The alien dragon on island number 3 also spit out green dragon breath towards island number 1 where Mubai was. The metal dragon scales on the whole body opened up, and they expanded to the maximum in the suffocating friction sound. And the demonic breath, containing the power to destroy a sea area, came crashing in. The only one who could react to the simultaneous attack of these two people was Mubai. He had just made a gesture with everyone, but he didn't get angry but laughed. If he was in the position of Blackwing Clan Sith, he would do the same. Join other big fish to expel and eliminate the seemingly weakest fish, and then divide the cake. Unfortunately, Mubai has never been a small fish. At this moment, the world's attention is focused on this first test. The captured people of the Justice Clan have already distributed the live broadcast equipment to all the races participating in the Global League. So at this moment, even the races that gather in tribes and have not developed any electricity or other magical abilities can see the current situation on Punlai Fairy Island through this live broadcast camera. The Blackwing Clan's genius actually teamed up with the Dragon Clan's genius. It seems that the human race is going to withdraw, but it is not easy to hold on until now. Well done. The players of our tribe were defeated by that human. I wish I could go to the scene and teach these ignorant monkeys a lesson. You seem to be only level 6, which is not even qualified to participate. The people gathered in the fortress square of the divine capital are also worried. You know, the Blackwing Clan is the most powerful race in the Super First Line, and the Dragon Clan is second only to him. If these two join forces to attack Mubai, I'm afraid it's over. No matter how strong and talented Mubai is, he can't be a match for the two of them now. Does that mean that the human race should be destroyed? Some pessimistic people in the square even suggested that the human race might as well surrender to the Black Wings and live under the protection of the Black Wings from now on, which would be better than being destroyed by the gods. He was beaten half to death by the furious crowd before he finished speaking. Duan Zia in the Parliament Hall pointed at the man who was beaten by the crowd and then ordered the people of the Qilin Legion check whether there are any gods or Black Wings behind him. If it is found that he has defected, follow the clues. In fact, Duan Zia is a little worried now. With his understanding of Mubai, he can defeat the strong even if he meets any race. But this time, the top 3 people in the world ranking of the current level 7 kings attacked her together. Although he firmly believed that Mubai would not lose, he was a little shaken at this moment. The audience around the world was looking at the live broadcast camera at this tense moment. It just so happened that the live broadcast camera of the Justice Clan actually entered the commercial time like a variety show. The jumping cat was seen recommending its own products in multiple languages. This made the viewers curse angrily. And at this moment, in a small house in a remote place in the East Continent, 2 people were watching the live broadcast of the Justice Clan for a long time and couldn't come back to their senses. If Zhao Qianqiu was here, he would definitely recognize that one of them was UK, the ability user of the Laughing Fruit, who had a draw with him that day. Elder, I think this Mubai may indeed be the chosen son of heaven in your words. He has risen too fast in the past few years, UK said very respectfully, although the man looked very embarrassed at the moment. He knew that if this man hadn't saved him, he would have become a dry bone now. Qian Kunzi nodded with a pale face. The son of the Tao, and the son of heaven mentioned by the Black Emperor in that mysterious space might really be this person. It was not in vain that he had ordered UK to repel the killer Black Kirin in Donghai province to protect him. At this moment, he had completely left the extraterritorial demon organization and was willing to become a member of its command as a protector. The other elders of the extraterritorial demons never understand one thing. Even if they can successfully join the Blackwing Clan, how can they gain their trust? The Blackwing Clan knows that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. UK, you have followed me for many years. Tell me if what I did was right or not. Except for Xiaogua, all human forces are like a pile of loose sand. If I can help Mubai to make the human race the world hegemon again, I will die without regrets. UK, who lowered his head, did not respond. After Qian Kunzi finished speaking, he whispered, Elder, you have treated me like your own son over the years. As long as your ideas are right, they are all right. You are obviously very smart, but don't express what you think. But why don't other leaders of the extraterritorial demon organization understand such a simple truth? Qian Kunzi, who was muttering to himself, seemed to be damaged in his soul. At this moment, he slowly turned into a white crane while thinking. It is expected that he can recover faster in animal form. At this moment, the elder-level members in the meeting hall of the imperial capital of the Azura Kingdom were very angry. Rebellion? This Solomon is going to rebel. All the pride of the tribe have been killed. What use do I have for him? Why go and provoke the Black-Winged Sith? Seeing this stable situation being shattered, these high-ranking Azura tribe strongmen could no longer sit still. And many regretted letting the uncontrollable Solomon take the stage. Be patient. At this moment, a weak voice came from the throne. But everyone present stopped talking respectfully. And the quarrel in the vegetable market just now seemed to have never happened. Behind the transparent curtain on the throne, there was a peerless woman sitting in it. Her peerless appearance was enough to overwhelm the country. Ice skin hides jade bones. Shirt collar reveals breasts. Willow eyebrows are full of green eyebrows. Almond eyes flash silver stars. Moon-like appearance. Natural and clear character. Body like swallows hiding willows. With her elegant temperament, she glanced at the human Mu Bai on the live screen with her phoenix eyes. Thinking. Reporting to Her Majesty Empress Shura. I suggest that if Solomon can get the main flag and enter the top 3, then the merits and demerits will be offset. But if he fails to qualify for the top 3, I hope to exile him to the wild North Plains again. After raising her hand to stroke a strand of hair, Empress Shura looked at the trembling minister in front of her, and then opened her jade lips. Yes. Pulai Fairy Island. On one side is the breath of a giant dragon that can annihilate the sea. And on the other side is the terrifying spear that can pierce the soul. The combination of the two is enough to destroy the entire number 2 island. Facing the 2 attacks head-on, Mu Bai opened his dark golden eyes. And as he took 3 steps forward, he also opened up 3 different states of domain power. The first step is the Thunder Domain. The second step is the Vibration Domain. The third step is the Dark Kingdom Domain. The 3 domains merge together to create an unprecedented barrier. Amid the screaming collision, Mu Bai waved his arms and bombarded the surrounding void. The world began to shatter. When the 3 realms merged into one, Mu Bai's level also jumped from level 7 to the realm of half-step level 8 Emperor Throne. When Mu Bai got 1 step closer to the throne, he also vaguely felt the threshold of the 8th level throne. 18 life checkpoints. Mu Bai, who reached the peak of the 7th level Heavenly King, controlled the power of the 3 realms and advanced instead of retreating. Dragon Addis and Blackwing King Sith. Both of them can compete with the throne. Strictly speaking, neither of them is weaker than Mu Bai. Compared with humans, who have only lived for more than 20 years, the potential accumulated by these 2 immortal species far exceeds that of ordinary people in the same realm. Let's start the real battle now. This battle will decide life and death and determine who is better. His left hand was wrapped in boundless vibration. His right hand was wrapped in monstrous darkness. And behind him was thunder flashing. Black dragon scales appeared on his body, which showed that he had entered the dragon armor form. If he doesn't make a sound, it's fine. If he makes a sound, it will be amazing. Mu Bai, who greatly increased his own attribute strength, swept towards the 2 like a turbulent sea. Interesting. Solomon, how about we join forces to kill this human first? The Blackwing clan king cities looked at the human strongman with deep eyes. He never expected that the other party would give him such a big surprise. This level of life energy is not inferior to the first-tier strongman. Ha ha ha. Birdman, what you said is exactly what I want. If I eat the heart of this human, I may be even stronger. After saying that, Solomon, the Azura evil ghost, licked his lips and approached Mu Bai at an incredible speed. His whole body was penetrated by red energy. In terms of the flesh, the Azura clan is already the ceiling, and he is the top of the top. At this moment, Mu Bai, who has transformed into a humanoid monster, first targeted the alien dragon cities. But a powerful energy shock wave came towards him in his heart net. Super vibration. Annihilate all things. Mu Bai's arm with dragon scales was covered with a vibration ball cover. As Solomon laughed wildly and rushed over, the fists of the 2 collided in the air. In an instant, most of the 2nd island sank in an instant, and the clear sky suddenly changed. The violent strong wind blew the sea. The collision of 2 completely different forces also caused the sea level to sink continuously. The violent vibration of the seabed caused countless waterspouts to emerge from the sea water. The scene of the whole sea area, like the end of the world, undoubtedly shocked the other alien races. What shocked them most was that the Ashura clan, known as the planetary body, was actually blocked by humans. How can the human body withstand the physical strength of the Ashura clan? The strong wind blew the island and tilted it. Those alien races, who could not stand steadily, were all shocked by this scene. I saw that Mu-Bai and Solomon were evenly matched at the origin of the vibration. The two kept hitting their fists while retracting their fists, causing the already turbulent sea area to become unstable. Addis of the Dragon Clan was already confused. What the hell? What are these two people doing? At this moment, he felt like he wanted to slap a bug to death. But the bug not only gave him a shoulder throw, but also gave him a big slap several times in a row. Human? Are they all so strong? In the memory of Dragon Clan Addis, these monkey-like creatures should not be so strong. The Xiaodhua team members were unable to participate in the battle between the two. It was also the first time they saw Mu-Bai fighting with people of the same level in full state. Refreshing. 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 This is the true meaning of life. Human. My name is Solomon. Tell me your name. The collision of nearly 1,000 punches per second is enough to tear the flesh apart. But these two monsters are still accelerating. It seems that their bodies can never be damaged. Tell you my name? Sue, your sister? Mu-Bai suddenly increased his punching speed and turned his whole body into an element. He grabbed Solomon's neck and launched continuous vibration and tearing on his body. But the strange thing is that no matter how he tore the opponent's body, Solomon could recover as before while being injured. Solomon, I'll help you. The cold voice cut through the sky, and the white spear pierced through the sky and pointed directly at Mu-Bai's heart. The king of the Blackwing clan, Sith, was undoubtedly the most feared existence among Mu-Bai. When the opponent attacked, the warning sound in his heart kept ringing. Naja, not a martial god. Mu-Bai condensed the vibration ball cover with his left hand to blast Ashura Solomon away, and held the martial god in his right hand and slashed down the layers of broken vibrations, making the opponent's white spear fall into a disadvantage. What made Mu-Bai feel strange was that the opponent did not shoot again, but pulled off a wing from the wing and threw it into the sky. Blackwing taboo. Second body. The Blackwings gradually expanded, and while being etherealized, they also transformed into another King Sith. The auras of the two were exactly the same, and even Mu-Bai's observation color could not find any clues. Just when he was about to respond, a purple dragon breath rushed in. Addis of the Dragon Clan flapped his wings and flew into the sky, and right behind him was the ferocious and laughing Solomon. Blackwing Clan Sith, Dragon Clan Addis, Ashura Clan Solomon. Three top geniuses took action one after another to deal with a human youth. This was undoubtedly a shocking thing to the world. What's more outrageous is that this human has not been taken down yet. Just relying on the reputation of this battle, the two words Mu-Bai are enough to enter the eyes of the top leaders of all races around the world. Dragon Soul Breath. The purple breath became more powerful as the scales of the alien dragon opened. The scorching heat distorted the void. Crashing star roaring cannon. A face howling in pain appeared on Solomon's chest, and the face squirmed its purple mouth and spewed out a violently shaking pure black shock wave. Blackwing taboo. The black god is coming. The most relaxed King Sith used another body as a trigger to infuse endless power into it, and when it was about to explode, a new gentle power was adjusted from it. Finally, these energy overflows turned this clone into a pure black giant beast alive. And this giant beast combined with the power of the other two people became a brand new bow and arrow. Pull the bow. Then shoot. The elegant King Sith aimed at Mu-Bai and shot at him like hunting wild animals. Mu-Bai, who wanted to evade the elementalization, did not dodge at this moment. His strong sixth sense told him that he could not dodge this arrow no matter what. Since he couldn't dodge, he would fight head-on. Come out. Star Shining God Armor. The illusory armor that was as bright as the starry sky was now on Mu-Bai's body. In the short dream, this fragile illusory armor was hit by the arrow, as arrows that could destroy the territories of several countries exploded. The Blackwing clan's King Sith could no longer laugh, because at this moment, Mu-Bai was unharmed. Starry armor. The illusory armor outlined by stars has extremely strong defensive capabilities. When the user is attacked by a fatal attack, he will actively resist the attack, regardless of the intensity and number. And the duration is 1 second, only once a month, no matter how high your attack reaches. Even if the universe collapses, this starry armor can resist all damage within 1 second. At this moment, the occupation of the three main flags was all on the shoulders of others. Shinwuk took the lead and seized the main flag of the second island. The moment he touched the main flag, a time appeared in front of the eyes of the Xiaogua team. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Obviously the countdown started. The Dragon Clan and the Blackwing Clan also occupied an island flag each. At this moment, the eyes of Azura Solomon in the sky turned cold. In addition to fighting with the strong, the purpose of his coming this time was to represent the Azura clan to occupy a main flag, which was also a very important thing. At this moment, the Dragon Clan and the Blackwing Clan both obtained the main flag, while he, a lone man, besieged Mubai here but didn't get anything. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked at Addis of the Dragon Clan and turned around and appeared on the territory of the Dragon Clan. When the Red Dragon was about to scold him, he found that other members of the same clan were ruthlessly killed by the other side. The whole process took no more than 2 seconds. 7 powerful adult 5-color dragons were killed in 2 seconds. The terrified Red Dragon didn't even dare to breathe, and fled to the distance in a hurry, while Solomon, who occupied the main flag of the Dragon Clan, yawned leisurely. The Dragon Clan Addis in the sky was already furious. Good guy. I am here to besiege the human strongman, and you are there to rob my base camp. This is a bandit. He turned around and flew towards Solomon without caring about the human strongman. He wanted to burn Solomon, the bastard, into charcoal. Seeing that 2 of the 3 people who besieged Mubai had left, the Blackwing King Sis didn't care. He applauded enthusiastically towards Mubai, who was unharmed, as if he admired him sincerely. The smoke dissipated, and Mubai with the star-shining armor was unharmed. Blackwing King Sis, I heard that you deliberately supported the gods of my East continent to check the development of my human race. What crime should you be punished for? Mubai's seemingly useless words were not actually said to him, Sis, but to the people around the world who watched the live broadcast of this battle. Today, if the Blackwing clan wants to restrict the development of the human race, they can arrange to support a god clan. If there are people who resist the Blackwing clan tomorrow, they can also arrange another god clan to restrict them. What crime should we be punished for? We are not guilty. This chaotic world must have a leader. And you said that my powerful Blackwing clan is guilty of taking on this important task. It seems that your vision is too small. The king shook his head and sighed, touching his forehead with some sadness, as if he was really hurt by Mubai. From the small, we can see the arrogance of the entire human race. I heard that you humans bully the weak races around you. Every time I hear about this kind of thing, I feel heartbroken. As the leader of the world, I represent the Blackwing clan to issue the final judgment on you. Human, you are guilty. After that, the King Sith of the Blackwing clan was wrapped in black wings, and purple waves came from his wings. As a legendary race of gods, the Blackwings possess extremely strong mental and physical strength, and they crush other creatures in every aspect. Each of the Blackwing's geniuses will obtain racial skills granted by God. And the reason why Sith can be called the king is because he has 3 powerful skills. Blackwing Taboo. Curse. Sith waved his wings with a smile. Almost instantly, Mubai's body function suddenly dropped. And even at this moment, the strength in his body was still decreasing. Mubai, frowning, immediately opened his personal panel. Name, Mubai level 7/EXP, 25001/100000. Constitution, 9100, blessed by the 10-ring purple gold bone, armament hockey, 461800/500000. Grandmaster, observation hockey, 10051009/250000. Grandmaster, special. Activate the function of temporarily predicting the future. Mind perception. Conqueror hockey, 23105, third stage, including the bonus of the Golden Lion Ring, possessing the 2 advanced abilities of Conqueror Hockey Entanglement and Humanity Hockey, Kendo, 5900/250000. Grandmaster, 6 styles, 3150/250000. Grandmaster, Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit. Super Awakening Progress 1%. Thunder Fruit, 99%. Fish Fruit Black Dragon Form, 90%. Dark Fruit, Awakened, Rubber Fruit, Awakening Degree 1%. Status Death Curse. Power Reduction Curse. Resistance Reduction Curse. Mental Power Reduction Curse. A long list of curse effects appeared on Mubai. But this was impossible. You know, he had a passive skill that could make him immune to curses, which was Despicable Pirate. But now this skill was ineffective? Another thing that surprised Mu Bai was that the rubber fruit actually showed the fruit awakening degree. You know, before this was displayed as question marks. But now the fruit awakening degree is automatically rising. Death curse effect increased. Rubber fruit awakening progress plus 1%. Current awakening progress 2%. Death curse effect increased. Rubber fruit awakening progress plus 1%. Current awakening progress 3%. Death curse effect increased. Rubber fruit awakening progress plus 1%. Current awakening progress 4%. No! Mu Bai thought of a very critical thing. That is, the special nature of the Nika fruit. It seems that the more severe the death curse the opponent imposes on him, the faster the awakening progress of the Nika fruit. As the most unique devil fruit, could it be that its spontaneous power makes its passive skill ineffective, so that it can awaken itself? King Sith was full of fear when he saw Mu Bai's breath gradually weakening. The near-death curse he cast on him had no effect at all. If it were anyone else, they would have been on the verge of death at this moment. But at this moment, Mu Bai had no damage except that his face turned a little pale. Sith's black phantom suddenly disappeared. And then he came to Mu Bai's head, as if teleporting. The white spear in his hand broke through the boundary. The energy shockwave contained in it was no weaker than before. Are you playing me? At this moment, as Sith approached, Mu Bai's curses disappeared. And the paleness of his face disappeared. Sith thought that this human did it on purpose, so that he would think that the other party was really cursed by him. Mu Bai quickly raised the God of War's long sword and collided with Sith's spear. When the near-death curse disappeared, the fruit awakening progress actually stopped. Sure enough, the awakening progress of the Nika fruit is directly related to the dying curse imposed on him by the opponent. But the Nika fruit seems to know the disadvantages of the host with the curse in the battle. So every time the enemy approaches, Mu Bai's passive skill to resist the negative effects of the curse will be restored. At this moment, Mu Bai, who seemed to have found a way to get rich, looked at the King Sith with a different look. This Sith of the Blackwing clan was simply a timely help. What a great man! After realizing that the opponent's near-death curse could speed up the awakening of the Nika fruit, Mu Bai began to look for opportunities to distance himself from the opponent. Confused, the Blackwing King Sith didn't quite understand what the opponent meant. And for a moment, he teleported to the main flag occupied by his team to respond to all changes. Your Majesty, that human. The team member who put away his black wings walked behind Sith and said in confusion. He couldn't understand why Sith didn't take down the human Mu Bai in one fell swoop with his terrifying strength. Wait and see what happens. This human is not that simple. He is immune to my cursed talent. This guy is very capable. Sith, sitting cross-legged in the air, said softly. Compared to the main flags of the dragon race and the human race, which can attract the covetousness of other races, no contestant dared to come to the main flag occupied by his Blackwing clan. Waiting and seeing what happens is undoubtedly the best strategy at this moment. After seeing Sith escape from here, Mu Bai seemed very speechless. At this moment, the progress of the Nika fruit awakening on his panel was at 25. If I were alone at this moment, I would have to provoke Sith to keep releasing the curse power. If I could awaken the Nika fruit, everything would be worth it. But at this moment, it is still important to protect my own main flag. The alien dragon Addis was already furious at this moment. He spit out dragon breath to attack Solomon of the Azura clan and wanted to drive him out. But he never thought that Solomon would play hide-and-seek with him. Addis, who had weaker physical speed and mobility, really had no way to deal with the opponent. If he could make the opponent continue to be affected by his alien breath even for more than 10 seconds, he could completely melt it. Unfortunately, he didn't have this opportunity. Solomon laughed and made sarcastic sounds from time to time, which made the alien dragon Addis hated so much that the two of them kept fighting for the main flag. It can be said that you sing, and I come on stage. Mu Bai almost laughed to death at this scene. And the alien dragon Addis looked at him from time to time. However, after realizing that Mu Bai was more difficult, he still had to continue fighting with the reckless Solomon. Shin Wook and others were originally very busy. After all, many powerful race contestants wanted to get a share of the human side. But after Mu Bai freed up his hands, none of these alien races dared to approach. Some of the stronger alien races knew that there was no chance. But they were not angry, and turned around to look for the secondary flag. Addis, if you help me take one of the main flags of humans or the Black Wings, I will not entangle with you. Solomon, who had had enough fun, dodged several deadly breaths and said leisurely. This guy said it with ease. The alien dragon Addis thought about it. He was fighting with this reckless Solomon, and the human race, and the Blackwings team were safely occupying the main flag. This is not okay. Humph. You idiot. I'll personally deal with you in the North Continent after the Global League ends. After speaking harshly to Solomon, the alien dragon cities turned around and roared at Sith. Sith. You have two choices now. Either I find this human and this idiot from the Azura tribe to join forces to attack your Blackwing tribe, or the three of us will join forces to kill Mubai. Mubai didn't mind such an open and above-board plot, and King Sis felt funny when he heard this. To be honest, he was not afraid of being besieged by several people. However, at this moment, the Justice Clan was broadcasting live to the world. If he, the future real helmsman of the Blackwing clan, disclosed the other two major clans, it was possible that some new troubles would arise. Well, taking down Mubai directly, and letting the three major clans each have their own main flag and enter the top 3 in the world also met the Blackwing clan's goal of balancing the world. Show your true ability. If you still hide your ability, then I, Sis, will kill you too. Sis, leaning on his head, said ruthlessly. He was not bragging. If either Addis or Solomon did not do his best, he would really kill him here. Birdman, don't worry. I will do my best this time. Solomon, laughing, suddenly rose taller. The skin on his body changed from black and purple to black and red. And at the same time, the skin broke, and 2 new heads emerged from the broken skin on his shoulders. For strong arms slowly grew out of his back. For the first time, this 100-meter-tall Azura giant roared and shook the world. This is a secret method unique to the Azuras. It condenses 3 kinds of souls in the body, and finally integrates them into the original body, to strengthen the strength of the body to the limit. After hundreds of years of fighting, the power contained in the newly condensed 2-headed 4-armed Solomon has long surpassed his original body, and he has been cannibalizing his own kind to nourish the other 2 souls and bodies in his body. At this moment, Solomon's life energy level is no less than that of the Emperor's throne. When the alien dragon Addis saw that the other party had indeed taken out the skills at the bottom of the box, he did not hesitate to start his own performance. The original alien dragon's body was collapsing, and the new body continued to grow in the remains of the alien dragon. 3 seconds later, a dazzling golden dragon rushed out of the ugly SHL and rushed out of the sky. The Dragon Emperor, who was watching the live broadcast, was shocked, and the Dragon Elders were also dumbfounded. They never thought that the ugly alien dragon Atis could actually return to his ancestral bloodline. And the one who returned to his ancestral bloodline was the most powerful golden dragon at the level of the god. You should know that each of these golden dragons has the ability to travel freely in the universe after adulthood. That is a real creature of the 9th level of the godly spirit. The reborn Atis felt the great power brought to him by his bloodline, and he opened his bright eyes to control the flow of time and space. The level of life he exuded was comparable to that of Solomon. Very good. After praising, Sis spread his black wings and walked back to the blue sky. And as his pace gradually accelerated, the shadow behind him gradually became a real entity. The withered shadow of the god wearing a torture helmet. The 12 pairs of wings slowly spread out like a dead tree. That was the highest-ranking 24-winged fallen angel. This fallen angel shook his illusory wings, and then countless black chains appeared in the sky. Blackwing Taboo. The fallen angel is coming. After using this move, the aura of the Blackwing King Sith has surpassed most of the 8th-level emperors. The 3 powers that surpassed the emperors caused the entire Punglai Fairy Island to experience spatial shocks. And the source of all the power was directed at Mubai. Mubai, use all your strength. You are destined to fall today, the King Sith said gently. And at the same time, the fallen angel behind him came across the space with pressure, looking up at the aura that was like 3 mountains. Mubai tightly grasped the domineering color in his hand. And since he wanted to fight, then let's fight. You go first. Now it's not about occupying the main flag or not. Mubai, holding the domineering color, looked at the 3 powerful auras and said in a deep voice, Shinwuk. Sui and others knew that such a battle was no longer something they could participate in. So they were not too surprised after hearing Mubai's words. Leave the area of the 3 Punglai Islands first. All the contestants in this battle area will be wiped out. Duan Jioling shuddered and ran away without looking back. The others did not dare to delay, and all evacuated here. Human Mubai, I will send you off. The 3-headed and 6-armed Azura Solomon held a weapon in each of his hands. These 6 illusory weapons suppressed Mubai at the same time. At the same time, Addis, who transformed into a golden dragon, directly exerted the power of time and space to block the space where Mubai was. Without any worries, Mu Bai slashed across the sky with the martial god's Naginata. The space blockade was broken. At the same time, the triple domain spread across the entire island, stepping on the sky. Overlord color breaking the sky. The strong Overlord color domineering swept the sky island. This slashing blow that suppressed all living beings collided with the palm of the fallen angel and the 6 weapons of Azura. In an instant, the 3 islands collapsed at the same time. When Duan Zhouling and others escaped from Punlai Fairy Island and appeared in the distant sea, a shocking scene happened. I saw 4 figures constantly intersecting in the collapsed island, and the space centered on the island was beginning to collapse. This is obviously that this space cannot accommodate this level of battle, so it turned into a space that began to collapse. Ha ha! Enjoyable. Evil ghosts are everywhere. Azuras are evolving. Solomon's 6 illusory weapons that shook the world turned into 6 Azura giants. These giants with the ability to move mountains and fill the sea lifted up the land plates under the sea. Nearly 20,000 meters of seabed plates were overturned. It was as if the entire continent was colliding with Mu Bai. This thing close to the myth was easily done by Solomon. This person's shock is beyond words. The vibration field extends. Boundless vibration. The unprecedented power of the shock shattered the continental plate of tens of thousands of meters as Mu Bai punched. And Mu Bai cut into the sea with a single sword, accompanied by the violent vibration. The seawater of the entire ocean was continuously extracted from the sea area as the Naginata god of war was pulled out. Shock! Waterspouts! Countless tsunamis that blocked the sun rushed in. The 6 Azura giants worked together to use the Azura ghost power to disperse the seawater. And a golden light enveloped Mu Bai in the evaporating seawater. It was the golden dragon Attis who locked the time and space. At this moment, Mu Bai's body could not move at all. If it were someone else, he would definitely not be able to break free. But it was not a problem for Mu Bai. His eyes revealed a dark golden light, and the terrifying domineering aura of the Overlord swept the world in the terrifying spirit. The time and space blockade of the opponent was broken, while these domineering auras flowed everywhere. Most of them remained in Mu Bai's hands. As the vibrating ball cover was rebuilt in his hand, the domineering aura of the king was released at the same time as the punch that shook the world. The sea was torn apart. The seabed collapsed, and in the endless vibration, Mu Bai had completely changed the geological structure of this area. In the next few decades, earthquakes will continue to occur here. Blackwing Judgment. The high and mighty Blackwing clan took out a black long sword and instantly wiped out Mu Bai's domineering aura. At this moment, he was fully powered up, and it seemed easy for him to break Mu Bai's attack several times in a row. You must fall today. The excited Solomon shrank his body and punched Mu Bai to the flesh, punching through tens of thousands of meters of sea surface, and the tens of thousands of meters of land plates that kept splashing and shattered one after another. The world of Punlai Fairy Island has been turned upside down, and the real world outside is even more chaotic. No one can enter the constantly collapsing space at this moment, and the great elders of the Justice clan are helpless. They didn't expect these young people to be so fierce. The fight between the 7-level kings turned into the current situation. At this moment, these young geniuses have already fought to the point of being hot, and it is impossible to stop until the winner is determined. Send someone into the space. Elder. The space is inaccessible at this moment, and the situation is out of control. If these geniuses are really buried here, I'm afraid the world will be in chaos. Even with the barrier of the endless sea, this war cannot be stopped. The slightly worried elder of the Justice clan covered his face and sighed. At this moment, all global forces including Xia country demanded the end of this global league. The Justice clan had no choice but to respond in silence. In the collapsing world of Punlai Fairy Island. At this moment, King Sith was also stunned, because he had already noticed the changes in this world. His original intention was to gather the power of 3 people to quickly get rid of the human Mu Bai. But now it seems that they have made an irreparable mistake. Punlai Fairy Island, as a world without autonomous consciousness, cannot be stable after enduring a large number of battles at the level of the 8th level Emperor. It will quickly move from extreme stability to the brink of destruction, as the fight between Mu Bai and Solomon gradually escalated. The virtual live broadcast equipment of the Justice clan also lost signal at this moment. Warning! Warning! This world is in the countdown to annihilation. This world is in the countdown to annihilation. The prompt sound of the eternal system kept ringing in Mu Bai's ears. He distanced himself from Solomon and asked the reason in his heart. After learning that it was because the aftermath of the fight between the 4 of them destroyed the stability of the entire world, causing this space to be annihilated, Mubai turned around and punched Solomon into the ground. System. Is there any way for me to get out of this space? Or let me leave my companions out of this world completely? No way. No way can let you get out safely. However, if you force the hidden side quests in the system to be opened, you can get out of this space and return to the main world by going to the parallel world and completing the quests. Parallel world. Please ask if you want to open it. If you open the hidden side quests, the current quest will fail and all rewards will be cancelled. At this point, Mubai has no choice. At this moment, the world of Pomlai Fairy Island has begun to collapse from all sides. When it collapses completely, everyone in it will be wiped out, unless someone immediately breaks through the throne and leaps to the 9th level god. But how is this possible? The current mission of the Eternal System is cancelled. Now start the hidden side mission. As soon as Mubai finished speaking, Solomon, who was attacking him, disappeared, and the Xiaogui team members, who were avoiding the space collapse, also disappeared, and Mubai's figure also disappeared on the spot. Black Star Realm. The old black and white TV was broadcasting the latest news. According to our station's report, corrosive acid rain may fall across China. Based on this situation, relevant experts have made suggestions. The buzzing old TV suddenly lost its signal, which made Wang Xiaoming, who was sitting at the dining table eating, feel helpless. Nonsense. How could such a large-scale disaster happen? Wang Xiaoming, who was wearing a high school uniform, turned around and looked at the mysterious man lying on the bed thoughtfully. A young man was lying on the shabby wooden bed. The material of the clothes he wore was also very special, which made Wang Xiaoming, who wanted to change his clothes, have no idea where to start. Brother, you must wake up. Otherwise, I will really become the perpetrator. The reason why Wang Xiaoming, with a bitter face, found the unconscious stranger and dragged him into his home instead of calling the police was because he was afraid. Yesterday he went to Hongong Mountain to watch the meteor shower. But on the way back he happened to bump into someone. And that person was the mysterious young man lying on the bed at this moment. Looking at his watch, it was almost 7:30. Wang Xiaoming put on his coat in a hurry, rushed out of the house, thought for a while, turned back, picked up a pen, and left a note on the table. He was afraid that this person would call the police directly after waking up. So he wrote this note. Don't worry, brother. If I don't see you when I get home from school, I will definitely send you to the hospital. After saying something to the mysterious young man, Wang Xiaoming went out and rode his bicycle to the school at full speed. The worn-out fan in the room was blowing all the time, and it seemed that the fan blades would fly out in the next second. The half-open window blew in the warm summer breeze, and the sunlight of the rising sun shone on the face of the mysterious young man, making him frown. World, Black Star Realm. Mubai, who was suddenly awakened, was surprised to hear the prompt of the Eternal System in his ear. Black Star Realm? It seems that I have successfully come to another world. Mubai muttered to himself and wanted to get up, but found that his body was like filled with cement and could not move at all. With a frown on his face, he wanted to call up the panel to check but found that he couldn't open his personal panel at all. Ding dong. The host's body is adapting to the rules of the Black Star world. Please wait patiently. Hearing the system say this, Mubai didn't do anything useless and just lay flat on the bed. At this moment, his three-colored domineering and devil fruit were all unusable, which made Mubai a little uneasy. According to his speculation, not only him, but also the people of the Xiaogui team and the 3 alien geniuses should have come to this world. The top priority is to recover strength as soon as possible and then find the people of the Xiaogui team and take them back. Of course, if he encounters an alien genius whose strength is blocked at this moment, he will chase them to the ends of the earth and kill them. He can only start to move normally after a few hours. After looking at the furnishings of this shabby house, Mubai didn't care. He walked to the dining table, picked up the note, and found that he didn't recognize the words here at all. What kind of nonsense is this? He turned around and picked up something like a dictionary from the bookshelf and flipped through it. He spent half a day reading it. When Mubai closed the dictionary, he could fully understand the meaning of the note. Not only that, he also had a very important gain. That is, his observation hockey can now be used. The range of 3 meters is too small. The range of the observation hockey that can be expanded at this moment is actually only 3 meters, which is a world of difference from the range of his observation hockey before. After picking up the remote control and turning on the TV, he kept changing channels, and he could fully understand the Black Star language. After flipping through more than 100 channels, he felt that this world was a little too peaceful. And the level of technology here should be similar to that of Blue Star. Just as he was concentrating on thinking, a violent knock on the door interrupted him. Wang Xiaoming, how many days have you owed me the rent? Come out. If you don't come out, I will break the door. The auntie who collected the rent outside the house knocked on the door angrily. She obviously remembered the time wrong and thought it was Sunday. Little did she know that today was actually Monday, and Wang Xiaoming had gone to school long ago. Lan Kiki from next door came over and said with a smile, Mom, what are you doing? Today is Monday. Xiaoming went to school. The somewhat embarrassed aunt looked at her phone and muttered something like smelly boy. Kiki, you can't indulge this boy's bad habits. You must ask for his rent when he comes back from school today. Mom, he lives alone. Give him a few days grace. Give him grace. Who will give me grace? You are such a dead girl who doesn't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are. After that, the aunt roared twice with some regret and then walked downstairs impatiently. The pure and lovely Lan Kiki shook her head helplessly. She was going to chase stars today. You know, the national tour of the female singer happened to come to Jioshan City this time. She couldn't miss this opportunity. Just thinking about it, she saw Wang Xiaoming's door was open from the inside. And then a young man, who was ridiculously handsome in her heart, came over. She stood there blankly and watched the other party snatch the 2 concert tickets from her hand. After taking the ticket and seeing the portrait printed on it, Mu Bai understood. It seems that the people who were teleported to this world woke up at different times. Ah! Are you Wang Xiaoming's cousin? Lan Kiki said excitedly, remembering something. She had heard that Wang Xiaoming's distant cousin was coming over recently, but she didn't pay much attention to it at the time. But now it seems. This is so cool. Mu Bai also understood from the student ID card in the room that it was Wang Xiaoming who carried him here when he was unconscious. He still had a lot to ask him. Yes, I am Wang Xiaoming's cousin. My name is Mu Bai. Lan Kiki didn't care too much about the other party's strange accent. She pointed to the concert ticket and said excitedly, Do you like Su Xia too? She sings so well. I am her die-hard fan. I like her songs too. Do you know where Wang Xiaoming's school is? He was careless and forgot to take his school bag when he went to school. While speaking, Mu Bai pointed to the shoulder bag on his back. The innocent Lan Kiki didn't doubt it. Or she didn't think the other person was a bad guy. The other person's slightly cold temperament and handsome face were much more handsome than the so-called popular fresh meat. Especially when he smiled. Lan Kiki, with a red face, felt that this was her peach blossom luck coming. And of course she told Mu Bai everything she knew. I'm free. I'll take you there. Lan Kiki was very positive and took Mu Bai out of the gate of the dilapidated community. Mu Bai, who was carrying a shoulder bag, followed her without much expression. After experiencing many life transitions and marrow cleansing, Mu Bai, as an extreme life form, was almost perfect. So even he himself did not expect that he would be the focus of almost everyone walking on the street. Along the way, many girls or young women were stunned when they saw Mu Bai's appearance. And some bold ones even came forward to ask for his contact information. Mu Bai refused all of them on the grounds that he did not bring his mobile phone. And Lan Kiki pulled the corner of his clothes and walked faster. After walking for 20 minutes and driving away 3 waves of scouts, Mu Bai finally arrived at the main gate of Jioshan High School. Lan Kiki pointed to the large area of dark clouds above her head and said in confusion, Strange? Isn't it sunny today? How come it looks like it's going to rain? A misty drizzle began to fall. Mu Bai, with an ugly face, felt the warning from his sixth sense and left the school gate without hesitation and walked into the convenience store next to it. In the surprised eyes of the convenience store owner, the heavy rolling shutter door was lowered from the inside. And Lan Kiki, who came in with him, was stunned. The store owner also looked at this scene in confusion. What are you doing? Thinking that the other party was going to rob. The store owner quickly took out the baseball bat hanging on the wall and looked at Mu Bai warily. This rain is weird. Mu Bai, who was lying by the window, looked out the window with a gloomy face. In the hazy drizzle, many people who were caught in the rain began to mutate. Mu Bai could see clearly that after being drenched in rain, the joints of these humans first showed a constantly twisted posture, and the hair fell off rapidly. The dark red blood vessels on the skin were moving strangely, and the speed of these mutant humans in the heavy rain was getting faster and faster. The speed of running on all fours was almost the same as that of a normal person sprinting. Most of those who were drenched in rain fell to the ground covered with rain with their heads raised. And they stood up and sniffed their noses with their bodies twitching. When they smelled the fresh smell of flesh and blood, these zombies roared and rushed forward to eat the people holding umbrellas alive. The rain also became different at this moment. The originally colorless raindrops now turned into pure black raindrops. It seems that after being infected by rain, they will become two kinds of creatures. One is a quick-moving reptile, and the other is a zombie in the conventional sense. I just don't know if they will also become zombies if bitten by them. Mu Bai, who observed this scene expressionlessly, did not have too many emotions. He had seen bigger life and death scenes many times. The convenience store owner, who saw this scene out of the corner of his eye, was trembling all over. He never expected that the zombies would appear right in front of him after watching a zombie movie yesterday. Little brother, what are these? The convenience store owner lowered his voice and carefully pulled Mu Bai's sleeve. He obviously thought Mu Bai was an insider. I don't know. Mu Bai, with a frown on his face, thought at first that this was an ordinary world. But now it seems that it is obviously not, as he is only one step away from the 8th level Emperor throne. He understands one thing. That is, the only thing that can trigger this kind of world-nature fusion is the change of the world's will. The rain outside was getting heavier, and the sound of vehicles hitting each other on the road was endless. The shrill screams and the sound of tearing flesh and blood were clearly heard by the 3 people in the convenience store. It should have been afternoon, but looking out now, he could only see endless darkness, as if even the sunlight was completely swallowed up. Some survivors frantically pounded the shutter door of the convenience store before the mutation, hoping that someone would let them in. It hurts. Please let me in. Lon Kiki was so frightened that she was stunned, especially when she could see the blood flowing in front of the rolling door. She held Mu Bai's arm tightly with both hands. What are you still standing there for? You're not really waiting for these zombie monsters to rush in, are you? Mu Bai said coldly. And then the 3 of them worked together to pile up household appliances such as refrigerators in front of the rolling shutter door to block the humans that were rushing in. Turn off the lights. If you want to go out, at least wait until the rain stops. The light may attract these monsters. Mu Bai, who observed carefully, had already discovered that many lighted stores across the street were broken into by zombies, and the people inside were also pulled out and dismembered. Many survivors who were only half of their bodies left and tried to escape turned into zombies while crawling. This scene can be said to be full of blood. The convenience store owner, who had lost his backbone at this moment, quickly turned off the lights. Sure enough, when the lights were turned off, the zombies that were originally walking slowly lost their targets and wandered unconsciously on the street. According to Mu Bai's plan, he originally wanted to come to the school to take Wang Xiaoming away to ask some questions about his appearance in this world, and then go to find the singer Su Xia. This was also what Mu Bai was surprised about when he saw the ticket in Lon Keek's hand. That Su Xia was clearly Su Yi. The other party woke up earlier than him, and Su Yi's national tour as a singer-star was obviously for the other 9 members of the Xiaogua team to see. Mu Bai, who was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, had recovered to the limit of normal human capabilities. If he were to participate in the Olympics in this world in his current state, he would break all Olympic records while winning the gold medal without any suspense. He still needs time to recover. When his armed color domineering, and several devil fruit abilities are fully recovered, he will have no enemies in this world. Lon Kiki and the convenience store owner looked at each other and did not dare to make a sound at this moment. They stood in the convenience store away from the rolling door and sat down. After this black rain, the entire Black Star world will be completely changed. At this moment, the concert venue in the city center is already full of zombies. A large number of zombies rushed into the crowd and carried out ruthless slaughter. The army with guns came to suppress them, but it was useless. Due to the large population base, the city center of Jioshan City was almost completely occupied. A large number of special mutant zombies besieged tanks, and even some extremely agile zombies jumped between buildings and dragged helicopters to crash. Explosions sounded one after another. Sui, who was sitting in the dressing room of the shopping mall, changed her clothes and went out accompanied by her bodyguard. At this moment, she was undoubtedly confused. The danger level of this world was undoubtedly increasing. The people who went upstairs from the fire escape only heard a hissing strange laugh, and 2 mutant zombies ruthlessly slaughtered everyone from the dark corridor. The bodyguards holding pistols were killed continuously like headless flies. The cunning mutant zombies turned their bodies and climbed over the corridors for several rounds. There were not many people around Sui who could continue to stand. The 2 mutant zombies came to Sui, ready to go like cats. It seems that you still have to rely on me. Purple Phoenix Fire. The slender jade hand condensed the hot purple flame and hit it out. The two mutant zombies had their flesh and blood torn off by the scorching flames in an instant and turned into nothingness in the explosion. After using a small part of the Devil Fruit ability, Sui's physical strength was also somewhat exhausted. In this world, the power similar to superpowers will be subject to certain restrictions. Sui, who has been awake for nearly 3 months, has only recently been able to use the power of the Phantom Beast Fire Phoenix Fruit. Hearing the violent explosion here, more zombies, mutants and mutant creatures rushed here. The survivors hiding in the mall suffered. A large number of zombies quickly broke through the locked glass door of the mall, biting them and seeing all living things. It's not time to eliminate them now. Sui, who was a little depressed, took off her bright red evening dress and changed into the combat uniform she wore when she traveled through time and slowly disappeared into the darkness. The agent who survived by chance couldn't believe it was real when she saw this scene. She staggered to her feet from the pile of corpses and walked to the big hole collapsed by the explosion and was stunned for a long time. She looked back in the direction where Su Xia left and was very horrified. She was covered in jewels and gems, holding back her vomiting, and tremblingly took out her pistol from the pile of corpses. When she saw the screams in the safety passage and the sound of mutants climbing the walls of the mall, she completely collapsed. What happened to this world? When she raised her pistol and was about to point it at her temple, the mall was hit by a giant object. A giant mutant eagle was hanging from the hole in the collapsed wall, and the screaming agent flew into the sky. Before the agent fainted, he only saw that the originally bustling and prosperous center of Jioshan City had fallen into chaos, and groups of corpses were shuttling through the streets and alleys. Every classroom in Jioshan High School was locked from the inside, and all the students were squatting under the desks and chairs and trembling. But no matter how scared they were, they dared not make the slightest sound. The sound of zombies gnawing flesh and blood in the corridor was numbing. And Wang Xiaoming's class 1 of senior year was even more dangerous, because the glass on the upper part of the classroom door had been smashed. If there were not a few fresh flesh and blood at the door for these zombies to chew on, they would have rushed into the classroom long ago. Wang Xiaoming, who was unconscious due to fear, slowly woke up at this moment, and the fear in his eyes had long been replaced by indifference. He was reborn. He had been struggling in the apocalypse for 10 years, and was completely reborn. The original immature student temperament was gone at this moment, and his cold eyes were full of murderous intent. He survived the Black Rain disaster in his previous life by chance, and then followed the ruthless man Wang Li, who came to rescue him and chose to rush out of the school. After going through countless hardships, he arrived at the shelter in the provincial capital 3 months later. On the way, he saw the darkness and distortion of cruel human nature in the apocalypse. That kind of experience completely shattered his original inherent worldview. After joining the shelter, he relied on caution and gradually became a 5th-level superpower from a 1st-level superpower. The special ability of controlling thoughts was extremely useful in killing zombies. He spent 3 years growing from a small soldier in the shelter to the 2nd most powerful and terrifying existence in the shelter. But he didn't expect that he would be betrayed by his woman and his best brother at the time when fighting the zombie king and died on the spot. If he hadn't accidentally found a string of Buddhist beads in the ancient ruins that helped him to be reborn, he might not even have the chance to kill the 2 people who betrayed him. Kill. I must kill those 2 people in this life. Wang Xiaoming, filled with hatred, muttered to himself. And then he thought of other things. Lan Kiki must still be alive in the early days of the apocalypse. In the last life, the Lan Kiki who lived next door to him was known as the Goddess of War. Before he died, she had already become one of the top warriors in China. With my relationship with her, I must seize this life. Wang Xiaoming, with a determined face, clenched his teeth, and immediately found something different from the previous memory. That was about the mysterious person lying at home. He clearly remembered that this thing didn't happen in his last life. Right? Could it be that it was the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? He didn't care about these things. He picked up the chocolate in his school bag, stood up and walked to the damaged classroom door, and then ate it without any psychological burden. That look obviously didn't take the zombies eating the corpse outside seriously. Damn! Wang Zugan, you are crazy! The classmate lying under the table cursed in a low voice. He obviously couldn't imagine why Wang Xiaoming, who usually let them bully him, was so bold at this time and dared to eat chocolate through the zombies. Looking down at the classmate who scolded him in a low voice, Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, Lu Chuan, are you so timid? You were not so cowardly when you pretended to be a social thug to collect protection money from me. The sound was not small and spread far in the corridor. The zombies that were gnawing on flesh and blood also raised their heads and sniffed. Seeing the zombies gathering through the window, the head teacher wearing red-rimmed glasses also pointed at Wang Xiaoming angrily. Wang Xiaoming, stop messing around. You will kill all the classmates in this situation. Wang Xiaoming, who was eating chocolate leisurely, kicked the table in front of him with disdain and said with a grin, so what? In the previous life, didn't these classmates finally escape from the classroom in a mess by pushing out 2 scapegoats to attract zombie targets? He knew these people too well. Before the end of the world, this head teacher made a lot of money by using the name of a teacher, and turned a blind eye to several bad students who bully classmates. And the face that loved to talk about human relationships made Wang Xiaoming feel annoyed. This head teacher Wang Fang survived 2 years later and came to his shelter. Although he was annoyed with her at that time, he still did not take action to eliminate her. Now I think it's really wrong, because he once sent his men to investigate how Wang Fang came to the shelter with his weak strength. After investigation, it was found that Wang Fang relied on betraying the survivors to the criminal army to gain benefits. When these vicious and inhumane criminal organizations were killing ordinary people, she was happily counting money behind their backs. Wang Fang looked at Wang Xiaoming, an inconspicuous person in the class, in disbelief that he dared to challenge her openly. Are you crazy? These monsters will soon be suppressed by the army of Jioshan City, and then social order will be restored. I tell you, Wang Xiaoming, if you dare to infringe on the survival interests of everyone in the class, I will. Before Wang Fang finished speaking, Wang Xiaoming picked up a chair and threw it directly at the other person. And then he directly pulled out the dagger in his school bag and stabbed it at his chest. The fluent body movement and fierce attack completely shocked the students present. And Wang Fang, the head teacher, whose chest was pierced and bleeding, trembled all over and wailed. The zombies that were gnawing on flesh and blood all rushed to Class 1 and walked frantically in the school corridor. And there was a terrifying chewing sound from time to time. Crazy! 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 Lu Chuan and others stood up and tried to subdue Wang Xiaoming. But Wang Xiaoming, holding a dagger, said earnestly, at this moment, whoever comes over, I will stab him half to death and then throw a zombie. After that, he picked up Wang Fang, who was wailing, and stabbed her right hand into the desk with a dagger, without blinking an eyelid during the whole process. The male students who came around couldn't help but take a few steps back when they saw the other party's bloody dagger pulled out again. You are so indecisive. I am saving you. These zombies are surrounded in the corridor, and there must be a living person as bait. This bait is best to cry and scream, like teacher Wang Fang. Seeing the confusion on everyone's face, Wang Xiaoming also reminded everyone very considerately. While speaking, he also lifted up the head of Wang Fang, who was screaming and wailing. The terrified Wang Fang didn't care about the pain of her scalp being pulled. Now she begged with snot running down her face. Don't. Don't. Even if I am thrown outside, I won't make any sound. There are so many zombies outside that they can't be attracted by me alone. Wang Xiaoming, I was wrong. Can you let me go? Lu Chuan clenched his fists and looked at Wang Xiaoming with a smile on his face, and then looked at teacher Wang Fang, who was bleeding profusely. Finally, he said helplessly, Wang Zhu, Wang Xiaoming is right. Teacher, just treat it as a candle and light it for us students at the end. Teacher Wang Fang, who was as desperate as death, struggled desperately, and at this moment, the wooden door of the classroom had begun to break. Dozens of arms penetrated the wooden door and tore the wooden board. Hurry up and throw the teacher to the front door to attract their attention. Wait until all these zombies rush into the front door, and then open the back door and rush out. It is unknown who shouted this sentence. The panicked crowd arranged the tables and chairs in a circle, and then placed the injured teacher Wang at the front door. Wang Xiaoming watched coldly throughout the whole process. He wanted these students to judge Wang Fang, and let the sinful Wang Fang know the pain of being betrayed. Save me! Save me! You unscrupulous students! The second half of the words was replaced by endless miserable howls. Dozens of zombies swarmed in and bit her. She was covered in blood and slapped the zombies' heads randomly. But it was a pity that these were all useless. Seeing the front door of the classroom being breached and the zombies swarming in, these young-looking students hurriedly opened the back door of the classroom and rushed out. Students from other classes carefully looked through the window to see that the zombies in the corridor were attracted, and all opened the classroom door and wanted to run downstairs. But halfway through the run, They found that due to the large number of people, the footsteps were also very loud. Many zombies and mutant zombies broke through the school iron gate and came to the playground. Hurry to the rooftop! Hurry to the top floor! The playground is full of zombies. The terrified crowd all turned back and rushed to the top floor. The principal ran in the front, pushing the students with his bloated body. The students who ran at the back suffered after their speed dropped sharply. A large number of zombies bit the last batch of students, and the blood splashed on the slogans beside the corridor. The slogan "Friendship First, Competition Second" became extremely ironic here. Especially the dripping blood was dripping with the students wailing. Wang Xiaoming, who had arrived at the first floor of the school early, couldn't help but curse at the rumbling footsteps when he heard them. With his many years of experience in the end times, these people would die whether they went downstairs or up to the rooftop. After killing the zombie, who had turned into a security guard, he used a dagger to stir the zombie's chest, and saw that the diamond-shaped crystal stone with purple luster was dug out. It seems that I am lucky. The first zombie I killed actually has a crystal core. After taking out the key to the storage room from the opponent's waist, he opened his mouth and swallowed the crystal core into his stomach, not even bothering to wipe off the blood mist on it. He went up the stairs to the second floor, opened the door of the storage room with the key, locked it from the inside, and collapsed on the ground. After swallowing the crystal core, Wang Xiaoming's whole body was hot. The hot heat wave emanated from his mouth. He knew that this was a sign of awakening superpowers. Although this awakening method is far less powerful than the innate awakening of Wang Li and others, it is enough. Let's sleep first. When Wang Li rushes into the school tomorrow, we will pretend to know him and act with him. Wang Xiaoming, who was getting sleepy, felt very relieved looking at the narrow storage room. When he woke up again, he would become a superpower. In his previous life, he learned about the function of the crystal core from others a month later, and finally became a superpower reluctantly with a trial mentality. But this time, he was a full month earlier than in his previous life. Perhaps, in this new era, he can completely rely on the memory of his previous life to become the strongest king in this doomsday. With the excitement of rebirth and hope for future life, he fell asleep deeply, and his body temperature was still rising until it reached a point where his body could not bear it. And then it slowly subsided. The black rain outside the window has gradually become smaller at this moment, and the night is already deep. In the convenience store outside the school, the three heard the sound of the iron gate of the school next to them being hit and broken. Lan Kiki, who was holding a mobile phone but could not call her family, silently shed tears, and the convenience store owner curled up in the corner handed the little girl a tissue. Lan Kiki said thank you softly and looked at her parents' phone number on the phone screen with lifeless eyes. Who is this person? I, Wang Li, have never seen such a person in my travels. Convenience store owner Wang Li asked tentatively. He could not feel the slightest panic from Mubai. That was not what a normal human should have. Even if the other party was a special forces soldier with extremely high psychological endurance, he might not be able to be so immovable. I don't know either. He is my neighbor's brother, Lan Kiki said casually. Wang Li nodded and was about to continue to say something when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. The pain was about to tear his body apart. He collapsed to the ground and curled up into a ball and then fainted. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Lan Kiki hurriedly helped the other party up, but the high temperature from Wang Li's body burned her hands. At this time, Mu Bai, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, opened his eyes. He could use his observation hockey to see that the other party's body was undergoing a huge change, which was somewhat similar to the natural evolution of the human body. But this is impossible, because every step of human natural evolution requires time and years of baptism, and it is definitely not achieved overnight. It seems that I was wrong. This black rain can already be spread through the air. However, compared to being infected with zombies, this airborne transmission can cause human genes to mutate, thus adapting to the birth of a more powerful force. Mu Bai said thoughtfully with a little surprise. And his own body also underwent a huge change. The difference is that his transformation is far more violent than Wang Li's. This transformation is different from Wang Xiaoming's acquired evolution relying on zombie crystal cores, and is also different from Wang Li's innate evolution. Mu Bai's transformation is more about forcibly transforming his body into one that conforms to this world. It has nothing to do with strength or weakness, but adaptability. At this moment, Mu Bai realized one thing. It is impossible to restore his original strength in this world, or even if his body or spirit reaches the original height. It is impossible to do it. because compared with the blue star, this black star world has its own unique rules. And the power of three-color domineering and devil fruit does not conform to the operating rules of this world at all. For example, the observation domineering that he has opened at this moment. This ability with only a 3-meter detection range may be a magical skill in the eyes of others. But this is already the state of observation domineering degenerating to the bottom. Even if Mubai desperately wants to increase this upper limit, he may not be able to raise it by a single bit, because the three-color domineering does not conform to the rules of this world. Mubai, who was thinking secretly, turned his head and had a new idea. Since I can't use the original system to make my own strength reach the peak, why not change to another system? This is just like playing a dungeon with a professional character in an online game. Some dungeons can only be played to the greatest advantage by a specific profession. If you still use the original profession to play the dungeon, you may not be able to complete it. It is not difficult to forcibly create a physical body that conforms to the laws of this world in a person's body. This is indeed not difficult for him, who has mastered the return of life. He only needs to create a physical body that conforms to the laws of this world, and then increase the life level to the limit from the evolutionary root created from the beginning. Thinking of this, Mubai's body dried up very quickly. The originally smooth skin directly turned into a state similar to tree bark, which frightened Lan Kiki so much that she fell to the ground. This decay continued. The tall Mubai was now hunched over like a centenarian, as if he would die in the next moment. After compressing the original vitality into a seed, Mubai did not eliminate it, but buried it deep in his soul. As long as he returned to the original blue star, his seed would sprout very quickly and become the original God Lord Mubai. At this moment, he felt the unique infection factors of the black star realm in the air, and took them into his body. Mubai's hunched body was evolving rapidly, and a large number of infection factors that could not be seen by the naked eye seemed to have found a host and rushed into his body like crazy. Mubai's body was deformed in the terrifying heartbeat. The growing deformed flesh and blood conveyed a temptation that humans could not perceive. And this temptation from genes made those zombies and mutant zombies fall into madness. All the zombies and mutant zombies within a few hundred meters centered on Mubai gave up attacking humans and rushed towards him instead. The scene was very spectacular. The zombies around rushed to the convenience store like a tide. And even the zombies that were besieging the school left the school area and ran towards the convenience store following the fragrance. The principal on the top floor breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that all the zombies that were climbing the wall and hitting the iron door on the top floor of the school disappeared, although they didn't know why they dispersed. At least everyone in the school was completely safe at this moment. At this time, Lan Kiki was very scared when she saw Mubai's deformed body. She retreated to the wall and didn't dare to breathe. She saw a large number of black shadows approaching the convenience store through the window. So that's it. If I follow my previous deduction, I will definitely become a creature similar to the mother of zombies. But that's not what I want. After realizing that the infectious factor in his body actually gave birth to autonomous consciousness, Mubai also knew that blindly accelerating the evolution of the infectious factor was not a good thing. After realizing that a large number of zombies were coming around, he propped up his deformed body and came to the shutter door. When he lifted the shutter door, he didn't forget to remind Lan Kiki, "Don't move Wangli. He has entered a deep evolution, and you don't go out. These zombies will be dealt with in the future." After saying that, Mubai left the convenience store and came to the street with his deformed body. It was almost midnight at this moment. A large number of zombies and mutant zombies appeared in the dark corner, but Mubai didn't find any mutant animal zombies after a glance. Those zombie dogs and bird zombies seemed to be deliberately hiding away. It seems that the evolutionary mother of a single race can only attract creatures of this race to gather. Mubai, who had 18 twisted tumors and was deformed into a monster, said thoughtfully. When the ordinary zombies around saw Mubai, they rushed over like crazy. Just like seeing a big steamed bun after not eating for 3 days. Among them, the mutant zombies were undoubtedly the ones rushing in the front. After several hours of baptism, some mutant zombies whose genes are extremely consistent with the infection factor have an amazing evolution speed. There are already mutant zombies that are far superior to ordinary mutant zombies. Mubai looked carefully and found that 3 zombies had reached this level, and their life level was far superior to other mutant zombies. The giant zombies that creaked on the ground and had a body like a titan were nearly 3 meters tall and had muscles that were extremely developed. When he ran over, he easily pushed away the ordinary zombie tied like wheat, and the roar in his mouth was comparable to the roar of a tiger in the mountains. Just hearing from a distance can make your hair stand on end as if you saw a demon. The other one was extremely agile, with 4 limbs on the ground and a pale body. There was a thin bone spur on its back that looked like a tail. It should be that the tail bone had evolved. There was a faint flesh membrane on the inside of its arms. It seemed that the other party was evolving the ability to glide for a short time. Like a tiger or leopard, it rushed to the front with an extremely amazing speed, not inferior to a cheetah running at full speed. The mutant zombie in the middle was not as fast as the latter in speed, and not as strong as the former in strength. But his arms were 2 bone blades. All the ordinary zombies that were cut by the bone blades were cut in half horizontally, and the sharp bone blades did not even pause when cutting on the bones. Mubai could see that the other party's bones had undergone abnormal evolution. Each of these 3 evolved mutant zombies had the ability to tear Mubai into pieces at this moment. When the 3 zombies got close enough, Mubai's originally deformed body suddenly expanded and exploded. Countless tiny gene chains spread among all the zombies. All zombies whose bodies were penetrated by the gene chains, no matter how strong or weak, were eroded by the feeling of powerlessness. Even the mutant power zombie collapsed to the ground. The gene chains that spread over 100 meters were finally connected to Mubai's body. At this moment, Mubai, who was deformed, was reshaping his own genes. He wanted to extract the genes of all zombies to deduce the most suitable genes for him, and then use these genes to create the most suitable human body for the Black Star world. Thousands of zombies were strangely limp on the cold midnight street, and Mubai, the only one standing, was surrounded by the black tumor cocoon. Strong heartbeats gradually came out of the cocoon, and the zombies whose genes were absorbed all withered like plants. The 3 most resistant mutant zombies had been sucked alive. If someone touched their bodies lightly now, they would definitely find that the bodies of these 3 mutant zombies would break like the old skin shed by snakes. Lon Kiki in the convenience store couldn't see the scene on the street at all. After all, she couldn't see the scene on the street clearly with the weak lighting of her mobile phone at midnight without even moonlight. Time passed by minute, and the black cocoon where Mubai was still expanding, and the tumor grew from 2 meters to 5 meters high. At this moment, on the top floor of Jioshan High School, the principal was directing everyone to illuminate with flashlights, and then use sundries to arrange the words SOS for help. Don't worry, everyone. I promise that the army will come here to rescue us. Although there is no signal on the phone now, I believe that such zombies should only exist in our city, and other places are still safe and sound. The principal put his hands behind his back and began to preach to the teachers. His calmness formed a very strong contrast with his embarrassment when he was running for his life. Lu Chuan from Class 1 snorted coldly. He knew a lot about this principal. His cheating mistress used the school's public funds to buy her a luxury car. This mistress was also a student he taught many years ago. If you believe this kind of person's lies, you probably don't know how you died. At this moment, Lu Chuan had already discovered that Wang Xiaoming was not here. Thinking of the other party's changes, and the fact that he did not follow the crowd to the top floor, he felt very strange. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. That kid hit it so deeply. It was really difficult for him to pretend to be powerless when he was taught a lesson by himself before. If the other party didn't come to the top floor, would there be any danger here? Although Lu Chuan loves to bully people, he is not stupid. He bullies people to different degrees, and sometimes he even helps those who are bullied by him. It is precisely because of this method that he can get along well in school. After all, they are students who have not entered society. He does not need to give them actual benefits, and he can make them respect him very much by just giving them some face. You guys will go to the locked door on the top floor with me later. I always feel that there is something weird here. Lu Chuan, who was busy arranging the coordinates for help, whispered to a few good brothers. The others looked at each other and nodded. As a relative of the principal, the biology teacher did not speak when the other party was comforting people. When the principal was free, he walked over carefully and whispered in his ear, "Cousin, I found a zombie dog when I was looking at the street in the classroom. If animals can become bloodthirsty monsters, will the birds in the sky also be bloodthirsty?" The principal immediately understood after being reminded here. Yes, if so many people are crowded here, if there are flying zombie birds coming, it will become a buffet. The principal was getting more and more frightened the more he thought about it. He immediately took his cousin's hand and said earnestly, "You're a good reminder. I know what's going on. But don't tell anyone else about this. If this matter is announced rashly, it will make people unstable." The army's rescue that he said before was actually for himself. If the scale of this zombie event covers the whole country or even the world, it will be really troublesome. It is estimated that it is unknown whether the army can protect itself, let alone rescue these worthless students in advance. The most urgent task is to stabilize these people and put themselves in a stable position before the rescue. Thinking of this, the principal specially called 3 male teachers. These 3 teachers are physical education teachers and have a good relationship with the male students in the school. You lead some male students to clean up the lone zombies downstairs. If there are no zombies, it will be better. The 3 teachers looked at each other, but they did not object. They led some more familiar male students to unlock the door and go downstairs with weapons such as wooden sticks. After that, he called a few female teachers over. The principal said some high-sounding words to appease them, and these female teachers seemed to be less concerned about his words. Seeing this, the principal sighed and complained to several pretty female teachers. Xiaoli and Xiaolu. What's wrong with the physical education teachers in our school? I just asked them to lead the male students to clear the remaining zombies in the school. But they glared at me and said. At this point, the principal's bloated face showed a trace of contempt. Several female teachers asked in surprise, seeing that everyone's attention was attracted by him. The principal hurriedly continued. They also said that this is the end of the world. Female students and you middle-aged women should eat less. It's better to give all the food to the male students who are protecting safety. Teacher Lu immediately became upset. Her husband also taught in the school before, and was expelled because one of the physical education teachers exposed his corruption. When she heard the principal say that, she immediately said coldly with a cold face, "You dare to say such things before even the first day? These physical education teachers are really not human beings. What do you say, principal?" The principal smiled bitterly and whispered, "I refuted him in person, but I can see the unwillingness in their eyes. How about this? I will leave all the girls in the school to you to take care of. I will adjust your material distribution. When the time comes, the men and women will be on their own floors. I will put you on the second floor, and all the boys will be on the first floor. When the zombies come, you will be safer. With your support, I can also negotiate with the 3 physical education teachers. I didn't expect them to be this kind of people. But at this time, we still have to stabilize the other party." After these 3 paragraphs came out, the other female teachers were still hesitant. But Teacher Lu felt very safe. She gave the principal a thumbs up and then directed the female students present to go to the classroom on the second floor. If the male teachers occupied it first, it would be disadvantageous for them. Before leaving, the principal also specifically instructed several female teachers. "Xiao Lu, please don't tell the PE teachers what I told you. Otherwise they will rebel and may even attack me. The principal who favors you." Seeing the bitter face of the principal who was in a dilemma, Teacher Lu raised his eyebrows and said, "Principal, don't worry. We won't tell. I saw before that these PE teachers are not good people. And now it seems that they are." Then Teacher Lu cursed a few more times and slammed the door and left. When Teacher Lu also left, only the principal and the biology teacher were left on the rooftop. The slightly puzzled biology teacher could not understand the actions of his cousin. The principal. "Cousin, are you crazy? If these female teachers communicate with the physical education teacher, won't there be trouble? Then won't they know what you have instigated?" The biology teacher pointed at his cousin and didn't know what to say to him. "Why are you panicking? Didn't Teacher Lu say not to tell them?" The principal took out a cigarette and lit it slowly, looking at the dark sky with a trace of desolation in his heart. His good days were completely disrupted by this end of the world. "Can you trust her? Do you know why I intend to divide the school into 2 forces at this time?" Looking at his innocent cousin, the principal was tired of smoking and threw the cigarette, but directly on the concrete floor and stepped on it. "Why? To create conflicts so that you can maintain the current situation?" The frowning biology teacher said unhappily. "Very good. It's enough for you to see this. But my purpose has a deeper meaning. In fact, even if I don't intervene, the school will be divided into 2 forces. The female students will be at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength, and the male students with physical advantages will want more. By then, if things go on like this, I will be a principal in name only. Now, even if these female teachers know that I have other purposes, they will follow my way to protect their interests. Otherwise they will end up like this." After saying this, the principal was in a good mood and was still proud of his checks and balances, while the biology teacher frowned even more. These human relations and checks and balances are just small tricks before the end of the world. They may be used in a civilized society with laws, but in the end of the world when laws collapse, Only powerful force can check and balance everything. An ordinary principle obviously cannot suppress all opponents like a Dinghaitian's hen. Thinking of this, the biology teacher has already thought about leaving the school. But now, he still has to rely on his cousin. The sun rose slowly at dawn. But now it had turned into a bloody sun. And the earth was also stained with a faint red. It was like a ghost movie scene that was not specially arranged. Which was daunting. The black tumor cocoon in front of the convenience store gradually broke out of its SHL. And Mu Bai in the cocoon was rewriting the last set of genetic data in his body. After a night of editing. Even Mu Bai was exhausted at this moment. If it were not for the infectious factors in the bodies of thousands of zombies, he would not be able to hold on until now. Lon Kiki in the convenience store didn't know if she was affected by Mu Bai. But her body was also emitting high temperature at this moment. And the temperature was higher than when Wanli had a fever. When Wanli, who was originally in a coma, woke up, he put on the myopic glasses hanging on his chest. But he felt very dizzy. After taking off the glasses, his vision was better. I am not nearsighted anymore? Confused, Wanli came to the mirror, and suddenly found that he seemed to have grown taller. His original height of about 1.73 meters had turned into 1.8 meters. His body muscles were bulging. And after he took off his clothes, his muscles bulged along his body. And his fingers gradually turned black as he stretched out his hand. In his astonished eyes, 10 blackened fingers were actually oozing black substances from the nails, turning his hands into eagle claw-like shapes. He reached out to grab the wall, and with a tearing sound, the wallpaper was torn, and a small hole was knocked out of the wall. His body, which had been sick from overwork, was now in great health. He seemed to be reborn. His hair, which was half white before he was 35, became hard and black. Amazing. It's like evolution. Wanli, with a look of surprise, felt that he had endless strength. He turned around and saw Lon Kiki, who was in the same state as before, and quickly put the quilt under him. He looked around but still couldn't find Mu Bai. After he lifted the shutter door, he found that there seemed to be fewer zombies here. The dark red sunlight shone on the blood-stained street, and the original discomfort was suppressed by Wanli. What is this? A black tumor resembling a flower was blooming in the center of the street, and the figure entangled by the gene chain fell lightly to the ground. With alarm bells ringing in his heart, Wanli felt a terrifying pressure filling his body. The pressure from the top of the food chain made him think of the forgotten memories of his childhood. That was the first time he saw a wild tiger. Even if his father shot the tiger with a shotgun, he could not feel safe. Curled up in his father's arms, he could never forget the fear of facing the top of the food chain. It was a black mark deeply engraved in the memory of the race. And now he felt a shock far greater than the fear at that time. Mu Bai, who came out of the dark flower, felt a different sense of oppression from the world before. This world now gave him an incomparable sense of comfort. And his life level was also raised to the first level with this feeling. That is, the life level is similar to that of the 3 mutant zombies before. Mu Bai, who had obtained a perfect body, took off his clothes after seeing that they had been torn. Then his flesh and blood squirmed wildly. And a piece of clothes similar to the previous combat uniform appeared on his body in the flying flesh and blood. This is the absolute control of the body. Mu Bai, who was muttering to himself, obviously did not see Wanli's astonished eyes. At this moment, in Wanli's sight, Mu Bai's appearance had changed slightly from before, and he looked younger. And the other party just standing there made people feel pressured. Boom! With a giant eagle cry, the huge zombie eagle fell to the ground with a bang. At this moment, this giant zombie eagle was staring at Mu Bai with a sharp eye. The terrified Wanli said to Mu Bai with difficulty, "Hurry! Go!" Looking back, Mu Bai saw that Wanli's evolution was very successful, and part of it was affected by his own evolution, because he collected a large amount of infectious factors flowing in the air when shaping his body. Wanli was also strengthened to a certain extent by evolution. Mu Bai took a few steps forward and looked at the eagle and said casually, "It's okay. This eagle seems to be just curious about me." Curious. This is a sense that only intelligent creatures have. But how can this infected giant eagle? Looking at the zombie eagle that is nearly 10 meters high, Wanli felt a chill. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry about the future of mankind. Humans have defeated time, natural disasters, and other co-evolved creatures by chance. But now the Black Star world has made them all return to their original form. And from another perspective, all things stand at the same starting point of evolution. In this case, can humans still defeat these challengers like their ancestors? At this moment, Wanli couldn't help but feel a little powerless. The giant zombie eagle stretched out its infected deformed eagle beak to swallow Mu Bai. It could feel that as long as it swallowed the human in front of it, it could go one step further on the road of evolution. I'm not delicious. After saying that, Mu Bai stretched out his fingers wrapped in a vibrating ball cover and pressed on the other's bird beak. The zombie eagle's pale eyes seemed to have sensed the danger. And in fear, it suddenly opened its huge mouth and wanted to swallow Mu Bai's entire body into its stomach. As the terrifying vibration ball exploded, the brain of the 10-meter-high zombie eagle was instantly pierced. The huge body fell down with a bang. After lowering his head and feeling the return of the vibration fruit, Mu Bai felt something strange. This new body normally cannot bear the devil fruit, and the power he used at this moment is closer to the superpowers in this world. It's just that his superpower is too modified. After all, the superpower of piercing a second-level creature with one finger has completely exceeded the limit of superpower strength. In terms of the degree of life accepting infection factors, you are also the best among animals. It's a pity to kill you like this. Let me give you a new life. Mu Bai walked to the eagle's head with a little regret and opened his palm to extend an endless stream of gene chains. These gene chains are like doctors constantly repairing the pierced brain. In Wang Li's horrified eyes, the eagle actually blinked his pale eyes again and stood up. And the wind blew violently as it slowly opened its wings. Looking at the mutant eagle that had already flown away, Mu Bai slowly retracted the gene chain in his palm. He gave the other party a new life and a more complete evolutionary gene. He was looking forward to what surprises this mutant eagle with its wings spread could give him the next time he saw the other party. When the gene chain was completely integrated into Mu Bai's palm, fragmentary memories of the other party also appeared in Mu Bai's mind. Downtown, skyscrapers, squares, shopping malls, purple phoenix fire. It seems that Sui is still in the city center of Jioshan City. While muttering to himself, a tumor grew on his back, and after a brief pause, a pair of fleshy wings similar to an eagle stretched out. Interesting. He could actually absorb the other party's superior genes. Mu Bai, who had the ability to fly again, retracted his wings, and soon the wings behind him disappeared. Everything that had just happened seemed like a fantasy. You are a god, Wang Li said word by word. What is a god? Is it eternal existence or the strongest power? God itself is a pseudo-concept. But it seems that I do have a great influence on you. After approaching Wang Li, Mu Bai found that there were many infectious factors related to him in the other party's body. So the other party's vitality was very strong. But at the same time, for Mu Bai, he could also control most of the infectious factors in the other party's body. For example, like this. Mu Bai put his hand on Wang Li's chest, and then his consciousness merged into Wang Li's body along with the infection factor. Mu Bai, who had Wang Li's vision at this moment, could also manipulate Wang Li's body at will to perform any action. When Mu Bai retracted his hand, Wang Li found that his own strength seemed to have increased a little, being able to manipulate the other party's body through the infection factor. This relationship made Mu Bai realize one thing. That is, the mutant eagle he gave life to again could also be completely controlled by him. But when he opened this consciousness link, he found that the distance was too far, and he could not invade the other party's body at all. After pulling up Wang Li, who was sitting on the ground, Mu Bai had decided to do something extremely crazy. That is, to create a god, compared with the special level rules of Blue Star. In this world, it depends entirely on the power of genetic evolution. That is to say, as long as enough genes are obtained, the upper limit of this world can be reached, thus becoming the true god of this flesh and blood world. A god who gathers eternal life, constantly evolves, and creates all things, excluding the level restrictions of the so-called Heavenly King throne in the original Blue Star world. The power of genes is used to create infinite possibilities. To complete this plan, countless experimental samples are needed, allowing them to evolve freely to make up for the missing parts. Only by utilizing the evolution of all things can one evolve oneself to be extremely close to God in the end. Is Lan Kiki awake? No. She just fell asleep. Her current condition is the same as mine, with a high fever. She should have entered a certain evolution. Mu Bai nodded, then lifted Wang Li's neck and pierced his finger through his forehead in the astonished eyes of the other party. The sharp gene chain penetrated the flesh and blood and directly modified the other party's brain. This scene was really a bit weird. On the red street, a young man lifted the neck of a burly man with one hand, and the other hand had already pierced his forehead. You now have the ability to evolve black matter into your fingers, so that your fingers have sharp destructive power. Wouldn't it be better if you change it this way? After a little thought, Mu Bai made a deep modification to Wang Li's body. But this modification obviously exceeded Wang Li's ability to bear. At this moment, his eyes were bleeding, and his consciousness was a little unclear. What was even more horrifying was that his flesh and blood actually fell on the road, as if it had melted. It seems that I was too impatient. If I give it a strong evolutionary power without giving it an autonomous evolutionary process, it would be counterproductive. After thinking about it, Mu Bai decided to start with the opponent's strengths. From the perspective of condensing infection factors in the finger bones, he was more suitable for evolution in the bones. Then expand the scope of the finger bones to the two arms. The powerful gene chain modified his genes deeply like a scalpel. The eyes that originally shed blood and tears also stopped bleeding at this moment. And the flesh that was constantly festering also stopped falling. The modified arm bones were gradually strengthening because of the infection factors. Wang Li, whose consciousness was wandering in the sky, only felt that he was gently put down by the opponent after a dizziness. Wang Li, who was standing on the ground, had numb arms. He knelt on the ground, holding his twisted arms and wailing in pain. The pain of the bones piercing his arms almost made him faint. Fortunately, the pain was very short-lived. When the pain disappeared, he suddenly opened his arms. Dragon-like scales grew on his arms, and the strength of his arms increased to a higher level. Master Mu Bai, you are not a human. You are the creator. Wang Li, who was half kneeling on the ground, said excitedly, giving a new life and making it stronger. This is the ability of the creator. Ordinary people can hardly understand Wang Li's excitement and his infinite respect for Mu Bai. It's like a person turning a monkey from a domestic animal into a human being, allowing it to transcend countless years of evolution and directly reach a starting point that it can never reach in its lifetime. The seeds of that fanatical believer are deeply buried in Wang Li's mind. Mu Bai didn't feel anything when he saw the other party's title. Whether it was the god, the creator, or even the two words Mu Bai, they were just a title. Stay with me for the time being. After saying this, Mu Bai looked up at the third floor of the school, where there was a man holding a telescope looking over here. After realizing that the other party had discovered him, the man holding the telescope quickly moved away from the window. Mu Bai, who didn't care, returned to the convenience store and also stretched out his finger to point at the unconscious Lan Kiki's forehead. Lan Kiki, who seemed to have just woken up from a dream, was about to speak when he saw the hot blue flame spit out of his mouth. Creator, be careful. Wang Li stepped in front of Mu Bai and blocked the strange blue flame with his dragon scale arms. This temperature. What surprised Wang Li was that the temperature of the blue flame was so low that his arms began to freeze. Lan Kiki was also shocked when he saw this scene, and quickly covered his mouth and nose to prevent him from facing Mu Bai and the others. It seems that the transformation is very good. Lan Kiki congratulates you on becoming a superpower, Wang Li said with a shiver. But Mu Bai did not comment on it. Blue flames also appeared on his fingers. Once the flames appeared, the temperature of the entire convenience store dropped a lot. When modifying and strengthening the other party's infectious factors and genes, the special abilities obtained by the other party due to the infectious factors can also be absorbed by him. For example, Mu Bai now has 3 infectious factor abilities. The first is the ability to fly with wings on his back obtained from the mutant eagle. The second is the ability of the dragon scale arms extracted from Wang Li's body. The third is the ability to release cold flames obtained from Lan Kiki. What happened to me? Lan Kiki, who covered her mouth and nose, obviously didn't expect that she would accidentally use her supernatural power when she wanted to take a deep breath. Now that the rain has stopped, I will go to the nearby school to find Wang Xiaoming and then go to the city center. Lan Kiki, if you want to find your family, go quickly. With your current ability, ordinary zombies are not your opponents. Mu Bai leaned over and asked Wang Li next to him to collect some food with his backpack. His storage space could not be opened now, and this new body also needed to eat. Wang Li, with his eyes flashing, looked at Lan Kiki meaningfully. The creator forced her to evolve. If this woman wanted to leave the creator, he had to do something. No need. That's meaningless. Mu Bai turned his head and whispered to Wang Li, who had a fierce look in his eyes. Because the other party's body was affected by his own infection factors, he could still sense the other party's simple emotions. Mu Bai, then I'll leave first. Take care. Lan Kiki obviously didn't notice these. After realizing that she did have extraordinary abilities, she didn't dare to delay and immediately walked out of the convenience store to go home. Her parents were at home, and she was very worried about them, carrying 2 large marching backpacks. Wanli said cautiously, "Master Mubai, why do you want to let her go? Wouldn't it be better if her ability could be used by us? It's meaningless. I have planted a seed in her body. It's better to let her evolve on her own than to let her stay by my side. And you can leave at any time if you want." This faint answer obviously exceeded Wang Li's understanding. He had no idea what the seed was, but he just felt that it was very powerful. Mubai really didn't care that these people he strengthened would threaten him in the future. When he used the return of life to create this black star body, he had already obtained the strongest ability of the infection factor. That is, he can evolve endlessly in this world and strengthen his own strength through other variants of infection factors. "Let's go to school," Mubai, whose flesh and blood turned into a thick black windbreaker, told Wang Li. Wang Li looked back at the convenience store and was reluctant to leave. As an orphan, he had his home all over the world. Now that the end of the world has come, the convenience store will definitely not be able to operate. It would be better to follow the powerful Mubai. At least he can survive. Wang Xiaoming, who woke up in the school storage room at this moment, had cloudy eyes. Compared with Lan Kiki and Wang Li, who were born with awakening, his acquired awakening ability was much weaker. Even after waking up, his physical strength was greatly weakened, and he gradually recovered after picking up some food to supplement. Now it is unknown when Wang Li will come. If he joins hands with the other party, he will definitely be able to kill all the way from Jioshan City to the refuge in the provincial capital. Only when he reaches the place he is familiar with can Wang Xiaoming reopen the road of glory and invincibility. In fact, he is not very clear about what Wang Li did before the end of the world. Although the owner of the convenience store is Wang Li, the people in the store before have always been his employees. So this also led to Wang Xiaoming never seeing the other party. After the end of the world, Wang Li was known as the Violent Tiger Claws, because his hands could be as ferocious as a tiger with amazing brute force. 3 years later, he became the leader of the entire Jioshan City survivor gathering place with his domineering strength. Unfortunately, the other party was finally killed by several zombie kings, and ended up dead. Although Wang Li and I only had a friendship in the early stage of the apocalypse, he can be called a local hero after all, so I can give him more advice. After I kill all the zombies in the school, I should be able to step into the first level superpower. Wang Xiaoming, who was calculating the number of zombie crystal cores, sneered and said, seeing that the time was almost up. He used the key to open the locked storage room door. Holding a bloody dagger and sharp eyes, he carefully looked around through the crack of the door. But the expected zombies did not appear. And instead, 2 male classmates, who had finished washing, saw him and ran away screaming, "What the hell? Where are the zombies?" He clearly remembered that on the first day of the zombies, the stupid principal led all the students to escape to the rooftop and was killed by a first-level agile zombie. Then more zombies broke in and infected all the teachers and students in the school. But how could there be students washing up on the second floor? Hearing that someone was hiding in the storage room, the physical education teacher came over with a dozen students holding sticks. He thought it was some criminal hiding in the school. But when he arrived at the scene and saw that it was Wang Xiaoming, whom he had taught, he let down his guard. Just when Wang Xiaoming was puzzled, the physical education teacher came over, pointed at Wang Xiaoming's bloody dagger and applauded. "Not bad. You dare to chop zombies with a dagger. But why are you lying in the storage room? Not bad. Where are those mutant zombies? Why are you gathering in school with so many people? Isn't this looking for death?" The roaring Wang Xiaoming found that this world was out of his control invisibly. Although he did some things different from his previous life after his rebirth, it would not cause a chain reaction. Wang Xiaoming, are you crazy? Seeing that a group of cowardly Wang Xiaoming dared to roar at the teacher, some students who felt embarrassed came over with sticks in their hands. The physical education teacher's face turned cold. If it was in peacetime, he would definitely not do anything to Wang Xiaoming. But in this chaotic end of the world, he must let the other party know who is the big and small king. If he can't even suppress him, how can he discipline these male students in the future? The PE teacher was delighted when he thought that a sensible female student had given herself to him last night in order to seek shelter. It's great to have privileges in these days without legal constraints. It seems that you are not convinced. So let me ask you, why did you hide and not work when everyone was following the principal to arrange the distress signal on the rooftop? This sentence made Wang Xiaoming speechless. Others don't know, but he knows. In Jioshan City, Whether it is mutant zombies or innate awakened superpowers, they can't be compared with that raptor. The Joshan demon eagle, which has an extremely compatible infection factor, evolves at a terrifying speed. Even when he was betrayed and died, it is rumored that the beast has evolved to nearly the 6th level, but relying on the mountain-like eagle body to break through the gathering place of survivors. A large number of humans appearing on the exposed platform is a lunch delivered to the demon eagle. No matter what happened here, I will control this place from now on. Everyone was stunned and wondered if Wang Xiaoming, this coward, was crazy. After saying that, without paying attention to the laughter of the crowd, Wang Xiaoming pointed his hand in the direction of the crowd and began to activate the zero-order mind power. Get up! As Wang Xiaoming shouted in a low voice, the glass in the corridor broke, and the glass fragments floated in the air and pointed at the direction of the students. Just the 3 of you. Go! Pushing forward with both hands, the mind wrapped in the broken glass fragments directly penetrated the body of the physical education teacher and the 2 students, who rushed to the front and laughed the loudest. The laughter stopped. Only the 3 people who fell to the ground were left to crawl on the ground. The glass fragments penetrated into the flesh, making the physical education teacher unable to even crawl up. The dripping blood flowed in the corridor. Seeing these students who kept retreating with stunned faces, Wang Xiaoming threw the dagger in his hand expressionlessly. The flying dagger just nailed the palm of the physical education teacher to the ground, and he himself sat leisurely on his back. If you start to submit to me now, I will teach you how to gain supernatural powers in the future, and these people will become my confidants. Let's call them VIPs. Now everyone take a dagger and stab these 3 people. Let's start now. After saying all this, Wang Xiaoming leaned against the wall with his arms folded, his hands in his pockets. He understood how attractive it was to be a superpower, and with the privileges, he could completely control most people. Sure enough, when these male students heard that they had the opportunity to become superpowers, they hesitated for a second, and then some of the brave ones directly drew out their daggers and stabbed the powerful physical education teacher. This time it was Wang Xiaoming's turn to applaud, and he said to the man who had the most ruthless attack, "What's your name?" "My name is Li Zongquan." "Boss Wang, am I a little ruthless?" Li Zongquan, who smiled slyly, was tall and strong, but he was very humble when he came to Wang Xiaoming, who had mysterious superpowers. "What a good name, Li Zongquan. You will be my right-hand man in the future." Li Zongquan nodded happily, and even walked behind Wang Xiaoming. With this backer, who would he be afraid of in school? Even the principal had to kneel down and kowtow to Boss Wang. After everyone looked at each other, they all joined in the atrocity. When everyone stood up, 3 bloody bodies appeared in the corridor. "Very good. Now go find that bald principal to step down. Let Boss Wang be the leader. What do you think, brothers?" "Good. Good." Li Zongquan, who had played on his own, increased his strength after seeing that there was no disgust on Wang Xiaoming's calm face. At that time, all female students and female teachers can play with whoever they want, but we all have to obey the orders of Boss Wang Xiaoming. Those who disobey will be dragged out and fed to the zombies. Wang Xiaoming, who picked up the dagger, actually had a plan in mind. Now there are many benefits for him to set up a temporary organization, such as digging for the mysterious black Buddhist beads. The secret location requires a large number of people to dig, and its location is also on the way to the provincial capital. He was reborn with the help of this black Buddhist bead, and he must get it this time. In his previous life, he accidentally fell into the deep pit while fighting mutant zombies, and then he got the Buddhist beads by chance. Now that he thinks about it, it is somewhat lucky. He will not do such a life-threatening thing now. With these students as consumables, it is easier to dig the deep pit bunker directly. But why are there so few zombies around here? And there are no mutant zombies. Wang Xiaoming, who was scanning the streets outside, was a little confused. Coincidentally, his eyes just happened to see 2 figures entering Jioshan High School. Wang Li. He was happy and asked other students to follow him. He wanted to meet this doomsday hero. Mu Bai walked into the school through the broken gate, and several blood-stained police cars on the street not far away rushed straight towards the main gate of the school. Behind the 3 police cars, 2 mutant agile zombies and a power zombie were chasing at high speed. The speed of the car certainly didn't hit Mu Bai and the others. Several scarred men who got out of the police car picked up machine guns and fired at the mutant zombies chasing behind them. But the effect was obviously not good. The power zombie stretched out his palm to block his face while running, and the bullets from the machine gun could only hit him back, but could not cause fatal damage. And the two agile mutant zombies were like ghosts, and could not be hit by the machine gun at all. Wanli frowned and watched these people unconsciously blocking in front of Mubai. Mubai was a little surprised at the identities of these people. Although they were driving a police car, their temperament was more like death row prisoners in prison than police officers. Damn! We can't hit them at all. Go into the school, and use the terrain to kill these special zombies. The leading strongman turned around and shouted to his companions to go into the school with cold sweat. After escaping from the prison, the group drove the stolen police car to the urban area of Jioshan City. During the period, they also robbed a peerless beauty and put it in the trunk. Someone among the death row recognized her as the popular female star Lee Sinyu. Unfortunately, they were chased by a large number of zombies before they had time to enjoy this kind of stuff. There are too many zombies in the city. Those ordinary zombies are okay, but these mutant zombies are really invincible. The few people who fled into the playground in a hurry smashed the glass on the first floor of the school with the butt of the gun, and fled in one by one. As for the big star in the trunk, no one would care about her. These thugs ignored Mubai and Wanli the whole time. Two mutant zombies like cheetahs ran on all fours and pounced on Wanli, who was closest to them. Special power, Dragon Arm, with black scales covering his arms. Wanli shouted and punched the agile zombie's forehead. With the sound of broken bones, one of the agile mutant zombies had its head smashed alive, but its tenacious vitality still allowed it to survive. Its tailbone shrank and tightly wrapped around Wanli's dragon arm, while the other one dodged his attack range at the same time Wanli punched, and it slammed into Wanli's chest with its agility. After a loud bang, Wanli broke through the brick wall behind him and fell in the corridor of the dilapidated residential area, fighting with an agile zombie. Mubai, who was watching the show throughout, had already realized that the opponent's intelligence was probably not low based on the attack movements of this agile mutant zombie. It seems that as the infection factor continues to increase the life force, the creatures entangled by the infection factor will have a higher level of intelligence. If it were these mutant zombies, it would be fine. But if those wild wolves, lions and tigers entangled by the infection factor also had this kind of intelligence improvement, it would be interesting. A mutant zombie who was fighting with Wanli seemed to realize that the other party was not easy to deal with, and immediately pulled away to attack Mubai, who looked calm. Feeling amused, Mubai stepped on the ground with one foot and suddenly disappeared. Just when this agile zombie was wondering about the target's disappearance, its body was knocked away by a punch. The powerful force directly smashed its head. Mubai, with black wings spread out behind him, slowly landed on the ground, still holding the crystal core in the other party's body in his hand. This kind of crystal should be digestible for ordinary humans. However, this method is too inefficient, and the energy impurities absorbed are also a lot. After saying that, Mubai actually crushed the crystal core in his hand, and the scattered infection factors were easily absorbed by his body. Although it was not obvious, Mubai could still feel that his strength was strengthened a little. Wanli on the other side also killed the mutant zombie, and took out a zombie crystal core from the other party's chest. Take it, and then tell me how you feel. Hearing the words of the creator, Wanli swallowed the blood-stained crystal core into his stomach without hesitation. After a few seconds, his body temperature rose by 5 degrees Celsius, and his life energy level also increased significantly. It feels so good. It's like I've been busy for a long time and suddenly had a long sleep. This improvement is far beyond the improvement of Mu by taking the crystal core. Interesting. After thinking about it, he felt that it should be related to the purity. Compared with the bodies of ordinary people, his body, which was fabricated according to the Black Star world, is far superior to ordinary people in terms of the purity of the infection factor. Even the infection purity of these mutant zombies is far behind him. If humans now have infection purity testing equipment, they will definitely find that the infection level in his body will exceed that of all creatures. Even the 9-mountain demon eagle, a second-level overlord, is far from comparable to him. It is difficult to define the grade of Mubai's existence, which is far superior to the mother infection source, by combat power, because his purity is too high. Even a second-level existence can be easily defeated by him. Just as Mubai was thinking, the power-type mutant zombie in the distance finally arrived. Seeing the other party punching him, Mubai casually threw the gene chain in his hand. He wanted to conduct an experiment to merge the genes of the two mutant zombies together to see what new species he could create. Before the power zombie fell unconscious, he only felt a hand reaching into his brain, and other special powers that did not belong to it were merging into his body. looking at Mu Bai, who was transforming the zombie. Wang Li was a little confused now. Why would the creator transform and strengthen the zombie? He couldn't figure it out. Wang Li glanced and saw that the police car was shaking violently, as if someone was struggling violently in the trunk. On the other side, more than a dozen gunmen confronted the male student troops on the school side in the corridor. The principal was so scared looking at these black machine guns that he lost his soul. Old bald man, are you the principal? From now on, all of you will be incorporated into my command. Do you understand? Seeing these students trembling with fear, these death row prisoners were very excited. Compared with the peaceful times, they lived in prison like the living dead. But in this end of the world where strength is respected, it is simply their paradise. They can control themselves when killing, robbing, and bullying the weak. While the principal was hesitating, the sturdy man in the lead saw the timid female student at the back, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Just as the atmosphere of the confrontation between the two sides reached its peak, and all the machine guns were raised, the sound of glass breaking came from behind. The window on the third floor was broken, and a special zombie about 2 meters tall opened its golden pupils and walked in slowly. This was the power zombie transformed by Mu Bai. But at this moment, its appearance changed drastically. The original sturdy body was reduced to 2 meters, and the bulky biological armor on the whole body turned into light gray armor. The original sturdy body was like a bodybuilder, but now the muscles are abnormally symmetrical. Looking at the reborn power zombie, the students were scared away, and several death row prisoners were cursing and shooting. The dazzling machine gun sparks sprayed like money, and the dense bullets almost wrapped the entire corridor. How? Is it possible? The leading sturdy man with dizzy pupils saw that the other party dodged all the bullets as nimbly as an agile zombie, and dodged in the corridor with his hands like suction cups. While dodging, he kept getting closer and closer to them. This monster! The two humans in the front were knocked down by it without warning. And then it was time for the special zombie to eat. It ate the human while using it as a meat shield to resist the damage of machine gun bullets. Because of the meat shield to resist the damage, and the biological armor to resist the remaining power of the bullet, the mutant zombies walked towards the few people leisurely at this moment. Wang Xiaoming, who hid on the rooftop, hid here with his men. They wanted to go downstairs, but when they found that the gunmen had broken into the school, they quickly avoided their sharp edge. If Wang Xiaoming could step into the first level, he might be able to use skills to slowly kill these gunmen. But it was too difficult for him at the moment. Wang Xiaoming. At some point, a cold male voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw a young man with a good temperament like a nobleman standing there, followed by a strong man with dark arms. It's you? How could Wang Li be with the mysterious man he brought home in this life? At this moment, Wang Xiaoming, whose brain was spinning rapidly, said in a deep voice, "Who are you two? Why did you come to school? It seems that you have also acquired superpowers. But compared to Wang Li, you should have acquired them later." Mu Bai, who revealed the secret, was a little curious. This human named Wang Xiaoming seemed to have a firmness in his eyes that did not match his age. As a person who had experienced many storms, Mu Bai could naturally see the abnormality of the other party. "Who are you?" Wang Xiaoming was also very nervous at this moment. He didn't know who the other party was. After all, he didn't find any information about the other party after picking him up and taking him home that day. This person seemed to have fallen from the sky. When Mu Bai was less than 3 meters away from the other party, he grinned and whispered in his ear, "So you are a reborn person." Wang Xiaoming clenched his fists at this moment. His teeth were about to break. He never expected that the other party could actually see that he was reborn. From Mu Bai's perspective, after he opened the observation color domineering, he could clearly perceive that the other party's soul and mental power were extremely strong. This mental strength is exactly twice that of an ordinary person. But the other party's powerful spirit and soul are in perfect harmony with the body, combined with the other party's sophisticated feeling. Mu Bai has already guessed the other party's identity. "It doesn't matter who I am. I came here today to ask you a question. Did you find any other people or creatures in the place where I was unconscious that day?" Seeing the two people whispering, and Wang Laodaw's face was a little ugly. A student behind him held a baseball bat and hit Mu Bai's head. If the arms with accumulated power really hit, ordinary people would be seriously injured and fall to the ground if not dead. But Mu Bai, who was hit by the other party's full force, didn't even move a hair. "Back off." Frightened, Wang Xiaoming never thought that this idiot would dare to take action directly, and he quickly knelt down in front of Mu Bai. This move even stunned Mu Bai. He took the baseball bat from the other party's hand and smashed the other party's head with the same force. Then squatted down and helped Wang Xiaoming up, smashing a human head with a baseball bat in one hand. This power is already at the monster level. Right? Everyone was frightened by the bloody scene, and they all knelt down like Boss Wang. This idiot. As a person who can thrive in the apocalypse, Wang Xiaoming naturally knows how to survive. If the opponent is stronger than him, he may kill him. It is better to exchange dignity for the other party's forgiveness. In fact, this is also because Wang Xiaoming has been in the apocalypse for too long. In the world a few years after the apocalypse, the exploitation of the weak by the strong has reached its peak, and many people don't even have the opportunity to sacrifice their dignity in exchange for their lives. I seem to see a lizard-like creature in the bushes that day, but I can't be sure. The other party is very large, and I only drove it away with the help of a flashlight, Wang Xiaoming said carefully, and then he used his peripheral vision to peek at Mu Bai's expression at the moment. What he said at the moment was not false. He did vaguely see a creature similar to a large lizard when searching the memory of this life. Lizard? Isn't that ATIS of the Dragon Clan? Mu Bai smiled. According to his speculation, this world not only suppresses the energy level of the creatures that come to this world, but also suppresses their blood. As a giant dragon, ATIS will naturally have his blood degenerated into a reptile similar to a dragon beast. The other party has also come to China, and it is very likely that they are still in Jioshan City. This situation is really getting more and more interesting. At this time, the gunshots downstairs stopped completely, and 3 bloody death row prisoners rushed up in fear from the kicked-open rooftop door. In just 1 minute, they lost at least 7 members, and the 2 seriously injured and lying on the ground were probably solved by the weird mutant zombies at this moment. Damn it! Is it you who did it? The leading strongman saw Mu Bai standing here, and suddenly his heart was burning with anger. He picked up the machine gun and fired at Mu Bai crazily. The students standing behind Wang Xiaoming fled in all directions, and Wang Xiaoming was also wondering, why is the development of the plot today completely different from what he remembered? First, this mysterious man appeared, and then thugs with machine guns rushed into the school, and it seemed that these thugs should be chased by some zombies. After rolling to the air conditioner box on the top floor, Wang Xiaoming was now thinking about how to deal with these gun-wielding thugs. And even if this mysterious man had strong superpowers, he could not use his body in the early days of the end of the world. Damn it! Wang Xiaoming, who was hiding behind the bunker, was stunned. The thug's machine gun bullets hit the mysterious young man, but there was no blood flying after the bullets penetrated his body. On the contrary, the young man ignored the machine gun bullets that penetrated his body and walked towards the 3 people step by step. At this moment, Mu Bai was completely resisting with his body. With the extremely pure infection factor, his body could almost recover instantly. You monster! Lao Zhao. Give me the grenade! The leading strongman shouted at his companions while shooting, and Lao Zhao handed the grenade to the strongman without hesitation. If you are not afraid of bullets, then I will blow you to pieces. After saying that, he threw the grenade ring at Mu Bai's feet. Speechless, Mu Bai picked up the grenade that was about to explode and came to the strongman at an astonishing speed, and threw the grenade into the other's mouth in his unbelievable eyes. The 2 companions behind him had also become headless corpses at some point. Mu Bai, holding 2 bloody heads, threw the heads aside after the grenade exploded. Boom! After the violent explosion of the grenade, the upper body of the strongman had been blown into pieces, and Mu Bai spent less than 2 seconds to kill 3 people in a row. Even Wang Xiaoming, who had been struggling in the apocalypse, didn't understand how the other party did it. Such strength was simply outrageous in the early stage of the apocalypse. According to his deduction, unless the army carries weapons of mass destruction or forms a special force of 100 people with heavy firepower, it is really difficult to hurt the other party. The mutant zombies who roared and rushed up suddenly became more irritable when they saw Mu Bai standing on the top floor. Mu Bai didn't care too much. This time the experiment failed. Although he combined the genes of agile zombies and power zombies in the other party's body, he made the other party have the characteristics of both existences. However, the opponent's agility and strength are not comparable to the other 2 zombies. This average-level mutant zombie with both offensive and defensive capabilities is not bad against humans. But if it encounters other mutant zombies, it will be easily killed. The zombie with a comprehensive form that was ready to go finally couldn't help but attack his creator. And in return, he kicked his chest and died suddenly. After putting away his long legs, Mu Bai ignored the others and said to Wang Xiaoming, who was suspected of being a time traveler, "You will act with me during this period." Wang Xiaoming, who came out from behind the air conditioner box, had a gloomy face. But unfortunately he obviously had no right to refuse. "Okay. But where are you going?" "I still have to go to the provincial capital Taishan City to find my parents." "Aren't you an orphan?" This sentence directly confused Wang Xiaoming. And then he remembered that the other party had stayed in his house for a while, and must have known some information about him. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Mu Bai said seriously, "Don't worry. I won't let you go. But your memory is very precious and I need it." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoming also smiled and nodded repeatedly. He didn't dare to offend this living devil at this juncture. Didn't he see the 3 miserable corpses lying on the ground? In fact, Mu Bai can directly steal the other party's memory through the infection factor. But even if he does so, he can only get sporadic memory fragments, and Wang Xiaoming will become an idiot. So at this moment, tying the other party to his side can get greater benefits. Let's go. Let's go to the city center to find someone. Crazy. Crazy. Others don't know the miserable situation in the city center at the beginning of the apocalypse. But Wang Xiaoming knows it very well. The denser the population, the more amazing the number of zombies there are. That is a place where the army can't intervene at all. After all, even if you run out of bullets, you can't fight against such a large number of mutant zombies. And because the base number is there, the probability of the birth of the zombie king will be very high. When the zombie king is completely born, all the zombies, like headless flies, will become the most powerful and terrifying force in the apocalypse. When the 3 walked to the lobby on the first floor, the principal walked over quickly with a large number of students and teachers. He was very enthusiastic and wanted to hold Mu Bai's gloves to get close to him. Unfortunately, Wang Li stood in front of Mu Bai and snorted at the principal. "What are you going to do?" Don't think too much, my good man. I just feel particularly close to you. Especially the adult behind you looks exactly like my nephew." The principal rubbed his hands and lowered his posture. His cousin, the biology teacher, looked at Mu Bai in fear. He had seen him deal with many zombies with a telescope before and hurriedly reported to his cousin. The principal. Originally, he thought that the other party was at most a young man. But after getting close to the other party, he could find that the other party's temperament was a little different from that of humans. At least at this moment, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart after seeing the other party's eyes. "Bah! You shameless bastard. My adult is the same as your nephew. Who do you want to take advantage of?" "Ah! I was wrong. Look at my old mouth. I mean, this adult looks like my uncle." The humble principal smiled and slapped himself twice. This appearance and tone in ancient times made him a eunuch. "You?" Wang Li had long disliked the other party, who obviously didn't remember him. He had cheated him badly when he came to his store to buy stationery. "If you have something to say it quickly." These 4 simple words made Wang Li take his foot back. Mu Bai wanted to see what the school principal had to say. "That's right. I really hope you can stay and protect these students. At least please take care of them before the army comes." The pleading principal had 2 clear tears flowing down his face while speaking. The way he bowed seemed to be a good principal who really asked for help from others for the sake of his students. Wang Li frowned. He didn't want Lord Mu Bai to stay here to protect such a fool. And Wang Xiaoming sneered disdainfully. He knew that Mu Bai was not a good person. Just from the cruel killing methods, he could see that the other party was cruel and ruthless. "Stupid. Do you think the army will come if you stay here? The whole China and the whole world are in chaos. The army will not enter Jioshan City. You can only rely on self-help to survive." Wang Xiaoming inserted the dagger into the ground. The dagger was only 30 centimeters away from the principal's hair, which scared the principal, and he stood up quickly. "Student Wang Xiaoming, you are spreading rumors. The army will not give up this place. The army will definitely come to rescue all the students." The students who heard this whispered, and many people's eyes changed. Seeing that Wang Xiaoming's words touched most of the people present, he, the principal, knew that he must not admit the other party's words. If he admitted it, his position as the ruler of the school would be in danger. "Please, sir, if those zombies gather these students again, it will definitely be dangerous." The principal turned his head to look at Mu Bai and almost knelt down and kowtowed. He actually believed half of Wang Xiaoming's words. But no matter what, the best way for him now is to keep this strong man. Only in this way can he continue to be high and mighty. Seeing that the other party was about to kneel, Mu Bai said in confusion, "You make me embarrassed to say that. There is hope when he hears it." The principal with shining eyes knelt on his knees and said very flatteringly and excitedly, "Great. Then I will put you in the girls' dormitory. And all women will be under your management at that time. Hundreds of female students will be managed by themselves in the end of the world?" This kind of person who is good at doing good things and lustful is probably what he wants. Almost everyone present understood the underlying meaning of the principal's words. Seeing the look in Mubai's eyes, the female students couldn't help but feel shy. After all, this young man was handsome and powerful. With a strong man like Wang Li around him, he can be imagined that his status would not be low. Safety is the most important thing in this doomsday. If they serve this strong man, many female students will have little resistance. Many male students are completely the opposite. How can they tolerate this at such a young age? Some people left in anger. Mubai squatted down and said with some amusement, "When did I promise you? I mean that I wouldn't care even if you all died." The principal wanted to use the moral kidnapping of a peaceful society to make Mubai surrender. But obviously, he didn't expect that the other party could not only kidnap him, but also had no human morality. Wang Xiaoming also restrained his sneer. He realized at this moment that this mysterious man named Mu Bai was too suitable to survive in the doomsday. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, the so-called compassion and human identity are shackles that restrict oneself. In the end times, if you help others, they will directly help you ascend to heaven. For example, his girlfriend and his good brother teamed up to betray him. Wang Xiaoming was full of murderous intent at this moment. Wang Li was stunned for a moment and had no expression. No matter what the creator Mu Bai thought, he fully supported it. A sense of fear that chilled his spine swept through his heart. And the old principal clenched his fists and smiled helplessly. "I hate people who blackmail me morally. So goodbye." Looking directly at the horrified old principal Mu Bai, a blue flame appeared in his index finger. He pointed his index finger at the principal's forehead. And then the low-temperature flame quickly burned his whole body. This weird scene made everyone retreat dozens of meters. And some even screamed monsters and staggered away. The biology teacher in the crowd looked at this scene sadly. He seemed to have thought of the end of his cousin a long time ago. So now, he took advantage of the chaotic crowd to rush out of the school. The cousin's set of checks and balances is a paper tiger in front of absolute strength. How can he negotiate conditions when his life can be taken away by the other party at any time? Mu Bai didn't care about this chaotic situation at all. After the low-temperature flame ended, the principal had become an ice sculpture. This ice sculpture like a work of art stunned Wang Xiaoming. He was very familiar with the supernatural power that Mu Bai displayed at this moment. Lan Keek's domineering cold flame. Although he and Lan Kiki had some misunderstandings and didn't have much contact in the late doomsday, he had also heard of the other party's great reputation. Especially this flame that can freeze life makes Lan Kiki have the title of Ice and Fire God of War. Even the powerful Corpse King cannot strangle her. Even the most powerful force in China in the doomsday, the Deepwater Group, has been defeated in dealing with Lan Kiki. But how could the other party do it? And it is obviously not his full strength that he can display it so easily. He has completely failed to see through this mysterious man. Before, the other party was so fast on the top floor, which made Wang Xiaoming always think that the other party was a physique enhancement or agility type of superpower. After dealing with the other party, Mu Bai led the two to the police car at the school gate, and saw a whimpering sound coming from the trunk of a police car. When Wang Li opened it, he was shocked. A pure and lovely young woman in a red dress was tied up with her hands and feet, and a piece of tape was wrapped around her mouth on her fair face. When Wang Li saw the other party's appearance clearly, he felt incredible. The other party turned out to be the famous and popular star Li Xinyu. "Get her out of the car. Wang Li, drive us to the city center." He glanced at Mu Bai casually and ordered, not shaken by the other party's charming expression. In fact, Mu Bai went straight to the city center for another purpose besides finding Sui. That is, to explore what hidden tasks the Eternal System has arranged in this world. He didn't believe that the zombie infection in the Black Star realm was caused by the arrival of himself and others. The changes in this world were not that simple. After all, if the zombie evolution speed in the movie was put here, it would not be enough to see it. It is better to say that the Black Star realm is an evolution than a zombie infection. If you think about it more deeply, it will be even more terrifying. The fusion of all worlds occurred on the Blue Star, and biological evolution occurred on the Black Star here, which may indicate that the entire universe is undergoing fusion. Just like the driver of a carriage that is accelerating and has lost its driving direction. No one knows whether the carriage will land safely, or fall into the abyss and be shattered. The ropes that bound him were cut, and the tape on his mouth was torn off. After Lee Sin-yu jumped out of the car, before she could express her gratitude, she saw the three men had already gotten into the car and were ready to open fire. Wait! I'm Lee Sin-yu. If you're going to the city center, can you take me with you? Lee Sin-yu cried and begged anxiously. Wang Li, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked at Mu Bai and whispered, Sir, she is a famous first-line female star. Do you want her to get in the car too? Rolled down the window. As the window rolled down, Mu Bai also carefully looked at the other person's face, and finally opened the door and walked to the other person to carefully study him. Lee Sin-yu regretted it at this moment, but thinking of her sister who was still in the city center, she couldn't refuse the other person at this moment, even if she had to sacrifice herself. Although she was a popular star worth tens of billions, her originally advantageous figure and stunning appearance became a danger in this situation where zombies were rampant. This was no different from a child in an ancient downtown holding a gold ingot and swaggering through the streets. The zombies in the street became more and more dense, and even Wang Xiaoming saw several mutant zombies. Some students who fled the school in groups were attacked and infected, and the zombie groups that gradually formed a scale also surrounded them. He wanted to remind this lustful Mu Bai to leave quickly, but when he thought of the other party's fighting power, he lay back in the back seat with peace of mind. Anyway, with the other party there, he didn't need to make a move, and Mu Bai's eyes, as if he was looking at the goods, obviously made Li Yusin more nervous. Get in the car. As soon as this sentence came out, Li Yusin hurriedly got in the car, and Wang Xiaoming, who was sitting in the back seat, only felt a fragrance and a beautiful woman sitting next to him. This Mu Bai didn't take action directly. Wang Xiaoming, who was a little puzzled, hurriedly gave up his seat. After getting in the car, Li Yusin didn't dare to say too much, but just looked around carefully. Master Mu Bai, where are we going to the city center? Deep Sea Shopping Mall? The four big words in the eagle's memory. Mu Bai, who was holding his arm, was not sure whether Sui was still there, but he had to go there at this moment. Wang Xiaoming, who was sitting in the back row, had her pupils shrink when she heard the word deep sea. She had no memory of this square, but when she heard the first two words deep sea, she also understood what this place was. The police car passed through the zombies and headed towards the city center. Wang Li, who was in a violent posture, directly hit the individual zombies that blocked the road. Along the way, you can also see sporadic mutant zombies following the police car. Lee Sin-yu, who was in the back row, saw the fragments of flesh and blood on the car window and tried to resist nausea. The bumpy driving track made her dizzy, but even so, she didn't dare to say a word. In this scene, she was the most likely to be abandoned, so trying not to cause trouble for the others was the key to surviving the doomsday. Even Wang Xiaoming was a little uncomfortable with the speed of the car, and only the two guys in the front seat with extremely high physical strength were not affected at all. The police car rushed into the viaduct, which also meant that they had arrived in the city center. When the police car passed the highest point of the overpass, the whole city center was almost in sight. Dozens of burning skyscrapers were emitting black smoke. Under the blood-red sky, the downtown of Jioshan City looked like a picture scroll of H.L., making one's hair stand on end. Lee Sin-yu covered her mouth and sobbed quietly. It was hard for her to imagine that the entire city center would turn into A.H. Lish scene in just one day. She was extremely worried about her sister's safety. Master Mu Bai, the road ahead is blocked by vehicles. We may have to walk, Wang Li said coldly with narrowed eyes. At this moment, a large number of zombies on the viaduct were approaching. Although the movements of these zombies seemed very slow, they had stronger endurance than ordinary people because they had no fatigue and pain. The blocked cars and burning buses in front completely blocked the lane. Less than 50 meters away from the police car, these zombies sniffed their noses and seemed to smell the smell of fresh blood and flesh. They ran towards this side one by one. Get off the car. After saying that, Mu Bai opened the door of the co-pilot, and the other three people also jumped out of the police car in a hurry, looking at hundreds of zombies running collectively. Lee Sin-yu, who screamed in fear, felt a sense of weakness in her legs. After all, she had only seen this scene in zombie movies. But when this scene is moved to reality, the people attacked are often more panicked than the protagonists in the movie. The momentum of this zombie tide alone is enough to scare the brave people to weakness in their legs. It should be the sound of the police car that made them so crazy. What should we do now? It's hard to kill so many of them. Wang Xiaoming, holding the dagger in his backhand, asked Mu Bai, who was standing beside him with an unchanged expression. Anxiously, A man in a building not far away shouted loudly to run away, and pointed to the back of the viaduct and shouted danger. Looking back, Wang Xiaoming, who had seen a lot in the end of the world, was also shocked. He saw more zombies chasing a small aircraft behind him and flying towards Mubai and others. The 50-meter-wide road was now full of zombies, with festering bodies swarming in. The terrifying scene made Wang Li's scalp numb. Compared with the number of zombies in front, there were more zombies rushing onto the viaduct behind him. A rough estimate is at least thousands. After guiding these zombies over, the silver-white aircraft was suspended in the air, as if the person controlling it was observing the movements of Mubai and others through this device. Someone deliberately guided these zombies to attack us. Interesting. With his hands in his pockets, Mubai took out a bullet from his trouser pocket and shot it towards the air. When the aircraft was about to dodge, the bullet hit the wing of the aircraft. With an explosion, the aircraft also fell to the roof of a distant building. With a slight force on his toes, the entire police car was lifted up by Mubai. With a whip kick sweeping across, the police car flew into the air and rolled out. The huge force directly smashed a road in the blocked lane in front of him. What a joke. Wang Xiaoming was speechless. This kind of passing force is obviously the level of a second-level power-type mutant. Right? Throwing a police car is easy. But it is really outrageous to use a police car to smash through more than a dozen abandoned vehicles in a row. Wang Li's eyes lit up and quickly moved the abandoned vehicles behind him to the front, completely blocking the zombie frenzy behind him. But some zombies climbed over the roof along their companions' bodies. Obviously, this barrier can't stop the zombie frenzy at all. Don't worry about the zombies behind you. Let's go to the deep sea mall first. And Wang Xiaoming, why does your heart rate double every time I mention the word deep sea? Mubai turned around and grabbed Wang Xiaoming's collar and said with a smile. But the doubt in his eyes did not reduce the slightest. Because Wang Xiaoming, who was thinking about the words, was thrown back to the ground by Mubai. Let's talk about it later. Now I need to block the path of the zombie tide. The vibrating ball cover appeared under his feet. The invisible vibration power fell with Mubai's heels. The terrifying vibration force swept the entire viaduct. In the teeth-grinding vibration, the tyrannical airflow instantly overturned the abandoned vehicles, and the boundless vibration caused dozens of zombies in the front row to shatter. The viaduct under his feet also broke in this kick. Mubai jumped into the air and returned to the side of several people with the help of the recoil, like a dragonfly skimming the water. At this moment, the suspended viaduct was completely broken into two halves. No matter how many zombies on the opposite side there were, they could not cross the line. A large number of zombies were forced to fall into the ground due to the crowd. The sound of car horns and the sound of corpses breaking made the other people a little confused. This is a human. Needless to say, Wang Li was not surprised at all when he saw the vibration power displayed by Mubai. After all, he saw with his own eyes that the other party forcibly transformed his genes. In his fanatical eyes, Mubai could do anything absolutely. Li Xinyu, who dared not breathe, was also shocked beyond words. She thought Mubai was very strong, but she didn't expect that the other party could stomp the viaduct like Superman. Wang Xiaoming, whose palms were shaking, was completely uncalm. He was now extremely sure that the other party could not be a person who had existed in his previous life. Just talking about the other party's strange vibration ability, it was enough to become the strongest first-tier strongman in the previous life. But he had never even heard of the other party. Could it be that with Mubai's strength, he could not survive for a few years? This was obviously impossible. Wang Xiaoming was a little suspicious whether the other party was also a time traveler like him. Sure enough, it was still not possible. Looking at the strength of the vibration fruit in his palm, Mubai found that the fruit strength he could display at this moment could not even reach 1% of that on Blue Star. If it were Blue Star, let alone the viaduct in front of him, he could flatten the entire Jioshan city with 1 foot if he wanted to. In a building not far away, the little boy holding the telescope clenched his fists when he saw this scene. He was the child who reminded Mubai and his group just now. He had clearly seen the other party's inhuman ability through the telescope just now. After jumping down from the chair under his feet, the little boy jumped through the corridor and took the stairs to the meeting room on the top floor. A well-proportioned young man blocked his way. Shilu, why are you running around? Do you know how worried your mother is about you? The young man with gold-rimmed glasses said with a smile. If it were in the eyes of others, this young man in a suit and leather shoes would undoubtedly look very gentle. But in Shilu's eyes, this guy is a bad guy who covets his mother. Humph! What do you care? Mom, I saw a powerful person entering the city center. The other party can crush the viaduct with 1 foot. Xiaolu walked through people with different expressions, and came to her mother, and said coquettishly. The young woman with a scar on her handsome face was a little surprised. She touched her son's tender face and whispered, Xiaolu is great. But now is not the time to joke. Zhao Jingyi, wearing a black windbreaker, had a mature temperament. Her loose hair made her look even more charming. The scar on her nose made her look pitiful and broken. But except for the young man with gold-rimmed glasses, no one dared to look at her directly, because her dark red eyes were too weird. As a female director of Binhai Group, Zhao Jingyi is very clear about her situation. And she unexpectedly gained a special ability last night. That is the Scarlet Ghost Eye. This Scarlet Ghost Eye can emit energy pulses similar to lasers. And the zombies, or people hit, will become shrunken corpses in a short time. It was with this powerful ability that she led everyone to survive the mutant zombies that attacked the building last night. Some of these mutant zombies have the ability to climb. Although the high-rise buildings of this building can block the offensive of ordinary zombies, mutant zombies will not be easily blocked. If there were no superpowers in this building, they would have been opened as human meat cans by mutant zombies. Humph! Xiaolu didn't lie. I saw the other party take action with my own eyes. Now they are very likely to be near the downstairs. Seeing that his mother didn't believe him, Xiaolu was a little unhappy. How is this possible? The handsome young man with gold-rimmed glasses said leisurely, Zhao Jingyi and I are born awakened strongmen. Even so, we can't destroy the viaduct with 1 kick. Xiaolu, don't be willful. Wu Ziho, stay away from me. Zhao Jingyi said with some disgust when she saw the other party approaching her. Last night, the other party also awakened his superpowers. If he hadn't seen that he had become a superpower, he would have attacked him long ago. From an ordinary employee to a powerful man in the end times, who can do whatever he wants with the beautiful chairman. Such temptation is quite tempting for a loser like Wu Ziho. Some people may restrain their edge when they live with power. Some ordinary people may do the opposite when they gain power. After gaining power, they will madly retaliate against those who bullied him before, thereby venting their original dissatisfaction with others. Wu Ziho saw the other party's scarlet eyes, and smiled without comment. In his eyes, this beautiful chairman should join forces with him. After all, they are both new humans chosen by God, and they have the qualifications to rule over other humans of the old era. Sister Zhao, you are too cold. As a woman, you should find a man to rely on. After saying that, Wu Ziho also left in a huff. Those direct leaders and colleagues who had bullied him at work now hurriedly followed him like servants. As soon as he left the meeting room on the top floor, Wu Ziho went crazy and pounded the wall. His hands turned into black whips, and he lashed the white wall crazily. Stinky bitch. Stinky boy. I will make you look good sooner or later. Zhao Dequan. You squat down. Wu Ziho, who was shouting at the top of his voice, suddenly gave a cold order to the supervisor who was still showing off to him a few days ago. The bloated manager Zhao knelt down in fear, his legs trembling as he said, Brother Hao, please forgive me. I was blind to target you at work before. From now on, I, Zhao Dequan, am willing to work like a cow and a horse for you. Really? Lao Wang and Lao Lu. Look at what our manager looks like now. He is just like a dog. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Pinching the other's chin, Wu Ziho took off his gold-rimmed glasses and swung out a sharp whip to his face. The burning pain almost made Zhao Dequan faint. But it wasn't over yet. Wu Ziho whipped manager Zhao with his whips like a madman, and blood splattered under his skin. Wu Ziho's former colleague stood behind him and trembled. The arrogant Zhao Zongguan in peacetime was now lying there like a dead dog. There was no doubt that Wu Ziho's goal had been achieved. He just wanted to let these people behind him, and the survivors who followed Zhao Jingyi in the conference room see how cruel he was. Those who dared to go against his will would end up like this. Everyone in the conference room, who was silent at the moment, looked at Zhao Jingyi. In their eyes, Wu Ziho was definitely a mad dog. He was so crazy just one day after the end of the world. Who knew how perverted he would be in a few days? Don't worry, everyone. I will protect you. With me here, Wu Ziho dare not be too rampant, Zhao Jingyi said coldly. But there was still a trace of worry in the depths of her eyes. Half an hour later, facing the bloody sunrise, Mu Bai and his companions had walked from the viaduct to the Binhai building. The number of zombies in the commercial district was much smaller. When Wang Li encountered the zombies that were rushing in, he easily tore them in half with his 2 arms. By the way, you can say what you wanted to say before. Mu Bai turned around and asked Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming, who was looking at the map, quickly said what he had buried in his heart before. His heartbeat did not change during the whole process. After hearing the other party's words, Mu Bai knew what was going on with the aircraft on the viaduct. In the early days of the apocalypse, whether it was the country, the army, or other groups, they all suffered a fatal blow when the apocalypse came. In this case, only one multinational group did not suffer any losses. On the contrary, they seemed to know that the apocalypse was coming and had made full preparations. The deep-sea group's influence spread across various cities in China. They were inconspicuous in the early days of the apocalypse. But a year later they began to hunt down superpowers in secret, and later created a large number of mutant zombie armies. These mutant zombies who obeyed their orders completely expanded their territory and finally created the most powerful force in the entire China in the central region. That is, deep-sea civilization. Before Wang Xiaoming was assassinated, the power of this organization could almost be said to rule the entire China. And only a very small number of peak powerhouses could gather together to barely compete with it. Even Wang Xiaoming thought seriously at this moment, and found that his death was likely to be inextricably linked to the deep-sea civilization organization. After all, assassinating the powerful figures of the survivor base, and then inserting people who obey their orders to take power is too common for deep-sea civilization. Deep-sea civilization? Deep-sea Square. It seems that the other party is also distributed throughout Jioshan City. Mu Bai, who was thoughtful, was actually more interested in Wang Xiaoming's ability to control mutant zombies. According to what Wang Xiaoming said, the so-called zombie kings were evolved from mutant zombies, and the zombie kings had absolute control over ordinary zombies. However, for mutant zombies with similar strength, they may not absolutely obey the orders of the zombie king. Some powerful mutant zombies will even join forces to kill their kings. If the deep-sea group really has the ability to control mutant zombies, Mu Bai has no doubt that it can control the entire China. Bang bang. At this moment, the Binhai building beside them shook violently. A deformed tall zombie broke through the glass wall and rolled in front of the few people. When the other party slowly stood up and looked down at Mu Bai and the others, Wang Xiaoming said word by word with an ugly face, "It's a second-level armored zombie." The flesh-colored skin was wriggling, and the keratinized special secretion was all over the body, making it look like an armored vehicle. In the early days of the apocalypse, this second-level armored zombie was the nightmare of the gathering place. As long as it wanted, it could break through any wall made of reinforced concrete. The thick arms had a powerful force far beyond that of humans. In Wang Xiaoming's memory, few people could deal with this monster in the early days of the apocalypse. However, he was relieved after glancing at the calm Mu Bai. If it were normal, he would have run away long ago. But with this monster here, the armored zombie might not be his opponent. It would be even better if Mu Bai was defeated by the armored zombie, because then he would have no restraint. The terrifying mutant zombie with deformed arms over 10 meters long felt an extreme desire after seeing Mu Bai. The infectious factors in its body were extremely eager to merge with the other party. The deformed arms came together and fell towards Mu Bai like an armored vehicle. "Get out of the way!" After warning several people with a roar, the dragon scale arm in Mu Bai's hand swelled up, which turned out to be Wang Li's supernatural power. However, this supernatural power was even more abnormal in Mu Bai's hands. When the deformed fists of two people were smashed down, they were easily blocked by the dragon scale arm, and under his feet were broken bricks and stones. "It seems that your strength is still not enough. Instantly rush forward." Mu Bai broke the arm of the armored zombie alive with a claw like a sharp lightning. And then the dragon scale arm with the infection factor was deeply inserted into the back of the armored zombie's head. After a while of searching, the zombie crystal core was easily crushed, and a warm current was fed back into Mu Bai's body with the infection factor. Then, the partially optimized genes made Mu Bai's dragon scale arm change. I saw that his arms were gradually stretched and slowly covered with keratinized armor. After a few seconds, Mu Bai's arms had become armored arms similar to the deformed armored zombies. The majestic power poured into his heart, and the armored arms burst into a terrifying loud noise as he bombarded the building next to him. The powerful force caused the entire building to shake like an earthquake. Mu Bai, who tried this power, only realized now that he could not only absorb the supernatural powers of human superpowers, but also absorb the optimized genes of mutant zombies. However, the optimized genes of the first-order mutant zombies are not obvious, so absorbing them is the same as not having them. The genes of the second-order mutant zombies will naturally evolve to produce better genes. In this way, he can completely absorb all the mutant zombie genes above the second order. Endurance zombies, agility zombies, strength zombies, or other special mutant gene zombies, or even zombie kings. When all the genetic advantages converge into one body, this body will inevitably not be able to bear it. Mubai estimated that even the most advanced technology could not allow these evolutionary genes to merge. But he is an alien. His body was specially modified according to the Black Star realm. All the original powers of the body were turned into a seed. Even if the seed does not germinate in this world, it can provide a steady stream of energy. With such conditions, he can become a higher-level life form that is superior to humans or zombies. Ding dong. Black Star Realm Hidden Mission. 1 mission name, Hope of Humanity. Help humanity kill all zombies and mutants. Mission difficulty 6 stars. Mission reward 5 artifacts. 2 mission name, Peak of Evil Ghosts. Help the zombie camp kill all humans, and help them create a dynasty. Mission difficulty 5 stars. Mission reward Ultimate Infected Body. Can enter level 8, 3 mission name, Balancer. Let the zombie population and the human population evolve in balance. Eventually let both races give birth to the ultimate strongest. Mission difficulty 10 stars. Mission reward can replace the world will of the Black Star realm. Ding dong. The Blue Star character panel is temporarily blocked. The sign-in function is enabled again. And the sign-in reward is changed to material reward. Ding dong. It is detected that the hidden mission has been forced to start. All the creatures in the Black Star world have accelerated evolution. And the difficulty coefficient of each character has increased by 2 stars. Ding dong. Complete any of the above missions to get a chance to return to the Blue Star. Ding dong. Please select. This hidden mission finally appeared. After his expression changed, Mubai also carefully considered the 3 options. As for the people who came down from the deep sea building, he didn't pay any attention to them, as if he was immersed in his own world. These 3 tasks seem to be multiple choice questions, but in fact they are compulsory questions. The first task is to help humans completely defeat mutant creatures, which seems to be more in line with human morality. But the reward is too little. When he was below level 5, the effect of the artifact might be extremely powerful. But when he reached the edge of the throne, the artifact actually helped him very little. Moreover, although the people living on this Black Star world are also humans, it actually has nothing to do with Mubai. And he doesn't care about the life and death of these people. The second task is to help zombies overthrow humans, which is also the case. This task is easier for Mubai, and it rewards him to step into the 8th level body. That is to say, when he completes the task and returns to Blue Star, he can directly become the throne. This kind of profitable business can actually be considered. However, the rewards for the first 2 tasks are simply a world of difference compared to the rewards for the third task. Checks and balances. Raise the evolution level of the 2 races. And finally complete the mission when the ultimate life form appears. The reward is the world will of the entire Black Star world. This is equivalent to that as long as he completes the mission. The entire Black Star world will become his back garden. And he can arbitrarily control the evolution of the entire Black Star world. Just like a high god. After owning the entire Black Star realm, Mubai feels that he can completely ignite the divine fire in this space. And then stepping into the 9th level god will no longer be a distant dream. Eternal system. I choose the 3rd mission. Explain the rules of balance to me. After saying this in his heart, the eternal system also issued a prompt sound. Ding dong. Confirm the hidden mission balancer. Explanation of mission rules. All human forces and zombie forces in the area based on countries will form a balance value. If the balance value of any party is lower than 10%, the mission will be declared a failure. The host can affect the balance value by intervening on both sides. A blood bar suddenly appeared above the field of vision. Mubai looked carefully and found that the 2 ends represented humans and zombies respectively. At this moment, the value of the balance is very different. The balance value representing humans is 30%, while the balance value representing zombies is 70%, which means that the overall number of zombies far exceeds that of humans. And their strength is also the same. But the value on the human side is also increasing rapidly. Mubai guessed that this is a phenomenon caused by the continuous emergence of superpowers in humans. Hundreds of people just saw Mubai ruthlessly killing the armored zombie. Zhao Jingyi took all the survivors down the stairs of the building without any hesitation. Hiding in Binhai building may be no problem for more than 10 days. After all, drinking water and food can barely be supplied. But if it is for a long time, These supplies will definitely not be enough. Zhao Jingyi, who knows this well, has no choice. She can't bear to see people fighting each other because of the remaining supplies at that time. At this time, there must be a strong leader to lead everyone to twist into a rope. If Wu Ziho can't do it, she can't do it either. Maybe this strong young man can. Mu Bai, who is like an old monk in meditation, has not opened his eyes yet. The survivors of Binhai Building are also surprised to see the armored zombies being killed. Even Wu Ziho, who has a perverted personality, dared not speak at this moment. He went downstairs before, and was almost beaten to death by the armored zombie lurking in the lobby on the first floor. He knows the terrifying strength of this armored zombie. And the young man who can kill this monster is undoubtedly a more perverted strong man. After he scanned several people, his eyes stopped at Li Sinyu's face, and a flush of excitement surged on his cheeks. Obviously, he recognized this beautiful woman as a popular female star. Wang Li folded his arms, and looked at everyone vigilantly. Although he didn't know why Lord Mu Bai closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. As the Lord's right-hand man, he must not let others disturb Mu Bai. His arms were filled with black air, and black scales were attached to them. The ferocious right arm slowly raised, and made a silent gesture. Wang Xiaoming, holding a dagger, wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave. After all, now was a great opportunity. But he was a little unsure of what Mu Bai was doing. Was he testing him? Those who have survived the last time in the apocalypse are either crazy or crazy. Wang Xiaoming's symptoms are not serious, but he has a bit of paranoia. Zhao Jingyi didn't dare to disturb her son, but because of the distance of the crowd, a large number of zombies had appeared in the distance, and were walking towards them following the smell. Zhao Jingyi, who was a little anxious, was about to whisper a reminder to the young man who had been bowing his head. And then he slowly raised his head, and there was more light in his cold eyes. Thank you, little brother. Now there is a wave of zombies around again. Should we enter the Binhai Building first, and then talk about other things? Zhao Jingyi smiled, and hugged her son, who was curious. After taking a look at this beautiful woman with noble temperament, Mu Bai did not respond, but turned to Wang Xiaoming and said, "Your heart rate was too fast just now. So fast that I thought you were going to have a heart attack." This reminder was not kind. If he left without permission, the other party might really kill him. Damn! How did this monster find out that I wanted to leave just now? Wang Xiaoming, who was smiling awkwardly, hurriedly said that he didn't dare. He pretended to be a good boy and was very restrained. Humph! Wang Xiaoming, you just took several steps back. I noticed that you, Wang Li, will be the first to deal with you if you dare to disobey the order of Boss Mu Bai. Seeing that Wang Li, who used to dominate the world in the late apocalypse, was now so flattering to a young man, Wang Xiaoming was speechless. Ah, right. You can all deal with me. Wang Xiaoming muttered to himself, and sighed helplessly. Female star Li Sinyu seemed to notice several hot eyes in the crowd, and her body involuntarily hid behind Mu Bai and others. After knocking Wang Xiaoming, Mu Bai turned to Zhao Jingyi and said, "Your eyes are very special. It seems that you should be a person with innate awakening superpowers. Are there other superpowers besides you?" "This little brother. I am." Wu Ziho walked through the crowd with a smile. He looked like a successful person in gold-rimmed glasses and a suit. His demeanor at this moment was completely different from the madness when he whipped his boss before. "Well, let's go in and talk first. I don't call you little brother. Just call me Mu Bai." With his hands in his pockets, Mu Bai followed everyone into the Binhai Building, and Wang Li and others followed Mu Bai into the lobby on the first floor. A small-scale zombie tide has gradually formed outside the Binhai Building. But the strange thing is that there is no mutant zombie nearby. Mu Bai, who was thinking, also noticed a vague sense of connection in the distance. Since ordinary zombies naturally cannot climb the wall, Zhao Jingyi directly ordered everyone to block the stairs with debris, and then block the door. Mu Bai, who followed Zhao Jingyi to the top floor, did not say much. He just asked a few of the most critical things, namely the number of survivors, the amount of food and water, and what the survivors did before. Originally thought that Zhao Jingyi would think for a long time, but unexpectedly, the other party smiled and explained the three questions clearly. There are about 230 survivors, most of whom are employees of Binhai Group, and the others are residents who escaped here. Food and water can be supplied for about half a month. While speaking, Zhao Jingyi had led Mu Bai and others to the top floor of the building. The wide circular glass made the entire hall very spacious. It is not difficult to imagine that when the sun shines here, it must be a warm scene. But at this moment, it looks a bit gloomy and terrifying. Now there is no warm sunshine. Only the dark red sky and sporadic strange bird calls in the distance. The dark red light shines through the bright windows into the top floor hall, making it look like H.L. Following Xiao Jingyi, Wu Ziho, and more than a dozen others followed in. Some of them were Xiao Jingyi's subordinates, and some had already surrendered to Wu Ziho. Standing on the top of the city and looking down at the entire city made Mu Bai feel strange. At this moment, he seemed to be in a deep dream instead of the end of the world. After noticing the abnormality of his body, he inserted his hand into his chest, and after a while of dragging, blood stains were pulled out from his body. It turned out to be the influence of absorbing armored zombies. It seems that he should pay more attention in the future. The wound healed very quickly without leaving any scars. Xiao Jingyi, Wu Ziho and others were stunned when they saw the scene. At this moment, they really doubted whether this Mu Bai was a human. Here it comes. It seems that this big guy is really evolving very fast. Mu Bai muttered to himself and looked at the scarlet sky in the distance. Just when everyone didn't know what the other party was saying, the cry of a goshawk like thunder resounded throughout the sky. All the mutant zombies who heard this voice stayed away from this area, and the wind howled wherever the raptor passed. The zombies wandering around unconsciously were blown away dozens of meters by the strong wind like dust. As the black spot in the sky got closer, Wu Zio's legs became weak, and everyone could not stop retreating. Only Wang Li could barely resist the shock brought by the eagle's cry. Mu Bai, who was standing in front of the glass curtain wall, smiled. When had they ever seen an oversized eagle with wings spread out to nearly 100 meters? Especially this kind of body that is deformed like a fortress. The neck with green pustules seems to be growing other limbs. And there is a pangolin like L on the back. At the end of the wings, the sharp feathers with a luster like steel are blowing in the wind. When the mutant eagle slowly flew to the top floor of a high building, great pressure swept over everyone's heart. Just like the fear of ordinary people seeing a tiger, which is engraved in the genes. How is it possible? Wang Xiaoming, who was hiding behind, naturally knew about the magic eagle in Jioshan City. But how could the evolution speed of this magic eagle be so fast at this moment? You must know that in the previous life, the opponent had the characteristic of growing 2 heads on the neck 1 year after the end of the world. But now how come this magic eagle has already shown this evolutionary feature in less than 2 days? Is his memory false? At this moment, Wang Xiaoming also doubted himself a little. Obviously, he didn't know that this was all due to the appearance of Mu Bai. The evolution speed of the magic eagle has greatly increased after the global evolution speed increased and Mu Bai's transformation. The slightly puzzled magic eagle looked at the human who looked up at it with some curiosity, and found a familiar figure among them. After the eagle head smashed the glass of the conference room, it bit towards Mu Bai. After a round of substantial evolution, its memory was confused and it thought that the other party was just an ordinary human. Looking at the magic eagle with a rapid evolution speed, Mu Bai was very relieved. But the other party's action of wanting to attack him was wrong. You haven't figured out who is the father and who is the son. It seems that I have to help you remember. After that, Mu Bai's left hand was cold blue flame, and his right hand condensed a vibrating ball cover. When the huge eagle head of the magic eagle bit over, he pulled the other party's body and threw it over his shoulder. The cold blue flame slightly froze the body of the magic eagle, and the sandbag-sized vibrating iron fist directly knocked its hard eagle beak crooked. The roof of the entire building was completely torn and overturned. The huge creature with wings spread out for 100 meters was thrown out alive by Mu Bai. The flying steel and glass fragments flew in the air, and Wu Ziho, Wang Li and others looked at the open-air conference room and fell into deep thought. I'll go teach it a lesson first. The dark wings similar to the devil eagle spread out on Mu Bai's back, and fell freely to the ground in the eyes of several people who were shocked beyond words. Is he a human? Wu Ziho said tremblingly. He was originally interested in the female star, and thought about going to enjoy her at night as an awakener. Even if he was discovered by Mu Bai, he would only criticize him at most. After all, he was a rare combatant. But now it seems, the other party does not need anyone's help at all. This Mu Bai is like a god. Master Mu Bai is just an ordinary person. Well, he is actually invincible until now. I have never seen any creature that can scare him, Wang Li said with his arms folded, pretending to be calm. He wanted to say that Master Mu Bai was also an ordinary person. But looking at the raptor that fell heavily to the ground and the broken roof, he felt that no one would believe it. Brother Mu Bai is so strong. The little deer in Zhao Jingyi's arms had stars in his eyes, full of admiration. Even this giant beast that covered the sky and the sun could be easily solved by Mu Bai. It seems that he is really a strong man at the same level as Ultraman. Zhao Jingyi's eyelids were also twitching. After she put her son down, she asked Wang Li in surprise, "How many supernatural powers does Mr. Mu Bai have? Isn't this power too exaggerated?" "How many?" "I estimate it to be more than a dozen or even dozens. Causing vibration, flying, swallowing, dragon scale arms, cold flames, super strength, super body, super recovery, supervision. This is just shown." Wang Xiaoming, who was a little depressed, said thoughtfully. He felt that this Mu Bai was an alien and might have the ability to absorb other people's supernatural powers. Otherwise, this kind of combat power in the early days of the end of the world was really exaggerated. Wang Xiaoming originally thought that he was cheating. But when he met Mu Bai, who was cheating wholesale, it was really not enough. "Don't talk nonsense, kid. You can't just say how many supernatural powers Mr. Mu Bai has," Wang Li said coldly with his arms folded. He was very dissatisfied with Wang Xiaoming's behavior. The popular female star Li Sinyu, who was hiding in the corner, was about to cry at this moment. Just now, a piece of steel fragment almost split her in half. "Look! That eagle is being beaten by Mu Bai." He walked quickly to the window, and saw that the eagle that had fallen to the ground had woken up. At this moment, Mu Bai punched its head more than a dozen times without saying anything. The deeply collapsed street ground was producing cracks, and a large number of ordinary zombies were shattered by this force as soon as they approached. It seems that my recovery speed of the Xinjiang fruit has also increased with the improvement of the grade. Mu Bai grabbed the flapping wings of the magic eagle and beat its head to pieces like killing a chicken. The originally majestic eagle's head has now become a bloody piece of meat. But what is surprising is that even if the head is smashed, the magic eagle's struggle has not weakened at all. On the contrary, this pain and fatal injury seem to have stimulated its instinct for survival. The wings with greatly increased power actually ejected Mu Bai, and the terrifying force directly knocked Mu Bai hundreds of meters away and crashed into the residential building opposite. The worried man who was eating noodles and hiding at home was lying in a daze. Suddenly, a man broke through the wall. He was so scared that he smashed the big bowl in his hand to the ground. Mu Bai, who was deeply embedded in the wall, felt a little funny. The other party actually exploded at the last moment, and was still headless. "Who are you?" the slightly frightened man asked tremblingly. Mu Bai saw that the other party was eating noodles and smelled good. So he said, "These noodles are well made. Do you have more?" "Yes." The man with a stiff body guessed that it was a bowl of noodles and handed it to Mu Bai. He was not polite and sat cross-legged to eat noodles. His eyes were still staring at the magic eagle fluttering on the street. With Mu Bai's understanding of its body structure, he naturally knew that smashing its head could not be considered a fatal injury. His guess was indeed correct. Although the magic eagle had no head at the moment, it was growing new granulation on its neck like a plant blooming. This granulation was also evolving at a rapid speed. Even the steel bones of the demon eagle could not withstand such damage under the blows. And it is understandable that the head that was almost smashed to pieces abandoned its original head. Mu Bai on the 18th floor ate noodles calmly, and the body of the demon eagle below the street kept hitting the surroundings. And its head also grew out of the prototype. "It tastes good. You can become a cook at the survivor base in Jioshan City in the future." After eating the noodles, Mu Bai put down the bowl and chopsticks, stretched his body, and said slowly, "I am indeed a cook. What is the Jioshan base you are talking about? Where is it?" He thought it was the Doomsday base organized by the official organization. As an ordinary person, he also knew that if he stayed at home, he would definitely die. Hearing that there was a survivor base, he couldn't help but find the backbone. Lu Liang, who had been hiding in the garden community for 2 days and 2 nights, was going crazy. Groups of zombies appeared on the streets outside from time to time, biting survivors who were looking for food. What was even more terrifying was that he could hear heavy breathing outside the windows several times at night, as if a creature was looking for a passage into the room. This scared him so much that he dared not make any sound, especially when he was about to draw the curtains last night and saw a monster climbing on the window of the neighbor next door. It was clearly a mutant zombie that could climb the wall. In this situation, he made his last meal with the only noodles left in the house. And after eating, he decided to go out to find food. If he encountered a group of zombies, he would be unlucky. After all, it would be better to die on the road of struggle than to die of starvation. But before he finished eating the noodles, the wall was smashed into a human-shaped hole like a cannonball. And the person who was smashed into the bedroom asked him for noodles. With his brain almost stagnant, he gave the other party all the noodles for some unknown reason. When he heard that the other party said there was a survivor base, he was overjoyed. Where is it? I haven't confirmed it yet. But the base will be established today. If I say there is one, then there will be one. If someone dared to deceive him, Lu Liang, at this time, he would want to tear the other person's head off. But hearing this sentence from the mouth of this weird young man made him more surprised. What surprised him was that he actually believed it a little. Are you kidding me? Little brother? Do you think I'm kidding? How about this? In 3 hours, you count all the survivors in this community, and then lead them to the Binhai building opposite, where there are complete supplies to provide protection for everyone. Mu Bai, who said this casually, actually had this idea when he accepted the third balancer task. How to improve the balance value of mankind. The best way is to create a survivor base, such as a shelter. Let the superpowers be able to steadily increase the number and quality. Only in this case can the balance value be greatly improved. And when safety and survival are guaranteed, the advantages of mankind can be maximized. At this moment, Jioshan City was completely lost, and the zombies had too much advantage. In this case, a shelter was needed to balance the situation. Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, Mu Bai smiled and pointed to the demon eagle that had grown a new head on the ground. It seemed to be saying that I have the strength to fight with it. So how can I deceive an ordinary person like you? Wait. Before Lu Liang could stop him, Mu Bai had already flown back to the direction of the demon eagle. At this moment, the demon eagle that had grown a new head was extremely angry. It only felt that its dominant position was challenged. After all, being defeated by a tiny human insect was a matter of deep damage to its dignity. Mu Bai, who stretched out his black wings, grabbed a bus and threw it over without saying a word. He had to grind the opponent's spirit today. The heavy bus was thrown away by Mu Bai's terrifying power, and was easily dodged by the demon eagle. But he never thought that the bus actually hit the billboard and the stone pillar hit its body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Bai kicked it in the chest. This attack, powered by the power of the Trimmer fruit, directly kicked the demonic eagle into the wide river. The magic eagle shook its head in a daze, and was dizzy. It had never thought that this tiny insect could have such power. Seeing that the other party was still stumbling to find him, Mu Bai, who was sitting right above the eagle's head, felt a little funny. After the infection factor in his body was connected with the infection factor of the magic eagle, Mu Bai obtained a new evolution factor. And at the same time, the skills he controlled were increasing with the passage of time. So that's it. I was wondering why you, an eagle, have a similar pressure of domineering color domineering. It turns out that you absorbed it when I improved your genes yesterday. With the connection of the infection factor, the magic eagle collapsed in the river weakly, and the 3-meter deep water just submerged the position of its eagle's beak. As a life product improved by Mu Bai, it naturally cannot stop the control of its infection factor over its body, which is similar to the relationship among vampires. Pure vampires give humans the ability to become vampires, but at the same time, because they flow with the same blood, the former can easily control the latter's physical condition because of the purity of the blood. This relationship can also be applied to the relationship between Mu Bai and the magic eagle. After extracting the opponent's infection factor, Mu Bai gained a new skill. He could make a roar similar to an eagle's cry from his mouth, and this sound had the ability to deter other creatures. Since this eagle can use the infection factor in its body to obtain an ability similar to the domineering color domineering, then I can also regain this domineering color domineering through similar evolutionary transformation. Mu Bai, who was muttering to himself, already had a direction. The original basic use of the domineering color domineering to release pressure was to enhance the spirit. And this kind of spirit enhancement was actually more on the spiritual level. This kind of domineering color domineering gene on the spiritual level is simply not feasible in this world. But if you re-establish this deterrence system through the concentration of the infection factor, it is feasible. The rich infection factor flows throughout the body. Mu Bai, who is trying to activate this skill, keeps trying. Several times, his body collapsed to varying degrees because of failed attempts. Fortunately, with the return of life, he can restore his body to its original state. After more than a dozen attempts, a new momentum emanates from Mu Bai's body. As its concentration continued to increase, the deterrent power of this momentum continued to rise. When this special power swept over the zombies on the bridge, The zombie bodies that kept breaking apart became the opening dish. Mu Bai, who had his eyes closed, was also slightly shocked at this moment, because he found that even at this moment, he could see anything happening in the surrounding area of several hundred meters without using his eyes. This ability was very similar to the observation haki. The only difference was that this perception was based on the infection factor. It seemed that Mu Bai, who had discovered a new world, tried to use the infection factor to simulate a hard substance similar to the armament haki and covered his hands. This is a brand new system, similar to the haki on the Blue Star, but completely different. This system is more like a fish in water in this world. At this moment, Mu Bai's combat power has undoubtedly improved again. After obtaining the Black Star version of the three-color haki, Mu Bai pulled the unconscious Demon Eagle under him. He wanted to see how this guy treats him at this moment. The Demon Eagle, which had lost most of its infection factors, was seriously injured. It was still full of hatred at this moment. The will of the king could not reduce its rebelliousness by half. What a beast with a heart. But your domineering color, which is the same as mine, is too poor. After saying that, Mu Bai's body strangely extended countless tiny chains, which entered the body of the Demon Eagle like maggots attached to the bones. He had a way to control the Demon Eagle at this moment, but that would damage its fundamental genes. Instead of wasting the other party's body, it would be better to make it his second body. A large amount of consciousness was poured into the Demon Eagle's brain with Mu Bai. In the Demon Eagle's wailing, the other party's body continued to shrink, and the hostility in his eyes continued to diminish. The surrounding river water exploded with the Demon Eagle's huge changes. A man who looked 90% like Mu Bai stood in front of him in a sound of bone compression that made people rub their teeth. The waist-length black hair was scattered randomly on the back of the waist, and the dark golden eyes were extremely sharp. Any creature that looked at it would probably be heartbroken. The original wings of the magic eagle turned into a thin and close-fitting armor attached to the chest. Anyone who saw the 3-meter-tall humanoid body would know that it was not a human. Surprisingly, the temperament of this beast contained wisdom. It is indeed possible to split the consciousness and create a second body using the infection factor. But this kind of split should not be too much. Otherwise, it is very likely that the main body will not be able to control the clone. The 3-meter-tall humanoid magic eagle looked at his hands and muttered to himself, "You are me. I am you. Now you know where I want you to go." Mu Bai, smiling, was controlling two consciousnesses at this moment. Strictly speaking, his consciousness was also in the humanoid magic eagle's body at this moment. I know that to balance all the forces in the dark and complete the final mission of the balancer, you and I are originally one. You can absolutely trust me. The two voices with different tones, but the same tone, were really scary. When Mu Bai controlled the other party's body and said these words, there was also a sense of weirdness. It was like talking to himself. I'll go first. The humanoid magic eagle already knows what he should do. He will go to the south to balance most of the forces. If the human survivors are stronger, he will destroy the base and wipe out the human race. On the contrary, if the zombie forces are stronger, he will flatten all the powerful mutant zombies to give the local humans as much time as possible to develop. The power of two people, one in the south and one in the north, will undoubtedly integrate the overall power balance of humans and zombies more quickly. As the humanoid magic eagle spread its wings and left, Mu Bai looked at a tall tower in the distance without a sound. He vaguely sensed that someone was spying on him. At the top of the Jioshan City Science and Technology Tower in the distance, the image of Mu Bai suppressing the magic eagle just now appeared on the screen in the center. The scientists in the left half of the screen wearing deep-sea scientific research suits were all very surprised. It is impossible for the other party to become this strong in a short time. The other party is likely to be some kind of mother body. One of the scientists bit his fingers frantically after a brief shock, and seemed to be thinking frantically about why the other party evolved so quickly. Tuxedo, you must find a way to catch him. And the mutant eagle that flew out before. The reason why the other party can become human must also be studied carefully. The scientists on the projection screen were obviously very interested in this. According to their expectations, if the other party was really caught, the research projects of the Deep Sea Group would all be accelerated, which could save a lot of time. The man codenamed Tuxedo, who was responsible for all Deep Sea Group affairs in Jioshan City, extinguished his cigarette with disdain. He was not a fool who only obeyed orders lying in the high tower conference room. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the human was likely to be a superpower close to the 3rd level. If this was true, the Deep Sea Group staff deployed in Jioshan City would not have any ability to detain the other party. I will not act without Mr. K's order. Please forgive me. All the great scientists with great talents. After pushing all the things to Mr. K, Tuxedo felt a lot more relaxed. As the person who represented the chairman of the Deep Sea to temporarily govern the entire China region, the other party's order was the most supreme. These scientists who stayed at the headquarters did not have the power to command him. The head of the city-level branch. You guys, do you know that if you delay the research progress, you will be in big trouble? Really? You are all idiots. I will ask Mr. K for the right. The scientist biting his finger on the screen scolded Tuxedo and ran to make a phone call. After waiting for 3 minutes, an order was directly projected onto the screen of the tower through all regional restrictions. Seeing this order, the middle-aged man codenamed Tuxedo also stood up with a plop. Send 10 super mutant zombies to capture the experimental samples. The signature at the end of this sentence was Mr. K. At this moment, Tuxedo also understood the importance of the entire mission. The headquarters has actually developed mutant zombies that can obey orders. It's amazing. It seems that the top management of Deep Sea Group is likely to know about this global disaster. And it may even be possible. Thinking of this, even if he had been a national agent, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Start tracking the target remotely now, and make sure it is within the scope of Jioshan City. The reinforcements from the provincial capital will arrive in 3 days. The capture plan will begin then. The man in the number 1 tuxedo pulled off his projection glasses and gave orders to everyone. Soon, the deep sea staff of this scientific research site began their busy work. Information was transmitted to the headquarters of the Deep Sea Group through special communication means. Not only Jioshan City, but also most parts of China were being gathered at the Deep Sea headquarters. At this moment, Mubai obviously didn't know the powerful enemy he would face in a few days. Now he was heading to the Deep Sea Mall. After a day, he actually felt that the probability of Sui being there should not be high. Mubai, flapping his wings and flying like a big bird, also found a large number of mutant zombies in the air. These mutant zombies also had wings. But the difference was that the other party's wings were more like thin meat membranes, and they looked better at gliding. These flying mutant zombies roared and chased after Mubai after seeing him in the air. But unfortunately Mubai was too fast. With the support of his powerful body, his flying speed was extremely amazing. He almost left them behind at a speed twice as fast as the flying zombies. Looking down at the dead silent Jioshan City, Mubai couldn't help but speed up again. When he arrived at the city center, he landed on the roof of a residential building. The scene in the center of Jioshan City at this moment undoubtedly made him frown. The Deep Sea Mall, Times Square, and other buildings on the map were gone, replaced by a giant wonder like an umbrella-shaped mushroom that blocked half of the sky. This mushroom-like creature seemed to be able to breathe, and the entire city center was blown up by the breath. The umbrella-shaped creature that covered a range of nearly 2 kilometers was still expanding, and many civilians escaped from the communities that were about to be covered. All the humans whose heads were blocked by the umbrella-shaped flesh were surrounded by plant-like vines and pulled into the sky. Under the strange fusion, the miserable and wailing humans finally completely merged into this umbrella-shaped creature. And as the number of fusions increased, the umbrella-shaped creature grew faster. Mubai estimated that if it was allowed to devour hundreds of thousands of people, it would cover the entire area of Jioshan City. These vines did not attack zombies, but only humans. With a massive zombie tide, these ordinary humans could not resist at all and eventually became food in fear. Some humans who awakened their superpowers had a greater chance of survival. In this case, it was more dangerous to travel together. Only by acting alone could they escape without being surrounded by the zombie tide. Mubai, who watched all this coldly, did not know what he was thinking. Bastard. Bastard. You are just a little bastard. It's the terminal stage of the disease, and time is running out. At this moment, Mubaihan was walking on the street with lifeless eyes. His arms bitten by zombies were still aching. He knew that he didn't have much time at this moment, and his body was turning into a zombie. He hated it so much. The noise and memories in his ears surged like the sea. He hated why he was kind enough to let the infected person in, causing all his classmates to be infected. He hated that he had no power to protect his adoptive parents. He hated that he was still alive with a terminal disease. And he hated the person who just locked the door and escaped alone amid the pleading of his companions. He hated this world. The desperate hatred seemed to make his blood flow slower, and he was ruthlessly trampled in the crowd fleeing the city center. The double pain of physical and mental pain made him almost collapse. I don't know how long it took. When he stood up again, the umbrella-shaped creature that covered the sky and the sun had covered his head. The expected soul-snatching vines, like the black and white impermanence, did not fall. And when Mu Beihan looked down at his body, he was particularly shocked. Power. Infinite power flowed through his body like a flood. At this moment, his eyes were pale, and red and purple bloodshot covered his whole body. He had obviously become a zombie. Will a zombie also have the ability to think? Mu Beihan, who was unable to speak, was very surprised. After he became a zombie, his original memory was gradually fading. But the unforgettable hatred could not be blocked at all. That kind of hatred for humans. Looking at the glass of the store, he didn't know that someone was watching him on the rooftop in the distance. Mu Bai, with a smile on his face, had already discovered this strange zombie. He could see at a glance that the concentration of the other party's infection factor was more than 10 times that of ordinary zombies. This ability to completely transform into a first-level zombie did not show any signs on him, which could only mean one thing. That is, the other party's infection factors are all strengthened in the brain or genetic evolution. What kind of creature will a zombie with this innate advantage and high intelligence become after continuous advancement? Corpse King. Mu Bai folded his wings and jumped down from the roof, crashing into the street like a runner. Standing next to Mu Beihan, he held the other's neck and injected a large amount of infectious factors into the other's body. As the connection of the infection factor deepened, Mu Bai also got some of the other party's memories, and at the same time felt the other party's amazing hatred. That was the super hatred for his original race. It seems that you are indeed suitable to be a chess piece. So let me help you evolve further. Holding the other party's neck with one hand, Mu Bai began to launch a brutal massacre against the mutant zombies attacking him. A power-type mutant zombie with a body close to 3 meters? Mu Bai smashed the head with a punch and stuffed the zombie crystal core of its body directly into Mu Beihan's mouth. Special flying zombies, bone spur zombies, agile zombies, fist hammer zombies, and even a few armored zombies were instantly killed by Mu Bai. And the crystal cores in their bodies were taken away and stuffed into Mu Beihan's mouth. Normally, ordinary zombies will definitely explode and die after obtaining such a huge amount of zombie crystal cores. But it is not fatal to Mu Beihan. His seemingly ordinary body can absorb all this huge amount of energy. Mu Beihan was actually in a daze until now. The violent turbulence made it impossible for him to think. He just felt that a large amount of crystal core material was forced into his mouth, and he swallowed it instinctively. Because he had just become a zombie, his strength was weak, and his main way of observation was through smell. So at this moment, although he could not see clearly what the person who grabbed his neck looked like, he remembered this smell. At the end of the street, a mutant zombie with a cool look came over abnormally frantically, and its arms were sharp blades. The cold edge was frightening. This ability is good. I want it. After Mu Bai killed all the mutant zombies on the street, he shook his bloody hands and threw Mu Beihan in his hand into the knitting shop next to him. He didn't care about this chess piece he made casually. If the opponent could evolve quickly, it would be the best. If the opponent died, it didn't matter. After all, the number of zombies is inestimable, and it is inevitable that such a large number will produce a zombie king. Mu Beihan, who fell into a coma, did not figure out why the other party attacked him and forced him to eat before he became conscious. Facing the double-bladed mutant zombie, Mu Bai's body movements were sharp, and he held a vibration ball cover to slam the ground. The double-bladed zombie, who was running wildly, flew over the double-bladed zombie and combined the two swords to make a move similar to splitting Huashan. Too slow. The armed color domineering attached to the palm of his hand to catch the opponent's fierce double swords, and the sound of sparks from the friction between the two made people's teeth ache. The toes were raised. The huge force directly kicked the double-bladed zombie's chin, and in a flash of lightning, Mu Bai changed his fist into a palm and chopped off his left arm. After analyzing the distribution law of the infectious factor, Mu Bai's left arm instantly turned into a sharper blade. In a dazzling slash, the double-bladed zombie was chopped into even pieces. The umbrella-shaped creature that covered the sky and the sun above his head obviously also noticed that there was an alien under it. Countless vines gathered into whip-like weapons and whipped towards Mu Bai. The buildings along the way were whipped into ruins in an instant. This shows its powerful destructive power. Mu Bai, who had regained the Black Star version of the three-color domineering, dodged easily like a fish in water. No matter how dense the whip was, he could not concentrate at all. When these vines gathered, he directly turned his arms into two sharp swords to cut off these twisting vines in half.